Web novels and web novel audiobooks are not the same. If you simply copy and paste a web novel into an audiobook format, the final result will provide a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every single chapter in this novel to ensure an enjoyable and immersive experience for you. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to make sure the narration flows naturally, almost as if you were reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I do acknowledge that I adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. I hope you understand that this does not violate copyright policies. The reason I do all of this is simple: I'm just a big fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3, but if that feels too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Thank you for your support. Chapter 1, The future is bleak over here. I see him running there. Damn it, catch him. If we can catch him, then we can fetch a lot of money from that noble lady. Oh, with his face, I am sure that nobleman might be interested. Hi ha ha ha. That money is going to be a lot. By the way, can I have a taste first? Everyone. Regardless, no matter how happy this kidnapper group was, the protagonist of this story, Masa, was in his deepest despair. When he thought he had a new chance to live and enjoy his life to the fullest, he never thought he would meet his misery. His face was handsome, and yes, his brain was quite okay, too. More importantly, with the advantage of the memory of his previous life, he believed that his future would be wonderful. Unfortunately, this is the world of One Piece, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Usually, he would be more than happy to live in this world since he had never intended to become the pirate king or overthrow the world government, especially when this world was about to sink as the volume of the seawater continued to increase and was about to swallow this entire world. In such a situation, what he needed to do was to enjoy his life, waiting for the protagonist, Luffy, to return everything to normal, living far away, peacefully, with a beautiful woman such as Makino, Kaya, or even Nojiko. Yes, he didn't plan to take down those complicated heroines such as Nami or Robin. Instead, his target was those beauties on the East Blue, the most peaceful sea, making a harem there, waiting until the world government was taken down by Luffy and his group. This might be a strange plan, but except for Kaya, as long as he could take down Makino or Nojiko, he knew that his life would be comfortable, especially when Makino was like a mother figure to Luffy and Nojiko was Nami's older sister. As long as he took down one of them, he knew that his life would be okay. His plan was perfect since what he wished for was stability, a normal life without moving around the sea, and just enjoying his life until old age with those beautiful heroines on the East Blue. As for Kaya, while it might make Usopp sad, Masa was sure that a good guy like Usopp would be happy to know that someone could take care of his beloved Kaya in his place. You don't have to worry, Usopp. Leave everything to me. More importantly, even if he couldn't become the strongest, he believed that with his strength, or the devil fruit, he could gain a power that made him live well on the East Blue, the weakest sea in this world. Yet, the greater the hope was, the greater the disappointment was. Masa didn't arrive at the weakest sea of the East Blue. Instead, he came to the horrible place known as Sabaody Archipelago, the place where evils and the strong enjoyed their best and the place where the weak could only succumb to power. However, this place wasn't exactly bad either, since if he could land in the Marines and join this organization, enjoying a stable life and having a salary, it would be good. In the worst case, he could seduce Doll, Giant, or Kujaku, enjoying the life of the son-in-law, or rather, being a household husband might not be bad while having a salary from being a Marine. Yet, once again, his dream was broken since the place where he landed was Area 13, where the pirates, criminals, and alike thoroughly ran amok and enjoyed their lives to the fullest. Moreover, when he arrived, he could see the greedy eyes of many. Yes, at that moment, he knew that this world wasn't the land of dreams where he could enjoy his life to the fullest. Instead, it was a nightmarish place where the weak could only hope for the mercy and charity of the strong. To enjoy his life, he had to have a good background, like Luffy, with a good grandfather and father. Or being chosen as the inheritor of the human fruit model, Sun God Nika Devil Fruit. Unfortunately, he had neither of them. His identity was nothing but just a normal person. If there was an advantage, it was the fact that he was a little handsome and he was stronger and healthier than before. Oh, his height also reached 2 meters or so, yet in this world where the average height was 3 meters or so, he was a bit petite. So, the moment he appeared, he was like a delicious lamb in front of hungry hyenas. All of them wanted to take him down, and he could do nothing but run away. Fight? How could he have many chances to fight in the peaceful modern world? Kill? Did anyone think that he was a criminal or an assassin in his previous life? He wasn't a nice guy protagonist, okay? However, at this moment, He wished to be an Isekai protagonist, at least, even if there was a misunderstanding, or he just lived in the poor village, he could live a peaceful life instead of being chased by kidnappers, pirates, and other criminals. His heart was filled with fear, and he ran all of his might like a coward, but this reaction made those criminals happy and enjoy this hunting game. Fortunately, even if the physical ability of the people in this world was good, their brain was hardly developed, so Masa was able to hide in a dingy, dirty alley. Ha 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 ha, keep running. Keep running. Make this game more interesting. The first one who catches him will get 10,000 bellies. Too little. Add more. What do you know? It's already good enough if we can sell him 200,000 bellies, you know. So little. Those criminals talked happily and loudly, without caring about anything. Yet, even if Masa's heart was filled with frustration that he bit his lower lip and clenched his fist till the blood came, he knew that he could do nothing. He was too weak, in front of the sharpness of the blade and the force of the bullet. Could he even do anything? He didn't even have a fucking Gamu Gamu no Mi like Luffy. Oh, fuck, it was a human fruit model, Sun God Nika devil fruit. However, no matter how much he complained, he knew that he was already dying. He was hungry, tired, and had no more energy to run anymore. What should I do? Should he run for the Marines? If he could, then he would, but where was it? Oh, right, there's Silver's Rayleigh and Shakayaku. He remembered that those two figures were in this place, but once again, where were they? If he came out from their hiding place, he knew that he was as good as dead, and he knew that he would die in a pathetic way with a bleeding lower body, yet, as he was in his deepest despair, he found something on the corner. Probably, it was his luck or fate, but in this place where no one expected, he found the legendary devil fruit. This. Masa was dumbfounded, but he became excited and grabbed the devil fruit directly. At that moment, he knew that his chance to live came once again. As long as he ate this devil fruit, he could have a chance to run away, train to become stronger, and then get his revenge. Even if the devil fruit was dirty, he didn't hesitate and ate it directly. Ugh. It was said the taste of the devil fruit was horrible, and tasting it for the first time, he realized how awful it was, but he kept eating it clean until nothing was left. As he ate, he also wondered what kind of devil fruit he had eaten. However, if possible, he wanted to eat his own type devil fruit, since even if it was the weakest herbivore type of animal's own, he didn't mind, since as long as he could eat this type of devil fruit, he would gain an enhanced physical ability that allowed him to run away. If possible, he wanted a worm fruit, so he could escape by digging the soil, then did his revenge by burying those criminals into the ground, killing them by torment. If it had been before, he wouldn't have imagined that he could be so cruel, but his mentality was distorted in this place, and if he wanted to live well, he had to become cruel. So, what kind of power is it? Was it Zone? Was it Logia? However, if possible, he didn't want to get a Parimsha type since it was the most random ability. Moreover, the improvement in physical ability was the weakest. While Logia's physical improvement might be quite similar to the Parimsha, at least he could turn into the element, and unless he met a powerful fighter that could use Haki, he knew that it was impossible to kill him. More importantly, according to his observation, if the criminals who wanted to catch him were strong, then would they gather in a group to toy with him like this? It was because they toyed with him that he knew that the positions and strength of those criminals were at the bottom of the food chains. It was because of their distorted mentality that they enjoyed bullying him. However, no matter what, they were stronger than him, and what he had to do was become stronger than them first so he could gain his revenge, the Logia type or Zone type. Even if Parimsha had the highest potential, which could affect the concept if he died, then what was the point? Yet, once again, he had to hit another despair, especially with the devil fruit that he had eaten. Jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit. His expression became so ugly, especially when he could feel a zipper suddenly forming on the top of his head, and his body almost became cloth-like. Yet, as he was in the middle of his thought, bang! His head burst, and before he felt anything, he died. It's dangerous. A man who came to the alley rubbed his chest worriedly as he looked at Masa's lifeless body and the uneaten part of the devil fruit in Masa's hand. I almost gave him a chance for revenge. No matter what the devil fruit was, as long as Masa ate it, he would have a chance to kill all of them, so the man knew that he had to kill Masa before Masa grew. What a shame. Still, watching his handsome face become ugly due to the headshot, the man sighed helplessly before he walked away, knowing that the high-quality good was ruined. Yet, what the man didn't know was that Masa didn't die at this moment, but he was pulled into a certain space, a white palace with two figures standing before him. There was nothing in this place, and there were only the three of them, but as soon as they saw each other, their expressions became strange. You are me? 3x Chapter 2, The Unluckiest Masa. At the sight of each other, the three figures were struck with an intense shock. They knew, without a doubt, that they were Masa. They were one and the same. The same identity, past lives, face, and everything. If there was a difference, it was the fact that they were reincarnated into a different world. Masa from the world of One Piece, who had just eaten his devil fruit, looked at the two Masas before him. Still, before he could talk, someone else took the initiative. I am Masa from the world of Muka. Where do you two come from? The young man with an elegant yet strong body like the legendary beautiful elf from the storybook looked at the two curiously without elongated ears as he looked at the two curiously. Muka? One Piece Masa and another Masa looked at this Masa in surprise, and naturally, they were familiar with the world of Muka as they had watched the show in the past. This world of Muka was a unique world where there was a magician in the modern world. More importantly, the system of magic was quite unique as it was combined with science and futuristic technology. Still, while this world was amazing, they decided to finish their introduction first. Masa from the world of One Piece didn't start his introduction due to his complicated thoughts and his previous horrible experience as his head burst open, so the other Masa, who had a robust and strong body like a beast, yet with a devilish charm and even devilish features, whether wings or tail that's similar to a devil, started to make his introduction first. I am also Masa, but I am from the world of DxD. DxD? The two were shocked when they found out there was a Masa from the world of DxD, the boobs. That one. That perverted work. That one. The one where all the girls become stupid and show their boobs so the protagonist can become stronger? That one. You are not the enemy of Sai Hayato, right? Masa from the world of DxD understood their worries, so he shook his head and said, Fortunately, I am living quite well since I am a high-class devil, and I have been living in the underworld, never going to the human world. That's good then. As they were Masa, they were quite similar to each other. Stability. The three of them had similar thoughts, and as Masa from the world of DxD knew the story of DxD, naturally, he would try to avoid going to the human world where all the problems existed. While there were fallen angels and other creatures in the underworld, it was the home of every devil and, more importantly, as a Masa from the world, DxD was a high-class devil, which meant a noble. They knew that his life should be okay even if he wasn't the most powerful. Or rather, as long as Masa from the world of DxD was living far away from the Greenery, the Sai Tree, and all the devils that were related to Sai, everything would be okay, especially when the underworld was a gigantic place. Even if the problem existed, as long as Masa from the world of DxD could maintain a low-profile attitude yet continue to train to become strong, he would live well. By the way, are you a magician or a normal person? Masa from the world of One Piece talked for the first time as he looked at Masa from the world of Muka. Oh, I am a magician. Which family are you from? Similar to the world of One Piece or the world of DxD, if one wanted to live well in the world of Muka, Masa had to have a good background. Masa from the world of DxD was lucky, so what about Masa from the world of Muka? My family is quite okay. Not the most powerful, but not the weak either. It is good enough. That's good then. The two nodded, and then lastly, the two looked at Masa from the world of One Piece, who was also the tallest Masa among the three. While their features, height, and body type were quite different, the three were handsome on their own, and the three also had short brown hair, but there was no doubt that the impact that was brought by the height of the last Masa was unique. Still, similar to the two, Masa from the world of One Piece's appearance was so handsome, too, or, rather, did they become more handsome? However, let's talk about that later. What about you? I am from the world of One Piece. Oh. The two were surprised and excited when they heard his answer. Watching their excitement, Masa also understood why they were excited. After all, unlike the world of DxD, where the heroines are completely irrational and stupid, they throw themselves at the perverted protagonist. Fuck, even the wife of the brother-in-law of Sai, Greyfile Lucifage, had thrown herself to Sai when her husband was working hard to fight against the terror of the world, showing the fickleness of a married woman in the world of DxD, yet also made him enjoy his harem to the fullest, or rather, with the acts of those heroines from the world of DxD, Masa from One Piece and Masa from Muka wouldn't feel surprised if Masa from the world of DxD decided to remain unmarried, considering no one would be saved from being NTR'd by Sai Hayato, the original protagonist. Once again, while it might be strange, all the women in the world of DxD would definitely fall in love with Sai, no matter how perverted his act was, so instead of having his life ruined due to a woman, they also understood that he might as well just stay a virgin, or just play around like a scumbag. If there was something fortunate, it was the fact that Sai was a virgin, a perverted loser in the past, so it needed time for him to erase that habit. I think you should go after Sai's mom. She might not be the most beautiful, but her breasts are huge, and you won't have to worry about Sai. Moreover, when you think she is the protagonist's mother, isn't she hot? Masa from the world of DxD was stunned, realizing his mistake before he looked at the two Masas before him. "You two really are me." The three quickly showed an awkward and shy smile when those words fell. But then again, Sai Mama is in Japan, so it is troublesome. Well, that's true. Unlike the underworld, the human world was different, and there were many dangerous forces there. While the underworld was dangerous, too, it was nothing compared to the underworld, and, more importantly, it would be terrible if Masa, from the world of DXD, caught the attention of those with high status or entered the plot since, by then, it was too late for him to cry. Still, while the worry of Masa from the world of DXD had been solved, what about Masa from the world of Muka? Well, considering the social norm of Masa in the world of Muka, they knew that it was normal for him to remain a virgin until he graduated from high school since the world of Muka was a conservative type of world. While the original protagonist of the world of Muka, Shiba Tatsuya, had many lucky moments, there were hardly any scenes where some couples became naughty and did the act before marriage. Instead, it was normal for the magicians to have an engagement when they were young and get married when they graduated from the university, so there was no need for Masa from the world of Muka to be in a hurry. That was why there was no doubt that Masa from the world One Piece was the luckiest among them. Not only did the world of One Piece have a lot of beautiful women, but it also had a country that was filled with nothing but women. More importantly, there was a good place known as the Pleasure District. They knew that Masa from the world of One Piece was the luckiest, those heroines with long legs and large boobs, like the same Masa, all of them understood that Masa from the world of One Piece was going to enjoy it well. Nevertheless, the two didn't feel jealous since, similar to Masa from the world of One Piece, the two of them had a lot of potential in their own worlds. Still, let's forget the problem about the heroines since the heroines weren't the priority. Instead, they knew that they had to talk about their new ability, their unique ability that was gained by every protagonist of the reincarnation story. What was their cheat? However, before all of that, they had to understand why the three of them could appear in this space at the same time. Did you do something before? No, I am just resting and reading at home. How about you? Me too. Oh, it's probably due to me. Masa from the world of One Piece suddenly said. Oh? What did you do before? Nothing. Really? Yeah. Masa from the world of One Piece nodded and said, I just got shot in the head and died. They took back their words. Masa from the world of One Piece was the unluckiest. Chapter 3. We're our own cheat. The moment Masa from the world of One Piece started to talk, he started to show his grievance to the two so he could feel better, telling them what kind of hard work he had just received after he came to the world of One Piece a moment ago. Masa from the world of Nuka and DXD didn't say much but listened to his complaint carefully and even comforted him since they had to say that Masa from the world of One Piece was so unlucky. After all, unlike the two who were born from a good family and relatively good talent, or even could be said as exceptional, their treatment within their family was good or even the best. Masa from the world of One Piece landed directly on the Sabati archipelago, knowing nothing, having nothing, and was also directly chased by the group of criminals to be sold as a slave the moment he appeared. More importantly, this guy had just died being shot by the criminal. The two of them had never experienced such a thing, but there was no doubt they felt sorry, and if possible, they wanted to help him since they were all Masa, and wasn't it natural for them to help each other? Thanks for listening to me. No, it's fine. Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. As expected of Masa, after he released his complaints and dissatisfaction in his heart, he quickly recovered and was ready to move on, preparing for his future life since, unlike Masa from the world of DXD and Muka, he had to think about his future carefully. Masa from the world of DXD and Muka also nodded since, while their situation was okay, it wouldn't hurt to become stronger. Masa from the world of Muka was fine since Tatsuya Shiba was a good protagonist, and as long as he didn't touch Tatsuya's little sister, everything was fine. Probably, if he could become closer to Tatsuya, it would be even better since there was no doubt that his life would be nice. If he couldn't handle the problem, then he could just leave everything to Tatsuya and return to his hometown, living well till death. Meanwhile, Masa from the world of DXD knew that he had to prepare himself better since even if he was a high-class devil, the life of a devil wasn't that peaceful, especially when the society of devils was divided into several factions. The Four Satans faction, the Great King faction, and also the Hidden Old Satan faction. Well, no matter what the factions were, as long as he didn't provoke Sai, everything was good, he thought. Still, the real problem was Masa from the world of One Piece since he was still in the den of criminals, and more importantly, they needed to understand their new abilities better, yet, they had to say this ability of theirs was quite good, they thought. Sharing. Yes, this was their ability. Due to their connection within this space, all of them could share their everything, whether it was knowledge, talents, experiences, abilities, and everything. In other words, whatever was owned by Masa in the world of One Piece, DXD, or Muka, all of them could share it with each other. Still, If there was something that made them happier, it was the fact that the three of them could pile their everything on each other. Those words might be strange, but as there were the three of them, whether it was their charms, appearance, talents, or learning abilities, they became 3 times stronger as there were the three of them, once again. In other words, everything that usually takes 3 days to master could be mastered in just 1 day. Still, Masa from the world of DxD and Muka felt good that they had become more handsome, but Masa from the world of One Piece felt helpless, thinking those criminals would be even more aggressive toward him due to his better appearance after gaining this ability. Naturally, the two understood his worry, so they patted his shoulders, trying to comfort him. You don't have to worry. You have gained our abilities, after all. More importantly, our last ability is pretty good. You don't have to worry about anything. Yes, the last ability was something that they loved the most. Life-saving. When one of them died, they would return alive once again. Yes, as long as the 3 of them didn't die at the same time, even if there was only one of them left, they would be okay and live once again. More importantly, when their lives were restored, they would be teleported to a different place, a safe place nearby, so there was no need for them to be afraid of being killed once again. Masa from the world of One Piece also knew that, so he felt better. They're their own cheats. The stronger one was, the stronger the other was, too. So, at this moment, all of them knew that they had to work hard together to grow stronger together. As for traveling to the other worlds, there was no option, and they also didn't have such an interest either, since even if they could share each other's abilities, experiences, talents, and anything else, it was impossible for them to share their women, right? So, no one thought to travel to another world, and they were fine with the world they were reincarnated to. At the same time, they knew that in the future, their number might increase, and by then, they would become stronger, as the more Masa, the better and stronger they were. By the way, which family are you from, Masamuka? It isn't Segusa or Yotsuba, right? If there were 2 families that were troublesome in the world of Muka, it would be either Segusa or Yotsuba. The Yotsuba was obvious since it was the family of the original protagonist, Tatsuya Shiba, who was born too. While they were known as the strongest magician family, they were hated by Tatsuya, and there was no doubt that, as the strongest family, they would be targeted by many, which was troublesome. Meanwhile, the Segusa family was even more so, since this family had always targeted the Yotsuba family, which might also try to target Tatsuya, the strongest magician in the Muka universe, which was even more troublesome. You don't have to worry. I am from the Ishiki family. Ishiki family? The Ishiki family. This was a good family, while it might not be within the 10 major clans, the 10 strongest magician clans in the country. It was a family within the 18 assistant houses, which was only second to the 10 major clans, so there was no doubt its influence, wealth, and the rest was rather good, and there was no doubt Masa from the world of Muka could help them a lot, since the better his origin was, the better he could help them. Lastly, if Masa from the world of Muka was just a normal magician from a normal family, it would be hard for him to develop. Privileges had always been monopolized by the strong, after all, so if Masa from the world of Muka had nothing, it might be a little hard for him since he didn't have good backing. If Masa, in the world of Muka, tried to become stronger, if his origin was bad, then he would be targeted, and even worse, he would be killed directly, being turned into a research object, which made his fate far worse than Masa from One Piece. Ishiki. What is its specialty and trademark magic? Usually, every magician in the world, Muka, especially from a famous family, had a unique trademark magic, which made their family famous, and naturally, as they had a trademark magic, they would do deep research on a certain subject to improve themselves, so the two were quite curious and couldn't help but wait for the answer of Masa from the world of Muka anticipations. The Ishiki family was born from the First Institute, the research magician institute that focuses on producing combat magicians with magic that directly interferes with living organisms for World War III, and is also referred to as the magicians of the One. Magic that directly interferes with a living organism? Then, can you control the minds of others? If we can do so, then you won't see me here, and me, and my family, all of them will be killed. Still, after hearing Masa's explanation, they also understood that the relationship between the magician and a normal human was delicate, and the normal human was so wary of the magician that they would do everything to push down the magician, turning all them into tools, or even worse, livestock. Yet, this was normal. Normal humans had the advantage of quantity, and in the Muka world, they were the majority. More importantly, all the government-related and important positions were still mastered by normal humans, so there was no doubt that if there was magic that allowed a magician to control the minds of others, they would be exterminated from the world and killed completely. Nevertheless, hearing that the two of them had their opinion changed toward Masa from the world of Muka, thinking that this guy's life wasn't as easy as they thought it to be. However, they had to say that the magic that Masa mastered from the world of Muka was all great. Chapter 4, Everyone has their own troubles: one nerve disturbance and lightning. Those were the two trademark magics of the Ishiki family, and as the most talented magician born within the family, there was no doubt that Masa's life was quite easy, and everything that he wished to learn and wanted was mostly granted. After all, the stronger Masa was, the better for the family. However, even if he was talented, he was still within the limit of tolerance, and even if he was known as the strongest in the family, compared to Tatsuya, who could erase anything and recreate anything, his existence was nothing. Yet, there was doubt. Masa's two strongest magic were useful, especially when it was innate, which meant that he didn't need to use CAD, a casting assistant device, a spell support processor similar to a wand, staff, or something alike, but in the world of Nuka, to cast those two spells, so whether it was Masa from the world of One Piece or DxD, the two could use them with ease. Naturally, he still needed the CAD if it was another magic, but if it was two trademark magics of the Ishiki, there was no need for him to do so. Still, let's explain Masa's two trademark magic of the Ishiki family. First, nerve disturbance, the official name being nerve electrical current disturbance or nerve impulse jamming, is a short-range magic that can directly interfere with the nervous system of living beings. When used, it interferes with the enemy's nervous system, paralyzing their five senses and voluntary control. There was no doubt that it was a powerful magic, and even the magicians from the Ishiki family, many of whom had no aptitude for this ability, so there was no doubt that he could use this magic without even using CAD, as naturally as he was breathing, was the best of the best. Still, while this magic is powerful, it also has limitations, as the bioelectric current interference magic of the Ishiki family to work reliably has to be used within a distance of several meters of the target. If the target were to act as a friend and then betray the user, then this magic would be meaningless, as using it at a close distance will cause the magic to fail, and at the same time, the magic can't be used from a far distance, and its limit distance is just a few meters. It can't be used at a close distance or too far away, which makes this magic appear meaningless, yet it is okay since the main use of this magic is to capture enemy magicians alive. Still, considering how this magic would directly affect the human body, there might be a question as to why this magic wasn't taboo or banned, and to answer that question, it was because this magic did not cause direct interference to turn the body into a puppet. Well, as long as magic doesn't have the ability to turn a body into a puppet, everything is okay. Still, in his hand, this magic was dangerous since if he wished to do it, he could develop it further to manipulate the minds of people by sending bioelectricity to their nervous system and brain. Yet once again, if he really did, it was impossible for him to live anymore, as he would be seen as a criminal, and many would be wary of him since no one wanted to be controlled, so he really hadn't shown this to anyone, especially when he knew how the treatment of a strong magician wasn't as glorious as it seemed. Moreover, frankly, due to his mastery over this magic, he had been living worrying whether he and his family would be killed since, unlike Tatsuya, he didn't have the ability to erase this world completely, which made no one dare anger him completely. Still, even so, he often used this magic, considering the convenience and the expectation of the family. After all, unlike his family, he didn't have a limited distance, and he could use this magic as long as he saw his target, but naturally, he made himself appear weak as if there was a limit within him, since if this fact was known, there was no doubt that everyone would see him differently, since once again, his family wasn't strong enough to bear the consequences of having a strong magician, and he wasn't strong enough to protect his family. He might be a magician, but his body was just slightly stronger, and in case he faced the modern types of a weapon such as a Gatling gun, railgun, or even a nuclear bomb, he knew that he was as good as gone. More importantly, while he knew that he was powerful, there were still many ways for him to be killed since he wasn't invincible. Lastly, he had made many connections with many important people in his life in this world, so if possible, he didn't want to live as usual without having harm due to the consequences that came from being known as the most powerful. So, even if he was strong, he hardly used his everything, especially when it was related to this magic. Instead, what made him famous in the family was that there was no doubt about his second magic, lightning. While the name of this magic is lightning, it isn't magic that makes him release an electric, lightning, or even thunder. Instead, it is a spell that uses magic to perceive information that can be recognized and directly used without intervention from the brain and nervous system in order to move the body and spirit directly. Lightning creates a shortcut in the process of transmitting electrical signals to the brain. This creates perception speeds capable of handling magical acceleration, which under normal circumstances is one more step where perception is established by transmitting the information to the brain. It is a neurotransmission process shortcutting magic, but the Ishiki family uses the magic's name, lightning, as camouflaged, since its true nature is not speed but quickness that puts them ahead of their opponent. Well, in simple terms, this magic allows the user to have an instant reaction. When one was thinking of making a move to cast magic, a magician from this family had already made their move and killed the other. With this magic, whether it was close-range or long-range magic, no one could match him since they would be taken down by him first before they could even do anything. Wow! Yet, there was no doubt that the master of those two magics from the world of Nuka made the two Masa feel happy since they knew that with those two magics, they would become stronger. So, the focus of the Ishiki family specializes in magic interference of electricity in living organisms, right? That's right. Masa from the world of Nuka nodded. Due to that, I have been studying medicine, trying to develop a new magic for my family, and all related bioelectricity-related research, so try to learn medicine there, okay? He had been focusing on learning medicine, and there was no doubt the knowledge of medicine from the world of One Piece and DxD made him drool. More importantly, as long as he could improve the influence of the Ishiki family on the world of medicine, his family would be stronger and safer. After all, in this world, who didn't want to be healthy? Who wanted to die? By then, no one would think to harm his family since if they didn't want to die, then they had to curry favor with him and his family, right? At the same time, gaining this new ability, the ambition that he kept inwardly started to set ablaze, roaring as he was ready to make his own power. You don't have to worry. Leave that to me. Masa from the world of One Piece and DxD nodded and agreed that to live well, one needs to take care of one's health, so it was natural to learn medicine, right? Still, there was no doubt that the power that was brought by Masa from the world of Nuka was great since his family had a mastery over bioelectricity-related magic, and electricity had been one of the most powerful forces in the world, which was a great thing. By the way, what is your timeline? Are you in high school? Have you met the protagonist? No, I am still in my third year of middle school, and I am about to start my entrance examination, so there should be a time before the start of the story, considering my cousin Ishikiari and Akijima Saki, the protagonist's rival, is the same age as me. Then, have you chosen which high school you intend to go to? Probably the third high school, where the magician of the one usually studies, but, I think there is more fun if we go to a certain option, right? The three Masas looked at each other and had a knowing smile. The three of them might appear kind, but it was because they were weak. But once they gained power, there was no need to hesitate anymore. By the way, what about you? Which devil family are you from? Masa from the world of Nuka quickly put his attention to Masa from the world of DxD. Unlike Masa from the world of One Piece, who had just started his journey and even died, Masa from the world of DxD had a similar background to Masa from the world of Nuka, who had a good family, so there was no doubt that he should be strong and had something that could be shared immediately with everyone. More importantly, as Masa from the world of DxD came from a devil family, he should have an innate ability, like Masa from the world of Nuka. However, where did Masa from DxD come from? Greemery? Saitri? Or a non-canon family? If possible, the two wished for Masa from the world of DxD to have an electricity-based ability since, if so, then they could become even stronger as Masa from the world of Nuka had two such powerful bioelectricity-related magic. If Masa from the world of DxD had electricity based on ability, their strength would definitely improve faster. However, Masa from the world of DxD became awkward since he also understood their expectations. No, I am not from a non-canon family, and unfortunately, I don't have electricity-related abilities. Then, which family did you come from? Vapula. Masa looked at the two and said helplessly, I am from the Vapula family. By the way, someone asked how many chapters I would update for this story, and I answered that I would have either 1 or 2 chapters daily, depending on the length of the chapters. As for how much Masa it will be, I will make 4 Masa, and depending on the story, I will add more. By the way, just ask, which world do you want the 4th Masa to come from? Chapter 5, Everyone has their own troubles to Masa Vapula. Heir of the Vapula clan. He was probably the strongest devil that had ever been born in this family, and he might even be stronger than his progenitor. However, the problem is that he is a Vapula, the devil whose innate ability was to tame or control a lion, any lion creature in this universe, be it from reality or myth. Once they crossed paths with him, their fate was sealed. No matter how strong they were under his control. Frankly, his talent was great, and due to the amount of his demonic energy, he was even better than his progenitor. To be honest, when he was named heir, no one objected, especially when he showed a strong talent in governing his territory and showed extreme talent in his innate ability of Vapula clan. In terms of governing, the GDP of his territory had increased many times, and as he became the heir of this family, he also started to monopolize several industries in this world and underworld, especially pets, animal care, confectionery, spices, foods, retail, and media. What about other industries, such as technology and medicine? If possible, he wanted to enter since those industries made the most profit, but he knew well that even if he was quite smart, there were many who were smarter than him, such as Uchiha Beelzebub, who was the creator of the evil pieces, a set of 15 chess pieces given to high-class devils to increase their ranks by reincarnating other beings into devils. Naturally, he got the evil pieces, too, but he hadn't used them since he didn't have much interest in them. But let's put that matter aside, and frankly, as he was young and the overall power of the Vapula clan was just like that, he wasn't greedy and just maintained the status quo. There was no doubt that his territory might not be the richest, but due to his management, it had become one of the top 10 best territories in the underworld. Nevertheless, similar to Masa in the world of Masa, who couldn't show all of his power, Masa in the world of DxD didn't dare to show all of his ambition since, once again, there was a limitation within the innate ability of the Vapula clan. Lion taming. This was the ability of the Vapula clan, and due to this, they had collected many mythical lions in the underworld, whether it was Manticore, Griffin, or even Sphinx. He had collected all of them and let those creatures live in his territory so they could protect his territory and people. They might be ugly, but they were strong. Yeah, I know that it is a hard truth, but they are too ugly. Whether it was Masa from the world of One Piece or Muka, the two had to agree that many lion-type mythical creatures were ugly. Or rather, those lions were too creepy. Well, Griffin was cool, though. Let's put appearance matters aside since what matters is strength, right? You are right. It didn't matter what their appearance was, but as long as they gained strength, they would gain respect. By the way, can you merge with those creatures? If possible, then will I even stay low-key? If I am strong enough, then I will directly get Kuroka and Konko, you know. If this lion taming ability could be used to strengthen himself, such as merging with the lion-like mythical creatures such as Griffin, Sphinx, Manticore, or even Nemea Lion, even if he couldn't reach the top 10 strongest in the DxD universe, it was possible of him to enter the top 20. Unfortunately, he couldn't, and the best he could do was to improve the lion taming ability into a feline taming ability, controlling all the types of feline-type creatures, so there was no doubt if he used this ability on Kuroka or Konko, they would be an obedient domestic cat by his side instead of a naughty stray cat. Still, with his demonic power, he could strengthen those lion-type creatures and create a new powerful lion monster of gigantic size. It could be said that the power of his clan was quite similar to that of one of the 4 Satan families, Beelzebub. However, unlike him, who manipulated a lion, Beelzebub's ability was to manipulate insects. Still, which was better, a lion or an insect? If he had to say, naturally, it was an insect since it was invisible, cheap, and also poisonous. Or rather, there was a record that one of the devils from this family could create a gigantic, powerful fly that brought death everywhere, and only the strongest devil in the current era, Cursed Lucifer, could stop it. Then, if the insect could be so strong, then shouldn't the lion do the same? Once again, a lion or a feline-type creature was powerful, but it had a certain limitation. They might be called apex creatures, the king of the beasts, but all their advantages were their strength, speed, flexibility, or cunningness. What could a lion do when facing the overwhelming power of the dragon or deity? Still, if Masa really could merge or transform into those lion creatures like the Bune clan that could transform into a dragon, it would be good since that way, his speed, regeneration, and power could increase, but unfortunately, he really couldn't. What about the Longinus? With your power, it shouldn't be difficult to gain Regulus Nemea, right? Sacred Gear. This was an item created by the god of the Bible from the soul and body of a legendary creature. Among the sacred gear, there were a few known as the strongest, known as the Longinus, which made the user capable of even killing a god. This was also the origin power of the protagonist of the DxD universe, which made him slowly become the strongest being and achieve his dream of becoming a harem king. Still, they didn't care much about Sai Hayato, the original mech of this world. Instead, they were more curious whether Masa from the world of DxD had gained a Longinus or not, since they knew all of those Longinus. One was created from the body and soul of Nemean Lion, the legendary lion in the myth, and the strongest lion too, called the Regulus Nemea. If Masa could get the Regulus Nemea, it would even be possible for him to enter the top 10 strongest. I am not the protagonist, and do you think it is easy to search for a Longinus? Masa from the world of DxD felt speechless because of their words. Since there are billions of humans in this world, how could he find a Longinus? He wasn't the main protagonist who was so lucky that he could become the one among the billions, or rather, he should have used all of his luck to reincarnate as the most powerful and talented Vapula clan devil. More importantly, I don't have a good background or backer that can protect me from the danger that comes from gaining that power. You are right. Once again, Masa from the world of One Piece and Muka had to agree. Background or backer. They knew that no matter how strong the potential of the protagonist in the story was, if they didn't have a good background or backer that could help them become stronger, it would be impossible for them to grow. How many talented people had died before their power bloomed? It was also because Sai Hayato was the servant of Ryaz Creamery, the little sister of the strongest devil, Cursed Lucifer, that he could grow. If Sai became the reincarnated devil of another devil, then it was impossible for his growth to be so smooth, as the others would definitely be jealous and try to kill him. Everything that Sai gained in the story was all due to Cursed, so there was no doubt that Sai, who almost touched Greyfire, Cursed his wife, was the lowest. Fortunately, Sai was a virgin and a coward, so nothing happened. However, if it was someone else, could they even stop themselves from touching such a beautiful wife who presented herself and gave her everything when her husband wasn't around? Masa definitely couldn't do it, and he would definitely make a move. Still, the real problem was that he didn't get the Regulus Namiya because he didn't have a strong background to protect himself and grow. In the original story, the Regulus Namiya, a Longinus created from the Nemean lion, was mastered by Seira Org Baal, the heir of the Baal clan, who was also the great king of the devil, and the house of the leader of the Great King faction, so even if this family was pressured by the four Great Satans faction, he could hold on. However, what about Masa? Masa's family might be good in the eyes of the ordinary devil, and many would be envious of him, but in front of the strongest, it wasn't enough. In the world of the DxD, being a genius wasn't enough, and what one needed to become was either a pervert or a monster. Masa was neither of them, and his limit was probably the ultimate class devil, but by then, it was impossible for him to grow stronger anymore, so he knew that the best way for him to live in this world was to be low-key. Yes, he might not go after those main heroines, but even so, there were still many beautiful women that he could go after, such as Sai's mother, Ryaz's mom, Seira Org's mom, and even Riser's mom. At the same time, he also thought that it might be a good chance for him to start to use his evil pieces since he hadn't used them since he had gained them. But you don't have to worry. I have a good relationship with Seira Org. Are you younger? I should be 1 year younger than the protagonist. So, the same year as Konko? Yup. By the way, has the story started in your place? It should happen soon since Ryaz and Soma should be in the 3rd grade, and Riser told me that he wanted to meet Ryaz. You have a good relationship with Riser? Riser Phoenix? Riser was the first villain who was defeated by Sai, yet Masa told them that he had a close relationship with Riser. It's normal, isn't it? We're coming from a noble family, after all, and I am also the heir, so I have to have a good relationship with other devil houses. More importantly, the number of noble devils is low, so it is more than a reason to have a good relationship with each other, especially for us, who don't have a powerful family who can protect us, like Sona and Ryaz, who can go to the human world as they wish. When Masa from the world of DxD finished his words, the two looked at him and said, I think that you just want to get close to Riser's mother and little sister, right? Masa DxD. The two nodded and thought that Masa from the world of DxD was still the same. Be careful. Still, the two looked at Masa with concern since if Masa from the world of DxD was close to Ravel Phoenix, the little sister of Riser Phoenix, then. When Riser lost to Sai like in the original story, Masa from the world of DxD took a deep breath and nodded. I know, you don't have to worry. I might not be able to become the strongest, but I am not weak, and if someone picks up a fight with me, even if it's Satan, I will kill him even if I have to die. Frankly, he couldn't care less about Ryaz or Sona, but as the two had said before, he was close to Ravel, and if Sai's victory over Riser would bring a certain reaction, then he knew well that he had to take this matter into his own hands even if he had to offend Cursed Creamery. Still, at this moment, the three Masas realized that everyone had their own difficulty, and to solve this difficulty, they had to work together. By the way, you should try to search for a devil fruit. I agree. If possible, try to get Paramsha since it has the most potential. I think he should eat the Thunder fruit model, lightning human devil fruit so he can become a human thunder. That's not bad. If Masa from the world of One Piece could eat the Thunder fruit model, lightning human devil fruit, then there was no doubt that the three of them would become even stronger. Wait, what was your timeline? Masa from the world of One Piece felt a little helpless, but he decided to be truthful since he knew sooner or later everyone would find out. I am not sure what timeline I am in now, but probably like you guys, I should be within the canon time, or just a moment before the start of the adventure of Luffy, but to be honest, I have eaten a devil fruit, so I can't eat the Thunder fruit model, lightning human devil fruit even if I want to. You have eaten a devil fruit? Yes. As expected, you are us. Yeah, if you are not lucky, then you are not us. Their luck might not be as outrageous as the original protagonist, but the fact that Masa from the world of One Piece could get a devil fruit after he just arrived in the world of One Piece showed that he was like the two, his luck wasn't bad. More importantly, as there were the three of them, their luck would also be combined together, which gave them greater luck. What kind of a devil fruit did you eat? Still, what kind of devil fruit did Masa eat? Even if it was a normal zone type of devil fruit, which was known as the weakest zone and lowest potential devil fruit, it didn't matter since they believed that they could make it stronger. However, his answer made them not know how to react. It's jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit. What? It's jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, okay? Masa from the world of One Piece let out a helpless sigh and said, I have become a human jacket. Chapter 6, The Potential of the Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit 1 Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, or Jacket Fruit. Masa, who came to the world of One Piece and ate this devil fruit, became a jacket man. Masa from the world of DXD and Muka fell in silence for a while, trying to think about this devil fruit and recall the original user of this devil fruit. While it might have been quite a while for the two, considering they were reincarnated into a new identity instead of transmigrating to their worlds like Masa from the world of One Piece, the two still remembered how this devil fruit works from the original story. Originally, the user of this devil fruit would become a jacket and then make someone wear it, gaining the power of the one who wore it. In other words, if no one wore him, then this power was as good as meaningless. Yet, was it the truth? To be honest, I don't think this is a bad devil fruit, you know. You think so, too? I also think that this ability has a lot of potential. Masa from the world of One Piece, who also became 3 times smarter due to the combination of the 3 and calmed after he came to this space, also understood that his devil fruit, jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, wasn't as bad as it appeared to be. Yes, in the original version, the user just became a jacket and let his sibling wear it, that's it, nothing more and nothing less. Then, after the original user wore it, what would happen? Well, the original user of this devil fruit could control the power, ability, and everything of his sibling at will. It was like his sibling's strong body was his body. However, the big problem was that one needed to let others wear it before one could use the power of others. If the other didn't want to wear the user of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, then this power was as good as useless. Yet, was it? The 3 Masas looked at each other and made up their minds to make this devil fruit shine brightly. Okay, since we're all here, let's discuss the development of this devil fruit to the point of awakening, so he can train all of his might and all of us can become stronger together. Agree. No one disagreed, and the 3 of them started to brainstorm on how to develop this ability. First, as it was a jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, it should give him the ability to manipulate a jacket. In other words, if someone wore a jacket, he could control that jacket to strangle someone to death or stab that someone by forming part of the jacket into a sharp point. That's not bad. But it lacks power. A jacket is nothing but clothing, after all. Not really. I think that you can be like Doflamingo. His string fruit model, thread human devil fruit is nothing but a string. It is nothing but a fragile material, but in his hand, it can become a sharp weapon, so as jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit is a cloth, something created from a string, it should be able to do the same, right? You are right, but it needs training. You have all of us here. Be confident. Masa looked at the 2 Masas before him and felt his eyes wet. You are right. Jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit might not be as useless as he thought it to be, and at the same time, by using this devil fruit, he should be able to create his own jacket like the float fruit model, flying human devil fruit, owned by Kinemon. Moreover, it should also be possible to change the shape and properties of the jacket as he wishes it to be. For example, you can change your jacket into sharp blades that can easily slash off limbs or other forms such as a beast, a dragon, or large fists, you know. Like a Dr. Octopus? Don't use an octopus as an example. You make me think weirdly. Yeah, but let's move on, or else it might start to talk about something else. Yeah. By then, the 3 continued their discussion about the development of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit. Besides manipulating a jacket and changing its form and properties as Masa wished to be, like Doflamingo, who could change the surrounding terrain into a string, or Luffy, who could imbue a rubber property into the terrain, then should Masa do the same. But, making the ground into a jacket? I think that it is better to say that giving a terrain a cloth-like property. Oh, it's like the cadre of Doflamingo. Who is it again? Diamante. If I am not wrong, his devil fruit should be Hira no Mi, right? Hira no Mi, the devil fruit, allows a user to make their body and any object they touch become flat and flexible, letting solid objects ripple, billow, and flutter like a piece of cloth or a flag. A jacket is a piece of clothing, too, after all, so Masa should be able to do the same, right? You can try. Anyway, the devil fruit is a powerful power since as long as there is an imagination on the user, anything is possible. If we talk about another devil fruit, which is similar to us, then it should be the devil fruit of Atsuru, the grandmother of Kujaku. Oh, that one. Washu Washu no Mi, right? That one. Washu Washu no Mi, the devil fruit that gives the user the ability to literally wash and hang out to dry people and objects as if they were clothes, making the user a laundry human. If Tsuru could turn others into something like clothes, then Masa should be able to turn others into a jacket, or rather, he should be able to wear others, too. You make me remember a certain hentai plot, you know? Huh? What kind of a plot? Can we have this kind of conversation later? You are right. The two knew that Masa wanted to grow stronger in the world of One Piece, even with the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, and naturally, they had to do their best to support him. Still, the original user of the Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit could become a jacket, then he should be able to apply it to others, too, right? If he could wear others, then he could probably be like Bentham or Mr. 2, who had the power of Clone Fruit model, Imitation Human Devil Fruit, which allowed him to imitate others, whether it was his face or others. If Masa had worn another jacket, then he could have done something similar, which would have allowed him to invade any place as he wished or even steal the identity of others. You know what? I think that you can make one of the world nobles into your jacket, then wear it, and then steal his identity. Bentham can become the king of Alabasta, and Kurizumi Higurashi can become Oden to Trek Oden's father, Sukiyaki, into turning Orochi into a shogun of Wano country. If the two could do that, then why can't you become a world noble? If Masa became a world noble, then he could live without worry. More importantly, as a world noble, the true ruler of this world, if he wished to, he could get anything, the best training, the best environment, the best woman, and everything, at least, until the world government was defeated by Luffy and his gang. Masa could enjoy his life as a world noble. Then, when the world government was destroyed, Masa could just escape, steal everything, and return to his real identity. Anyway, he just died, and no one knew who he was as he wasn't a famous character, so no one could tell what was happening, right? More importantly, with their ability, Masa wouldn't die even if he was discovered. If he was discovered and then killed, he would be resurrected by their ability and returned to a safe place. Fuck. This devil fruit is amazing. Masa from the world of One Piece took a deep breath, thinking that Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit was more frightening than he had thought. More importantly, he didn't fear death since he couldn't die anyway, as he had this special ability. Becoming a world noble. Masa had never thought of this before, but he knew that if he really did it, it would bring him many advantages as he could steal the identity of others by wearing that person in his jacket, Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit. Their eyes shone brightly as he thought that this devil fruit gave them hope to become even stronger. At the same time, a crazy idea suddenly came into Masa's head as he thought a certain idea. You know, there are 3 of us here, right? Yeah? Why did you mention it all of a sudden? Masa from One Piece looked at the two and said, what if? What if my body becomes something like Blackbeard and it can make me eat more than one devil fruit because there are the 3 of us? This. The two gulped and thought Masa from the world of One Piece definitely could conquer the world of One Piece. Chapter 7, The Potential of the Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit. Too crazy idea, but I like it. You can try it. Anyway, as long as the 2 of us are living, you won't die, so be bold. Anyway, as long as Masa from the world of Muka and DXT were living, and okay, even if Masa from the world of One Piece died, he would be resurrected, so, even if Masa's body might explode after eating more than one devil fruit, he would be okay. More importantly, in the case of a failure and he died, then the Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit might disappear from his body, and his body would return to the original body, the state without a devil fruit, so by then, he could search for a better devil fruit. While the cost might be high, as Masa needed to die, it was worth a try, yet, there was no doubt that this was something that could only be done by Masa from the world of One Piece, who had died being shot. He didn't care about dying again since, compared to dying, the feeling of being powerless was even more painful. Fortunately, Masa from the world of One Piece wasn't alone, he had 2 Masas from the world of Nuka and DXT to accompany him. Don't forget to have fun. Taking a break is necessary. If you become a world noble, try to go after Sharla. Her clothes might be weird, but she is quite cute, I think. Let's talk about that later. Masa was speechless by the topic conversation, then said, since there are only the 3 of us, it means I can only eat 2 more devil fruits. Which one do you think is better? There might be more Masa in this space in the future, but for now, there are only 3 of them. Frankly, it doesn't really matter what kind of devil fruit you eat. There are all of us here, and we can discuss together to make a trash devil fruit into a frightening devil fruit. Or rather, can you even eat a good devil fruit? All of the best devil fruits have been eaten by others, you know. Whether it was Thunder Fruit model, lightning human devil fruit or glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, and many other famous devil fruits were all eaten by others, and there shouldn't be any devil fruits that hadn't been eaten except for. If they thought of Masa from One Piece's current timeline, the devil fruit that hadn't been eaten according to their memory, it should be dark fruit model, darkness human devil fruit and sub no mi. Dark fruit model, darkness human devil fruit aside, they couldn't care less about the sub no mi since all it could do was make them smooth and more handsome, which was something that they didn't need. Still, the problem was that Masa from One Piece knew nothing about geography, navigation, and sailing. Masa from the DxD and Muka were even more so since neither of them had the need to go to the sea. Masa from the DxD was a devil who lived in the underworld, which didn't even have a sea. On the other hand, as a magician, Masa from the Muka wasn't allowed to travel outside of the country, but he had some experience with ships since the Ishiki family often worked together with the Ikiju family as the magician of one to guard the ocean area on the northern region of Japan such as Sanan and Hokuriku regions. However, in his mind, everything was automatic, using ion modern technology, which was so much different from the world of One Piece, which still sailed by the power of the wind. So, the two knew that they couldn't give much help to Masa from One Piece, especially when the geography, weather, and many other things were so much different from their world. They might be able to give a basic and try to learn about tools in the modern world, but that's it, they couldn't give much help except for that. More importantly, even if they could help him with navigation when Masa arrived at the location, those two devil fruits must have been eaten by the original users, so, at this moment, what could Masa from the world of One Piece do? You know what? I think that jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit is quite similar to a certain devil fruit. What devil fruit? Munch fruit model, munch human. Munch fruit model, munch human. Everyone was clear about this devil fruit, the fruit that was eaten by Wapol, which allowed him to eat otherwise inedible objects and then later manifest them from their body. Frankly, if they thought about it clearly, the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit was similar to this devil fruit except the fact that while munch fruit model, munch human needed to eat the item, jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit needed to wear or wrap the item. Or rather, if Masa wished to, he could turn any item into his jacket. Then, why did he mention munch fruit model, munch human? As they had discussed before, every devil fruit had limitless potential. If they wished to, they should be able to do it. In a certain story of One Piece, Wapol could eat his sibling, who had eaten a devil fruit, which allowed him to gain the power of his sibling's devil fruit, becoming the only character except for Blackbeard, who had eaten two devil fruits. Naturally, this wasn't permanent, and as he was defeated by the protagonist, this power was gone. Yet, this gave Masa a certain possibility. What if he could use jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit to devour others? He not only turned those people into his jacket, but he could pull them inside his body, devouring them, whether it was their experiences, abilities, or everything that became his. If so, then there is no need to hold back. Yeah, you can get any devil fruit if you wish to. Even if the devil fruit that they wish to get was eaten, as long as the user of that devil fruit was eaten, they could get it. While this might be cruel, at this moment, they could imagine themselves devouring those people with high potential in the story to become stronger, yet in this world where the strong have everything, why should they hesitate? When Masa from the world of One Piece is in despair, who would help him? No one, so, while he might not be evil and didn't like to cause trouble, he knew that he had to have power before he could give mercy to others. He was weak at that moment, and he didn't have any leeway to change anything. Or, rather, all the Masas had a similar problem. And to become stronger, even if they had to become a demon, they had to do it. The three looked at each other and then made a fist bump together. Do your best. 3x as they finished their preparations, no one hesitated and made up their minds to help each other, supporting each other to become stronger. Masa from the world of One Piece also returned to the dirty, dingy alley where he died, yet he remained quiet as he checked his body. He held his head and could tell that the wound on his head had been healed as if nothing had happened. What a magical ability. Masa marveled. But this also made him happy since it meant that he was immortal in this world. After all, since there was a Masa from the world of DxD who was a devil, it meant his age would be the same as a devil, which was as good as immortal. Yet, before all of that, there was something that he had to do. His eyes were filled with rage, and the bloodlust was clear from his body, which caused the man who had killed him to become tense. But before the man could do anything, his entire body was wrapped by the jacket, then pulled toward Masa. Slap. Zip. When the man wanted to scream, suddenly, a zipper appeared on his mouth and closed his mouth tightly, which made him unable to scream. As Masa had eaten the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, it was natural, he could manipulate a certain aspect of a jacket, including a zipper, and he tried it. Fortunately, he succeeded and could do it. Still, The man's eyes, who had killed him before, appeared in despair. His entire body was wrapped in a jacket, and his mouth was closed tightly by a zipper. While he was a cruel killer before, when death came to him, he appeared meek and begged for mercy with his eyes, hoping for Masa to let go of him. Masa looked at this man for a moment and appeared to be sorry, which caused the man to feel hope, yet at the same time, he also thought of revenge, killing the naive Masa. Yet, while Masa appeared to be apologetic, he manipulated his jacket to create a cover at the entrance of the alley so no one would enter, and by then, crack, Masa stomped the man's body rib cruelly, causing the man to release a soundless pain scream as his bone broke and stabbed his lungs. Yet this wasn't over since Masa kept stomping the man with all of his might without saying anything, causing the sound of broken bones kept echoed one after other until he realized that the man had died as the head burst open and brains splattered everywhere. Fuskkk. When everything was finished, Masa shouted all his might after he had his first kill in this world. See? The power of the jacket fruit model. Jacket human devil fruit isn't as bad as you imagine, right? Chapter 8, Revenge has to be done while everything is hot. After screaming with all of his might, Masa took a deep breath, feeling exhausted and disgusted. He was a man from the modern world, and this was his first time to kill. Or rather, was there any chance of him seeing a killing act except for ants or mosquitoes in the modern world? Frankly, due to the experiences and memories of Masa from DxD and Muka, he felt slightly used to it since the two of them had killed enemies. Masa often hunted criminals on his territory, killing them. Masa from the world of Muka was a magician, and the role of a magician in that world was as a tool, a weapon to protect the country, so it was natural for him to kill, especially when he was a man. While Masa from the world of Muka was often spoiled, he knew that in the world of Muka, one had to be cruel, or else his family would be targeted, kidnapped, and used for an experiment. Even if one died, their DNA would be kept and used as a tool to strengthen the country or a certain group forever and ever. Thinking of their experiences, Masa knew that he couldn't be merciful, and he couldn't be like Luffy, who just beat up the villains and then moved on to the next adventurer. After all, he didn't have a good background, a good father, grandpa, and brothers who would support him in case trouble came. Masa might not like to fight, and his goal was to live in a peaceful, stable, without much up and down, yet if someone wanted to pick a fight and mess up his peaceful life, then there was no need to hesitate to destroy them. Tapping his foot, a zipper suddenly appeared on the ground, then pulled the corpse, ready to erase the proof of his crime. Yes, this man might be a criminal, but it was better to be careful since a certain criminal activity was sometimes being supported by the Marines or the noble. Always be careful, this is his creed. Taking the pistol from the man's hand, Masa wondered how to use it since neither Masa from the DxD nor Muka used such a primitive type of gun, but somehow, after a glance, he understood how to use it, considering how simple its structure was. Though, when he looked at the corpse that was about to be swallowed by the zipper ground, he thought, should I try to devour it? After all, if he really could devour someone into his body and gain their talents, abilities, knowledge, and other things, it was a good thing, right? Yet, when he saw how disgusting this corpse was, he decided not to do it, especially, weird, there should be an alley here, and that guy should have been running to be this. Before the man finished his words, he was pulled by something and then slapped directly, causing a zipper to form on his lips, then close tightly. The man was stunned and panicked, realizing the role of the prey and hunter had been reversed, yet, Masa thought that this was a good target to try the power of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit. Ignoring the man's frightened expression, he tried to create a string from his jacket, which he tried to connect to the man's brain, trying to get the memory of the man from knowledge, skills which he learned, and many other things. If it was before, it might have been difficult since he didn't have much knowledge regarding the brain, memory, and other things, but due to Masa from the Muka, who mostly learned about the brain and nerve system due to his family's magic along with 3 times of learning ability due to their ability, while there was a difficulty in the beginning, he was able to learn it. Still, instead of learning everything, he just learned what he wanted to know, and as for how this ability works, if he gave an example, it would be like a string phone. By connecting his jacket's string to the brain of his target, he could learn what he wished by asking directly into the brain, especially when Masa from DxD, who was a devil, could do memory manipulation and hypnosis magic. Still, while those abilities were strong, the target had to be weakened first or even lose their consciousness since if they didn't, naturally, they would fight back. It's like a data transfer. Masa felt strange, but after he learned about the criminals group, the number of people, the leader, the hiding place, and many others, his expression became ugly. Doflamingo? Naturally, he knew Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the most famous villains in this world, yet he didn't expect that he would encounter this guy right away in this world. Slavery. While this type of business wasn't illegal, anyone could kidnap people to be sold as slaves, especially for those countries that didn't pay tax protection from the world government, known as the heavenly tribute. However, in a place where the country paid the tax, naturally, it was illegal for people to kidnap others to be sold as slaves. Yet, even so, there were still many who did it, especially when the world nobles, and even marines were involved in this business. The Doflamingo pirate was just one of them, and naturally, they didn't work as slave business owners. Instead, they let others manage the business and then took a percentage of the profit in the name of protection. Sabati Archipelago. Masa muttered the name of this place. While this place was a good place, peaceful, especially with a marine base located nearby, there was something known as a lawless area within this place, and the marines, or others, who screamed about justice every day did nothing and just let this place do anything as they wished. Couldn't you just destroy everything, killing all of them, so no one would commit any crimes in this place? If the world government could destroy a country with a buster call, then why couldn't they do the same in this place? If the buster call cost too much money, then why didn't they use admirals such as Aokiji, Okainu, or Kizaru? If one of them came, then would the people in those lawless areas dare to do anything? It's strange. People in the Marines kept talking about justice all the time, but in the end, their work was like this. If that was the case, then they might as well not call themselves a justice, so it wouldn't give people hope. Yet, Masa also knew that to make people willing to work for the Marines, giving this organization an image of justice was necessary. Money alone isn't enough to make a Marine throw their lives away, after all, and a feeling is necessary. Taking a deep breath, if it was before, Masa might not have cared since he was also such a selfish guy, and what he wished to do was just to go to the East Blue, having a harem life in that place, but since this place had messed him up, then don't expect him to let them go. The man, whom Masa had caught, had woken up but realized that he wasn't killed, which made him sigh in relief, thinking that Masa would let him go, yet soon, he saw a frightening scenery that made his body shudder. On the man's body, there was a huge zipper on the back, and this zipper was open, causing his entire body to become flat like a piece of clothing. The man tried to scream, but he couldn't since his mouth had become a zipper. He tried to move, but he couldn't since his body had lost control, and soon, his being was robbed. Masa entered the body of a man and turned the man into a jacket. Patting his face softly, he felt weird, but he walked out of the alley and looked for a mirror or a glass to see the reflection of his face. Then, as expected, he had become the man he had worn previously. Yes, at this moment, no one could guess that he was Masa, especially considering how handsome he was originally. Hey, Boris, what are you doing? We have to search for that guy, or else the boss will get angry. Boss Disco wishes to make that guy a gift, you know. Oh? Boss Disco? Masa, who had become the previous man, looked at the man's acquaintance, who appeared in panic. Yeah. You might not know, but one of the cadres of the Doflamingo pirate is here, you know. Cadre? Which one? If I am not wrong, it should be McVise-sama? McVise? Yeah, Boss Disco said that McVise will be happy with that guy as a gift. The man showed a strange smile and didn't notice Masa, whose expression had become blank. Ha, but I am sure that guy will be happy to become the pet of a strong man like that. Yet, before the man finished his words, he had already lost control over his body and mind, becoming Masa's mindless doll. Yes, like Doflamingo, who could control people with his string fruit model, thread human devil fruit, Masa could do the same with jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, and naturally, his control was higher, especially when Masa from the world of Muka gave him knowledge about the brain and nerve. More importantly, unlike in the world of Muka, he didn't need to fear that others would treat him as a criminal since, in this place, there are no rules for the strong. One person became two became four, and then all the people that he controlled increased even further to thousands of criminals. Yes, Masa didn't hold back and controlled thousands of people directly and had them hold various weapons, cannons, guns, knives, a dagger, a sword, a fork, and even a chopstick. All of them walked like an army, and they all moved toward Disco's slave shop and other slave shops. Watching all of that from a far distance, Masa stared at everyone coldly, and in his mind, there was only one thing that they had to do, and that was to destroy everything. Yet, what he didn't know was that a thief-like figure noticed him and had been staring at him curiously from a far distance. Chapter 9, Become Stronger. Disco, how long do I have to wait? A large, overweight man with long, wavy, blonde hair under a big red hat and wearing a large red shirt with swirly designs on it and a tail-like appendage on his back appeared to be very dissatisfied. Please wait for a moment, McVise-sama. I have all of my men and the support of other groups searching for him. I am sure that he will be caught as soon as possible. Disco, the owner of the human auction house and who was also affiliated with the Doflamingo pirate, tried to wipe his cold sweat as he begged the large, overweight man, McVise, that he would get the gift as soon as possible. If you don't mind, please enjoy those luxury alcohols that I have collected while waiting. I will be sure to get that gift for you. You need to be in a hurry, in. McVise didn't refuse Disco and continued to drink the luxurious alcohol that was given to him. If you want to get close to young master, you have to treat me well, okay, in? You hear me, in? Yes, McVise-sama. I will do my best to serve you. While Disco lowered his head, his expression was that of disdain towards McVise since, in his mind, their relationship was nothing but using each other, but then again, he also understood how dangerous Doflamingo was, so he had to be careful. As for McVise, this stupid guy was nothing but a tool for him since Disco wanted to lower the protection house tax given by Doflamingo, so he tried to curry him a favor. Fortunately, he knew the way, and there was no need for them to hesitate as they knew what to do, but because of that, he had to urge his men. Bastard, hurry up and find him. What did I pay you for if you can't even do such a simple job? Why yes, Disco-sama. You should find him tonight, or else. Disco's eyes narrowed at his men, and he said coldly, you and your family will be sold as slaves. Everyone's expression turned pale before they bowed their heads again and shouted, yes, Disco-sama. Hurry up and move. As everyone quickly scrambled to search for their target, Disco let out a hopeless sigh, especially when he saw all the food and alcohol consumed by McVise. Those with a strong body usually ate a lot, and those foods and alcohol were luxurious items, so there was no doubt it was painful to him to see McVise consume those items like a barbarian. Damn it. However, Disco didn't lose his mind since money could be searched once again, but he only had one life. More importantly, he knew how strong McVise was, and as someone who was chosen as the cadre of the Don Quixote pirates, this fatty wasn't weak, yet, this was the fate of the weak. Disco knew that if he wanted to live well, he could only rely on Doflamingo. Still, as Disco lamented at how weak he was, Bo-O-M-M. 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 Disco heard loud explosions, which startled him, but when he wondered what was happening, the most luxurious room where he stayed was bombarded. What? Yet, before Disco could do anything, his body was swallowed by an explosion, and he just died like that. Yes, he might be a shop owner, but even so, his body was like any other weakling, and he died. Similarly, McVise was dumbfounded, wondering what was happening, but before he could react, he was bombarded by explosions. Bo-O-M-M. 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 What's happening? Stop. Stop. What are you guys doing? At the same time, in other slave shops on this island, all of them were attacked by mobs. The people that Masa had controlled might have been a group of weaklings, but when thousands of them gathered, they had a great impact that made people feel pressured. Moreover, he made this attack at night when everyone was about to sleep or had already fallen asleep. No one was prepared, but Masa had made his complete preparations. At the same time, he didn't feel guilty about killing those he had controlled, or rather, he made them perform a suicide bombing, exploding themselves with a bomb to destroy everything. At the same time, he also made those people let go of those slaves to make an even more chaotic situation in this place. Unfortunately, some of the slaves were chained or had a bomb-like device on their necks. There was nothing he could do about those types of slaves since, at this moment, he had to be careful and remain hidden so everything would be okay, especially when he thought about his next plan. Using several cats as a connection to see the outside world, Masa remained underground, watching everything as he controlled his thousands of puppets to destroy everything. Fortunately, this was a lawless area, so no Marines would come to this place, and even if there was a mess, no one would come. Instead, all of them would remain hidden, thinking that there was a war among the criminals and just hoping the conflict would end as soon as possible. Yet, some people, especially those with strong power, were stunned when all of them saw what was happening. What's happening? An elderly man with a powerful body looked at this scene of carnage with confusion. Rayleigh. A beautiful woman with short hair and revealing clothes quickly approached the man's side. Shakayaku. Rayleigh's expression became awkward when he saw this woman as she was his wife. More importantly, he had been away for so long, playing around with so many women, and hardly went home. However, Shakayaki didn't bother to mention her husband's bad hobby. Instead, she was more cornered about the chaos before her. Do you think it is a devil fruit user? Probably. Probably. Some hockey users can control people, too. Shakayaki. Then? Let's not do anything. Rayleigh shook his head and said, I can't find that person, and more importantly, it isn't a bad thing, and you know? It was like in the past, right? He felt that this wasn't a bad thing as the lawless area could be cleaned up, and more importantly, it wasn't worth it to offend such a powerful and cunning person. In this world, there were many strong people, but smart people were rare, and even if one existed, they were weak. So, if this smart person was strong, what would happen? Rayleigh was too lazy to get involved in this problem. Past? Shakayaku thought for a moment and recalled the memory of the past, which made her expression soften. Are you going home? Yeah, it's been a while since I accompanied you. Rayleigh flashed a bright, strange smile as he wrapped his hand around his wife's waist. Come on. Let's go back. Shakayaku snorted, but she didn't refuse. Instead, her buttocks twisted strangely, yet lewdly, as if she was expecting something. At the same time, Masa, who had been moving around the underground, made a path by opening one zipper after another to steal many treasures, money, and many important things from those shops. After all, during this situation where no one was sure whether they could stay alive or not, who thought to protect their wealth? So, Masa worked hard to steal all of them, and at the same time, he tried, wondering whether he could open a zipper into his body to keep all of that wealth. In other words, he hoped to create something similar to a dimensional pocket. After all, whenever he opened the zipper, what was shown inside was a dark space, and as expected, he could keep something inside. If there was a reason to explain all of this, he had to say it because there was an aspect of pocket on the jacket, which made this possible. However, as he had to keep everything inside his body, he had to bear the weight of those treasures, yet for him, whose body had been strengthened due to the devil fruit and a combination of masa from DXT and Muka, he had become much, much stronger. Help me. Still, when he was about to steal and keep everything inside his body, he turned after he heard a voice. There was a large cage and a creature inside. This creature wasn't a human. Instead, it was something like an animal, but it could talk like a human. Or rather, this creature was like a human but with furry mammalian features. Mink tribe? Masa remembered this unique race from One Piece and didn't expect to meet this kind of race in this place. However, when he thought that this was a place where many slaves were sold, he felt that it was normal to see a mink tribe or two. Please kill me. A lion-like man had his body beaten up, and he knew that he couldn't live any longer. Moreover, what awaited him was nothing but torment and nightmares, so he might as well ask others to kill him. Yet, due to his strong physical ability, he would live for a little longer and couldn't die immediately. If so, then wasn't it better to die right away? Masa looked at the pleading eyes of the mink tribe for a moment, then granted his wish. You don't have to worry. I will give you your revenge. Thank you. The mink tribe died with a peaceful smile, and as soon as he died, Masa took a deep breath and decided to devour him, making the mink tribe man part of him. As soon as the mink tribe was inside his body, Masa could feel a new power within his body. Not only did his physical ability grow stronger, but powerful electricity suddenly exuded from his body, and he knew that he had gained the special power of the mink tribe, Electro, which was an innate race ability of the mink tribe that made them able to use a powerful bioelectricity. Similar to the Ishiki family of Masa from the world of Muka, whose specialty was bioelectricity-related magic, but the Electro was even more powerful since the physical of the mink tribe were different from a magician in the world of Muka. Still, there was no doubt that Masa from the world of Muka owed him, he thought. At the same time, he had become stronger, but this wasn't enough. How dare you attack me, N? I will kill all of you, N. Die, N. As Masa heard this loud, angry voice, he knew that there was another chance for him to grow stronger, and of course, he wouldn't let this chance go. Chapter 10, My Second Devil Fruit Die, N. McVise, who had escaped from the ruin, jumped high into the sky before he fell to the ground and decimated everything. Bomb. A powerful force spread in every direction, caused an earthquake in the area, and, at the same time, turned those people into mincemeat. Yet, even so, no one hesitated and continued to attack McVise, trying to kill him, attacking all the fragile parts of his body even if the price was their lives. At the same time, many also committed suicide by exploding themselves one after another. Fuck. McVise was completely panicked when many people kept exploding in his direction, causing so many wounds and injuries on his body. Yes, while he might be a cadre on the Don Quixote pirate, he didn't master a hockey. Still, his pride didn't allow him to run away since it would tarnish the name of his young master, and more importantly, he wasn't weak enough to be defeated by a group of trash. Die, N. Using his devil fruit, McVise tried to punch everyone in the surroundings, causing those people to be decimated as their entire bodies broke. Tonton fruit model, wait human devil fruit. This was the devil fruit, which he had eaten and allowed him to drastically increase his own body weight, leveled by metric tons. There was no doubt that it was a powerful devil fruit since his punch had become so powerful that it was enough to kill someone with just one punch. At least if he faced a group of small fries, he would be undefeated. At the same time, as long as one of them died, and they saw his incredible might, based on his experience, they would be panicked, and by then, he could start his revenge by a massacre, yet, unexpectedly, bomb. His head was hit by a cannon, causing him to be stunned for a moment, and naturally, those who were affected by the explosion died, but the others never stopped and kept attacking McVise, and some of them stabbed their knife into one of the McVise's eyes. Stab. Ah! The moment the sharp knife stabbed into one of his eyes, causing him to be in so much pain that he woke up after being hit by a cannon, he quickly turned his head to avoid another attack who tried to aim for his eyes. Still, McVise quickly woke up and screamed painfully before trying his best to run away. Get the hell out of me, in. Let go, in. McVise had decided to run away since he felt that those mobs were crazy. They weren't normal. What was wrong with them? His head was all bloody, and his body was covered in injuries that no part of his body wasn't red. However, when he tried to escape by changing his weight to 0, everyone grabbed him together, trying to pull him down so he couldn't escape. Let go, in. As he moved his hands, increasing the weight to cause a powerful force that blew everything, which made him ready to escape, only a fist suddenly grabbed his belly, digging deeply into his flesh. It hurts, in. His mind was crazy, and McVise was desperate to comply, but at the same time, he realized that this person was different from others. When he looked down, he saw a small hole in the ground, which was only enough for a fist to come out, and at the same time, zipper? Yet, before McVise understood everything, Masa directly used an all-out attack. Jake curtain. A jacket-like curtain covered McVise from above and surrounded him along with a few people before they suddenly vanished. Huh, where is he? I am not sure. But what is happening? When everyone was confused, McVise never vanished, and he was still in the same location. The only difference was that he was covered in a gigantic jacket that reflected himself and his surroundings like a mirror, which made people think that he had disappeared even though he was in the same position. Moreover, as it was at night, it had made it even harder for people to see what was happening. Naturally, if someone had an observation hockey, then they would notice what had happened, but fortunately, those who could use it weren't present. Yet, McVise quickly realized that he was being targeted by a devil fruit user. Still, knowing all of this, instead of getting scared, he became courageous and angry that someone would dare attack him. It must be you, in. How dare you attack the great me, in? Don't you know my identity, in? I am the great pirate under the young master, Don Quixote do Flamengo. If you kill me, then be prepared for my young master's revenge. My young master will definitely kill you. Usually, as soon as people hear the name do Flamengo, they are frightened and hesitate in their actions. McVise thought that this coward, who could only hide among the crowd, was the same, thinking that this guy would definitely be scared and stop attacking him, though he had to say, Masa's hand was quite weird as it was long, and instead of flesh, it was like a zipper, which confused McVise. At the same time, he tried to see Masa's face since, by then, he could start his revenge and ask his young master and others to help him get revenge. If you know, then hurry up and stop attacking me, in. And stop all of them for me, in. As Masa didn't say anything, McVise thought that he had won, but unfortunately, it was just because Masa was too lazy to say anything to McVise. Jake Iron Maiden. All of a sudden, the curtain that covered them suddenly turned into thousands of sharp spikes that stabbed McVise at the same time. Gah. McVise's entire body, from head to toe, was pierced by the sharp spikes created by the jacket curtain. If it was just a normal jacket, it would be impossible to pierce McVise's thick body. However, Masa's jacket had the sharpness of a blade, and at the same time, while he didn't know a hockey, he knew Tki, a special ability from the world of DxD. Yes, due to Masa from the world of DxD's good relationship with Seira Org, he learned the Tki from Seira Org. So, what was the use of a Tki? Frankly, it was quite similar to hockey in the world of One Piece, which allowed the user to increase his offense, defense, and speed by shrouding themselves in an aura of Ki. Moreover, the Tki could be channeled into a weapon or ability, and this is what he did, using Ki to cover his jacket's ability, which made it sharper and more powerful. McVise was in disbelief as he had never expected someone to dare to attack him even after he told that person he was someone under Doflamingo, but as the curtain jacket, which made many sharp spikes, started to wrap him like a dumpling, he could only succumb in despair. Young master. McVise was about to die, but he was pulled to the ground by Masa to a safe place, somewhere hidden, before all of the people that he had controlled caused more chaos, destroying this vile place from the earth. Still, Masa didn't move too far away since he was afraid that McVise would die. If McVise died, then the devil fruit inside his body would be reincarnated somewhere, and that wouldn't be good. So, after Masa got into a good place, he came directly out of the human jacket that he wore to hide his identity, then unwrapped McVise, who was on the verge of dying but had lost consciousness due to blood loss and injuries. However, Masa had to say that this battle was easier than he had imagined, but he knew well that it was all due to the Masa from the DxD and Muka. Masa from the DxD gave him a powerful physical ability, which had been trained from childhood, and Masa from the Muka gave him an almost instant reaction that made his enemy a swift defeat without being hurt from the fight. Still, enough of that since he knew that it was time for him to do an experiment on the ability of his jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit. McVise. While Masa didn't expect he would meet this guy in this place, he knew that he was in luck, especially when McVise's devil fruit was quite good, but unfortunately, McVise was trash. Weight equals mass x gravity. In the future, he might even manipulate gravity if he mastered this devil fruit, and at the same time, once the weight increased to the limit, it was even possible to open a black hole, see? However, just by using this ability by increasing his punch by 1 ton's might, he could simply defeat anyone, especially in the world of Muka, where everyone's physical ability was just about the same as each other. Knowing all of that, why should he hesitate? So, a zipper appeared on the top of his head, and his body was wide open. Then, it devoured McVise without mercy, especially when this guy was a pirate. McVise seemed to awake, but he only saw an endless darkness, which made him panic. At the same time, he appeared to realize what was happening and woke up, but it was too late. Still, as McVise was already inside his body, Masa made his attack, and this time, he simply killed McVise inside his body. Then, after a moment, his eyes shone with a brilliant light as he punched the ground with all of his might. Bomb! The ground gouged out, cracked, and shook violently like an earthquake had happened. Yet, in front of such a disaster-like situation, Masa was full of happiness. Why? Tantan on me was devoured by him. Chapter 11, Silence It Strangely Fast. Masa felt that everything was hard to believe since the change in him was so much in just a single day. After he gained his devil fruit, jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, he thought that he would have a training arc where he would try his best to train himself to become stronger before he went to the East Blue and made money along the way, so when he arrived, he wouldn't be stumped with the problem of money. But then again, money was the last thing to worry about in this world, especially when one could rob others with ease. Even if he didn't rob good people, he could rob pirates, which were practically everywhere due to the great pirate era opened by Goldie Roger. Fortunately, he didn't lack money, especially when he had taken all the wealth that he could collect within this place. Still, he couldn't help but frown when he thought about Goldie Roger. What a bothersome guy. Shaking his head, he decided to ignore this figure that was the center of everything. It's better to think to become stronger. With the ability he gained, along with the 2 devil fruits on his body, he knew that his survivability had risen dramatically. The jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit was obvious since it gave him a lot of convenience. The Tantan fruit model, weight human devil fruit also increased his attack power to a large extent. If there was something that he needed more of, it would be either an improvement of physical ability or something that could help him with energy, whether it was improvement, saving, or anything else. Energy. This might probably be one of the most important aspects of the world of One Piece. Yes, Luffy might be powerful, especially when he had eaten a human fruit model, Sun God Nika devil fruit, probably making him the strongest. But to support the consumption of this power, a great amount of energy was needed. Or rather, all the powerful individuals in this world could eat a lot. No, they needed to eat a lot. Yet, when he thought about the situation of this world, where everyone lacked food, and all the lands that were supposed to be used for farming were either dominated by the strong or sunk by the increase of the sea level, he knew that preparation was needed. At the very least, he had to be self-sufficient. After all, while his ability could help him to become stronger, it couldn't help him to fill his stomach, right? Yet, no matter what, the basics of everything, which was a strength, couldn't be forgotten, especially when he knew that he had to learn a hockey. If it was before, he might think of joining a famous pirate group in the New World, such as the 4 Emperors, or joining the Marines since either of those groups would teach him the knowledge of a hockey. While his choice might seem weird since a pirate and a Marine were the polar opposites, he made his decision not based on a feeling. Instead, he made that decision based on the advantages and disadvantages of joining such a group. The advantage of joining the pirate group was that it was free. Yeah, this was the advantage of joining a pirate since there were no rules, no expectations, and no other work, and he could give his everything to train to the fullest. Naturally, the disadvantage was also huge as he would become a criminal and he wouldn't have proper food or salary, considering he chose a pirate as a career. If there was something fortunate, it was his jacket fruit model. Jacket human devil fruit allowed him to hide his identity, so when he finished with the pirate group, he could leave without worry. Still, compared to being a pirate, being a Marine was much better in terms of training as he could receive systematic training that had been used by the members of Marines for generations, along with free food and accommodation. Frankly, whether it was being a pirate or a Marine, all of them were the same for him since as long as he joined either of them, he would be protected by a giant organization that he had joined, but naturally, as he had become a member, he had to pay a certain cost, such as fighting for the organization. If he joined the Marines, he would fight pirates, which was something that he didn't mind. However, I will lack freedom. Losing freedom meant a lot to him, and time wouldn't wait for anyone. If possible, he had to become stronger faster, and frankly, the idea that came from his previous discussion to become a world noble by turning one into his jacket wasn't a bad idea at all. As for being noticed by the strong in the Holy Land Marijois, the capital of the world government, Masa didn't have such a fear, especially when the identity he stole would definitely be in the trash, and no one would pay attention to the trash, right? Yet, even if he was trash, he was still a world noble, and who dared to fight him? However, when he thought about the potential of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, which allowed him to devour someone and gain their abilities, like what he did with the Lion Ming tribe previously, he knew that joining a faction, whether it was a big pirate group or a marine, would be more a liability to him. Instead, he should just focus on devouring famous characters in the world of One Piece, such as Rayleigh and Shakayaki. Yes, he knew that those two characters might be likable and loved by many, especially when Rayleigh taught Luffy, but don't forget that this guy was the vice captain of a Gol D. Roger. In other words, this guy was a pirate who had caused the Great Age of Pirates, so there was no need for him to feel guilty for devouring Rayleigh. Yet, while the idea was good, the reality wasn't as good as it appeared to be, since Rayleigh wasn't weak. Could Masa even defeat Rayleigh? The answer is hard. Masa wouldn't die, but to defeat Rayleigh, the power of jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit and ton fruit model, wait, human devil fruit wasn't enough. More importantly, once again, he really hadn't mastered hockey, and in case he made his attack, he was afraid that he really couldn't penetrate this guy's defense. Moreover, he didn't know where this guy was. Let's take a step by step. His improvement tonight was already impressive, and there was no need to be impatient, especially since his physical ability had improved a lot due to Masa from the world of DxD. Tonight, he just wanted to rest and left everything to his dolls, people he controlled, to destroy this diabolic place. Anyway, no one would know that he was the one who did it, and would even connect the power of a jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, with all the chaos in this place. Yet, as he thought so, something wanted to disturb his peaceful life. When he turned, he happened to meet a shadow, someone who peeked at him, which made his heart cold. The person also noticed his gaze and quickly decided to run away. Naturally, Masa couldn't let this person go, and he directly used his nerve disruption ability, paralyzing the entire body of the target, then extended his hand with zipper ability from his jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit power. He detached his arm and launched it, catching his target with ease before it was pulled back in by the zipper extension. Yet, for the one that was caught, this person was filled with despair. No. 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 With nerve disruption, her entire body couldn't be controlled. No, she had lost control over her body, and with the cruelty of Masa, she knew that she would be silenced. I can't die. No, I don't want to die. When Masa pulled his target, ready to end her life as he didn't wish for anyone to know about his identity, her will to live allowed her to fight the ability of the nerve disruption for a moment, begging him to live. Please don't kill me. I will do anything. As she finished her plea, the hat that covered most of her features was also thrown, showing her beautiful face that was filled with despair. She appeared young and slim, with long light purple hair tied in a chignon and blue eyes. While her clothes appeared dirty, which was something that she probably did deliberately to make herself low-key, her face was beautiful and clean. She is quite familiar. Masa wondered why he had seen this woman. He was sure that this person was the heroine, but definitely not the main one. But then again, there were many beautiful women in this world. If there was a difference, then it was the fact that those beautiful women weren't famous. Still, during his stupor, while the woman couldn't run away, she could escape the grasp of the nerve disruption, the ability that made her tremble in fear as it made her lose control over her body. As a thief from the weakest sea, Karina's life had been smooth, especially when all the people she met had a low IQ that she could control, but this time, she met a tough nut to crack sense instead of talking. She met a killer that wouldn't show mercy to a beautiful woman like her. Still, she also understood why Masa wanted to silence her, especially with all the commotions he had caused. No one knew about him except her, and of course, he wanted to keep her silent since if everyone knew what he did, then he would be targeted by many forces. This place was weird since it continued to exist even though the Marine headquarters was nearby. Shouldn't this place be destroyed already? If Garp, the hero of the Marines, had used galaxy impact here, this place would be as good as gone. Unfortunately, he never intended to do so and just continued to play the role of a senile old man until his fight with his disciple. Or rather, if one of the admirals came and destroyed this place, then who could stop them? Yet, no one did it and just continued to let this evil place exist, pretending that it didn't exist. Was it because there were many forces that made money in this place, such as the world government, countries, nobles, or even some marines, that no one thought would destroy it? Yet, there was no doubt, as she had been in this place for so long, that the only person that she knew that could take practical action to destroy this place was Masa. However, it was also due to her knowing that this guy was cautious and he was probably a former slave, so he could start his new life without worry, and her existence was nothing but a drag. Yet, once again, she didn't want to die. Please. Please. I don't want to die. I will give you my everything, so please spare my life. Karina subconsciously made her voice sweet, making her face as pitiful as possible, and even showed her deep cleavage, which was white and smooth. If someone looked closer, one would even see a slight pinkiness that slightly peeked out from the side of her shirt, enchanting her charm even further. This was her ultimate move, and she believed that this man would spare her. Probably. Hopefully. Fortunately, her bet was correct, but unfortunately, this man wasn't like any stupid man who acted arrogantly and idiotically, boasting about everything, whether it was their size or skill, yet sleeping before they even did anything. In front of such a temptation and the stress that Masa encountered after coming to this world for the first time and many other problems, such as killing for the first time, he directly devoured the beautiful woman in front of him. Ah. Oh. Wow, wait. This is my first time, too. Ah. Oh. His direct move startled her, but when Karina looked at him, who hugged her desperately, she loosened herself and gave her everything before screaming sweetly, realizing this guy was more amazing than she had thought to be. Yet, as the two tried to forget many things that happened to them together, the world was in chaos. Chapter 12, First Partner Chaos on the Sabati Archipelago. The next day, the newspaper and everything else were filled with information about the accident that happened in the Sabati Archipelago. While everything that happened in the lawless area, where all the crime happened, and most that were affected were bad people, which everyone was happy for, many couldn't stay calm, especially when the Marines were also attacked as they tried to stop the chaos. Yet, the focus of everything was simply because those people who had made this commotion were so weird. However, considering the low IQ of the people in this world, there was hardly anyone who thought weirdly about this accident. Instead, everyone just accepted everything the way it was, especially when the information that was gathered during the accident was extremely limited. Yes, nothing was weird except for the fact that all of those people who were rampaging in the lawless area were controlled as mindless dolls by Masa. However, even so, those with high IQs knew that something weird was happening, and some people were worried that this dangerous element that no one knew might become a hidden danger that might cause unrest within the stability of the world. What are you frowning about, Tsuru? Sengoku looked at his old comrade with confusion as Tsuru had been reading the newspaper for a while. No, I am just reading the news about the Sabati. Isn't that good news? Sengoku showed a rare, warm smile. That place should have been destroyed a long time ago. If there is a group of people that wish to destroy it, then why not? As long as the place that was attacked by this group of people wasn't the marine base, other residential areas, or even worse, the places where most nobles and rich resided, everything was okay. Well, you are right. Tsuru nodded, yet even so, she couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling within her heart, as if someone controlled this group of people from the dark. Then, however, soon, she shook her head for being overthinking. Even if someone was really capable of controlling a group of people like mindless dolls, this person did a good deed by destroying an evil place, such as the lawless area of the Sabati Archipelago. Yet, if this person is an evil, then Tsuru would do her best to catch this person, since she knew that for someone to have the power to control others like a mindless doll, this definitely is a power that shouldn't fall into the hands of an evil person. Yet, while the Marines might react lukewarmly as they weren't affected much, instead, they benefited since many mice and lice that had been disguising themselves as justice had been taken out due to this incident. Many nobles, rich people, criminals, and many others, whose wealth were related to the lawless area of the Sabati Archipelago, cried and cursed the group of people that had been destroying their source of money. Some of them even complained to the Marines, hoping for the head or the person who had been hiding behind the dark to be caught, as this person had caused unrest in the Sabati Archipelago. Unfortunately, many people in this world had such low IQs that some Marines followed the words of those people, trying to catch all the people who destroyed the lawless area of the Sabati Archipelago. So, at this moment, even if this place was known as lawless, a place that shouldn't be ruled and had been ignored, it was full of Marines that was ready to catch anyone who was suspicious and related to last night's accident. Yet, unexpectedly, they underestimated this group of people since, as mindless dolls, there was nothing that they feared. No, so even if there was a group of Marines that surrounded the lawless area, all of them attacked without hesitation and even committed a suicide attack, ignoring their lives, which made the situation even more chaotic than ever. Yet, if someone reacted the most about this incident, it would be a certain 7 warlords of the seas member who had a lot of influence on the lawless area of the Sabati archipelago and whose member died, killed during this accident. Young Master. McVise's vivre card is. Everyone had a gloomy expression when they saw the vivre card of McVise. Their family burned and disappeared. Foo-fya-fa-foo. A tall man with short blonde hair and a flamboyant coat laughed with all of his might, yet for those who heard his laugh, it gave them a shudder of fear. His expression was distorted, and blood veins were so prominent on his face, showing how furious he was. How dare you touch my family? Don Quixote da Flamengo couldn't control his emotions, and a powerful aura swept over his body, causing many to stumble, lose their footing, or, even worse, pass out. Young Master. Yet, everyone understood da Flamengo's feelings since for him, his family, and this pirate group was his everything, and touching his family meant death. Wait here, I will go to Sabati. Yes. After da Flamengo said so, he left his home, soaring toward the sky, aiming for the life that had killed his family. Yet, Masa, who had taken the life of McVise, knew nothing about that. Instead, he was just woken up and then looked at the woman who had taken his virginity. Karina. Out of all the women that he slept with, he wondered how he could sleep with Karina, one of the heroines in One Piece, who was also known as Nami's rival. His plan was to go after Nami's older sister in the beginning, but he got her rival instead. Well, it doesn't matter. Masa then took out 10 million belly, which he had taken from the lawless area, to give to Karina. He didn't plan to bring her with him, considering his adventurer was full of danger and, more importantly, to become stronger, he would be ruthless. His life in this world would definitely be different from Luffy, who would just beat up the villains and then continue with his adventure. To become powerful, he would do anything, and for Karina, who had a gentle heart, she definitely couldn't stay with him. It was just when he was about to leave that his hand was grasped. Are you going to leave me after you took my virginity? Masa fell silent, watching Karina, who suddenly woke up and also took out the 10 million belly into her pocket so naturally. Still, before he even said anything, she cried loudly and blamed him. How cruel. After everything we have done. You are going to leave me like that? Do you want to follow me? Let's go. Hearing his invitation, there was no hesitation in her actions, and Karina directly wore her clothes as if what had happened last night hadn't caused trouble to her body. Only, don't force yourselves. Let me help you. I think you should help me from the beginning since it was all your fault, right? Karina looked at Masa with grief since her body was all sores, and there were many lewd marks, showing how fierce he was. Still, there was no doubt, she was so sad since she didn't expect this guy to be so cruel as to leave her just like that after he gave her a 10 million belly. She wasn't a prostitute, bastard. Moreover, wasn't this guy too stingy? 10 million belly was just a small amount of money compared to all the money that Masa had stolen from this lawless area, right? How dare he leave her when he didn't even share 80% of all of his wealth? How cruel. When we get out of this place, let's stay in a luxurious hotel. At least, Karina had to say, this guy was so gentle, which made her heart warm and a little happy for some reason. As for Masa, well, he also smiled since, while he was unsure of how it would be in the future, he got his first partner. Oh, right, what's your name? Karina. Karina was speechless, realizing that they didn't even know each other's names, but at the same time, she cursed herself for telling her real name without much thought. What about you? Masa. Real name? Real name. Masa. Karina nodded with a soft smile, then asked, say, everything is good at all, but how will we even leave this place? As she asked so, her eyes peeked outside, watching many fights, chaos, and a group of marines that were ready to catch anyone within a lawless area. If it was others, it might be difficult, but for Masa? Well, leave it to me. Chapter 13, Impel Down is my treasure trove, so, how will we be able to leave? While Karina was in doubt, she decided to trust him, leaning on him and letting him piggyback on her. Trust me, okay? Okay? When Karina was in doubt, suddenly, from the back, a zipper appeared from his head, moved to his back, wide open, which made a space for her to enter into his body. Karina opened her lips in a daze due to this bizarre situation. Enter. Last night, Masa was inside hers, and now, she would be inside him. This is so weird. Karina couldn't help but express her thoughts at his strange ability. You can't move well, and this is the best way for us to escape, okay? Well, I know. While Karina felt weird, she knew that this was the best way for them to escape, especially when her physical condition wasn't at its best. Well, it was his fault, though, if he isn't so fierce. Her face blushed shyly before she entered his body from the open space on his back, and when she entered, the zipper closed automatically. It's weird. The space inside his body was relatively spacious, and it was strangely comfortable and warm. Moreover, Karina could even see the outside as if his body had become part of hers, so even if someone was claustrophobic, that person would be okay. Well, considering Masa's personality, Karina felt like she would be the only person who was allowed to enter his body like this, which somehow made her smile again. "Can you hear me?" "Oh? I can talk with you here." "Probably not before, but now it is different." Masa had to say that the ability of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, was so weird, even if this ability was so convenient. While he appeared nonchalant, it felt weird for someone to be inside his body. Was this the feeling of a pregnant woman? Somehow, he didn't want to think about anything anymore and quickly left the building where they had their first lovemaking. Among the lawless areas, not every place appeared horrible, and many even appeared better than a luxurious resort, but considering the situation outside, it definitely wasn't advisable to stay any longer. Masa also didn't plan to stay any longer and quickly left by creating a zipper on the ground below, making him able to pass through the lower floor and even underground with ease. When he touched the earth, like before, he walked below the soil like a mole. Naturally, Karina saw everything, and this confused her. "What kind of devil fruit did you eat?" "Wait, it's okay for me to talk, right?" "Yeah, you are inside me, so your voice can only be heard by me." "That's great then." Karina sighed in relief, then asked, "So, what kind of devil fruit did you eat?" Frankly, she really couldn't tell since Masa's devil fruit could do a lot of things, from creating a zipper, detaching his hand, turning his body flat, walking on the underground with ease, and even keeping her inside his body. More importantly, yesterday. She felt like she had missed something important yesterday when she peeked at him, seemingly suddenly becoming stronger. Regardless, if Masa didn't eat this devil fruit, somehow, she wished to eat it herself, considering the convenience that was brought from eating this devil fruit, especially in terms of escaping. Lastly, this guy could keep many things inside his body, while Karina wasn't sure. Somehow, she could tell that all the wealth in the lawless area was already taken by this man of hers, and while she wasn't sure of the total amount, it wouldn't be weird of him to have hundreds of millions of gully. With such an amount of money, the two of them could live well without worrying about anything. Still, as a thief, she felt jealous of his ability. "Let's talk later." Suddenly, Masa came out from the underground toward the group of the Marines. "Huh?" Karina was dumbfounded, and her heart was filled with fear, yet unexpectedly, somehow, Masa entered the body of the Marine from the back, like how she entered his body. Zip. What kind of noise is that? Everyone was confused and looked around, but the group of Marines didn't seem to notice anything. However, one of those Marines suddenly said, "Sorry, can I go back to the toilet? I am at my limit." "Everyone, hurry up and go." "Thank you." The Marine quickly ran away under the laughter of many as he showed an awkward expression, but when he turned, his expression quickly turned emotionless, and he kept walking away toward the distance until he entered another group of Marines, then suddenly awoken. "Huh? Why am I here?" Yet, he wasn't the only Marine who had a similar experience. Instead, there were some who had such an experience, but after a long time of being unable to discover anything useful, they quickly gave up and returned to their meaningless jobs to catch the person behind the incident yesterday on the Sabati archipelago. However, for Karina, everything she had seen today was a bizarre experience, especially when she was already in the tourist area of the Sabati archipelago and also came out from inside Masa's body. "Let's get to the hotel." Oh. Yes, using the power of jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, Masa had entered the body of several Marines and controlled them from the inside, but then, if he had to say, what he did was like turning someone into a plush costume and taking over their bodies, so he could escape from the encirclement of the Marines. Still, as the two were able to escape, they directly entered the most luxurious hotel and stayed in the most luxurious room, resting inside the room together. While Karina kept staring at him, wondering what kind of devil fruit this guy had eaten, Masa thought about his next plan. While he was thinking of devouring really to get this guy's talent, ability, experience, and everything, he knew that it was unrealistic. Even with the combination of the three Masas, he knew that he wasn't Rayleigh's opponent, at least until he mastered hockey. If possible, I want to enter Impel Down. There were many powerful criminals in Impel Down that he could devour to become stronger, and more importantly, as they had been kept for so long, their bodies were naturally weakened, which made it easier for him to devour them. More importantly, as they were criminals, there was no need for him to feel guilty for devouring them. Unfortunately, while the most horrible prison in the world was close to his location, he didn't have the confidence to enter that place, especially when he wasn't even sure where it was. Wait a moment. It seems it's possible for me to go to Impel Down. Thanks to Masa from the world of DXD, he could fly as he had also become a devil, and at the same time, he also knew teleportation magic, which allowed him to go back to the location of the magic circle that he had made. It might be a little difficult, considering the location of the prisoner was quite hard to discover, but with the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, he could infiltrate inside the body of Marine, which made him able to enter Impel Down. At the same time, if he wished to, he could even control a group of Marines to his bidding. Calm down. Masa felt that everything was possible, but before that, he knew that he had to give a gift and the wish of Masa from the world of DXT, so he knew that his destination after this was only one place. Hey, what devil fruit did you eat? Masa turned and looked at Karina, who asked him such a question, then smiled and said, well, if you. Then I will tell you. Pervert. Karina glared at him with a shy blush, but watching his expression, she gulped and asked unsurely, will you really tell me? I will. Karina kept staring at him, feeling her pride was trampled, but when she thought about their relationship, she let out a helpless sigh, tied her long hair into her usual chignon, and lowered her head, holding her large lollipop, licking it softly. Tell me after this, okay? Her voice was quite a little strange, but even so, Masa was clear about what she said. I will tell you later. HMN. Patting Karina's head softly, Masa let out a comfortable sigh, thinking that he was glad to bring her with him. By the way, it might be weird, but some characters might be likable in the original story, but in this story, it might not be the case, so if you like a certain character and I make him into an enemy of the mech, don't hate me, okay? Masa is practical and logical. Instead of a feeling, he relies on logic, but he still has a bottom line since he won't hurt the innocent. Still, to be honest, do you think that pirates are all like Luffy, who just goes to the adventurer in reality? In reality, all the pirates are far worse than you imagine, this is the fact, even if we try to deny it as we love Luffy and all of those lovable characters. Chapter 14, Good Luck Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit? Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit. So you are a human jacket? Yup. The two rested and played around in the hotel and the Sabati archipelago, and this time, Masa accompanied Karina in buying clothes as he read a book about navigation quietly. As expected of this island, even if there was a place known as a lawless area, the other area was quite decent, and he could find many important books to enhance his knowledge of navigation, medicines, history, geography, and many others. Still, considering his situation, he decided to learn navigation first, and at the same time, he had to say the power of 3 Masa made him able to learn everything fast, and his body also grew stronger and stronger, especially after he had devoured the user of Tantan Fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit. When he thought about the original user of this devil fruit, McVise, he thought that this guy was a clown. He knew that this might seem like an exaggeration, but this was the fact he got from this guy, especially when all the names of his moves had either 1,000 tons or even 10,000 tons in weight, when the truth was that wasn't the case at all. If the user of Tantan Fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit could really increase its weight to 10,000 tons, then he believed that user would already become one of the strongest. More importantly, when one increases one's weight with this devil fruit, it makes it harder for them to move. If he made an example, it was like how one carries a heavy thing and needs to move slowly to move. So, the fact that Michivai's shouted 1,000 Oregon 10000 tons was nothing but a lie. If he wanted to make his fist into the 10,000-ton weight, his physical capability also needed to reach a certain standard, or else, he could only be like either McVise or Makita, who floated toward the sky and then dropped themselves toward their opponents. However, a devil fruit ability was full of possibilities, and he might probably be able to develop the Tantan Fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit, into an illusionary weight instead of a real weight, so that way, while the damage he caused with this ability increased, the standard of physical ability that he needed to reach wasn't that much different. Yet, in this world, whether he wanted it or not, physical ability was the core. Even the admirals of the Marines, who ate a Logia type of fruit, also needed to train their physical ability to strengthen their devil fruit abilities. To become the strongest in this world, a strong physical ability was needed. Masa knew that, but the improvement of physical ability wasn't easy, and it needed long, tough, bloody training, which was kind of troublesome, especially when he wanted to get stronger faster. Fortunately, Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit solved all of his troubles, but the problem was it wasn't easy to devour those strong people. At the same time, he really felt that his decision to devour the Tantan Fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit, was a bit hasty, especially when the number of devil fruits that he should be able to consume was only 3. While it might increase in the future, he could only consume 3 now, and as he had consumed 2, he could only eat 1 more. Masa had decided on the 3rd fruit that he would eat, but then again, he hoped for the new Masa to appear so that he could eat more devil fruit. Yet, Karina was dumbfounded when she learned her man ate a Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit. Human Jacket. Karina wondered how such a strange ability could become such a versatile ability, but then again, when she thought about Masa's IQ, she felt that it was normal. However, it was only Masa who was smart, the rest were all the same in his mind sense. In her mind, most of the people in this world were idiots, and all of them had such low IQs that she could fool them like a toy. By the way, how long are you going to shop? Masa couldn't help but ask this question since this woman had spent 100 million of belly for shopping. Damn, how wasteful. 100 million bellies could be used for many things, but this woman used it for clothes that she might not even wear in her life. While Masa didn't care much since he didn't lack money as he had ransacked all the wealth in the lawless area, he felt a bit bored since all the clothes she had chosen were a bit conservative. He didn't mind this as she would wear them on the outside, but somehow, as a man, wasn't it natural of him to wish to see something bolder? Let's visit a different store, then. Watching Karina's naughty smile, Masa nodded. I saw there is a good underwear store nearby earlier. Pervert. Karina blushed, but she didn't refuse him. Okay, let's visit that place. Anyway, Masa toyed with her body many times, and she also loved the play, so why not? More importantly, Masa wasn't stingy, which was why she loved him so much. Unfortunately, Karina couldn't keep all of his money, considering she didn't have a zipper space within her body like Masa's. I want to eat a devil fruit like yours too. Karina looked at Masa with watery eyes and asked like a spoiled baby, pressing her lewd body against his, tempting him as usual. Is there a devil fruit that can give me the ability to keep things inside my body? Masa thought for a moment and said, there are many. Huh? Really? Yeah. When Masa thought about all the devil fruits in this world, he knew that there were many devil fruits that could be used to keep items inside. But I don't recommend it for you since it is too wasteful to eat a devil fruit just to keep items inside your body. You are right. Karina knew the cost of the power of the devil fruit would make her unable to swim, and if she traded her ability to swim for a meaningless ability, then she would cry without tears. However, Karina had to say that this guy was amazing to develop a trash-like devil fruit into a unique power that made her jealous. Let's say you can eat a devil fruit, what will you eat? Naturally, Suk no Mi, or Gold no Mi. Either becoming an invisible woman to become the best thief or controlling gold to become the richest. Hearing her greedy ambition, Masa could only stare at this woman helplessly. Or, if possible, is there a devil fruit that is like yours? Float fruit model, flying human devil fruit, then. Float fruit model, flying human devil fruit? Yeah, you will become human clothing and make any clothes you wish. Moreover, you can also do something like what I do. Or rather, this devil fruit should be a better version of my devil fruit. Yes, while Masa didn't like it compared to the float fruit model, flying human devil fruit, he knew himself that the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit was the lower version, but then again, no matter how powerful the devil fruit was, if the user was trash, then they would be trash no matter what. Float fruit model, flying human devil fruit. Karina murmured. Isn't this the ultimate devil fruit? Among all the clothes she bought, she didn't buy a jacket since Masa could use his ability to create a jacket, but if she ate a float fruit model, flying human devil fruit, then couldn't she create all the clothes she wished to wear? More importantly, she could do all the things that Masa could do. Damn, this was her dream devil fruit, let's get it, then. Karina was sure that in the eyes of others, the float fruit model, flying human devil fruit was treated like trash, and with the low IQs of the people in this world, she believed that she could get this devil fruit. It isn't easy to get one. Everything is based on luck, and I think that there is a better devil fruit than the float fruit model, flying human devil fruit for you. Oh? What kind of a devil fruit is it? However, Masa couldn't answer Karina's question since a group of people stopped their steps. Give us all of your things and leave your woman with us. Karina and Masa. Karina. How many again is it? 10? Or more? I forgot to count after 10. The two of them sighed helplessly, thinking about the number of times that they had been stopped by criminals, pirates, and other types of bad people. All of them were the same, wishing to get his money and Karina. Even though it has been 10 or so. Shouldn't they remember us already? More importantly, it has been 3 days after the incident, right? Aren't there too many bad guys on this island? Masa thought that with how many people he had taken down and whose wealth was taken, they wouldn't make a move on him and Karina again, but he underestimated the situation of this world. Don't underestimate the stupidity of the people in this world. Karina sighed, then smiled. Anyway, we will get rich again. Unlike Luffy, who would just beat up the evil guys and then continue with the adventure. While Masa also beat up the guy, he also tortured the guy and robbed all of the wealth of the people who wanted to do a bad thing to him. Sometimes, he even separated their bodies with a zipper, burying them alive inside the giant mangrove trees on this island. Karina also wasn't a virgin who would feel sorry toward those bad people, and even if Masa killed them, she said nothing, since if she was caught by those people, what would her fate be then? They don't seem rich, though. You are right. They are poor. The two looked at the group of evil people before them and sighed helplessly, knowing that they were as good as paupers, considering their clothes and all. Shut the hell up. What are you two talking about? Just be obedient and give us your everything. By the way, can I get the buy? He is so handsome. You are right, Masa. While Masa was speechless due to how handsome he was and that he often met this type of trouble, Karina laughed. Still, she knew that those groups of people were as good as over, and as expected, after they said those words, he directly beat all of them and took their everything. If those people want to steal from others, then they should be prepared to be stolen from, too. What a bad luck. Let's visit that underwear store then to improve your mood. Karina held his hand, then wrapped it around her white, round shoulders. Masa looked at Karina and thought that while this woman was bad, she was good at making his mood better. Okay. Still, he didn't refuse, but then, he realized that his good luck seemed to be drained, especially when he heard a voice that made him sick and annoyed from behind. That woman is beautiful. Make her into my wife. Very well, I will make the preparations to take her to the Holy Land as your 10th wife. Good, send off the guy. Whether Masa or Karina were angry and annoyed, thinking that someone really dared to cause trouble for them, but at the same time, there was this feeling that made them hesitate to turn, yet they still turned, and as expected, the last type of people they wanted to see was there. While Masa didn't say anything, Karina's voice was trembling when she saw the person before her. World Noble. Chapter 15, It's So Comfortable. With an ugly appearance and features that made him appear to have Down syndrome and obesity, the man wore clothes that resembled an astronaut as he sat on the top of a man who was full of injuries. Even if the person under him might fall any moment, the overweight man with a snot on his face didn't seem to care, and his eyes were all drawn toward Karina, clearly showing his lust toward her, and he seemingly couldn't wait to marry her. Besides the men, there were several men in professional dress who appeared to be bodyguards of the idiotic man, yet even if the request of the idiotic man was ridiculous, the group of men followed his words faithfully like the holiest words that they had ever heard. At the same time, all the people on the street had always moved away, seemingly wanting to avoid this disaster. Yet, whether it was Masa or Karina, neither of them could laugh or run away since the target of this person was them. World Noble. The two of them had been together for 3 days, and naturally, while they had fun on this island, they also learned many important things, such as the existence that would bring ruin to everyone who would sometimes came to this island. World Noble. They are the aristocratic descendants of 19 of the first 20 who established what is now known as the world government. If those people were good, it was nice and all, but they were famous for their nasty, vicious, and hedonistic traits, such as stealing the women of others, enjoying slaves, killing people as they wished, etc. While Masa and Karina hadn't seen the world noble, they knew that they had to avoid this group of people instead of approaching them. Yet, even if they had tried to avoid them, the two had never thought that they would be the ones approached instead. Yet, it was because they knew the horrible reputation of this group of people that they knew that they couldn't fight the world noble, since if they dared, then it would be death that would wait for them, especially when if they really dared to make a move on the world noble, an admiral would definitely be sent to kill them. Taking a deep breath, Masa really wondered what was wrong with his luck. He thought that everything would be so smooth for him, but it was all the same. After he was chased by a group of criminals, he was suddenly caught in this situation. Well, she is cute. Hurry up and get her. Make her my wife as soon as possible. Your words are our orders. The world noble appeared impatient, especially when he saw how beautiful Karina was, and naturally, his followers wouldn't make him wait. Yet, Karina, at this moment, had a headache, wondering why she was so beautiful, and she really wondered how the two of them could get out alive from this place. More importantly, could they even run away? Her face must have been remembered by this idiotic world noble, and even if Masa could bring her to run away, she would definitely be targeted. There was nothing good to fight against the world noble, and everyone who fought them would definitely end worse than death. However, if she couldn't escape and became the wife of the world noble, then her situation would be even worse than death, as she could imagine that her body would be ravaged by many things and treated worse than an animal, and Masa would die. Yet, when Karina tried to think of a way to escape before despair came in their direction, bang. The world noble appeared confused before he looked down, watching his bloody chest. The others were also dumbfounded, and no one could react. Everything was silent as they watched this scene in disbelief, since no one really thought that someone would dare to make a move on the world noble. Yet, Masa didn't seem to be satisfied and shot the world noble so many times until that guy completely died. Bang. 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 In this space, only the sound of his shots could be heard, but soon, Everyone woke up and ran as fast as possible, trying to get away from this place. Run. The Admiral is going to come. Run, or you will die. Damn, that guy is so crazy. Can he just give up his woman instead of harming all of us like this? Can he yet? The bodyguards of the world noble were all pale, knowing that all of them would die. If their master had died, how could they still be alive? So, to save their lives, they had to kill Masa. How dare you? Yet, before they finished their words, their bodies were cut into several pieces by Masa, who had turned his jacket into sharp blades, killing all that was related to the world nobles. At the same time, he used the bioelectricity ability that he gained when he devoured Mink tribe and also the knowledge he gained from Masa from Muka, which allowed him to destroy all the electrical devices nearby, including cameras and Mushi, telepathic snail, for protection, and erased all of the pictures of his face. Still, he knew that even with all of that, he couldn't run since, while it might appear like a hypocrite, all of these troubles were caused by him, and he didn't really want the innocent to be involved, so he had to stay and wait until the Admiral came. Yet, there was no doubt, he felt so comfortable since, of course, he didn't want his woman to be molested like that. However, Karina, who was being protected by Masa, quickly woke up and grabbed him. Let's run away. She had never thought that Masa would be so crazy and directly kill the world noble to clear up all of her troubles. Yet, while she knew that this was the only way and as long as they could run away, everything would be okay. However, when she wanted to pull him, Masa didn't move and rooted in a place where he even pushed her. Go run away by yourselves. Karina, who was pushed, fell to the ground in a daze and then stared at him in disbelief before she got angry. What the hell are you doing? Do you know what you just did? You just killed a world noble. Do you want to be killed? She had lost her calm at this moment, wondering whether Masa's IQ had fallen so low that he didn't understand what would happen after he killed the world noble. I know what to do, so I won't run. Just go. You will be a burden here. Masa wanted to smoke somehow, but he didn't have such a hobby, so he just sat on the corpse of the world noble. You blockhead. Do you want to die that much? Do you think you can win against the Admiral? Karina was so angry that she wanted to beat up this bastard. This is our parting. Masa looked at Karina and said, take care. Snap. Karina directly slapped Masa, but he dodged her. While she didn't give up, in the end, she gave up since she really couldn't slap him, and in the end, her butts were kicked by him, causing her to fall. Get the hell out of here, you bitch. This time, Masa was angry and scolded Karina, which made her angry in return. Okay, I will leave. Stay here all you want, bastard. Still, her movement was so slow, and Karina kept mocking him as if waiting for him to move, but Masa didn't and even sat on the top of the corpse of World Noble, waiting for the Admiral to come. Do you want some? Masa turned and looked at the slave that was used by the World Noble as a horse offered him a cigar. It's an expensive one. Thanks. No problem. The two somehow had a cigar together before the slave stared at the dead World Noble for a moment and asked, is it comfortable to sit there? It is. Can I? Go ahead. Thanks. Masa moved slightly to the side, giving some space for the slave to sit. Ah, so comfortable. The slave sucked the cigar happily as he rubbed his dirty butts on the head of the World Noble. Right? The two looked at each other and laughed. Well, I am happy for the last time. The slave looked at Masa with a happy smile as he held a gun in his hand. I will go first. I will save a place for you over there. Bang, the slave committed suicide and died, yet the smile on his face was so bright that it was almost blinding. Masa didn't say anything and just sucked his cigar, trying to calm his trembling hand, and at the same time, he wondered who would come. Okainu, Kyuzen, or Kizaru. Either way, it didn't matter, but he didn't expect that it hadn't been a week that he was in this world, yet expectedly, he had to face an admiral. Taking a deep breath, he thought that his third devil fruit was coming. Chapter 16, Kill the Admiral. The world noble is killed? Sengoku was dumbfounded and raised his voice high when he heard the news. Why yes, sir. Damn. How could one stay calm when one heard the world noble was killed? In the worst case, on the place where the world noble was killed, a buster call might happen and destroy the island to appease the anger of the world noble and the government. Yet, as a fleet admiral of Marines, Sengoku allowed the innocents to be killed for just something like this. Yes, the world noble might be revered by many, but Sengoku didn't think so, yet it didn't change the fact that their position was important, and the death of one of them meant that as a Marine, he had to catch the perpetrator no matter what. He isn't running away, right? No, the killer is still there. Huh? Really? Sengoku was dumbfounded. Yeah. He is sitting on the top of the world noble corpse, smoking a cigar. As if. He is waiting for our response. The man gulped, reporting what he had seen at the place of crime as he observed Masa from a distance. Admiral. What should we do? Damn. Is this person looking down on us Marines? Somehow, Sengoku got angry when he thought that the criminal who had caused all of this trouble didn't run away and just waited in a place, seemingly not caring about what kind of trouble he had caused. Sengoku-san, how about you let me come? Kizaru? That person might be dangerous. Don't let others get close. I will handle him myself. Sengoku looked at one of the admirals of the Marines with a monkey-like face, yet tall height and yellow suit. The man might not be handsome, but it was impossible to forget about his unique traits. Then, go. Sengoku nodded and agreed to Kizaru's offer since he knew well that among all the admirals, there was no doubt Kizaru was the fastest. More importantly, if possible, he didn't want to sacrifice the lives of the Marines, especially after the Sabari Archipelago incident a few days ago, as many Marines lost their lives after the incident. While those Marines might be just the lowest of the lowest, they were still the Marines, so how could Sengoku allow them to be hurt? More importantly, with Kizaru, everything would be okay. Then, I will leave first. Okay, be careful. Kizaru only snickered when he heard Sengoku's words since, in this world, there was no one who could even kill him. So, without wasting his time, he transformed himself into a light and moved toward the Sabari Archipelago, the place where the criminal that had caused all the trouble was waiting. Meanwhile, Masa, who sat on top of the world noble, also made up his preparation, thinking about all the abilities that he had in the arsenals he had to fight one of the admirals from the Marines. Haki. This was his biggest trouble since Masa hadn't learned a haki, especially the armament haki, which allowed him to attack the Logia type of devil fruit user. Yes, as the admirals were Logia type devil fruit users, unless one used haki, they couldn't attack them no matter what. Still, this wasn't absolute since there were still some ways to attack the Logia type, such as by using seawater or sea stone, which was the weakness of the devil fruit user. However, if his opponents were Kainu or Kyuzen, then those methods would be meaningless since either of them would just boil or freeze the water. Yes, after staying in this world for so long, Masa also confirmed that, unlike a normal devil fruit user, he wasn't affected by the weakness of a devil fruit user, which was seawater. If there was a reason why it happened, he could only say that it was like a glitch effect of his ability. The other Masas didn't eat a devil fruit, and they weren't affected by the weakness of the devil fruit, so the two other Masas also affected him, which made him not affected by the seawater. Still, while he could collect seawater inside the space of his body, it wasn't convenient to use it as a method to attack, considering he lacked the ability to control water or move an object with a thought. More importantly, if his opponents were either Akainu or Kyuzen, this move would be meaningless. What about Tki? From Masa of the World DXT, he gained the power to control a body aura, Tki. While the name was different, he felt a slight familiarity with Haki from the world of One Piece. Naturally, as One Piece was a world with a physical ability as a basis, the development of this ability was more advanced than in the world of DXT. Yet, what if it was different and the power of Tki couldn't have a similar effect to Haki? Masa hadn't fought a Logia-type user before, so he didn't know. Nevertheless, he knew that he had to take advantage of everything so he could win this battle. While he had grown stronger due to Masa from the world of DXT and Muka, he wasn't sure whether he had become strong enough to fight against the Admiral of the Marine. Yet, even if he wasn't sure, and even if he didn't really want to fight, he had to fight, and he also had to achieve a victory, or else, he knew his future would be far from calm. Masa didn't really want to become a criminal, after all, so he knew that even if the method was dirty, he would do anything. So, after he controlled all the people in the vicinity, whether it was Marines, the people, or everything, Masa looked at the corpse of the world noble that lay on the ground before he took a deep breath, created a zipper on his back before he entered, and the world noble that had been killed before was living once again. Meanwhile, with the speed of light, it didn't take much time for Kizaru to arrive at the location from the Marine bases. Where is he? Naturally, before he came, he had been told the location and everything, but then, he couldn't find the criminal that had killed the world noble. Has he run away? Hey, you! You are late. Hurry up and save me here. I am hurt. Yet, even if Kizaru couldn't find the killer, he discovered the hateful world noble who somehow stayed alive. Aren't you dead? He had heard the world noble had been killed, and frankly, inwardly, he was happy, wondering about the sickhead who dared to do something so crazy, yet unexpectedly, the world noble was alive, which made him kind of a bit disappointed. Are you cursing me? Do you want to die? I will report this to the 5 elders. How troublesome. Kizaru wanted to cry without tears as he knew that he was in huge trouble, but what could he do? The world noble was above him, but fortunately, he was an admiral, so he wouldn't be killed. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that he would face a troublesome situation, and his salary this month might even be taken from him. I am just a worker, you know. Anyway, you're an admiral, right? Hurry up and do the buster call. Destroy this place. Kill that person and all the people on this island. Kizaru was lost for words, but to destroy everything and kill everyone in this place for just a little accident was a little too much, right? He might not be a good guy, but he wasn't a devil, either, so, there is no need for the buster call. My power is enough to catch this criminal. Catch him and bring him in front of me. I want to torture him myself. Okay, you can do whatever you want with that guy after I catch him. By the way, where is he running away to? Can you tell me? Humphrey. He is running like a coward in that direction. Hurry up, or else he will run away. You don't have to worry. Kizaru's tone was at ease. They seemingly didn't care much, even if Masa had run away so far. Do you know how fast the speed of light is? How dare you question me? Kizaru. He let out a helpless sigh, feeling a bit regretful to go on this trip, but then, he knew that he had to catch this criminal to appease the anger of the world noble, yet, stab. Eh? Kizaru was dumbfounded when he saw a blade had passed through his chest. Cough. A large amount of blood quickly poured out from his mouth, and he was in a deep injury due to this sudden attack. At the same time, when he observed the blade instead of the blackish color of armament hockey, he saw an invisible clad around the blade, which confused him. However, he realized the danger that was about to come, especially when he saw the world noble, who had acted like a bitch before, suddenly tried to put handcuffs on his arm. Those handcuffs. His mind, observation hockey, and the speed of thinking that came from the power of Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit worked so fast that he quickly dodged and realized everything. Why you are not the world noble? His expression was so ugly as he realized everything. The ugly and annoying world noble that he had taken care of patiently before wasn't the real one, instead, it was the criminal who should have killed the world noble. More importantly, how could the other Marines never remind him? Comma this guy. What is his power? Kizaru was in a panic, realizing he was swallowed in a deep malice, but when Masa was about to make another move, he subconsciously kicked him with a kick of light. Strangely, Masa, who used the world noble as his jacket, appeared to be distorted, rippled like clothing, then wrapped his body around Kizaru's leg tightly, without any intention to let him go, enduring the pain on his body desperately as he was ready to put the sea stone handcuffs on Kizaru's leg. Yet, Kizaru was decisive and ready to run away directly. As a devil fruit user, Kizaru knew that as long as those handcuffs were on him, he would be as good as gone. While his physical ability and hockey might be able to help him to lessen the effect of the sea stone handcuffs, facing this dangerous guy, who had several plots to kill him and even used the world noble as a tool, he felt frightened. At the same time, Kizaru thought about the accident that happened on the Sabari archipelago a few days ago, thinking that the accident must be related to this guy. More importantly, he was extremely hurt as a blade was still stuck inside his heart. Yes, the part that was stabbed by Masa was Kizaru's heart, and if it wasn't because of Ci-Mikekn, life return, a technique that grants the user complete control over all of their body parts and bodily functions, then he would be as good as gone. Still, there was a chance Kizaru could run away, as long as he turned into a light. No one could stop him, yet, as Kizaru planned to do so, Masa also reacted faster since he didn't plan to let go of Kizaru at all. This guy had to die. They might not hate each other to death, but even so, as this guy had decided to came to kill him, Masa also wasn't going to be merciful since if he was the weaker one, what would happen to him? So, at this moment, he used the ability that he had developed with the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit. Mobius World. As his voice fell, the world turned into a loop. Chapter 17, at least, say something, okay? Awakening. Masa had been thinking about how to wake the Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, or rather, was it even possible? Naturally, it was possible, and frankly, it was quite easy for him to do so. Probably because this was the first devil fruit that he discovered due to his luck, so this devil fruit fitted him perfectly. After all, a certain devil fruit sometimes chose the user instead of being eaten randomly. The existence of a Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit had been known as being the weakest of the weakest even, but somehow, the appearance of Masa gave him a chance to grow and become strong, so, how could it let go of this chance? Naturally, the Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit gave its everything to Masa, hoping he would turn its existence into a legend. Probably, in the future, this devil fruit might even be known as Mythical Zone, Hito no Mi, model, Masa form. Yet, such a future is still far from within reach. Masa was still living well, and he didn't plan to die in the near future. Moreover, he planned to live for a long time, and it was impossible for him to stop the development of the Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit since if so, this power would become trash, a burden for him, so he tried his best to develop this ability further and found its way. Mobius World. This was the awakening of the Jacket Fruit model, jacket human devil fruit that he developed. Originally, the development of this ability might take a few years or so if he was alone, but as he had his ability, which made him 3 times stronger, more talented, smarter, and everything, he was able to develop the awakening of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit in just a few days. There was also an element of desperation as he had to fight Kizaru, one of the famous admirals and the strongest character in One Piece, so it pushed him even further and developed this technique. A Mobius strip, Mobius band, or Mobius loop is a surface that can be formed by attaching the ends of a strip of paper or cloth together with a half twist. In simple words, it is a loop, an endless surface where there is no end. Yes, instead of aiming for an attack, like a normal awakening such as the string fruit model, thread human devil fruit, which turned the surrounding area into a string, Masa decided to develop this awakening technique into a trap-based technique to devour his opponent. Frankly, while it was possible for him to turn the surroundings into a jacket-like property or zipper to create a gigantic monster, Masa felt the attack of such a technique wouldn't be that powerful. After all, no matter how much he tried to make a jacket powerful, a jacket was, in the end, just a piece of clothing. So, instead of forcing himself to turn a jacket into a powerful weapon, Masa thought of bringing the advantage of the clothes to the limit, a concept-based ability, and the answer to that was the Mobius strip. By adding the element of the Mobius strip and the space ability of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, Masa put his opponent inside this endless loop space where they couldn't escape and would be trapped forever. Naturally, while this technique was powerful, it had a lot of weaknesses. First, because it was his first time, this technique wasn't as powerful as it appeared to be. Secondly, as this technique was created based on the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the extreme temperatures, especially those with a heat-related ability, definitely could destroy this space with ease as he didn't have a heat-resistant ability. Cold is also the same as being frozen, which makes the clothes stiff. So, there was no doubt, in the case of a Kainu or Kyuzen, who came to fight him, Masa could be beaten even if he used this awakening technique. Thirdly, as it was a jacket, it was clothing, so a sharp thing was its natural weakness, as clothing could easily be cut down. However, while this technique might be weak against those with extreme temperature-related abilities, it was powerful, especially against those who focused on physical ability, blunt force-related ability, or used their bodies as a weapon. If the one who came to him was Garp or Sengoku, Masa had the confidence to trap the two of them down. Well, even if Whitebeard came with this technique, Masa believed that he could trap the strongest man in the world. After all, the advantage of clothing was that it was quite resistant to blunt force attacks. Nevertheless, trapping aside, defeating them was different, he thought, as he wouldn't have the means to defeat them. Still, his opponent was Kizaru. No, Masa was glad that among all the admirals, his opponent was Kizaru since, unlike a Kainu or Kyuzen, Kizaru's laser beam might be quite powerful, but it was still within the tolerance limit of his technique. Kizaru, who was trapped by this technique, was startled, but his priority had always been running away, so even if he was caught, he quickly turned into a light to run away. Unfortunately, I can't run away. Kizaru was so dumbfounded that snot came out from his nose, and his body was covered in cold sweat due to excessive consumption of his physical ability and panic. After all, this was his first time encountering this type of ability, and it trapped him like this. As someone who had eaten the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit and became the fastest man in the world, this was his first time to encounter such a complex and complicated ability. What the hell is this? The space surrounding him had a strange color, mainly black and other colors, and was made from a type of clothing. Yet, what made him crazy was the fact that this space caused his consciousness to slowly fade, which frightened him. It was like his mind was slowly being corroded, and more importantly, he couldn't escape no matter how fast he was, no matter where he went, up, down, left, or right, he would return to his original spot. It was as if he was a hamster running within a running wheel. What is this? What is this? As Kizaru asked, his body became brighter, as if he were trying to erase all the fear within his heart. Still, even if he was panicking, he was an admiral, so it was impossible for him to fall so easily, and he was using his observation haki, trying to figure out the existence as he held his wounded chest, trying to close it with his Seimaken. Unfortunately, his attainment of the physical technique wasn't that high, especially when no one could kill him, and his glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, was just too powerful. Still, he was an admiral. As long as I can kill you, then I can escape. Yes, no matter how strange this space was, as long as Kizaru was able to kill Masa, everything would be as good as over. Yet, there is a huge problem. Where is Masa? Kizaru had never ever felt that his observation haki had become so powerful, yet, even so, he was unable to find Masa. It's as if he is the entire space itself. Yes, to make this technique even more powerful, Masa merged it with this technique, and naturally, when Kizaru used everything he had to attack his space, he was hurt, but he held on. Bomb. 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 If I can't find you, then I will destroy this space. Kizaru's lasers weren't weak, and each of its attacks was enough to destroy a large area, including the building and everything in the surroundings. Moreover, this time, he didn't have any intentions to hold back, so whenever his lasers passed, they exploded, causing the clothing space to rumble, but unfortunately, everything was recovered instantly. Yet, the truth was, Masa was hurt, and he was almost at his limit. Compared to Kizaru, Masa knew that he was weaker, and his power was just about the same or slightly above Seira Org in the world of DxD when Seira Org didn't use his Longinus. If Seira Org used his Longinus and achieved a balance breaker, the strongest state of the Longinus, then Masa would. As for Masa from the world of Muka, his strength was weak, as a magician's body wasn't that different from that of a normal human. While he had many unique magics, all of those abilities were meaningless to the strong people in the world of One Piece, whose will could even be used as a weapon or make people pass out. So, with all of that, if he made a comparison to the world of One Piece, his physical ability was about a vice admiral in the Marines at best, and with such a power, there was no way that he could even dream of defeating Kizaru. Yet, Masa had never fought fairly, and he had started this fight with a despicable strategy, so until the end, that is what he would do since he didn't want to lose. Well, even if he did lose, he wouldn't die, so why not give his everything, right? Come out. Fight fairly, you coward. Don't you dare hide. Kizaru felt desperate since he could see his attacks were meaningless, and from the beginning to the end, he had never seen the face of his enemy. Masa had been using the body of the world noble as a disguise himself, and he never showed his face to Kizaru. This made Kizaru think of a possibility, whether Masa was so powerful that there was no need to show his figure or too weak that he was afraid of a confrontation. However, according to his thoughts, he knew that it would be the latter. If Masa were powerful, would he even need to disguise himself as the world noble? Damn it. Kizaru's first mistake was to never imagine that the world noble who died would be used by this bastard as a disguise, which made him lower his guard and caused him a heavy injury. Still, it was impossible for him to die like this. Sooner or later, I will escape from this place. While it was faint, Kizaru noticed this space wasn't as strong as he thought it would be. He might not be able to escape, but when he kept attacking this clothing space with lasers, some small parts of the space appeared to be burning, which gave him hope to escape. Yes, the physical attack, or hockey-related attack, might be useless in this space, but the power of Glint Fruit model, light human devil fruit wasn't useless. Still, as Kizaru was about to find the clue in the weakness of this space, suddenly a large amount of water filled the entire space, and Kizaru, who didn't expect this, felt his entire body become weak as if being drained by an invisible force. This. A seawater? Kizaru's eyes widened so wide in disbelief as he never thought seawater would suddenly come out and fill this entire space. No, I can't stay any longer. His mind was no longer as sharp as before. All the strange things that happened in this space made him even more eager to run away. Yet, during the moment when Kizaru was weakened and ready to escape from the seawater, a click sound was heard, and he became even weaker. Damn. Kizaru realized that his leg was being caught by sea stone handcuffs, and at the same time, he was being pulled toward the water, being drowned forcefully, and being killed. Who the hell are you? Kizaru turned his head and saw the face of the person behind everything, yet when he saw Masa, it was too late. At least, say something, okay? Leaving those words, Kizaru was devoured by Masa. Ha. 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 Masa felt his entire body was broken, hungry, and exhausted. He wanted to rest, but he knew that he couldn't, especially when he had lost all the control over the Marines, people, and everything. More importantly, after he had devoured Kizaru, it was impossible for the Marines to stay silent, and he was sure that after this, they would hunt him down even more. If there was something lucky, it was the fact that his face shouldn't be known, and no one should have seen his face. Yet, once again, he wanted to curse his luck since even if he had hidden well, someone was still able to find him, but when he was about to make a move, he stopped and looked at the person who found him with a dumbfounded expression. You bastard. Karina somehow was able to find Masa, who was hiding, and then hugged him softly so as not to hurt him while crying. If you really did that again, then I would really leave you, bastard I know. Masa closed his eyes and rested after his long battle. Chapter 18, All the Masas are busy. So, you have eaten 3 devil fruits? Yup. Tonton fruit model, wait human devil fruit aside. You devoured Kizaru? Yup. Masa from DxD and Muka. After the 3 of them entered the space, Masa from DxD and Muka naturally knew about the fight of Masa from One Piece against Kizaru, yet even so, hearing it from the mouth of Masa dumbfounded them since wasn't this guy too unlucky? Yes, The two had never thought that Masa from One Piece could devour Kizaru as luck. Instead, this guy was too unlucky. After all, not only was this guy almost being sold as a slave, forced to fight on the first day of his transmigration, then lastly, he had to fight the Admiral. Damn, what was wrong with this guy's fate? Fortunately, this guy had Karina on his side, or else, there was no doubt, he would be stressed. At the same time, Masa, from the world of Nuka and DXD, couldn't help but think how lucky their lives were. Whether it was Masa from the world of Nuka or DXD, the two of them had their share of fights. Rather, Masa, from the world of Nuka, had even joined a war against another country in the past. Yet, even so, the two of them never fought against those who were stronger than them, and the two of them had quite good backing that could protect them. On the other hand, Masa from the world of One Piece had to fight the impossible, and this guy had no backing. Still, at the same time, hearing the cause of his fight, the two of them supported him, since if their women were treated the same way, even if they had to fight the impossibility, they would do it since it was related to their pride as a man. Even if they had to enter hell by fighting a powerful opponent, they wouldn't let their women be molested. Yet, they had to say that Masa from the world of One Piece was amazing for being able to develop the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, into such a powerful ability, and naturally, they also benefited a lot from it, which was good. Thanks, Masa from DXD. If you hadn't drained your physical ability, then I might not be here today. If Masa from the world of DXD's focus hadn't been on physical ability, then Masa from the world of One Piece knew that his battle wouldn't end so soon. It's fine. Masa from the world of DXD shook his head and said, I do this because I need to protect myself. As a devil from the Vapula family, his innate ability was limited. Learning magic might be a good choice, but it lacked power, and the importance of physical ability was higher in the world of DXD. Saira Org, who was known as the weakest devil and lowest potential, could become one of the most powerful due to training on his physical ability, so Masa, who was known as the highest potential of the Vapula devil, naturally, could do better, especially with the amount of his demonic power being comparable to an ultimate class devil. Still, in the world of DXD, if one wanted to become strong, one had to have a Longinus, so there was no doubt that Masa was a little helpless, especially when he had no ability to use Longinus. Fortunately, he had this ability, which allowed him to share everything with all the other Masas from another world. By the way, when I recover, I will try to get that devil fruit. Masa from the world of DXD was startled and quickly said, No. It's fine. You don't have to worry. You should go and rest now. Moreover, you have eaten 3 devil fruits, right? We have hit our limit. Let's wait till the next Masa comes again. If Masa from the world of One Piece wanted to devour more devil fruit, another Masa had to come out, or else, Masa would explode and die. If Masa had just died, then it would have been okay, but what if he had lost all of his abilities? Jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, ton fruit model, weight human devil fruit, and glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. While the combinations of those devil fruits were weird, there was no doubt all of Masa had become stronger, especially after Masa from One Piece was able to devour Kizaru. I will try to develop the ton fruit model, weight human devil fruit here. Masa from the DXD had nothing to do anyway, and there were hardly any problems in his life, considering he had been staying in the underworld, so he thought of developing the ton fruit model, weight human devil fruit. As for white ton fruit model, weight human devil fruit instead of glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, it was because it would be wasteful if one didn't develop this ability, right? Anyway, they had this ability, so it was natural for them to develop it instead of wasting it. More importantly, as they had said before, the potential of the ton fruit model, weight human devil fruit wasn't bad at all, even if they had to say they felt a bit regret about eating this devil fruit, considering the 3 limited devil fruits that Masa could eat, there were many devil fruits that could give them a better potential. Still, ton fruit model, weight human devil fruit is a power, and glint fruit model, light human devil fruit is a speed. The combination of speed and power isn't bad at all. Masa from the world of One Piece side, then said, what is left is for the improvement of physical ability, especially vitality, endurance, and stamina. So, in case the next Masa appeared, his choice of the next devil fruit was obvious. Still, I am sorry for not being able to help much. Masa from the world of Nuka felt quite inferior since he knew that he couldn't help much, yet what could he do? The magic in his world couldn't be used freely like in the world of DXD, and his physical ability wasn't that strong, to begin with. No. You have helped me so much. If you aren't there, then my picture will be seen everywhere, and I will become the most vicious criminal on the next day. Yes, if there wasn't Masa from the world of Nuka, Masa knew that it would be hard for him to hide his identity. Masa from the world of Nuka might not be that powerful, but his attainments in bioelectricity-related magics, control over the minds, and technology-related knowledge were amazing, which greatly helped him to make his situation in the fight convenient. That's great then. Still, each Masa had their own role, and they helped each other become stronger. Masa, from the world of One Piece, tried to acquire a new ability and became stronger in his own ways. Masa, from the world of DxD, learned magic, strengthened his physical ability, and learned everything that was possible to be learned. Meanwhile, Masa, from the world of Nuka, was probably the most complex, as not only was he a magician, a scientist, a researcher, a doctor, and even a businessman. This guy learned everything that he could to improve his power and family, even if his ability was limited. Yes, the Ishiki family might be a member of the 18 assistant houses, which meant Masa from the world of Nuka was part of one of the strongest magician families in his country, yet even so, his family wasn't the strongest, and even on the weakest side, especially when it was compared to the other magician families, which was related to the 18 assistant houses. Heck, some of them were even weaker than other lower-ranking families. So, at this moment, while Masa from the world of One Piece wanted to take it easy and rest after his long fight with Kizaru, Masa from the Nuka decided to take a turn to become the protagonist of the story, trying to strengthen himself and his family, and if possible tried to protect himself and his family from the protagonist of the world Nuka, who could destroy the world with a nuclear fission similar to the type of magic. Because of that, Masa from the world of Nuka also said, for the development of the Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, leave that to me. All Masa wanted was to become stronger, and they would support each other in doing that. Chapter 19, Every protagonist should have a little sister. BZZT. 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 In the underground research facility, a single figure was covered in electricity as if he had become lightning itself. After Masa from the world of One Piece devoured one of the mink tribe, Masa from the world of Nuka developed many abilities related to bioelectricity that were related to the improvement of physical ability. Even though in the beginning, he might have appeared as a master of medicine or the human body due to his attainment of bioelectricity-related magic, he knew that he was just a beginner in this area. Instead, the only magic that he had developed that was related to the body before he got the ability to share everything with others was just electroreception, which allowed him to sense his surrounding environment by generating electric fields and detecting distortions, which worked like a radar, and also resistance magic, especially toward that mental, illusion, manipulation, and spy type of magics. Yes, that's it, only those two types of magic that he could develop, especially ones that were related to the body. Yet, this was normal since the body was sensitive and delicate. One mistake would lead him to his death, too. While his computing ability was good due to his good brain, there was still a limit as he didn't have an innate ability that allowed him to see everything in a detailed manner like Tatsuya's elemental sight, a sensory ability that allows Tatsuya to connect to the information dimension and identify everything down to every detail. To be honest, part of him wished to just devour Tatsuya with the ability of a jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit. Yes, Masa knew that he was being cruel, but then again, in this world, he felt the necessity of power. The conflict between normal humans and magicians was too much in this world. On the one hand, humans felt threatened by the change of the status of a magician from the weapon or tool that was used in a war to becoming similar to or even better than them. In another, the magicians expected a similar status or even a better status than those of a normal human since they had been working hard to protect everyone in this dangerous world. The two parties never expected to be at peace, and the conflict kept clashing. Frankly, there was no peaceful way to solve this problem, and Masa felt Tatsuya's original method to change the view of a magician as a tool or a weapon into something essential, such as helping an energy producer, was a weak method. After all, no matter what, the role of a magician was a deterrent, a weapon, so if a magician's role became an energy producer, then the country would lack a power deterrent toward other countries, who focused all of their magicians to become the sharpest blade to kill their enemies. If there was a way for someone to stop this conflict, then there were three methods that he could think of. First, all the magicians should be erased so that everyone would be a normal human, and no conflict between a magician and a normal human would happen anymore. More importantly, as World War I passed, no great war happened once again, so the role of a magician as a weapon wasn't as important as before. However, it was impossible for Masa to agree to this method since he was a magician and his family was also a magician, so even if it was bad for a normal human, he supported a magician to have the same or a better right than a normal human even if it was unfair in the eyes of that normal human. Then, what about the second method? The second method he thought of was to turn all the humans into magicians so that there wouldn't be any normal humans anymore. Frankly, this was the best method since that way, there wouldn't be any conflicts as everyone had become a superhuman, a magician. If there was a problem, it would be the fact that the world would be in chaos as everyone had gained a superpower, yet for him, it wasn't a problem since even if his family might be on the weaker side, it wasn't to the point of being so weak that a group of individual magicians, who had just awoken their power, could defeat them. Instead, if everyone became a magician, then his family's status would rise, becoming one of the magician families with a high status in the world. Naturally, while this method was great, it lacked realism since to turn all the humans into a magician, it needed a tremendous amount of energy, and Masa didn't have that energy. So, all that was left was to turn to the third method, and that was to search for a demon king-like existence. Yes, when a huge problem existed, and no one could solve it, everyone would gather together to solve this conflict. It was like how all the countries in the Isekai story would help each other to support a hero to defeat the demon king that ran amok within that Isekai world. It was impossible for two countries, especially those that were close to each other, to be friendly all the time, and a conflict was bound to happen whether one wished or not, whether it was due to a resource, people, envy, and many others. However, such a conflict could stop if there was an external problem that two countries had to solve together, or else the two would be destroyed. Such a problem was the demon king that Masa mentioned before, but in this world, who could become a demon king? A magician might be an exceptional creature, given the power to change reality itself, but even so, the number of those who were strong was limited. Most of the magicians didn't have enough power to fight, and those with limited power had their lives even worse than normal humans who lived in poverty. The world of Muka might appear full of dreams, where everyone could become exceptional due to magic, yet the truth is this was a nihilistic world where the strong were feared, and the weak could only succumb. The best way to live in this world was to become strong, but not so strong to cause fear. Masa was able to become such an existence, but even so, he knew that it was far from enough, especially when he thought that conflict appeared in this world. War, war, war. Masa let out a hopeless sigh, knowing that even if Tatsuya wasn't around, a war between countries would happen sooner or later. Even if he didn't want to, his family would be involved as they were a magician, and a magician was expected to become a weapon to protect a country. This fact, even if many decades had passed since World War I, it wouldn't have changed for a long time. Being strong, but not too strong. Then, did Masa feel regret being born as a magician? No way. Even if being a magician would force him to fight in the war, at least he could determine his fate instead of being a normal human who could only hope for the mercy of the strong. That was why he couldn't stop improving and continue to grow stronger. Naturally, he couldn't be the only one who became stronger, and his family had to become stronger, too, since he wasn't an omnipotent being who could protect everyone when they were in need. Still, when he thought of training harder to become stronger, he heard a notification from outside that told him that someone had came to visit. Masanai-sama, are you here? It's time for dinner. When that sweet, gentle voice was heard, Masa looked at the door of his practice room, which was opened by a cute girl who was looking at him shyly. Yes, like Tatsuya, the protagonist of this world, Masa, from the world of Nuka, also had a sweet little sister. Chapter 20, the most talented magician of the Ishiki family, Iro Masa. This was his name. Even though he had said that he was part of the Ishiki family, the truth was that his father, who was the little brother of the head of the Ishiki family, was adopted by the Iro family during childhood, so due to that, his family name was Iro. Still, unlike Tatsuya, who had an incomplete family and was treated like a tool by his family, Masa had a completely warm family, including a cute little sister. That was why Masa, from the world of Nuka, felt a little awkward and felt that he needed to work even harder, especially when he thought of Masa from the world of One Piece, who met so many troubles after he was transmigrated to the world of One Piece. More importantly, while everything was peaceful, Masa knew that it was just the prelude of all the troubles, the calm before the storm. Masanai-sama, hurry up and put on your clothes. Cover your body. Still, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the shy voice of his little sister. Iro Hiromi. Masa looked at his little sister, a cute girl with long brown hair, which she tied into a single braid reaching to her lower back. Her bangs are split evenly in the middle of her head, which reaches to her neck and frames her face. At that moment, his little sister blushed furiously, watching his upper body, which was completely uncovered, showing his muscles, which had become even more perfect after he shared the physical abilities of Masa from One Piece and DxD. The shape, silhouette, and beauty of his body were simply godly. His body was probably like a real god of war, which brought fear yet intoxication to those who saw his body. Even Hiromi was completely in a daze when she saw her big brother's body. Wasn't her big brother becoming more handsome lately? Not only his skin but his appearance, and everything became so much better that she wondered whether he had developed a new magic that could make his appearance better. Yes, Hiromi knew that her big brother was amazing, someone that she was proud of, yet because she knew that he was so exceptional, she was afraid that she would lose him, especially, Masa, are you here? Suddenly, from behind Hiromi, another beautiful girl with long blonde hair and purple eyes also appeared. She seemed to be about the same age as Masa, older than Hiromi, and naturally, due to her similar age to Masa, she could appreciate his charm better. Watching Masa, who was completely topless on his upper body, the girl fell into a daze and couldn't wake up until Hirami's voice echoed from the training room. "Masa-ni-sama, hurry up and put on your clothes." It was complete chaos. "What's wrong with Hirami? Did you do something, Masa?" Masa's father looked at his daughter in doubt, and he could see Hirami pouting, showing her annoyance toward his son. "Nothing is happening." Masa didn't care much about his body being seen by his cousin and little sister. After all, he was a man, why should he be afraid of his body being seen? Still, in this conservative world, there was no doubt that his action was seen as being shameless. Yes, unlike in the past, which is sometimes called an age of immorality, in today's age, everyone is conservative, whether in their type of clothing or their way in a relationship. In the past, many dressed openly, showing their skin, but now, everyone dresses in a way that covers most of their skin, and they also do sexual acts after they marry. Still, for Masa, in the beginning, this was a bit weird, but for him, who had lived for so long in this world and was also still young, he didn't care much about sexual acts, especially when there were many dangers in this world. A woman is nice and all, but getting stronger is a priority in this world. "Ah, uncle, auntie." Still, Masa was surprised to see his uncle and auntie, which caused him to look at his little sister, Hirami, and cousin, Ishiki-eri. Yes, the beautiful blonde-haired girl, who was also a half-foreigner who also happened to be his cousin, was one of the heroines in the world of Nuka, Ishiki-eri. Unlike him, Eri was the daughter of the current head of the Ishiki family, and naturally, his relationship with Eri was very close, especially when their home was quite close. Probably, their relationship was a so-called childhood sweetheart. Yet, Masa didn't think too much of it since they were cousins, and frankly, he was so popular that he was close with many girls. "Masa, is it me, or have you grown taller?" Masa's uncle, the head of the Ishiki family, sighed in amazement when he looked at Masa, who had grown. Masa might be in his third year of middle school, but his body was relatively massive as he was about 185 centimeters, and he would probably become even taller in the future. He was not as tall as Masa in One Piece and probably within the normal height of a foreigner, but in this country, there was no doubt that he was on the taller side. Moreover, his figure wasn't a bloated muscle but slimmer and compact, which was within the line of beauty and taste of everyone. I am still in my growing period, after all. I am a bit jealous, though. Watching his nephew, who had become more handsome and grown up, the head of the Ishiki family sighed, feeling a bit jealous of his little brother, who had such an exceptional son. His two children were good, but that's it, they weren't exceptional, which was different from Masa. Yes, Masa was exceptional in the eyes of many, especially when he had helped the Ishiki family to grow in the field of cybersecurity. The Ishiki family had been famous for their bioelectricity-related magic, but it was only Masa who thought of developing this bioelectricity for cybersecurity. Rather, when this family entered the cybersecurity field, all of them were like fish that had entered the water. Being able to manipulate bioelectricity gave them a huge advantage over cyber-related fields as they easily hacked practically any electronic device and bypassed typical electronic security measures. Yes, due to Masa, all the Ishiki family became experts in the cyber field as the new magic he developed made them able to practically manipulate an electrical device. Due to this, their status among the magician family became even higher, and their position within the country became even more important as they were trusted with many secrets, considering their expertise. If one wanted to keep their secret or protect something, one should search for the Ishiki family. This probably had become an open secret among people with high status in this country, which gave their family wealth and influence within the country as governments, the military, businessmen, and many others often relied on their service. At the same time, if they wanted information, they also had to search for the Ishiki family, yet this was a secret, and no one except for the family knew, since if the world knew that they could get any information they wished through their hacking magics, they might be targeted. Still, when he looked at his daughter's expression toward Masa, he let out a hopeless sigh inwardly. Yet, the head of the Ishiki family didn't stop his daughter's feelings. Instead, he probably supported it since he knew well Masa's DNA was the best of the best, and at the same time, he also expected Masa to develop a new type of magic to make their family stronger. Moreover, Masa was the strongest magician in their family, and naturally, as a magician, it was normal to respect the strongest since the stronger he was, the better it was for the family. Or rather, as the masterpiece of the Ishiki family, everyone respected Masa the most and expected him to lead their family. That was why there was no way he would let other magician families take advantage of him, and this thought was shared by every member of the Ishiki family, whether they were part of the main family, Brez, or those who joined another family. Or rather, everyone imagined that he would be the one who would lead the magician in this country. Yes, only him. At this moment, when everyone looked at him, Their eyes were filled with an obsession, thinking that he was the best of the best. "By the way, have you developed a new magic?" He asked this with a joking tone, but Masa said, "Yes, I did." Chapter 21, Beast of the Ishiki Family Indra. When they saw Masa's strong body bathed in electricity, everyone subconsciously muttered the name of the strongest warrior among the devas in Hindu mythology. At the same time, all the important members and researchers of the Ishiki family watched the data that came from Masa's physical ability, which made all of them gasp. This physical ability? No. His speed is more ridiculous. Isn't he the thunder itself? Crack, tear, watching Masa, who could punch through a wall made from metal, all of them felt their bodies were weak. If that punch was hit against the body of a human, what would happen? Frankly, there were many magic that reinforced physical ability, such as making one's body harder to protect oneself from a bullet or other firearms, but for a better effect, a magician usually wore armor all over their bodies. Or, they might create a barrier like the Magician of the Tens, a magician born from the 10th Research Institute, which focused on wide area magic that generated virtual structures in space as a defensive countermeasure to heavy firepower. There were other magics that increased attack power through a weight type of magic. Yet, there was only Masa, who could use electricity to strengthen his body to the superhuman level. At that moment, they felt like they had seen a manga character who had become stronger through the power of electricity. If Masa had to give a better example, at this moment, he would be able to recreate the famous jutsu of Rukongai in the world of Naruto. Along with this new magic and the lightning, which was the famous instant reaction magic of the Ishiki family, there was no doubt that Masa's power would increase dramatically, or rather, he might have become the fastest and strongest magician in the world. Yet, compared to all of that, the speed that Masa gained from this new magic was crazy. While it was hard to say who was the fastest magician, according to certain data that the author had read from the novel, the famous child prodigy of the Chiba Natsugu, using a speed type of magic, was capable of reaching speeds up to 120 kph. This was probably the limit and probably the fastest speed a magician could reach. Yet, Masa's speed was double at ease. "Masa, try to run as fast as possible." "Okay, I will try." Everyone was curious at how fast Masa could be, and as expected, when they saw his real speed, all of them could only feel even weaker, Mach 3. Which means 3 times the speed of sound. Bomb. 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 The powerful magic energy that came from his body somehow spread in every direction, causing those magicians to feel powerful magic was being cast in this country. This direction is. In Tokyo, Shiba Tatsuya stared at the direction of the west with a solemn expression. Anyai-sama. Miyuki Shiba also reacted the same way and looked in the direction of the west, as she felt an intense, prickly or like electricity coming from the west of Japan. This direction. Kanazawa. Tatsuya thought for a moment about a magician family that had a high mastery over electricity-related magic. Ishiki family? Do you think that is the blue beast of the Ishiki family? There is a high chance. That young man is a beast, after all. In a certain house hidden within Nagano, a beautiful, mature woman had a solemn expression as she looked in the direction of Kanazawa. Still, her expression became playful when she heard her butler's words. Not a monster? There is a huge difference between a monster and a beast. You are right. Yeah, the young man from the Ishiki family might be amazing, but compared to the monster within their family, there was still a distance, yet there was no doubt they were cornered about this new magic that made their bodies feel prickly as if being electrocuted by electricity. Yet, even if the reaction of this magic was felt by many people in the country, no one within the Ishiki family cared since Masa was strong, and even if this magic allowed him to become so fast, it wasn't a strategic type of a magic which might be comparable to the nuclear warhead, so there was no need for them to announce this magic. Masanai-sama is amazing. Hirumi's eyes were full of stars. Similarly, Eri reacted the same way, her eyes were full of stars, and she was watching the data that came from Masa's speed. Still, when Masa returned, his clothes had already burnt into ashes, and he was practically naked as his clothes were unable to handle the friction that came from his speed. Yet, while Masa didn't care about being seen naked as there was nothing embarrassing, and he was even proud of his magic, all of them couldn't remain the same, especially when there were still many women around. "Masa, put on your clothes." However, there was no doubt that their eyes naturally drew toward the direction of his lower body, which made all of them gasp since, identical to his speed, his size was even more impressive. Still, Masa knew that due to this magic, his name would even become famous, and he might be targeted by another country or even others, but it didn't matter since what he gained wasn't the name of the destroyer but the fastest magician. "Can you use this magic?" "Sorry, we can't." While Masa had given them detailed information about this new magic, the members of the Ishiki family couldn't use it, especially since the calculation needed to perform this magic was ridiculously high and, as he had said before, a body was a sensitive object. One mistake in their magic would cause a heavy injury that might even cause them to lose their ability to perform magic or even death. Frankly, inwardly, they thought Masa was a specialized born magician, a magician that could only use a certain magic, an existence that was looked down on instead of being looked up to. Yet, his mastery over all other types of magic was excellent and even over the top, which made him into the existence of a perfect magician. Yes, if Tatsuya was known as a failure, then Masa was known as perfect since he didn't have any weaknesses, whether it was his defense, attack, speed, reaction time, amount of vision, or anything else. Everything was at the top of the top. If Tatsuya was a demon king in the Isekai world, then Masa would be the hero. This is probably how to compare the two. Still, besides showing his new magic, there was something that he was planning to do and wanted to show his father and uncle. You really have grown. Masa's father looked at his son with a sigh, wondering what kind of luck had made his son so talented. By the way, have you named this magic? Do I have to? Of course. A name was necessary for magic, and even if they didn't plan to announce the details of Masa's magic, it was still necessary to tell the effect of Masa's magic on the country and magic association. Masa knew that, so he thought for a moment and said, let's name it Mercury. Mercury. The two murmured this title and nodded, thinking that Masa used the name of a Roman god, the god of the speed of the Roman myth, which suited quite well, and frankly, like their innate magic lightning, this name could also be used to deceive others. Still, his new magic wasn't the only thing that he wanted to show everyone. Uncle, father, there is something that I want to show the two of you. What is it? The two of them knew that Masa must have a new plan, and this plan, without a doubt, would benefit their family. Masa took out a document that he had made and his plan to make the Ishiki family even stronger. Still, when the two saw the title of his plan, they both felt confused. Ishiki Network. Yes, this was his new plan, the plan to make his family become even stronger. Chapter 22, The Ishiki Network. Ishiki Network. This was the plan that Masa had thought of to make the Ishiki family become stronger, and at the same time, this plan was the reason why he had made his family enter a cybersecurity field of business and also had them master technology-related magic, which he had developed. This plan is. Whether his uncle or father, the two of them were shocked, yet their expression was full of excitement. What is the Ishiki Network? It is a brainwave network formed between the magicians of the Ishiki family. Now, what is a brainwave network? It might be a little complicated, but in simple terms, Masa wanted to connect all the Ishiki family into one with a communication network, which could be used for many things. Yes, his main purpose in creating this network was to increase the calculating ability of the magicians of the Ishiki family, connecting their minds to the supercomputer to increase their power. Many of the magic that Masa had developed was amazing, and all of them were specially created for the Ishiki family magicians. They focused on bioelectricity-related magic. Unfortunately, not all the magicians of the Ishiki family had good computing ability within their brains or had their own weaknesses, so this network was created to solve that problem. Then, what about those with good computing ability? Would the existence of this network become a liability for them? No, instead, it would make them even stronger as their computing ability would become even stronger. Moreover, this network would allow them to share their experience to use their magic more efficiently. At the same time, this network also allowed the magicians of the Ishiki family to communicate telepathically, like a radio. Lastly, this network allows the storage of memories in the network as backup or distribution through every magician of the Ishiki family in the network. This was a huge, grand plan created by Masa from the beginning when he started to focus on the development of his magic in terms of electricity and cyber-related issues. Everything he built was for this. Yes, Masa knew that his power was limited, and it was impossible for him to match Tatsuya, but unlike Tatsuya, he wasn't alone, so he had been planning to create this network so he and everyone in the Ishiki family could become more powerful. If all of them dared to become bolder, the Ishiki family could even include all the magicians of the magicians created at the first research institute, where their family originated from, to join this network and turn themselves into administrators. Frankly, Masa thought that this plan would take a long time to create, but as his IQ had become 3 times better due to the other Masa, his plan could be developed faster. At the same time, this plan could turn all the magicians of the Ishiki family into an immortal. Yes, immortal. It wasn't that their bodies became unbreakable or they wouldn't become old, but their minds could be transferred into data inside the network and lived within the network, so even if their bodies were broken, their souls remained within the network. If Masa made a simple example, it would be like transferring those who had died to the virtual world, like the Vmorg game in fiction. In that network, all the magicians who were related to the Ishiki family would live forever. At the same time, They might also become the god of this world as, in the future, they would be able to control all the electrical devices in this world. Probably, their existence would be like an evil eye whose purpose was to dominate the world. Still, while his words might be exaggerated and he didn't even plan to dominate the world, if Masa wished to, with this network, everything that he mentioned above would have been possible. Nevertheless, the main purpose of this network was to increase the computing ability of the Ishiki family magician, communicate, and share their knowledge. At the same time, Masa also wondered whether it was possible for the other Masa to use this network as this network was connected to him. If possible, then the existence of this network would become more important than he had imagined, as all of Masa's computing capability would be similar to a supercomputer or more. Or, rather, by the development of this network, all of them would have an advanced artificial intelligence like a helper inside their minds that could help them develop techniques, abilities, magic, or many others. Nevertheless, Masa's uncle and father sucked in a deep breath and never thought that Masa would make such a plan, yet. Why did they become even more excited? Yes, Masa didn't seek power for himself but for his family, showing his care and love toward all of them. He might be powerful, but even so, he had never forgotten the others and even wished for them to become stronger like him. So, naturally, their answer to this plan was obvious. Let's do it. This plan might be crazy, but there was a high chance for this plan to be successful. Moreover, with their mastery over cyber and electrical mastery, along with Masa's mind, anything was possible. Rather, it was because they were the magicians of the Ishiki family that this network was possible. Probably, in the future, while it might not be possible for the magicians of the Ishiki family to master the Mercury as well as Masa's, all of them should be able to learn this magic, becoming the most powerful magician family in the world. Still, the question was, who would become the administrator? Masa, be the master of this network. Are you sure, uncle? Masa looked at his uncle in surprise. Yes. Masa's uncle looked at him and said, or rather, you will become the future patriarch of the Ishiki family. Are you sure? What about your Taiki Nok, the son of the head of the Ishiki family? It's fine. You are far better. Or rather, it has to be you. If it was someone else, Masa's uncle wouldn't believe that they could control this network. This network was an amazing thing, and it would strengthen all the magicians of the Ishiki family. It would greatly enhance their strength, yet for Masa, it didn't bring him much of a benefit since, without this network, his computing capability was already comparable to a supercomputer. So, the only person that Masa's uncle believed wouldn't mess up this network was Masa, who was the strongest. He didn't even believe his son or daughter would be able to control this powerful network. Moreover, as there would be secret knowledge, including their secret magics, the one who could develop all of those magics and the creator of this plan, Masa, was no doubt, should have the highest authority within this network. Still, if there was a problem, money, huh? This would be a private project of the Ishiki family, and naturally, all the costs would be borne by the Ishiki family. While their family might not be bad in terms of wealth, especially when they almost monopolized the cybersecurity market within this country and even Asia Pacific, the cost that was needed to realize this project was immense. I will try to develop new magic to make money. What kind? The two became curious, wondering what kind of new magic Masa would develop to make money. Well, a hair restoration? A beauty? Using bioelectricity magic, Masa thought that it should be possible to make magic that allowed him to restore the hair of someone or keep someone's beauty. Heck, he might even try to become a treasure hunter by using electroreception, too. Rather, Masa thought about all the unique formulas in the world of DXD that he could use to make money in this world. Still, at the same time, he didn't forget that he had to develop the Glenglint fruit model, light human devil fruit, which made him think that he would be busy, yet, there was no doubt his days would be fun. Nevertheless, the two brothers looked at Masa in disbelief before they sighed, thinking that anything was possible for this guy. Oh, by the way, uncle, father, can I go to the first high school? Chapter 23, Friends, the fastest magic in the world. 3 Mock. Akiju Masaki and Kichiju looked at their best friend, Iro Masa, who was lying on Masaki's bed speechlessly, wondering how this bastard, who often played around and tricked them, could have such an amazing title all of a sudden. Damn it, don't eat on the top of my bed. By the way, when did you start to develop your new magic, Mercury, Masa? While Masaki was annoyed at Masa, who ate at the top of his bed, Kichijuji Shinkaru was more concerned about when Masa developed his magic. Still, when they saw the fastest magician alive eating the cookie prepared by Masaki's mother lazily, they had to admit that they really couldn't believe this news. Why the heck did this guy develop such magic all of a sudden? The three of them had been together for so long, and they were childhood friends. Moreover, due to the attack on Sato Island, their relationship was stronger than ever. Invasion of Sato. The event occurred in August 2092 when the new Soviet Union invaded Sato, Japan. They attacked the facility where Kichijuji Shinkaru's parents worked, and during the event, Masaki and Masa went with Masaki's father to join the battle, and they annihilated the enemy with rupture. Due to this relationship, the three of them have a firm comradeship and have been together till now. So, there was no doubt when the announcement of Masa's new magic was heard by the two, they couldn't contain their surprise and quickly questioned him. While Masa didn't say the details of the magic, he confirmed that this magic was real and he had become the fastest magician alive. I have been thinking about developing that magic for a while, and it has only been successful now. Congratulations. Still, there was no doubt that Kichijuji congratulated Masa with a smile, happy that his friend had succeeded, and Masaki could only sigh when he was ignored. But why now? Somehow, they wondered whether there was a reason why Masa would develop such magic now, all of the time. To be honest, they were in the third year of middle school, and their priority should be the entrance exam to enter the magic high school, which would be held shortly, instead of developing a new magic. Is it because of your family's new venture? Kichijuji came to such a conclusion, especially when he knew that Masa's family was ready to start a new business. To be honest, the magician family, especially the one at the top, wasn't poor, but Masa's family was on a different level, especially when it had monopolized the market of cybersecurity. More importantly, it was also about developing itself into cloud computing, enterprising software, business software, consulting, blockchain, internet service, telecommunication, etc. Heck, Masaki and Kichijuji even heard that the Ishiki family was about to create a beauty business, which made them speechless. Regardless, everyone was clear about the Ishiki family's magic, which gave them a high expertise in cyber, network, and technology, which made this family an important asset of the country. Yet, there was no doubt that this also brought envy from many. Masaki and Kichijuji were okay since one was the heir of the Akiju family, a member of the 10 master clans, and the other was a genius who had discovered the cardinal code. However, not many magicians lived well since not everyone had a great ability, and most of them couldn't even use magic. Instead, many also lost their abilities as they grew older. For such people, they had no future, and they also didn't have any specialties. Yet, many magicians who could use magic or a large family magician also didn't have much money since their only income came from taking a dangerous job such as being a soldier or bodyguard. So, the Ishiki family, who could make a lot of money from their magic, brought envy to many. Not only the magicians but also normal people were the same. More importantly, those with high financial capability also didn't like this family, too, since their business was private instead of public. Yes, instead of sharing the money with everyone, the Ishiki family made the business private, which meant it was monopolized by their family. Previously, because of this, Masa and the Ishiki family knew that they had to admit their business into cybersecurity, so no one could say anything, and everyone also knew the excellence of this family in terms of cybersecurity. Yet, once their business touched another field, it would be different since it would affect the profits of the others. After all, the market was limited, and no one had the confidence to fight against the capability of the Ishiki family in these fields. So, if there was a way to stop the Ishiki family, it was only by force, by hiring killers or others. They would cause trouble or kidnap their people to make this family bow down. With all of those thoughts, the only reason why Masa and the Ishiki family developed new magic was only one: to be a deterrent. It was like how a country would develop a nuclear bomb to protect themselves and be taken by others seriously. The announcement of the Ishiki family of this new magic known as Mercury was to become the deterrent to the world that their family wasn't something that they could mess with. Mach 3. If one was confident, could they do anything before that speed? Because of that, Masaki and Kichijuji, who had made such a conclusion, fell in silence and didn't say anything to Masa since this guy must have been working hard. Don't look at me like that. If you are worried about me, why don't you two develop a strategic type of magic so everyone's attention won't be on me all the time? Do you think it is easy to develop a strategic type of magic? Yet, whether it was Masaki or Kichijuji, they didn't refuse him since they knew that having attention on Masa all the time was tough, and if they wanted to help him, they should also show their excellence, and naturally, creating the strategic type of magic was the best way. At the same time, the two of them didn't want to lose to Masa. If you two are together, I think it is possible, Masa said as he ate Masaki's mama's cookie, thinking that it was so good that he wanted to bring Masaki's mama with him to Tokyo when he entered the first high school. Fortunately, Masaki didn't have mind-reading magic, or else this guy would have killed this bastard. Still, whether Masaki or Kichijuji felt a bit happy and shy when they heard Masa's confirmation toward them since they knew well that compared to Masa, their excellence was a bit lower, and if they wanted to match him, they had to work together. Yet, how could they not think so? Masa was not only a powerful magician and researcher, But he was also a tough businessman. If there was a reason why the Ishiki family could become the wealthiest magician family, it was all due to Masa. Well, even if the Ishiki family was the wealthiest magician family, there was still a distance compared to other real, hidden wealthy families in this country and the world. But since you said so, you must have imagined what kind of magic Masaki can use, right, Masa? Considering their previous conversation, Kichijuji knew that Masa must have thought about what kind of strategic magic could be used by Masaki. Masaki didn't say anything, and he didn't hide the idea of becoming a strategic type of magician as he could protect his family, especially from the threat of another country. The Uchiha are famous for their magic that controls the liquid. We can use the rupture, your family's specialty magic, as a basis to develop a strategic type of magic. Like the Ishiki family with its nerve disruption and lightning, the Uchiha family also had their specialty magic, which was known as rupture, a magic that evaporated all liquids within an object. Yes, as the magician of the one, the Uchiha family also had magic that directly interfered with living organisms. However, unlike the Ishiki family's focus on bioelectricity, the Uchiha family's focus was on body liquid. With their magic rupture, anything with liquids in their bodies, whether it was a machine or a living being, could all be exploded by the magician of the Uchiha family. So, for such a family, what kind of strategic magic was suitable? Use the sea and create a steam explosion. This was the answer that Masa came up with. Masaki and Kichijuji fell into a daze and thought about the possibility of this magic. Was it possible? Naturally. But in reality, it wasn't so easy. If it was just a simple explosion, then it would have been easy for Masaki to do it, but to make a steam explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb, then it would have been a different matter. We're still young, so don't bother to think too much about it. Our focus should be on the entrance exam. Masaki and Kichijuji nodded, but then, with Masa's words, they knew which focus of research they should develop during their high school life. I wonder how high school is. I don't think there is a huge difference between middle school and high school. What do you think, Masa? I think there will be a lot of cute girls. If this friend of theirs wasn't so frivolous, it would be perfect, they thought. Suddenly, the door of Masaki's room opened, which startled the three of them. Akane, what are you doing? Masaki looked at his little sister angrily, who startled all of them. Yet, Masaki's little sister ignored her older brother and looked at Masa with a panic. Masa, are you going to the first high school? Yet, Masaki and Kichijuji were also dumbfounded. Masa, what the hell is going on? Masa thought that his life in this world was as peaceful as ever. Chapter 24, Nevertheless, his opinion won't change. Yes, Masa had decided to enter the first high school. After a long thought, he decided to attend the high school where the protagonist, Tatsuya Shiba, would be. Masa knew that this was a reckless decision, especially when he knew that Tatsuya's lack of emotion, and because of that, instead of trust, care, and comradeship when one approached Tatsuya, he would be in malice, doubt, and other negative feelings toward that person. For someone with such a flood emotion, it was impossible for him to understand friendship, family, and love, like a shonen manga character. No, it was impossible for Tatsuya to feel such a feeling, at least for now. So, why? If Masa had to say, it was because he didn't feel that he could have any real improvements if he stayed in the third high school, the place where he was supposed to learn. Yes, Tatsuya might be dangerous, and he had a power that was enough to destroy this world. Yet, Tatsuya wasn't Masa's opponent. The improvement that Masa gained from other Masas probably made him the strongest man in the world. Still, while he was the most powerful, it didn't mean he was omnipotent, since Tatsuya's magic could probably defeat him, but before Tatsuya used his magic, he could defeat Tatsuya first. At the same time, if the conflict between the two really happened, then Masa would devour Tatsuya. Yes, frankly, it didn't matter whether Masa would become Tatsuya's enemy or friend, but no matter what, the fastest way to become stronger and gain everything was to go to Tokyo, join the first high school, and meet Tatsuya. Why? Why did you decide to go to the first high school? Yet, Masaki and Kichijuji couldn't understand Masa's decision. Even Akane, Masaki's little sister, looked at Masa tearfully, wondering why he had made such a decision. The home of the Ishiki family was in Kanazawa, and many of its businesses were also located in this city. Or, rather, Kanazawa, this city was their headquarters. More importantly, Masa's expertise, while it might seem weird, has always been in combat. Yes, whether it was Masaki or Kichijuji, the two had never won against Masa, as this guy was too fast, so fast that before they could even do anything, they had been defeated by Masa. If Masa wanted to improve his fighting ability as a magician, then there was no doubt the third high school would be the best choice, as its motto was Warlike Third High. Meanwhile, while the first high school was a great school, it was located in Tokyo, which was outside the territory of the Ishiki family. It was an area outside that was impossible to control, which meant that if Masa studied in that place, he would be in danger as there was a lack of security. More importantly, everyone was clear that Masa was a genius in business and network-related fields and was also an important individual within the Ishiki family, which was a perfect kidnapping target. While Masaki and Kichijuji never thought that anyone could defeat this guy, they believed that it was better to be prepared than to be sorry, since being a magician meant that one wasn't omnipotent. Even a strategic type of magician, a magician whose magic was comparable to a nuclear explosion, could die. Then, naturally, the same thing could happen to Masa. At the same time, what was the point of attending the first high school? Why do I go to Tokyo? Well, it's for money, since I can make more money there. Whether Masaki, Kichijuji, or Akon, they were all speechless when they heard Masa's answer, since this guy was really greedy for money. However, before they were able to complain, Masa said, "Still, if I have to say, it will be a little boring to go to the third high school." He looked at Masaki and Kichijuji and said, "Instead of the three of us fighting against the small fries together, it is more interesting to fight you two together." 9 schools competition. Even if Masa didn't make it clear, he wanted to try to fight the combination of Masaki and Kichijuji in the 9 schools competition, a nationwide annual magic tournament for the 9 national magic university-affiliated high schools, and it is one of the biggest magic-related events in Japan. If Masa joined the third high school, then there was no doubt that he would team up with Masaki and Kichijuji, but in the case he entered the first high school, then he would compete with Masaki and Kichijuji, which he thought was more interesting. As for staying in the third high school and fighting Tatsuya, Masa was too lazy to do that, since he felt Tatsuya's existence was like a glitch, especially when he knew Tatsuya's specialty magic, regrowth, which allowed Tatsuya to restore his previous unharmed status. At the same time, while he knew that this might be a crime, he wanted to learn all the magic from the powerful magician families. The power of Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit gave him a chance to do all of that, and if he wanted to get all of that magic, the only way for him to do that was to go to the first high school, which was the location where all of the problems existed, and when the problem existed, the opportunity would appear. Yet, there was no doubt that Masa felt that he had changed. In the past, he would have thought of going to the third high school for a peaceful life, yet considering his need to become even stronger, especially when all the other Masas also needed him, he felt that he couldn't stay shy away from the danger. More importantly, he couldn't die anyway, so there was nothing to worry about. Lastly, it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that he was just curious about the heroines, okay? Really? Yet, there was no doubt while Kichijuji felt conflicted, Masaki said, "I won't lose, Masa." "Yeah, I can't wait for that time. You two can say all you want, but you need to enter the high school, okay?" Kichijuji sighed and said, "If you two can't be accepted, then won't it be embarrassing?" Masa and Masaki only snorted at Kichijuji's words, since neither of them would be accepted in their respective high schools, so who could enter? This might sound like a brag. No, it was a brag, but in reality, who could match the two of them in terms of combat among high school students? Masaki thought that in his life, Masa was his only rival, no one else. Yet, Masa, who knew some of the stories of this world, knew that this world was far from calm, and there were many troubles that he felt might come in his direction later. However, Masa's problems hadn't ended. "Masa." Akon looked at Masa with tears and asked, "Do you really have to go to the first high school?" "Akon." Masaki looked at his little sister with a complicated gaze, and Kichijuji looked at Masa with dead fish-like eyes. How could they not be? How old was Akon? Yet, they knew their friend well, and what Akon felt was just one-sided, as Masa didn't have an interest in a little girl. "I am sorry, Akon, but I have to go." Masa stood up from the bed and patted Akon's head softly. "But it isn't like we can't meet each other, right? I can go back over the weekend, and if you want, you can also visit Tokyo." "Eh?" Akon was surprised, then looked at Masa with a blush. "See, can I visit you, Masa?" "Why not?" Masa treated Akon like his own little sister, too, especially when Akon was about the same age as his own little sister, Iro Hirami. Still, watching Akon's shy yet happy expression, Masa wondered whether this world's morality was conservative. Nevertheless, Masa didn't plan to stay any longer, since he had to prepare for many things, whether it was his plan in Tokyo or the development of his bioelectricity and glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. More importantly, it was a bit boring to stay at Masaki's home, since this guy didn't have a game console. Yes, he knew that he might appear childish, since instead of thinking about getting stronger or having adult fun, he was more interested in playing a game. However, how old was he? He was just in his 3rd year of middle school, okay? He was just a boy, yet, even if he was a boy, a girl of his age matured early, and his childhood friend, who learned that he would go to the first high school instead of the third high school, came to him with teary eyes as she looked at him mixed of emotions. While Masa felt awkward by her expression, the girl asked the question that had bothered her for so long in a straightforward manner. Masa. Calling his name softly, Eri Ishiki stared at Masa and asked, as she tried to hold her sadness, "Do you have to go to the first high school?" Chapter 25, Different Plot. Eri. Masa looked at his childhood friend and also his cousin, Eri Ishiki. Still, he could tell that she wasn't alone since her best friend, Kanu Shiori, was also there to accompany her, but when Eri came to face him, Shiori didn't follow and stayed out, but stayed nearby as she was worried and wished to listen to their conversation. Still, instead of thinking about Shiori, Masa looked at Eri, thinking about their relationship from the beginning until now. Due to their similar age, the two of them had been practically inseparable. No, it was just Eri who was too sticky for him, and Masa felt like he needed to take care of her, especially when her personality was a little awkward. Not only was she the daughter of the head of the Ishiki family, one of the strongest magician families in this country, but she was also half foreigner. While it wasn't allowed for a magician to leave their country of origin, there were many special cases when a magician was allowed to leave, such as a student exchange, a job, a research, military, and even being an illegal immigrant. Yup, even a magician could become an illegal immigrant and leave their country of origin. As for why it happened, it was because those magicians couldn't see the future in their country of origin, and many of them were treated worse than livestock, so the only way for them to live a better life was to leave for another country. Fortunately, it was quite easy for a magician to be neutralized in another country, especially when the number of magicians was so low, and they were an important asset for a country, as in this world, a magician equaled a weapon. Nevertheless, how did an international marriage happen between a magician? As a magician was an important asset for a country, shouldn't they be kept away from another country? In the past, that might have been the case since many magicians were treated as secret weapons, and it was impossible for another country to steal their secrets, right? Yet, now, it is different. To enrich, strengthen, and develop a better magician, international marriages between allied nations were encouraged. If Masa had to be rude, this marriage would be so-called crossbreeding, where two different species were hoped to create a new and better descendant. For the majority, this might seem inhumane, yet a feeling was a complicated problem, so as long as the two people were happy, even if the method was weird, it should be okay, right? Nevertheless, Eri was the child of an international marriage, and her mother was a foreigner. While the adults might not think too much, the children were different. Eri was different, so it was natural for the children to avoid her even if everyone had started to respect everyone's differences. In reality, it was hard to accept others for being different. Moreover, once again, due to her family status, her parents and family were worried that some people would approach her with bad intentions, so that was the reason why Eri and Masa had been stuck together. If it was Masa, everyone would believe in him, especially when he was so cunning and powerful. Eri didn't hate Masa, so she had always been by his side. Yet, now, they would be separated again. Yes, I will go to the first high school. It's always like this. Eri wanted to cry somehow, but she forced herself to become stronger. It was like in the past when Masa decided to join the Akiju family to fight in the invasion of Sato. While she didn't want him to join since she didn't want him to be in danger, he still joined. When Masa made his decision, no one could stop him, and he used sophistry to make people follow him and agree with him. Eri knew that she also couldn't win against him, and this time, once again, she knew that she couldn't stop him. This time, they would be separated. Masa would be in Tokyo, and Eri would be in Kanazawa. Or, that's what Masa would think so, unless, I will go to Tokyo with you, too. First high school, right? I will join that school with you. Huh? Welcome to Shiori, who eavesdropped on their conversation, was stunned since she didn't expect Eri to make such a conclusion. Masa was surprised, but he didn't stop her since, frankly, it was all fine even if Eri wanted to follow him. Are you sure, Eri? Yeah. Eri nodded. I will talk to my parents, or do you have a problem with me joining you at the first high school? Are you going to seduce more girls there? What do you think I am? Masa was speechless, but even if that was the truth, there was something that he should say and shouldn't say. But what are your friends over there? She looks so worried, you know. Eri turned and saw Shiori, who was also staring at her. The two girls stared at each other and felt awkward since Eri chose her love instead of her best friend. I will join the first high school, too. Somehow, Shiori, who knew that she couldn't hide anymore, came out and expressed her thoughts. Huh? Really? That's good. Are you sure, Shiori? Masa looked at Shiori, the talented girl that he found during Eri's fencing competition. Similar to Eri, Shiori was also quite awkward with her emotions, and she couldn't show much of her expression, yet even so, she was a sweet and cute girl with short, wavy purple hair. Yet, inwardly, Masa thought that girls really grew fast. In the past, the two of them were flat. Yet now, the two of them had grown up and had a womanly charm that was impossible to hide. If Masa was an average harem protagonist, he might not have realized the feelings of the two girls until so long ago, but he wasn't. Still, this wasn't the time, and he wasn't such a thirsty man who would jump at any charming woman. It was like the case when he saw Masaki's mother and Dari's mother, who was also his auntie. Even if they were lovely, he did nothing, respecting them as his elder. Nevertheless, he wondered whether it was okay for the two of them to join the first high school instead of the third high school. After all, if such a thing happened, then there was no doubt that the plot would change, and there wouldn't be the story of the Mukikuku no Yotousai. Well, it doesn't really matter, he thought. It was just a spin-off story, and frankly, except for Tatsuya, Masa had never thought anyone in this world could be his match, especially when he could control people to become his most loyal servant. So, somehow, this problem was solved. Yet, while Masa didn't think too much, even if Eri went to join him at the first high school, the girl thought differently since, this way, she would be living with Masa in Tokyo. Not with their parents, family, or anyone else, only the two of them. When Eri had such a thought, her expression was that of a shy girl, thinking that their life would be like a newlywed, which made her blush red. What's wrong, Eri? And nothing. Yet, Shiori only sighed inwardly as she watched the two with a helpless smile. Nevertheless, when Eri expressed her thoughts about following Masa to Tokyo, her father thought differently. No, you can't. Huh? Why? Even Masa was surprised by his uncle's decision not to allow Eri to go to Tokyo. Why didn't the head of the Ishiki family, or Eri's father, allow Eri to follow Masa? Because he knew well that Masa was a bad boy, in an environment where there was a lack of supervision from parents and family. In the case of Masa and Eri, they stayed together. What would happen? As a father, he didn't dare to think about it. Yes, the two might be cousins, but in this country, a cousin is allowed to marry. If Masa couldn't hold on, and Eri couldn't refuse and happily accept, then, ugh. While Masa's uncle had prepared himself, he felt his heart was hurt. More importantly, he didn't want to be separated from his daughters so early. Yet, it's a matter of a politic. Kanazawa is our hometown, after all, and we're a magician of the one who is also a member of the Kanazawa Magic Science Institute. More importantly, you are my daughter, so how can I send you to Tokyo? Eri opened her lips and couldn't say anything since she knew that as the daughter of the head of the Ishiki family, she had a duty that she had to perform. Then, why Masa can go? He is from the Arrow family, after all. Yes, if there was a reason why no one stopped him from going to the first high school, it was because Masa was from the Arrow family. While he was still part of the Ishiki family, he wasn't within the main line, and he had more freedom than Eri. Yet, Masa knew that was the reason why his uncle refused Eri's. Still, while Masa wanted to say something, his uncle beat him first. To be honest, I know that it might seem early, but before you two enter a high school, there is something that I want to talk about with you two. Masa and Eri looked at his uncle, her father, in confusion. Masa, can you take care of Eri as your fiancé? Masa and Eri were dumbfounded, and naturally, the two looked at each other, but while Eri blushed shyly, he felt at a loss. Uncle, Yes, we have decided to engage the two of you. Masa didn't know what to say for a moment. Chapter 26, Grow Engagement. Masa didn't expect that he would have a fiancé when he was so young, yet somehow, it was hard for him not to expect this. This was normal, he thought, especially when everyone knew how exceptional he was. Masa's genes were definitely sought after, and whoever married him, their descendants would inherit his powerful genes. More importantly, with how powerful, smart, talented, and handsome he was, many wanted to court him early. To be honest, when he was young, many families came to him, asking him to engage with their daughters, nieces, and others since having to get him meant that they could get involved in the Ishiki family and gain a powerful magician. Yet, of course, the Ishiki family couldn't agree to that, especially when they thought about how generous Masa was. Thinking how Masa would create magic for the family that he would be married to, they somehow couldn't accept it. Yes, they knew that it was petty of them, but Masa could only be for the Ishiki family. No one could steal him from them. This was what everyone within the family did. More importantly, Masa was about to go to Tokyo, a place where he would lack the supervision of his family. While they could believe in him, considering how reliable and mature he was still young and, more importantly, a virgin. While he might be okay with facing other trickery and deceits, what about a honey trap? Being seduced by a beautiful woman, could he stop himself? More importantly, many had seen how he was often so close with so many beautiful women, and somehow, they felt worried, so, this decision was made to engage Masa with Eri. The two were childhood sweethearts, and naturally, their feelings have been tested. Even if love might not bloom between them, it was possible for love to bloom later. As for the problem of being a cousin, it was all fine, and no one thought that it was a problem. Yet, while all the family had agreed, Masa and Eri, who knew nothing, were dumbfounded, and it was impossible for the two to accept everything so easily. More importantly, Masa's little sister, Iro Hiromi, was so shocked that she fell onto the ground, yet no one paid attention to her, and everyone had been staring at Masa and Eri. No, their gazes were always on Masa, who was their leader. From one of the weakest families in the 18 assistant houses to one of the strongest families, if there was no Masa, it was impossible for them to reach this stage. What's wrong, Masa? You don't want to be engaged to Eri? No one said anything, and only the voice of the Ishiki family's head, his uncle, was heard as he questioned Masa. Masa, who fell silent, also woke up and then looked at Eri, who was looking at him worriedly and with hesitation. Damn, what am I hesitating for? Masa was surprised, but he didn't hate the idea of being engaged to Eri. No, I am happy with her as my fiancée as I can imagine her as my future wife, but what about you, Eri? Are you okay with me? Feeling his eyes on her, Eri could feel his gentle yet determined eyes. Her heart was beating so fast as she was nervous, yet she was also happy, and the words that she wanted to say came out so naturally from her lips. Yes, please take care of me, Masa. Watching the cute girl who followed him all the time like a brat and then growing up into such a charming woman who was also his fiancée, Masa knew what he had to do. Holding her hands in his hands, Masa said, I will make you happy. Me too. I will make you happy, too. Eri couldn't control her emotions and hugged him tightly. Oh. As the two hugged each other, everyone cheered happily at the engagement of the two. Unlike Tatsuya, who was hated, Masa was loved, after all. Yet, Masa and Eri too ignored everyone, feeling each other warm as they clung to each other. However, Masa's uncle couldn't stay calm. Stop. Stop. Stop hugging. Wait till you grow up. However, even so, nothing could stop the enthusiasm of everyone in the Ishiki family. Yet, even if everyone was happy, one person couldn't, but with her awkward personality, she could only remain silent as she forced herself to smile, following the crowd, who was happy with the engagement of Masa and Eri. Nevertheless, Masa knew nothing about that, and he was quite busy for a while as everyone wanted to hug him and throw him to the sky. Lucky. This is what Masa truly felt when he was born into this family, and because of that, he was going to protect this family and make everyone stronger so that no one could threaten them. Not only a financial and political but also a military power. Masa knew that if others heard him, they would think that he was simply crazy, yet this warmth and love he didn't want to lose, and before someone tried to take it, he was going to make the first move since those with the initiative had always been the one with the advantages. At this moment, the world was still peaceful, but he knew once he entered high school, it would be a different matter. The tragedy that happened to most magician families wouldn't happen to him and his family, and he had made up his mind to protect everyone. As he thought so, he prepared to train all of his abilities, learning, and many others to improve himself. Knock. 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 The door of his room was knocked, but the person didn't immediately enter and waited for his answer quietly. Come in. Masa-sama. Hirumi? Masa looked at his little sister, who had changed into her cute pajamas and held her treasured doll, which he had given her in the past. What's wrong? Do you want to sleep with me? He made a joke, but unexpectedly, she nodded shyly. Can I, Masane-sama? How old are you again? Masa was speechless, causing Hirumi to lower her head in embarrassment, squeezing her tiny toes together nervously as she remained silent. Watching her reaction, he smiled softly and said, Sure, wait for a moment. I need to finish something. Hirumi's eyes shone brightly before she closed the door hurriedly and went to Masa's bed. In the past, they often slept together since their parents went to work, and he felt that she needed someone to take care of him, so as a sibling, their relationship was quite close. Probably, she was lonely, thinking about his leaving for the first high school. Still, Hirumi, who had entered Masa's bed, laid down and then turned, watching her older brother, who was typing on a keyboard with lightning speed. In the current world, such a method is simply old or might not be seen, especially when everyone has already accepted the convenience of visual pointers or neural assistants when they enter data into the computer. Yet, for Masa, whose physical ability was so amazing, using the keyboard was much faster, considering the visual pointers and neural assistants might not be able to match his thinking speed. Hirumi didn't bother Masa and just observed him, but fortunately, he didn't make her wait too long. Masa turned off his computer and light, then entered the bed as usual, even if his little sister was by his side. Let's sleep. While Hirumi's expression didn't change much, the happiness in her voice was clear, and when she saw the gentle smile on her older brother was so close, she felt her heart beating so fast. Yet, when she thought about what had happened earlier, she couldn't hide her gloomy thoughts until her head was patted softly. This touch was as gentle as ever, still similar to how she felt in the past, yet even so, she knew that she couldn't monopolize this touch any longer as Masa would marry someone else. Closing her eyes tightly, she tried to stop her tears, but she couldn't, and in the end, she just moved closer to him, burying her face closer to his chest. She was his little sister, and she knew that she shouldn't expect more than this, yet. Her heart said otherwise, since the more she stayed with him, the more greedy she became. Yet, for now, this is enough. That night, the two siblings returned to their past childhood, close and happy without thinking of many problems, yet, even so, they had grown up, and they had to part, especially when Masa had to go to Tokyo for his first high school entrance exam and to meet the protagonist of this world. Chapter 27, Light. So, he is in Tokyo now. Yes. But. Shiori looked at Eri with a complicated gaze and said helplessly, but I never thought the two of you would become a fiancé and a fiancé. Hearing those words from her best friend, Eri blushed shyly, but she didn't intend to hide this fact since it had already become a fact, and she even announced it to the magician community. Yes, he will be my future husband. Her voice was so gentle, and her eyes were filled with affection. When Shiori saw Eri, who was in this state, it was hard for her to stay calm, but fortunately, they had finished the entrance exam for the third high school. By the way, has he finished his entrance exam? While Shiori wasn't sure why, she tried to change the subject of their conversation, hoping for Eri to stop talking about her engagement with Masa. Not yet. Eri looked at her mobile terminal, seemingly waiting for Masa's email, but unfortunately, it might take him a while to send it. Still, she didn't want to bother him, especially when he should be busy with his entrance exam. As for her entrance exam? Well, it was easy, and she didn't think that she would fail. Eri also thought that Masa didn't have a problem with his entrance exam and wanted to hear his voice, but even so, she didn't want to bother him and waited for him patiently like a good wife. Shiori. Meanwhile, Masa had arrived in Tokyo for the first time and stayed in the hotel, which should be owned by his family. Yes, including the cybersecurity field. Naturally, he also made the Ishiki family enter the real estate industry, including a hotel. Why? It was for safety. After all, having their own hotel was safer than staying at a different place, right? The Ishiki family, who had many new magics due to Masa, wasn't weak, but even so, it was better to be prepared than be sorry. At the same time, due to Masa's stay in Tokyo, his family also prepared a new house for him, but the security system still needed to be installed. Still thinking of that new house, Masa wondered whether his family might be over-preparing since, instead of a house, he felt that the place his family had prepared for him was a fortress. Yet, for the future head of the Ishiki family, all of them thought it was nothing, or rather, such preparation was needed, especially for Masa, who would be everyone's future head of the family. Go all out instead of being sorry. Probably, this was the motto of the Ishiki family at this moment. Yet, inwardly, in this world, was there anyone who could even fight him? While Masa was busy with his entrance exam, he didn't forget to train all of his abilities, especially those that were gained from Masa One Piece. Masa of One Piece had devoured McVise and Kizaru, but even so, he needed time to consume and develop the abilities he gained from the two. While Masa One Piece was on his way to learning all the necessary knowledge and started his beginning after his dangerous fight with Kizaru, Masa DXD also did his best to learn and improve the ability of Tantan Fruit Model, Wait Human Devil Fruit. Tantan Fruit Model, Wait Human Devil Fruit was a simple power, yet even so, it needed time to train. More importantly, as Masa DXD had a lot of experience with physical ability, there was no doubt that he was the most suitable person to train the Tantan Fruit Model, Wait Human Devil Fruit. Meanwhile, Masamuka wasn't lazy, instead, he worked hard to learn how to improve Glin Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit's ability. After getting the power of Glin Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit, besides manipulating light, Masa had been thinking about how to improve this ability further. In the original, the way Kizaru used the ability from the Glin Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit was pretty simple, which was just turning his body into a light, using his physical ability to attack someone with the speed of light or shoot a laser. Still, Masa didn't underestimate Kizaru and felt that such a way of using the Glin Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit was good. If there was something that Masa had to add, it was the fact that he could control the light to create a hologram, an optical illusion, by using the Glin Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit. This was probably the best way for him to improve the ability of Glin Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit, and as for the rest, it was enough to use the way Kizaru used this ability as with the speed of light, how could chase after him? What about others? Frankly, there were a lot of possibilities for the Glin Fruit Model, light human devil fruit since the light was everywhere, and it was also dangerous as he could even create a gamma ray, X-ray, microwave, and many others. To be honest, among all the Logia type of devil fruit, the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit could be said to be one of the most dangerous. Yet, there was a massive problem in developing such an ability. Radiation. Yes, whether it was a gamma ray, X-ray, microwave, or many others, all of them generated radiation. While Masa was immune, the environment wasn't, and if he really developed a magic that destroyed the environment, then he would be as good as gone. He also didn't like the idea of destroying the environment, considering how important it was for him and his family, especially in this country, Japan, where the usable land was so limited. Masa might say to leave the improvement of the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit to him, but then again, in reality, there was still a limit to what he could do. If I have a regrowth. If Masa had regrowth, Tatsuya's innate ability, which allowed Tatsuya to return everything to its previous, original state within 24 hours, he would develop all the possibilities of the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit. Unfortunately, he didn't have such an ability, so he could only improve the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit in the field of illusion, especially optical illusion. Oh, and a laser, too. If possible, Masa hoped for Masa One Piece to devour Bamu Bamu no Mi or Pamu Pamu no Mi the next time the next Masa appeared, so that way, the ability of the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit could grow stronger, but he knew that when the next Masa appeared, what everyone aimed for wouldn't be Bamu Bamu no Mi or Pamu Pamu no Mi, instead it would be a certain zone type of a devil fruit. Nevertheless, this was fine, too, Masa thought. Still, as he thought of how to develop his Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit, he was already about to arrive at the first high school to start his entrance exam, and he could see many middle school students walking toward the same, seemingly also intending to join the entrance exam. Nevertheless, no one intended to talk to each other since everyone in this place was a rival, and no one wanted to fail to enter this prestigious high school. Still, even so, even if everyone was a rival, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of Masa. Masa was wearing a face mask, hiding most of his features, but even so, his large body was impossible to ignore. While everyone's height was mostly less than 180 or even further below, his almost 190 centimeters was towering, and even though he appeared slim, everyone could feel the dense and powerful aura that came from Masa's body. It felt hard to breathe somehow when they were close to him, as if he was in existence above them. Yet even so, many of them wished to get close to him, especially when all of them saw his appearance and hoped to see his real face under that face mask. However, while the majority were attracted to his appearance, one girl stared at him in a daze due to how warm and bright he was. The Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit, had turned him into a human light. Instead of the powerful bioelectricity on his body, his light was more vibrant, and it might not be wrong to say that he was like the sun. Yet, even so, ordinary people and magicians might not notice this. However, it was different from this girl, who was particularly sensitive toward the light, and because of Masa's light, she just couldn't look away. Ngoka, what's wrong? Her friend, who walked by her side, looked at the girl in confusion. Hey, remove your face mask. You can't enter the school with that. At the entrance of the first high school, such a conversation happened, and Masa, who was told to remove his face mask, did so and caused everything to be in silence. Yet, he ignored everyone's reaction and asked the school staff. Can I enter now? The staff, who was in a daze, quickly nodded. Yes, please. Masa nodded, then entered the school casually, giving off a laid-back attitude, yet even so, many still couldn't wake up from their stupor from watching his face for the first time. Masa's charm, which had become 3 times better, was just so destructive, after all. Yet, Ongoka's friend, Shizuka Kitayama, who followed her best friend's gaze, understood why her best friend had been in a daze and rooted in a place. Was this the beginning of the first love of the two girls? Spring, new encounters, and love. The weather might still within the winter, but even so, they couldn't help but imagine that spring had come, and all the girls who had seen Masa for the first time anticipated such a future, and they hoped to succeed in their entrance exam so that they could meet him. Chapter 28. The difference: winter was pretty cold, and the entrance exam also made everyone nervous, which made their bodies become even more frigid, yet even so, strangely enough, when they were close to Masa, all of them felt warm. Yet, Masa ignored all of them and wanted to finish his entrance exam as soon as possible. At the same time, he wondered whether the Shiba siblings were they in a different room? Masa thought so and felt a bit disappointed since he couldn't see the 2 famous siblings in the muka. Tatsuya aside, Masa was curious at how beautiful Miyuki Shiba, the main heroine of this world, was, wondering whether she was really that beautiful. Still, While Masa was curious about Miyuki, the headmaster and many important staff of the first high school were watching him in the observation room after he entered the school. So, that's the blue beast. His body is overwhelming. Yet, even so, his control is so delicate. Masa's reputation was high, and the Ishiki family had never hidden his qualifications. Or rather, he was relatively loud, as if he were the leader and the hope of this family. That was what Masa intended it to be, but even if his reputation was loud, it was still limited, and more importantly, he wasn't a strategic type of a magician, so even if his reputation was loud, most people would dismiss him, thinking that the Ishiki family tried to exaggerate his reputation. It might seem weird, but instead of being feared, being underestimated was better after all. When someone underestimated him, instead of trying to take him down, they would just dismiss him and continue with their lives or try to improve themselves to show that they were better than him. On the other hand, Tatsuya's power was too exaggerated, and his existence instilled fear, which made many wish to take him down, causing his life to be far from being peaceful. Masa's life might not have been peaceful, but it was still within the limits of his tolerance. Still, with his loud reputation, when he had decided to enter the first high school, he attracted the attention of many, and many of them were curious about him, especially the headmaster and the staff, considering many of them thought he would be the third high school. So handsome. Some of them subconsciously murmured, which made the atmosphere turn strange all of a sudden. But principal, you really don't want to give him special treatment? Considering Masa's reputation, it shouldn't be weird for Masa to have special treatment by entering the first high school without an exam, yet even so, there was no such an offer, and he had to take the entrance exam like others. No. Momoyama Azuma, the principal of the first high school, shook his head softly and said, if he asks such a request, then I don't mind, but since he isn't, then he probably wishes to show his strength through a normal exam like others, and instead of having a special treatment, it might be better for him to take a normal exam like others as he can show all the new students what it means to face a powerful magician is. I think all of them will give up in despair when they see his power. No, I think that they won't think so since they know from the beginning to the end, there is no comparison between them. How negative. That's the truth, isn't it? But is he really that amazing? His feats in business, research, and also prowess during the invasion of the Sato is obvious to all. He is like a protagonist with a cheat. Ha ha ha. You are right. Nevertheless, all the staff were happy with Masa's intention to join the first high school, considering the graduation of the third year was near. The third year had been known as the exceptional, but the second year, there was nothing exceptional. While they were okay, they weren't that special, but if Masa decided to join the first high school, then it would be different, and the golden age of the first high school could be maintained. Be quiet. The exam is about to start. Yet, when they wanted to continue to discuss Masa, Momoyama quickly silenced them since the exam was about to start. All of them quickly shut their mouths and couldn't wait to see the result of Masa's exam. Meanwhile, Masa also felt the cameras were focused on him, but he didn't mind since it was normal for him to attract attention. Instead, his attention had been on the exam that was about to start. The exam was divided into two, one was a written test, and the other was a practical test. The first was the written test, and it was easy for him, especially since he had become 3 times smarter than before, so it wouldn't be difficult for him to get a perfect score or even further if that was possible. Still, compared to the written test, the practical test was even more important as it was a magic high school, so there was no doubt that the students were expected to show their talent ability with magic. To see whether one had a talent with magic or not, there were 3 factors that one needed to evaluate to determine whether one was an exceptional or a failure, and those factors were interference strength, capacity of magic sequences, and processing power of magic. Yes, unlike an average magician story where the strength of the magician is determined by their magic power, in this world, those 3 factors above were the points to determine whether a magician was exceptional or not. Still, those points might appear weird, but let him explain those 3 points. The first is the interference strength, which is the strength of the magician to affect reality. The magician is a creature that changes reality, the phenomenon before them. If he gave an example, the simplest would be to create ice from nothing, even if the temperature was so hot. The stronger the interference strength, the better a magician was at performing their magic. It was like muscle strength, the stronger the muscle was, the stronger one could lift the weight. The interference strength was like that, the stronger it was, the stronger the magic that a magician could perform. Now, let's move on to the second point, which is the capacity of magic sequences, which was pretty simple, and that was the ability to cast magic, and the higher the capacity a magician was, the stronger and more complicated a magician could perform, and if their capacity is lower, then one could only perform simple magic. However, if one's magician's interference magic was high, Even if their capacity was low, then even simple magic could become strong and they could make the effect of other magic weak. Still, while the first and second points might be a little difficult to understand for some, the third point is easier to understand. The processing power of magic was the third factor in determining whether a magician was excellent or not. What does this factor mean? It is meant to speed up the process of performing one's magic. As for why this point was included, it was because the faster one performed their magic, the better it was, right? After all, those with a slow activation would be defeated before they could even do anything, so the faster one was, the stronger a magician was. For Masa, all of them were easy, and he didn't think that he would be defeated by anyone within those 3 points, including Tatsuya. Rather, even if Tatsuya was the strongest, his qualification as a magician, according to international standards, was horrible. Masa, on the other hand, was the best of the best, even if the standard for the future might change since instead of only being able to use limited magic like Tatsuya, he could use everything. Still, as he listened to the teacher's explanation for the practical exam, Masa noticed someone was staring at him. While the others also looked at him, this one was different as her eyes were a bit different. Ah! The girl, who removed her glasses, somehow held her eyes in pain. What's wrong? The teacher was startled when someone suddenly screamed. However, the girl couldn't explain since her eyes were in so much pain after she was staring at Masa, and to be honest, she didn't want anyone to know the ability of her eyes. More importantly, she was at fault and panicked when she thought about how she might lose her qualification for the exam. Moreover, the pain in her eyes hadn't been subdued, and this pain made her want to cry. Still, suddenly, she felt a warm current that entered her body, making her eyes feel better. Are you fine? The girl, who had closed her eyes in pain, opened her eyes slowly, but someone closed her eyes, which made her panic. I have a magic that will block all magic that pry into myself, so don't use your eyes on me. Seal them again with your glasses. Oh. The girl was panicked, but somehow, this gentle voice made her follow his words subconsciously, and inwardly, she also felt guilty for using her special eyes. Now, you can open your eyes. Thank you very much. The girl opened her eyes, then blushed when she realized the young man that she had been watching and trying to observe with her special eyes was the one who helped her. I am sorry. It's fine. Yet, even so, the girl felt that she needed to do something, especially when she knew that she had given a bad impression and did something rude to the young man. Still, she had to say, it was so hard to calm down, especially when this young man's handsome face was so close to her, making her heart race and stumble with words. However, Masa didn't care much since his bioelectricity magic made him able to block all the magic that tried to pry or probe him. Nevertheless, the reason why his reaction was relatively mild was that it was a cute girl who did this. If it was a man, then he wouldn't be so kind. Still, he felt that this girl was one of the heroines somehow, especially with how cute and how huge her bust was. However, as he had a fiancée, he needed to act like a gentleman instead of being a scumbag. Regardless, while the girl, Shibata Mizuki, wanted to apologize, the others, especially the teacher, had already taken over as they were amazed by Masa's ability. Hirumi Masa examinee, was that a healing magic? Yeah. Amazing. That was my first time to see it. It felt so warm. Due to the commotion caused by Masa's healing magic, Mizuki lost her chance to talk and apologize properly to Masa, especially when his name was called to perform the practical test. As for the commotion caused by Mizuki, no one paid attention since everyone's eyes were on Masa, who was about to take his exam. All the eyes were on him, including a beautiful girl with short, bright red-orange hair, who appeared to be a lively girl, yet at this moment, the eyes of the girl appeared to be solemn since she could feel a sharp aura like a sword from Masa. Nevertheless, Masa just did his test, showing his difference from everyone else, especially in terms of his speed of processing the power of magic. 0.05 seconds. At that moment, everyone could only stay in a daze, staring at the difference between a mortal and a god. Chapter 29, First Meeting. I am finished, teacher. Yes, you have finished. Thank you. Masa's voice awoke in the teacher, but the teacher quickly fell into a daze, watching the speed of Masa performing his magic. Similarly, all the examinees were dumbfounded before they all roared. 0.05 seconds. How is that even humanly possible? If I am not wrong, the reaction limit for a human is 0.1 second, right? Hey, wait a moment, that's a reaction time for one to move, right? But this is a time for him to perform his magic. Then, that means his reaction time is much, much faster. After a moment of roaring, everyone fell into silence and then looked at Masa with a complicated gaze. All of them were young, and as they were born as a magician, many thought that they were special, thinking that they could change the world. Amongst the young, Only 1 in 1,000 could become a magician, which showed how special they were, right? Yet, at this moment, all of them realized that in front of Masa, they were nothing. Wait a moment, what is his name again? Hirumi Masa, if I am not wrong. Why does this name appear familiar? Blue Beast. Wait, that Blue Beast? He is that Blue Beast. The famous young magician who stopped the invasion of Sato, the Blue Beast, Hirumi Masa. At this moment, all of them quietly accepted why there was a huge difference between them. Still, while many wanted to approach him, many hesitated, considering his extraordinary background and identity. More importantly, if they failed the entrance exam, what would happen? Still, somehow, after knowing Masa's identity, even if Masa's result for the practical exam was amazing, it didn't put pressure on all of them since, at this moment, all of them realized they were not at the same level. A human is like this, when they see someone too high and different, instead of being jealous, all they can feel is helplessness and acceptance that they are two different people. However, when Masa thought that he could have a quiet, peaceful time, someone approached him. Are you the Blue Beast? Usually, Masa would ignore someone unless they had a certain status within the society. He knew that this might appear like he was arrogant, but well, yes, he was a bit arrogant, yet at the same time, he just didn't want to waste his time. There were many things that he had to do in this life, especially when he wanted to help the other Masas, so how could he waste his time on people who had no worth? Still, the person who approached him had a certain status, and Masa also felt that this was also a heroine, especially when her appearance was above many, and she had this lively yet strong aura like a swordsman, but then again, he could tell that her talent in magic wasn't that impressive. Masa didn't think to ignore her, but he didn't show much interest in her and just looked at the other examinees who were doing their practical exams with slightly sleepy eyes. Don't call me that. It's embarrassing to be called your nickname, right? If you are bored, how about you visit Chiba Dojo when you are in Tokyo? Masa then turned his gaze toward the girl for the first time. Now, you look at me, huh? The girl looked at Masa with a snort and said, is your status so high that you will look down on the mortal? Yup. Masa nodded. If your status doesn't match up with mine, it will be a waste of time for me. You are so arrogant. I have the right to be one. You are not wrong, though. The girl nodded and didn't hate his slightly arrogant attitude since it wasn't that unpleasant, considering Masa's status. She thought that he must have shared being approached by annoying people who just wanted to know him due to his status, so she didn't feel surprised by his attitude, considering she had a share of similar experience. My name is Chiba Erika. Nice to meet you. That Chiba? That Chiba. Main family? Branch. I am the daughter of the head. Now, you got my attention. Masa smiled as he met Erika's gaze and said, still, I thought that people of our age would disdain to use a family status and on the rebellion period. Then, you can see how exceptional I am, right? I don't shy away from using my family status, Erika said with a laugh, which caused him to laugh, too. Still, this laugh made Erika fall into a daze, thinking that this guy was too handsome, right? Or rather, when Masa smiled, it caused many to fall into a daze, showing how destructive his charm was. This was just 3 Masas. What would happen if there were 4 or 5 or more? Masa dare not imagine, so, what do you think? Do you want to visit my family dojo after this exam? Let's do it later when we reach the high school. Masa looked at Erika softly and said, if you don't do well on this entrance exam, it will be embarrassing to meet me again, right? Oh, just wait then. I will be accepted in this high school. I will wait. Erika snorted and then walked away, but in her mind, she would definitely be accepted into first high school. Nevertheless, when Erika looked away, Masa looked at her back, watching how perky and tight her body was. Probably because she trained her body from childhood, her body is suppler and appears better than most. At the same time, Masa had to say that the quality of the heroines in this world was high. Or rather, he hadn't seen an ugly magician, and probably because originally they were genetically created, they appeared better than most, even if some had an ordinary face. No one was ugly, he thought. Still, Chiba, huh? Masa knew the Chiba family well, and they were part of the 100 families. The 10 major clans might be the strongest families with the most influence in the country, but even if Chiba was just part of the 100 families, a family magic that possessed numbers in their names and was just second only to the 10 major clans and 18 assistant houses. Chiba was part of the 100 family and was known as the Magic Swordman, renowned for using personal speed and weight magic in close quarters combat. The Chiba family's strength lay not in the fact they could adeptly use spells but in a new system they pioneered for the training and development of close combat magicians. Presently, of the magicians serving as policemen or infantry in the military, it was rumored that half of them were directly trained under the Chiba family system. This was the case for the Navy and Air Force as well. Any unit that might encounter close combat situations often petitioned the Chiba family for training. If they were solely dependent on connections within active duty troops, the Chiba family's influence may eclipse that of the 10 master clans. Masa felt that becoming friends with Erika was a good thing, though he felt a bit helpless when he thought about his nickname. Blue Beast, huh? Well, it can't be helped. Due to the new trademark magic that Masa created for the Ishiki family, he also understood why he got this nickname. Nevertheless, let's talk about his nickname later since it was time for him to go back. While many wanted to talk to him, he didn't want to waste his time. When he was about to leave, his steps stopped as he saw the most beautiful woman that he had ever seen. She is so lovely, with perfectly symmetrical features, a slim body, and healthy curves that show her womanly qualities. Yet, one that attracted him the most was no doubt her skin and hair, which reminded him of snow and night. At the same time, Masa had to say this beauty wasn't that humanly possible. Instead, it was as if her beauty was artificially sculpted. However, there was no doubt that whether they were female or male, all of them would say afu and become flustered in front of her presence due to how beautiful she was. So, this is Shiba Miyuki. Yet, while Masa was surprised for a moment, he quickly recovered and walked away. Still, he had to say, Tatsuya's face was so ordinary that it made him bored. Meanwhile, Shiba Miyuki was also stunned when she saw Masa for the first time, as she had never thought someone so handsome could exist. Still, watching him walk away after looking at her for a moment, she couldn't help but be in doubt and surprised as it was her first time to see someone react that way. Yet, the one that surprised her the most was the reaction of her older brother. Anyai-sama? Tatsuya couldn't look away when he saw Masa for the first time. He thought that high school would be a boring place, yet when he saw Masa, he realized what a strong magician would be. Not only the body but the aura that emitted from him was too magical, which made him curious, and he used his elemental sight on Masa to identify him fully as he recognized Masa as an element of danger, which might endanger Miyuki. Only, he underestimated Masa too much, so when he used his elemental sight, BZZT. H&H. Tatsuya released a painful groan as he closed his eyes as he felt his eyes and brain being attacked by an electricity current. Anyai-sama. Yet, Miyuki was in a panic when she saw Tatsuya's eyes were bleeding. I am fine. Calm down, Miyuki. Tatsuya quickly used his ray growth to recover since his eyes had turned blind, which shocked him, but his thoughts quickly stopped when he noticed Masa was staring at him. The two stared at each other for a moment, and Tatsuya rooted in place. He was ready to use his magic to fight as if he were facing a dangerous beast. Only Masa turned and walked away, causing Tatsuya to sigh in relief inwardly. Was it because of that person, Anyai-sama? Miyuki was filled with anger somehow as she released her magical aura, which caused the temperature to lower dramatically and made the others panic. Calm down, Miyuki. It was all my fault to use my ability on him. Miyuki was at a loss for words when she heard Tatsuya admit his mistake. But that person is. There is nothing wrong. That young man should be him. Tatsuya quickly realized Masa's identity. The Blue Beast, Hirumi Masa. Yet, there was no doubt Masa's impression on Tatsuya was the worst of the worst. Chapter 30, The Next Destination. No, I don't think that you should devour Tatsuya. Yup, we're strong enough now, and more importantly, having him by your side is far easier than not, as he can attract the attention of others and make your life more peaceful. Well, that's true. After his entrance exam, Masa entered the space to talk about his experience with the other Masa, especially after Tatsuya used the elemental sight, which annoyed him. Yet, there was no doubt that Tatsuya's most troublesome ability was the elemental sight, as it could make him see anything. Fortunately, Masa, in the world of Nuka, had always been prepared to protect himself, especially when one tried to pry or spy on him or his family, so he created magic to protect himself from such a situation. Frankly, this magic was just a simple bioelectricity barrier, but it could be used to protect him and the Ishiki family from mental manipulation-related and observation-related abilities. Probably due to this magic, the Ishiki family was the #1 nemesis of all the magicians that relied on illusion and mental-related magics. Still, Masa was annoyed, but it didn't matter since everything had passed, and he knew that Tatsuya was just curious about him, considering his status and all. If he had to say, Tatsuya's case was similar to Shibata Mijiki, who used her special eye, but unlike Mijiki, the cute girl, Tatsuya was a guy, after all, and he felt annoyed when a guy wanted to peek at him. It didn't matter if it was a girl, though. Nevertheless, let's put the problem aside. Masa knew that it was too hasty of him to devour Tatsuya. Tatsuya wasn't someone that Masa should devour. Why? Because Tatsuya's role was important to Masa, who wished to live a peaceful life. Tatsuya was different from Masa, after all, and he didn't mind getting into trouble, Considering his lack of emotions, he had never thought much and charged forward like a bull. Moreover, his strength supported his reckless behavior. In other words, Tatsuya's role was akin to a scapegoat for Masa. As long as Tatsuya was around, all the troubles would come to Tatsuya instead of Masa. So, when Masa thought of that, he felt better somehow, and all of them talked about their experiences lately. Masa from the world of DxD was the same since his life had been quite peaceful. Masa from the Muka also had just finished his entrance exam, and he only needed to wait until the start of the story. Meanwhile, Masa from the world of One Piece also started his next plan to become stronger. After devouring Kizaru, it was impossible for Masa to stay in the Sebari archipelago, and naturally, he wanted to leave that place, considering the bad memory. Or rather, he was afraid that he might go crazy if he stayed in that place any longer, so he left directly with Karina. Where was his destination? Water 7? Yup. That's a good target. You are going to get the Cypher Pol 9 agents, right? Yes, Masa from the world of One Piece had been aiming for the Cypher Pol 9 agents. While he had gotten Kizaru, the talent of the members of Cypher Pol 9 agents couldn't be underestimated, and he wished to devour Rob Lucci, considering his talent as the most talented agent in the 800 years of the world government. Rob Lucci might have been defeated by Luffy, and his devil fruit was just a normal zone-type devil fruit, but his talent was no doubt clear to all, especially in martial arts. Having to devour such a talent, it was obvious that it would boost the strength of the three of them further. Still, have you thought about devouring Frankie? To be honest, I do. Masa from One Piece admitted that he was thinking of devouring Frankie since he had to say that Frankie was a genius at technology. But you should know our creed, right? Well, that's true. Let's have a bottom line. Being too cruel sometimes isn't good. The three of them nodded, thinking that even if they would devour others to become stronger, they wouldn't devour a good person. Yes, they knew that this might seem like a naive thought since, for power, they shouldn't do everything, even if the method was evil. Yet, somehow, they felt like they should have something akin to a limiter, something that they shouldn't break no matter what unless it was necessary, such as when those so-called good people tried to harm them. If that happened, then there was no need for them to hesitate. Moreover, instead of Frankie, I think that I might as well devour Vegapunk, considering how strange this guy is. That's a good choice. His brain is good and all, but this guy is too stupid and emotional somehow. Frankly, all three Masa never thought much about why the smartest man in the world of One Piece would do something stupid of being obsessed with history instead of doing his best to improve the life of everyone. Instead of the past history that had begun and been destroyed, why shouldn't everyone look at the future? Or rather, why was everyone in the world of One Piece obsessed with history? Learning from history so the same mistake won't happen once again. Many might think so, but all three Masa didn't think so since when something happened, nothing could stop it, even if everyone had read the history. Even Nico Robin knew that to learn the lost history was bad and would make her targeted and killed like her parents and those archaeologists in the Ohara, yet even so, she still tried to learn it as if she wanted to commit suicide. So, all three Masa had never shown an interest in the lost history or reached the last island, Lot Tail. Instead, what they wanted to do was to improve themselves since their only strength was what they believed. The weak could only succumb, and the strong could do whatever they wanted, including protecting what they loved. So, at this moment, let's return to Masa and the world of One Piece once again. Oh, before that, Masa from Muka said, I almost forgot to say that I am engaged now. Say that in the beginning. Nevertheless, the two Masas said, anyway, congratulations. Thank you. After that talk, Masa from One Piece looked at Karina, who was standing beside him. After his long battle with Kizaru and devouring him, Masa was discovered by Karina, who had been waiting for him even though she might face danger by staying at the Sebari archipelago. Still, thinking of her act, Masa had to say this woman was stupidly cute. This woman often said that all the people in this world were stupid and she could fool all of them, yet even so, she did something stupid by staying and waiting for him even if she might be targeted by Marines. Regardless, even if Masa was still weak after using most of his energy, it didn't mean that he was powerless. The convenience that came from having Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit was obvious, especially since he could enter anyone's body, using the person as his jacket and taking over control of their bodies. The strong might resist him, but he just wanted to run away so he could target the weak, and the weak had no power to resist him. So, whether it was Masa or Karina, the two were able to run away smoothly, yet before that, the two of them decided to steal all the wealth in the Sebari archipelago as no one was around. Yes, even if there was a danger before them, considering Masa had killed Kizaru and might even be targeted by the entire Marines due to his act, the two never forgot about the money. Give me 80% of your total wealth to recover my broken heart. Still, Karina was as greedy for money as ever. Rolling his eyes, frankly, Masa didn't care about money that much, but having more money was more convenient, and he didn't really mind giving 80% of his wealth, since even having 20% of his wealth still gave him a life of luxury. More importantly, he was more interested in strength than money. Still, Karina's mood had become so much better when she looked at all the money that Masa had collected, and she even stayed inside his body, rolling around her body and swimming in the pool of money naked, which made him speechless. So, where are we going now? Even if her body was naked, showing her sensitive parts, Karina didn't care much since he had seen everything of her now, so why should she be embarrassed? More importantly, she was inside him, so no one except him could see her. We're going to the Water 7. Oh? We're going to make a ship. The Water 7 is a famous island for its shipbuilding technology. For Masa, who wishes to go to the Water 7, Karina thinks that he wants to make a ship. Well, we got a treasure tree atom, so it would be wasteful if we didn't use it. Treasure tree atom is a type of tree whose wood is considered the strongest, highest quality wood in the world. Its immense rarity makes it highly valuable, being considered a great treasure. After taking all the wealth in the Sabati archipelago, Masa was probably lucky. He discovered this type of wood and thought to make his own ship. While he was more into a metal type of a guy, there was no such a ship at all in this world, which made him wonder why many sci-fi-like items were developed, yet there was no metal ship, which made him speechless. Still, if there was a reason why most ships were made from wood, Masa could only say that it was all due to limited resources in this world. The world was about to sink, and many islands had already sunk, so because of that, the world lacked resources. Nevertheless, Masa, who owned the Revive Fruit model, Resurrection-type Devil Fruit, thought that he should take an island or two, turn their weight to zero, and then make them float into the sky and live on the floating islands. However, as he was in the world of One Piece, it would be a shame if he didn't have a ship, right? Okay. Karina agreed, since she also didn't want to stay on the Sabati archipelago any longer, as this island brought her bad memories, yet there was no doubt she just didn't want to lose him anymore, and the thought of losing him once again scared her. Still, it was impossible for her to be frank about her feelings, and at the same time, she had to say, she was a bit excited about the thought of having their own ships. Moreover, I think in that place we can find you a devil fruit. Huh? You are going to get me a devil fruit? Surprised, Karina hurriedly asked, is it a float fruit model, flying human devil fruit? After Masa told her about the float fruit model, flying human devil fruit, this devil fruit had always been on her mind. No, it's a different devil fruit. What kind? Let it be a surprise for you. Eh? Tell me, Masa. Her voice was as sweet as a baby, hoping her man would tell her. No. I will wear that cheerleader costume for you. No. How stubborn. Be patient, okay? More importantly, I need to make sure that it is there or not, since I am not that sure. Masa somehow hoped for the next Masa to appear, someone who could help him to remember all the important parts of the story, since even if he had 3 Masas with him, there was still a limit to which he could remember, and to be honest, he hoped to know the update of the story of One Piece, since when he was transmigrated into this world, the story of One Piece hadn't finished yet. Anyway, let's talk after we leave this island first, since I believe more troublesome opponents might come. Okay. Hearing his words, Karina also lost her previous playful attitude and stayed in silence so Masa could focus on leaving this island as soon as possible. Nevertheless, their destination was already determined, which was Water 7. Yet, somehow, the place where they arrived was different from their imagination, but at the same time, the world was in panic since Kizaru, one of the admirals of the Marines, had passed away. Chapter 31, Avengers. Borsellino had died. The moment this news was known, everyone fell into silence before all of them said the same thing. Impossible. No one would believe it. No one wanted to believe that Kizaru or Borsellino would die. Sengoku, Tsuru, Okainu, Kyuzen, or even the famous marine hero Garp could die. Yes, any of them could die, yet no one would believe that Kizaru would die. Why? Because of the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit, while in terms of destructiveness, Kizaru couldn't be compared to Okainu, who had eaten the magma fruit model, magma human devil fruit, or Kyuzen, who ate the high no mi, but in terms of speed, no one could match Kizaru, who had eaten the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit. By eating the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit, Kizaru became a human light, and naturally, his speed was as fast as that of light. So, if Kizaru planned to run away, no one could chase him. Even the 5 elders of the world government, or even him, the mysterious leader of the world government, no one could catch Kizaru if he really wanted to run away. So, when all of them heard that Kizaru had died, no one believed this news. Are you sure, Sengoku? You are not joking, right? Garp, who usually only stayed in Sengoku's office to mooch Sengoku's rice crackers or laugh, pretending to be a senile old man who was helpless by the crimes of his son and grandson, at this moment, had lost such an act, and his expression was that of a solemnity. Yes. Yet, Sengoku didn't lie, and his expression was solemn and had a hint of murderous intent, completely angered by this fact. Kizaru's vivre card had been completely burned, and he had died. If Sengoku hadn't seen Kizaru's vivre card being completely burned, then he wouldn't have believed it, but as it had been burned, he knew that Kizaru was as good as gone, which made him completely in disbelief and angered as he felt that someone or a certain group that was completely hidden, plotted something to take down the Marines. Then, why didn't the Marines on the Sabari archipelago say anything? What was wrong with them? Everyone was angry by the uselessness of the Marines on the Sabari archipelago, who they believed had been completely corrupted for taking the brides from all the criminals and wealthy people on that island. You can't blame them. Suddenly, Tsuru, the brain of the Marines, took the initiative to talk. Great Staff Officer. What do you mean by that? Yet, Okainu, one of the admirals of the Marines, couldn't completely calm down, and his anger was as fiery as his magma. Kizaru had just passed away, and you wanted to let go of those incompetent Marines. Is that what you want to say, Staff Officer Tsuru? While it might be strange, his relationship with Kizaru was quite good. They might not be close, but as they had been fighting together during their youth till they became an admiral, he couldn't let go of the fact that Kizaru had passed away. At this moment, Okainu just wanted to destroy the Sabari archipelago along with everything in it to make an offering for the Sabari archipelago. On the other hand, Kuzen, the other admiral who followed lazy justice, was in silence, which was weird since usually, he would be the opposite of Okainu, but at this moment, even if it was wrong and might cause many harms to the people, his feeling was the same as Okainu as he wished to kill the person or a group who killed Kizaru. After all, like Okainu, Kuzen's relationship with Kizaru was that of a comrade, even if they weren't that close. Okainu, Kuzen, and Kizaru might not be close, but even so, they had competed with each other till now, and they thought that they were equal to each other, so the fact that one of them died, how could they accept it? So, at this moment, they wished to catch or kill this perpetrator who had killed Kizaru. The others also felt the same way since all of them wanted to avenge Kizaru at that moment, so, if Tsuru wanted to stop them, then she would face all of their anger. After all, an admiral, the person with one of the highest positions in the Marines, had passed away, so would they just do nothing? So, when they die, then their death would be meaningless. How could they accept that? At this moment, all of them were filled with fury, and even if they had to fight, all of them would follow Akainu to go to the Sabari archipelago to avenge Kizaru? No, that's not what I mean. Yet, facing the pressure that came from all directions, Tsuru was as calm as ever. Sengoku and Garp, who had been friends of Tsuru, also sighed in relief when they heard Tsuru's words. The three of them had been together, but even so, they also couldn't follow if Tsuru told them to stop. I just mean that we might need to resort to a buster call if it's necessary. Everyone. After all, no one expected that Tsuru would be so cruel since if the buster call happened, then the Sabari archipelago would be as good as gone. Don't be too hasty, Tsuru. Sengoku was also startled by Tsuru's decision and quickly calmed her down. The Sabari archipelago is a necessary place for all of us, even the world government. Yes, the Sabari archipelago was an important island for all of them since many of their supplies were bought from this island. Even the world government needed this place since it was so boring to stay at the Marijois. No, if necessary, we have to do a buster call since this enemy is too dangerous. What do you mean, Tsuru? Do you mean the Marines can't handle them? Garp was confused. That's what I think since this opponent is too cunning, and I believe that all the people, including Marines, have been controlled by our enemies. This individual or group might have someone with a devil fruit that allows them to control a group of people, so in that case, we are controlled, and we are as good as over. If possible, we have to kill this enemy before he, she, or they can do anything. Control. If it was before, they might not have taken this opponent seriously since they have Haki, but with Haki, they should have been able to shake off all the abilities of the devil fruit. However, if this person could kill Kizaru, then it would be a different matter since Kizaru was at his peak and one of the strongest among the Marines. For someone, or a group of people, to be able to kill Kizaru meant that they weren't weak. As for those people in the Sabari archipelago, they felt that they might as well give up on them since no one knew whether this control had been let go or not. Okainu agreed with Tsuru's cruel method, and Kuzen, while hesitant, also agreed since the Marines were under a great threat. If another admiral died, then it wouldn't be funny, especially when they knew that they couldn't hide this news, and by then, the deterrence and prestige that could make their enemies would be shaken. The power of deterrence and prestige of the Marines couldn't be lost no matter what since if they lost it, then many Marines would lose their lives as they might be targeted by many. So, at this moment, even if they were cruel, They had to go all out, or else many Marines would die. Tsuru knew the solemnity of this news, and she knew that they had to kill this individual or group of people, especially with how cunning they were. If it was a normal pirate, they would brag that they had killed an admiral, showing how awesome they were. However, this person hid his identity, never showed his face, and was even extremely careful. For such an individual, Tsuru felt that the Marines had to completely erase this person, or else the world wouldn't be peaceful. At the same time, she thought the extermination of the lawless area and also the death of the world noble was a plot of a certain organization, which made her feel a danger that she had never felt before. Okay, let's do it. Sengoku, who hesitated before, also nodded firmly. Even if they had to destroy the Sabati archipelago, they had to avenge Kizaru, or else the power deterrence of the Marines would be as good as gone. At the same time, this dangerous individual or group really couldn't stay alive no matter what, so, at this moment, all of them made their way to the Sabati archipelago to avenge Kizaru. I have heard that Doflamingo is over there now? Really? Then, force him to support us. His devil fruit is of great use to us, especially to trap our opponent, or rather, tell him to use his awakening devil fruit now, or else we will destroy him. Tsuru never hesitated when she made up her mind, and she would use everything to erase the threat to the Marines. Yes, Doflamingo, who just wanted to avenge his family, McVise, was also stunned when he was forced to use his awakening of devil fruit after he just arrived in the Sabati archipelago. Or rather, he was too late to run away after knowing the death of Kizaru. After all, he knew his power well, and he wasn't so arrogant that he could do everything, especially after his defeat against one of the 4 emperors. Yet, it was too late, and he couldn't run away after he was surrounded by Marines. Huh? You want me to use the Torakago, birdcage, on the Sabati archipelago? Even though the Marines didn't say anything clearly, Doflamingo knew this was a troublesome situation. Yes, the Admiral said that we would destroy your home if you didn't follow our instructions. Doflamingo fell silent and tried to weigh up the risks and benefits. While this place was dangerous and using his technique might make him be targeted, he knew that if he didn't follow their words, then he would be as good as gone, especially with how serious they were. Yet, at the same time, he also didn't want to get into danger, especially when he knew nothing. However, if he left. After hesitating for a moment, Doflamingo used the awakening ability of his devil fruit. Torakago. At that moment, the entire Sabati archipelago was fully enclosed by powerful, sharp strings that would cut anyone who would touch it. The entire population of the Sabati archipelago was trapped by this technique, and they had no escape. There was nothing they could do since they were weak, and hopefully, the Marines would leave after all of this. Still, the Marines had gone all out, but unfortunately, when they arrived, they would find nothing since Masa had left this island for a more peaceful place. Chapter 32, Let There Be Light. Yes, whether it was Masa or Karina, the two of them weren't the types who were indecisive, and the two quickly ran away and planned their escape to Water 7. At the same time, Karina felt Masa's plan to build a ship was a good idea, so everything would be convenient. More importantly, if they stayed any longer, they would bring danger to all the people in the Sabati archipelago. Even if Masa was merciless toward his enemy, Karina knew that he wasn't a bad guy, and if there was a reason why he stayed to face the Admiral, it was because if he didn't stay, then all the people would bear the anger of the world noble. So, Masa had to stay, yet Karina didn't expect him to win, especially when his opponent was Kizaru, who was one of the strongest in the Marines. Still, because of this, when they escaped to the ship, taking control of the noble who wanted to escape, Karina directly went all out and held him tightly, even letting him come inside her so many times. Whether it was the tension, fear, and many negative emotions that she felt previously were all gone, especially when Masa was inside her, holding her tightly and even fiercely, treating her like a place to vent. More. 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 Yet, even if he was fierce, she kept begging him, never asking him to stop since the dopamine and the pleasures she felt inside her womb made her forget about everything as if she were in euphoria. She was crazy about him. At that moment, she didn't care about anything, whether it was wealth, ambitions, or many others, and what she wanted was just to be held by him. Yet, how could he not be? Who did he kill the world noble and the admiral for? Facing all the powerful beings in the world, instead of running away and leaving her, Masa was ruthless and killed all of their enemies. Not a gentle and romantic white knight in the story who swooned anyone with his gentlemanly act, but a cruel black knight who would kill anyone for his loved one. Karina found him, and like him, who could face everything, she would give him her everything. Oh! Karina was so crazy that her eyes rolled, showing an unsightly yet lewd expression as she was being held by him. Watching her state, Masa was also a bit scared by himself since he had to say that he was quite cruel, yet probably because of his experience and how he hadn't fitted into this world yet, he needed a place to vent all of his stress. At the same time, this world was so boring. Yes, it was boring. He knew that this might seem weird, but in the modern world, there was manga, the internet, games, and many others. There were many forms of entertainment in the modern world, but it was different in this world, or rather, there was no such thing at all, so the way most people had fun was by either having sex, talking, or eating. Moreover, Karina's beautiful face and lewd body made it impossible for him to let go, so he had been holding after he robbed the ship of the nobles who wanted to run away from the island. If it was someone else, they might not dare to attack the ship of the nobles as they would have endless trouble behind them, but whether it was Masa or Karina, neither of them had such a fear, especially after what had happened. A noble? So what? Masa had killed a world noble and the admiral, after all. Oh, right, there is also a Dendenmushi. Dendenmushi, or transponder snail, was a unique animal that only existed in One Piece and was also one of the important animals in this world. After all, this was the only thing that allowed people to have long-distance communication. There was no doubt that it was an important factor in life, especially when many places were separated by a long distance and only by a ship that people could reach each other. Naturally, it would take a long time for one to reach the other by ship, so there was no doubt that Dendenmushi was an important thing in life as it allowed people to talk no matter what the distance was. Yet, as for why he mentioned this animal, it was because of how magical this animal was. Not only could it be used as a telephone, but it could even be used for a video call, which showed how amazing it was. Still, there was no doubt that due to this ability, it could even be used for streaming, and sometimes, some famous singers would do a live streaming performance from it, which was the only entertainment in this world. Nevertheless, he let enjoy Karina's body first to calm himself, yet even if he wanted to enjoy more, he knew that Karina's body wasn't as strong as his, so she quickly fell asleep exhausted. He also didn't force himself on her since she was already at her limit. You don't want to do more? Karina asked as she tried to fight her sleepiness. It's fine. Masa caressed her hair softly. I want to take a rest. We have faced so many things, after all. Yet, watching his strong and firm thing, Karina sighed inwardly, feeling ashamed that she couldn't satisfy him, and for the first time, she hated her weak body. Still, as she watched him, she slept by her side. She didn't say anything, moving closer and leaning on him before she felt peaceful, as only by his side could she feel like this. Nevertheless, after a moment of rest, Masa tried his new ability of the Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit that Masa had developed from the world of Muka. Unlike him, who was in the backward world, or Masa DXD, who was living in the magical world, Masa from Muka was a man of science, and there was no doubt that all the techniques that he had developed from Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit were amazing, especially with his modern knowledge. Light. There was no doubt it was important. Let there be light was a phrase that came from Genesis 1:3 of the Torah, which showed how important it was, right? Without light, many things couldn't live, especially living beings, as many of them needed light to live. Yet, at the same time, in modern technology, light is also one of the most important things in developing future technology, especially in terms of communication. The future of communication is light. This was what Masa believed since, as the distance between two places became further, such as between galaxies, it was impossible and expensive to rely on cable for communication. Instead, it was faster and cheaper to use light for communication, especially if one wanted to explore space. It was said that to reach Mars, one would need to spend roughly 26 months on a journey. If one needed to use a cable for communication, then all of the people in space would die first before even being able to tell what they discovered in space, as no one knew how many thousands of years it took for one to build a cable that could connect within a solar system. So, a light was used, which was like how a certain billionaire would send thousands of satellites that orbit the Earth in low Earth orbit, LEO, to provide low-cost internet to remote areas instead of making a cable that connected one place to another. So, why did he mention this? It was because of the new ability that was developed from the Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit by using the radio waves, which was one of the forms of light. At the same time, he also developed an optical communication technique using the Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, as having more options to communicate was more convenient, right? Like Enel, who could use the thunder fruit model, lightning human devil fruit to read electric signals from afar, which made his sphere of perception span the whole country. Thus, he gained a radar-like awareness of all the happenings in Skypia while extending his attack range massively. Enel would surveil Skypians and listen in on what they were saying so that, should he hear disparaging conversations, Masa could also do the same due to the optical communication and radio wave, which was part of light. Still, his power was more convenient as he could even create a hologram screen, which allowed him to sort out all of the information he gained like a computer. Still, because of this, He hoped that the plan of Masa from Muka to create the Ishiki network would work, so that way, he would have an eye-like existence within his head that could help him to do many things. After all, he had to say, it was so tiring to use his mental computing ability. Nevertheless, as this plan needed to take time, he should focus and bear the exhaustion from this technique. Frankly, he was thinking of spying on the conversation of Marines to hear what they planned, so he could have a peaceful trip from their den mushy with his radio waves manipulation, and as expected, he could do it and discovered that the Marines had surrounded the Sabari archipelago, but fortunately, they didn't seem to intend to destroy this island. Instead, they carefully searched for his location, which made him laugh inwardly. Still, just in case, he communicated with the newspaper owners, telling them about the coming of Marines on the Sabari archipelago and the possible genocide of all the people on the island. Nevertheless, he had to say, it was kind of fun to learn many unique things about the world with this technique, yet somehow, strangely enough, as he searched around, he found a certain wave that connected him to a certain server. Wait, there is a server in this world? Masa felt strange, wondering who is so smart that he could create a data storage identical to cloud storage in this world. Still, as he had found this data storage, there was no way he could let it go, especially given how curious he was, so he connected to it and was dumbfounded. No way. Yet, how could he not be surprised? After all, the data storage he was connected to was the data storage of the smartest man in this world, Vegapunk. Chapter 33, Karina isn't naive. During their days on the ship, Masa and Karina spent a peaceful day, but a wild night since they were young, so they were full of energy and simply inseparable. I am afraid that I will get pregnant if this continues. Karina let out a hopeless sigh as she rubbed her belly. While she didn't mind getting pregnant by his children, considering their situation and how unpeaceful their lives would be, it felt like having children gave him trouble, especially when she knew that they might encounter many problems. After all, like most mothers in various worlds, Karina wished for her children to grow up in a stable environment. Moreover, most parents didn't want their children to live a hard life like their childhood. Or rather, Karina didn't want her children to live to become a thief like her. Yet, when she thought about the condition of the people in this world, being a thief might be one of the best ways to live. You don't have to worry. I have a technique that allows me not to impregnate others, and to be honest, I am not ready to have children right now. Ugh. I feel conflicted to hear that. Do you want me to impregnate you? Do you mind if I want to get pregnant? Masa looked at Karina, who was staring at him silently with a solemn gaze, so he answered her with a firm gaze like a man. If you wish, then let's do it. I have been careful before, so no one knows that I do, so I am not a criminal, but then again, we won't stay on a single island for so long since there are many places that I want to visit. Karina smiled, then happily kissed him several times. Well, I am not ready, either. Let's do it later when we're a little older. Sure, but wash your mouth first before you kiss me. Just who made my mouth dirty, then? Karina snorted and threw a pillow on his body before she went to the bathroom to wash up, swinging her sexy hips lazily as she yawned, feeling slightly lethargic. Still, she couldn't help but stop and stare at the hologram screen that Masa had created and often showed. She hesitated, but she wasn't sure whether she should ask. Just ask if you want to ask. Masa, that's the ability. Yeah, it's Kizaru's ability, Glint Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit. I ate his devil fruit. Huh? Even if Karina had her suspicions before, she couldn't help but feel surprised and then ask unsurely. Did you devour him? This is what she thought, thinking that Masa had the ability to become stronger by devouring others. If I can have that ability, then I am going to stay in the Marines, then devour Sengoku and everyone else. Karina had to say the words that came out from Masa's words were crazy. Who was Sengoku? This was the top of the Marines, yet, Masa wanted to devour him? If she didn't know that Masa had defeated Kizaru, then she would think that this guy was crazy. I trapped Kizaru's body inside me and kept some fruits inside my body, too. When he died, his devil fruit would reincarnate inside my body. That was why I could use the power of the Glint Fruit Model, Light Human Devil Fruit. I see. Karina thought this explanation was more believable, and at the same time, she thought that Masa was as smart as ever. After all, she knew how rare the devil fruit was and how expensive it was. More importantly, if the devil fruit user died, the devil fruit would reincarnate somewhere, in a place no one knew, but if Masa trapped the dead user inside his body, then the devil fruit would reincarnate inside his body. Amazing. However, can I eat 2 devil fruits too? Karina asked with shining eyes. Sure. Really? Yeah, your body will explode and die, though. Suddenly, Karina threw something toward him, but Masa dodged her with ease. Bastard. Karina was so angry at this moment, but then she asked, then, how could you eat 2 devil fruits? My body is probably special. I am not sure the reason, though, so when we finish in the Water 7, our next destination will be a place where I can learn medicine. Sure. Karina nodded and agreed with his idea since she was also quite curious about the secret of his body since it was so amazing. Moreover, this was too handsome, right? Karina felt that this guy was special, she thought. By the way, is there a criminal group or bad people on the Water 7? Not sure? Let's search for the information later when we have arrived. Okay. Karina knew that Masa only robbed bad people or a criminal group, sometimes a merchant group too, especially those that had harassed normal people. To be honest, she felt that Masa was a bit naive, but then again, she also agreed with his choice since what was the point of stealing a good person? In this carnivorous world, those good people had no money, it was simply meaningless. Still, she decided to wash her body first since her body was too sticky. Entering the bathroom, which was inside the master bedroom of the noble ship, she had to say that her life within the ship was luxurious, especially when she could enjoy warm, normal water. After all, the trip between islands usually took a long time, so clean, normal water was an important resource, yet for Masa, who could use the power of Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit to do solar desalination, to use the power of light to convert saline water into fresh water that could be used for irrigation and human consumption. Probably, taking a bath with seawater might have some health benefits, but there was no doubt, no matter what, it was better to take a bath with normal water since it was neutral and it wouldn't irritate the skin in case there were injuries. But you know? Karina, who was about to enter the bathroom, looked at Masa with a smile and said, if possible, try to develop an ability with that jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit of yours to gain strength by devouring others, that way, you can become stronger. Masa looked at Karina, who said those words strangely. Stupid. Karina snorted, thinking that Masa would think that she was a naive woman who would leave him for having such a cruel ability, yet frankly, if possible, she wanted him to develop such an ability since the stronger he was, the better it was for him since that way, he could protect the two of them better, and she didn't want him to die. After all, Masa realized that he might have underestimated Karina's tolerance since, for her, he was the most important. I will try. Good. Karina nodded and entered the bathroom as she sang. Yes, she loved to sing, and whenever she had free time, she would often sing for him, and he would play some instruments. When we get our ship, let's have a music room. Hearing her song, Masa thought that if they hadn't met each other, Karina would have been a famous singer. Not as famous as a certain diva in the world of One Piece who would put everyone in the world of illusion with her devil fruit power, but her career was quite good as she was working in the ship of the world's richest man. World's richest man, huh? Compared to wealth, what was important was strength since if one didn't have strength in this world, they would die. Still, at this moment, as Karina went to take a bath, Masa continued to hack into Vegapunk's punk record since all the knowledge within this data storage was too delicious for him to let go. Chapter 34, Deep Research Vegapunk. Masa had to say that this guy was amazing since Vegapunk's knowledge was 500 years ahead of all the people in this world. 500 years. This number was appropriate, he thought, since the current technology level of the world of One Piece was similar to the Age of Discovery, during which seafarers from a number of European countries explored, colonized, and conquered regions across the globe in his original world, or around the 17th century or so. On the other hand, Vegapunk's knowledge was probably quite a little ahead of those people in the world of Nuka, which was the world of the future. Yes, this showed how buggy the head of the Vegapunk was since this guy could even create a nuclear reactor known as the Mother Flame during an age similar to an Age of Discovery. Still, how did he know all of that even though he hadn't read the story of One Piece until those chapters? If there was a reason, it was because he was able to hack into Vegapunk's punk records, which was the cloud storage, or library, as Vegapunk called it, where Vegapunk kept all of the knowledge that Vegapunk had researched. Yes, by using the power of Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, relying on radio wave, optical communication, and his bioelectricity, Masa was able to hack into this important record of the smartest man in this world. More importantly, Masa's experience in the world of Nuka also greatly helped him since this guy came from the sci-fi world and was also a master hacker. Lastly, had Vegapunk ever thought that someone could even hack into punk records? Rather, due to Vegapunk's good nature, there were no protections at all within punk records, the cloud storage of Vegapunk, and anyone could access it if they wished to. To be honest, there was no protection at all since Vegapunk wished to share all of his knowledge with everyone. Unfortunately, with the low IQ of the people in this world or limited knowledge, the only way for them to access this record was only 500 years later, and that probably could only be done by the smartest man in that era, too. Yet, Masa could access it without worry. Moreover, Vegapunk wouldn't be able to tell that Masa could have such access, especially when this man didn't even notice one of his clones betrayed him. Then how could he even notice Masa, whose identity wasn't even known? At the same time, Masa felt that it was too wasteful to devour Vegapunk since he felt this guy was too useful. There was no need to devour Vegapunk. Instead, Masa was thinking of controlling Vegapunk, having him become his private researcher so this smartest man could help him with research for various things. Moreover, it was possible for him to control people, especially with the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit. Lastly, Vegapunk was weak, so it should have been easy for him to implant this plan. Then, was he going to meet Vegapunk in the Egghead, the island where this smartest man resided? No way. Masa didn't want the attention of the 5 elders, the Marines, and even him on him, especially when he wanted to live a peaceful life, at least for a moment. Moreover, if he was being targeted by all of them, then he would be as good as gone, especially when a certain pirate might come to target him in the name of the balance of the world and wait for the savior, the next pirate king, to come. So, what should he do? Using bioelectricity, Masa thought to control Vegapunk by using a connection from Punk records, yet, it isn't enough. Yes, Masa thought to use his bioelectricity ability to control Vegapunk from a distance, yet unfortunately, his bioelectricity wasn't enough, and bioelectricity wasn't as convenient as he thought it would be, especially when there was still a limit of voltage, and it was impossible for him to release 10 of millions of voltage at ease with just his bioelectricity. More importantly, it was quite hard to make a delicate control, especially with how far the distance between him and the Egghead was. If he wanted to improve, then the only way for him to do that was to devour Enel to get the Goro-Goromi. Yet, when could he do it? At the same time, he was afraid that Enel would leave this world and go to space first since he knew that it might take a while for the next Masa to appear, and even if the next Masa appeared, the Thunder Fruit model, Lightning Human Devil Fruit wasn't the one that he aimed to eat for his 4th Devil Fruit. Still, as he thought of a solution, Karina finished her bath and walked out of the bathroom completely naked. Her body was moist and flushed red from the warm water, and her beautiful body was completely exposed to him. Whether it was her shapely hips, her small waist, perfect-size breasts with 2 beautiful pinkiness, which made him in a daze for a moment. Karina smiled and felt proud of her body, but then, she had to admit that she wasn't strong enough to face him due to how strong he was, which made her lament how weak she was. I am going to get food. Do you want some? Yeah. Masa also quickly calmed himself and looked away from Karina since if he continued to look at her, he was afraid that he would push her. Okay. Karina nodded and asked, do you need something else? Get me a newspaper. I will get that. Karina was also curious about the new newspaper and what kind of news was going to be there, hoping to check the news about Kizaru since she knew that it was impossible for the Marines to hide the fact that Kizaru had passed away. Instead, sooner or later, the death of Kizaru would be known to the entire sea, and what was important was whether Masa's identity was known or not. After all, it was quite troublesome to become a criminal, but then again, even if Masa became one, it didn't matter since, with the power of Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit, who could chase him. Moreover, if they escaped, she would enter his body and leave at the speed of light. Lastly, and the most important point, Masa could just use the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit to control all the people around him, similar to all the people on this ship. The power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit was amazing, Karina thought, and if possible, she wanted to eat the Float Fruit model, Flying Human Devil Fruit since it was the advanced version of the Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, but she decided to believe in him, as she wondered what kind of a devil fruit that Masa would recommend her to eat. Still, as Karina left to get the food and newspaper, Masa had been thinking about how to eat more devil fruits, even though there were only 3 of them. 3 was his limit, and frankly, as he had eaten the Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, Tun Fruit model, Weight Human Devil Fruit, and Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit and even developed many good abilities from all of those devil fruits, he felt hesitant to reset everything. If it had been before, Masa might not have minded dying, but now, he minded it, especially when dying wasn't a pleasant thing. Moreover, if he lost all of the power of his devil fruits, then, even if he could restore all of them, how long would it take? Still, as he couldn't find any solutions, he decided to read more of Vegapunk's research on Punk records until suddenly his eyes widened. Lineage factor. It was the blueprint of life itself, present in all living organisms, or rather, this was DNA. At the same time, watching all the deep research about medicines, biology, and many others related to DNA, Masa thought that it might be possible for him to modify his body. If I can modify my body, then... Suddenly, Masa thought of one figure that could help him to eat more than devil fruit. Blackbeard. As his eyes grew hot due to a certain possibility, he suddenly heard an explosion, and a red light exploded into the sky. What the heck is that? Chapter 35, Chaos. As Masa had devoured the Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit, Naturally, he was sensitive to the light, so when an unnatural red light suddenly happened in the sky, he felt something strange must be happening. However, soon, he shook his head since there was something that was important for him to do, and he could wait for Karina to return to ask what was happening since he knew that she was outside. Probably using an observation of hockey might be better since that way, Masa could see the outside, but he was too lazy, and he didn't feel any danger, so he just continued with his research, thinking about the possibility of modifying his body into a similar to Blackbeard's body. Blackbeard. There was no doubt that this was one of the most famous villains in the story of One Piece since, unlike any other human in this world, his body was special, and he could consume 2 devil fruits. While no one was sure why it could happen, Masa knew that Blackbeard's body was a chance for him to increase the number of devil fruits within his body. If he modified his body like Blackbeard with the help of other Masas, then it would have been possible for him to devour 6 devil fruits. Why? Using his unique ability, he could eat 3 devil fruits as there were 3 Masas, but if he modified his body similar to Blackbeard, then as there were 3 Masas, it would be possible for him to eat 6 devil fruits. By then, it should be possible for him to devour Enel to get Thunder Fruit model, Lightning Human Devil Fruit. Even if Masa had eaten the Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit, he would never give up on devouring the Thunder Fruit model, Lightning Human Devil Fruit since this Logia type of devil fruit was special, or rather, Masa from Muka wished to get this devil fruit the most, yet, Masa from the Muka never forced him to get this devil fruit since even if the 4th Masa appeared, the next devil fruit obviously wasn't the Thunder Fruit model, Lightning Human Devil Fruit. However, now, there is no need to give up, I can get the Thunder Fruit model, Lightning Human Devil Fruit. Moreover, it was impossible for him to eat one more, as there was a total of 6 devil fruits that he could devour if this plan was successful. Still, the problem was he wasn't sure whether he could meet Blackbeard or not. Let's be patient. Anyway, Blackbeard wouldn't die, so there was no need for Masa to be impatient. Moreover, even if Blackbeard succeeded with his plan to eat 2 devil fruits, Masa could use the Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit to do an X-ray gaze, looking at the details of Blackbeard's body, and then use Life Return, the martial art that allowed him to have perfect control over every part of his body, including his cells and DNA, to change his body similar to Blackbeard's in a safe way. But let's be careful. At this moment, Masa knew that his focus should be learning all the knowledge possible to raise the possibility of him growing stronger, especially in medicine, biology, and other related problems. Still, as he was learning, the door opened so suddenly, and he saw that Karina appeared to be in a bad mood. What's wrong? Listen, Masa. Someone tried to trick me. Karina showed her grief and quickly hugged him tightly, crying, showing how sad she was. What happened? It was like this. Even if the maids entered and sent them their food, Karina started her story in grief as she hugged Masa's back tightly. Yet, when Masa heard Karina's story, his expression became weird. The story starts when Karina goes out to get the newspaper, but then, when she looks at the sea, she happens to see a barrel floating on the sea. She thought that it was a treasure, or even if it wasn't one, it was either food or wine, a vintage, which, if she was lucky, she could enjoy with Masa when they had a meal later. However, instead of a treasure or a vintage wine, when she opened the barrel, it was a red flare, which caused a bright red light in the sky. Damn it. Who was that bastard? Let's teach that guy a lesson. How could this bastard deceive the heart of an innocent woman like me? At that moment, Karina was completely annoyed, thinking at how her innocent heart was being deceived, thinking that she needed to teach the one who made the prank a lesson. Regardless, even if the two of them had tens of billions of bellies after they ransacked the entire wealth of the Sebari archipelago, except for lands and buildings, which were impossible to pick up, they took everything that they could. Still, for someone who had so much wealth yet still picked up a small barrel, thinking that it was a treasure, there was no doubt that her greed for money had no end, and even if the amount was small, money was money, it was innocent, so, why shouldn't she pick up the barrel? Still, while she was a little ashamed of her act, considering how petty she was due to picking up a barrel on the sea, she thought that Masa would comfort her, but strangely enough, he appeared to be in silence, seemingly to be in deep thought. Did I cause you trouble? Somehow, this was the first thought that came up in her mind. Not only due to Masa's silence, she also started to think that it was weird of her to find a flare that suddenly exploded as soon as she opened it. If it was just a normal flare, then it was fine, thinking that it was something that fell from some ships, but this one exploded brightly as if wishing to mark its location. It was as if this barrel was thrown into the sea deliberately by someone so it could know the location of its prey. It should be fine. Strangely enough, Masa was calm after he thought for a moment. Really? Is it going to be fine? Karina knew that she really had caused him trouble. It is. Masa nodded and said calmly, with all the trouble that we have gotten into, Whether it was the world noble or admiral, will there be anything bigger than that? If you say it that way. If there was a bigger problem than the world noble or marines, it would either be targeted by the four emperors of the pirates or the world government, but considering their location, which was near the World 7 and the Marines' headquarters, she felt that neither of those groups would trouble them. If so, then it would be just a small group of criminals, or pirates, which wasn't something that could do anything to Masa. Well, the Marines might be dangerous, but would a Marine throw a barrel into the sea that would shoot off a red flare? At this moment, Karina sighed in relief, but even so, she lay on Masa's lap, feeling relief that he was by her side. By the way, where is the newspaper? Oh, here. Look at the headlines. What's wrong? Just read. You will be surprised. Or rather, you are amazing. While Karina kissed his cheek, Masa started to read World Economics, which was the most popular newspaper in the world. He saw the headlines in this newspaper, which made him nod. WHO? The title was simple, only a single word, but it had so much impact, especially when the news below told about the death of Kizaru, one of the admirals of the Marines. Yes, the Marines couldn't hide the fact of Kizaru's death, especially when everyone wished to mourn over his death. Kizaru might appear lazy, but even so, he was a respectable Marine who had many people who worshipped him since the number of people who followed him, being his fans, or being saved by him wasn't low, so the moment he passed away, it was impossible for a ceremony not to happen. At the same time, Sengoku, the fleet admiral of the Marines, also made a vow that he would bring down this criminal who had killed Kizaru. No matter who you are, where you are, we, the Marines, will chase you down until your death. Yet, even so, Masa and Karina snorted when they read this quote since no one knew about Masa's identity, so how could they even catch him? More importantly, with the ability of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit to turn people into a jacket, which he could wear to disguise himself, was it even possible for someone to know his identity? Lastly, who made the trouble first? If no one provoked Masa, then would all of this happen? If those world nobles didn't exist? Karina was still disgusted and hated the world nobles since if it wasn't because of them, then would they even face this problem? Masa rubbed Karina's head softly and said, "It's fine. We will take all of their wealth in the future." Ushishishi. Karina laughed happily with her trademark laugh, and her eyes filled with an obsession when she looked at Masa. "You are crazy. But I like it. Let's do it. Or rather, how about you become an admiral or just turn a world noble into your jacket so we can steal the world government's treasure? How about we just steal the world government itself?" At this moment, suddenly, Karina had an ambition, but of course, their lives were even more important, and she wouldn't do anything that put them in danger. Nevertheless, Masa felt weird when he heard Karina's words, but then he shook his head softly and said speechlessly, "Let's do it slowly. My power isn't enough. Yeah, let's take it easy first." The two of them had faced many things, so at this moment, it was time for a break, and I waited for him to become much, much stronger. At least, he should be strong enough to face the Marines. However, when the two looked at each other, their expressions became weird. "Aren't you strong enough now?" "You are right." At that moment, the two of them realized that Masa was stronger than they had imagined. Nevertheless, as the two had their own fun, the sea was in chaos. Chapter 36, The Wheel of Fate. This is impossible, right? I don't believe it. There is no way this news is true. Ha ha ha. What good news. Guys, let's go on a rampage. The Marines are at their weakest, that's great. Let's attack more cities. Let's get more money. I just hope that nothing big is happening. As the news of Kizaru was heard by the entire sea through the newspaper, everyone had their own reactions. Those who just wanted to have a peaceful life felt worried and fearful, thinking that the Marines had become weaker and they might not be able to protect their safety from the cruelty of pirates. Those who were evil, especially pirates, were happy with the death of one of the admirals, thinking that they would have more freedom and be able to rob more people as the Marines had grown weaker with the loss of one of the admirals. Yes, many had their own reactions, but those were just small people who couldn't decide on the development and how this world's future would be. Instead, all they could do was just wait for the response of the strong and how they would tackle this situation where the limb of one of the strongest organizations in the world was torn apart. Mama. One famous and powerful female pirate laughed happily as she read the news of the death of Kizaru. "It's a good thing. The Marines have become weaker now. Mama, should we attack the Marines?" All of her children thought that it was their turn to attack the Marines, especially in the New World, which was the place where they dominated. Mama. It's good that you are all excited, but it's almost time for the party. If it was her usual self, she might not be able to make such a clear judgment, but during this rare moment, her head was clear, and she knew that even if Kizaru had passed away, the Marines hadn't become so weak that they could be taken down by her pirate group. So, At this moment, Big Mom or Charlotte Linlin decided not to do anything. Yet, within the New World, Big Mom wasn't the only one of the big pirates who were included within the group of the strongest known as Four Emperors. While Linlin might focus on her party, one of the members of the Four Emperors was full of excitement when Kizaru passed away. Worororo. A large man who appeared similar to a monster laughed happily as he drank his alcohol. Boys, it's time for the war. Let's attack the nearby Marines group. Let's destroy everything. Let's start the big war. Oh. Kizaru had passed away, it was impossible for them to stay silent. Instead, they had to take this advantage to bring more chaos to the world. As expected, Kdu is going to move. This isn't good. He will destroy the balance between us. We have to stop him. Yet, while some wished to destroy the Marines while they were at their weakest, a certain powerful pirate group only wished for the balance of the world until the legendary savior came to save the world. Yes, instead of relying on his own power, this powerful pirate relied on others as if he was just a helpless being who could do nothing except give his arm to a weak animal so a certain boy could change this world. In his mind, the time hadn't arrived, and he couldn't allow the world to be in chaos, yet at the same time, he was also in anger inwardly, thinking about this cowardly individual or group who hid themselves instead of proudly showing themselves what they did. Also, try to search for information on the killer of Kizaru. It was impossible for him to let go of the killer of Kizaru, as he wouldn't forgive anyone who destroyed the balance of the world until the dawn came to this world. Still, while the two strongest pirate groups in the New World were ready to fight each other, the last strongest pirate group was still at ease, resting on their ship lazily, either talking or drinking wine, but that moment disappeared when many of the members suddenly shouted in panic. Dad. It's big news. What's wrong? Why are you all so loud? Kizaru passed away. What? The strongest man in the world looked at his group of children, who appeared to be in a panic, yet when he looked at the news of the death of Kizaru, he was also dumbfounded since, similar to the Marines, he never thought that it was possible for Kizaru to pass away. Kizaru was the fastest man in the world, so how could one kill such a person? After all, even he, the strongest man in the world, couldn't kill Kizaru if they really fought each other. Dad, we should attack the Marines now. It's time for the ceremony for that bastard Kizaru. It's our chance. Yeah, it's a rare chance for us. Let's make a move, Dad. Yet, one young man appeared hesitant since even if he hated the Marines, a certain important person in his life was a member of this organization. However, he was a pirate, and he also understood the feelings of his comrades, who knew that it was a rare chance for them to make a move on the Marines. More importantly, if his father, who was also the leader of this pirate, made a move, then the Marines would be as good as gone. Facing the clamors and the excitement of the many, the largest man on the ship, who was also the father of everyone and the leader of this pirate group, never looked at the group of many. Instead, his eyes were on the young man, and he saw his worry, showing his favoritism with this young man instead of many and watching this young man's expression. Gorura. The man laughed as he drank happily. Let's just relax and enjoy the day. The weather is good. I want to get drunk today. Everyone fell silent when they heard their father's decision, but they only shrugged their shoulders and sighed since he had made his decision and no one thought to fight this decision. As for the thought that this man was afraid of the Marines, no one thought so since their father was the strongest man in the world. Nevertheless, the young man with freckles sighed in relief and looked toward the sea in the distance, wondering whether his younger brother had started to sail. At the same time, in the corner of the ship, a certain man whose presence was simply so low had a solemn expression on his face as he read the news. It won't be the user of the dark fruit model, darkness human devil fruit, right? If there was someone who could defeat Kizaru, the man could only think that it would be the user of the dark fruit model, darkness human devil fruit, as this was the only devil fruit that allowed to stop the movement of the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. However, as the man fell into a rage and hesitation, someone suddenly shouted excitedly, Dad, look, I found a devil fruit. The man fell silent, dumbfounded, before he sighed in relief, yet a cruel smile appeared on his face as he knew that it was time for him to move. Young master. In other countries, many people sighed in relief when they heard their leader's voice. Are you okay, young master? Everyone was worried about their young master as he went to the Sebari archipelago, where Kizaru was killed. While their young master was powerful, they knew that their young master wasn't Kizaru's opponent, and for someone who could kill Kizaru, they were afraid something might happen to their young master. Fortunately, their young master was okay. Fufu, I am okay, but the sea will be more chaotic now. While Doflamingo couldn't avenge McVise, there was nothing he could do, especially when the person who killed his family might be the person who killed Kizaru. If it was in the past, he would chase this person till death, but now, knowing the cruelty of the sea, Doflamingo knew his limit, and he knew that he shouldn't get involved in this problem and return to his country. On another sea, while everyone showed various reactions due to the death of Kizaru, a certain young man stood on a small ship, ready to start his adventure. Luffy, stop. Don't become a pirate. What should we explain to your grandfather if you go out now? You stupid boy. Come back. Everyone shouted with all of their might, but the young man just smiled brightly and shouted with all of his might, I am going to become the Pirate King. The wheel of fate had started to move, and the story was about to begin. However, Masa and Kurina fell into silence as they saw the outside of their ship. Everything was covered in a fog so thick that it was impossible to tell whether it was night or noon. Or, rather, the noon quickly turned into night as this fog covered everything. At this moment, Kurina looked at Masa with tears on her face and asked sadly, knowing that they had encountered another trouble, we're going to be okay, right, Masa? Masa. Chapter 37, Ghosts Don't Exist, right? Florian Triangle. Whether it was Masa or Kurina, neither of them was stupid, and they knew that they had entered this cursed place. To reach Water 7, they had to pass the stretch of sea that must be sailed through to travel, but this sea was notorious for the many ships that mysteriously went missing within it. Usually, one wouldn't encounter this sea, but it seemed they were unlucky as they entered this sea. No, it should be said because of Kurina, they entered this sea. Masa let out a hopeless sigh, then lay lazily on the bed. Are you going to sleep now? Kurina was speechless by Masa's reaction, but at the same time, she also sighed in relief due to his calm reaction. No, I am just waiting. Waiting? Yeah. For what? Ships. Ships. There are many ships that have gotten lost here, right? There should be many treasures here. Kurina's eyes quickly turned into a belly symbol, then suddenly nodded excitedly. I see. It seems my luck is good. To be honest, she had been depressed, thinking that she had bad luck, but it seemed her luck was as good as ever. Masa rolled his eyes, but at the same time, he had to say this fog was weird since it disrupted his light path and radio waves, which annoyed him. Fortunately, his bioelectricity ability worked well, and he could read the electro waves, so he could still detect the magnetic field of the Water 7, so even if they were covered in the thick fog, he knew where they should go. Nevertheless, in the distance, he noticed large entities that dwarfed anything he had seen with somehow menacing red eyes. Let's just ignore them. Yup, Masa was too lazy to get involved in the trouble of this world, and at this moment, he just planned to search for treasures for a bit, then went to the Water 7 to make their ship. Still, he went outside so he could better navigate the ship better, which made Kurina follow him. After all, unlike Masa, who was calm, Kurina had to say that she was a bit scared. Yet, how could she not be, especially with how gloomy and horror their surroundings were? To be honest, all the people on the ship were frightened, and if Masa didn't control all of them, then they wouldn't be able to control themselves, considering how famous the Florian Triangle was. Those who entered this place wouldn't be able to escape and would be trapped within this sea forever and ever, then die on this lonely and dark sea like all of those people who entered this sea. Yet, Masa, who had gained the knowledge of the navigation from punk records, knew what to do, but then, he had to say, the navigation knowledge was quite limited as this wasn't the focus of Vegapunk's research. Instead, if he wanted to gain complete knowledge of weather and navigation, then he could only go to the weatheria in the future. Masa. Do you think ghosts exist? Masa turned his head and looked at Kurina, who clung to him tightly as she asked that question nervously. He blinked his eyes for a moment and murmured, Ghost, huh? To be honest, he wasn't sure, but probably, it existed. In the world of DxD, while it might be strange, the existence of a ghost was quite limited, or rather, as a devil, Masa DxD, who had been living in the underworld all the time, had never seen a ghost at all. What Masa saw were just souls of humans who entered an inferno or hell in the underworld instead of a ghost. Rather, all the humans who had died would become souls and then enter their respective afterlives based on the beliefs that they had in their lives. If one believed in Christianity, one would either enter heaven or hell. If one believed in Buddhism, one would enter the Pure Land. If one believed in Shinto, one would enter the Yami well. There were a lot of them in the world of DxD, as it was the world with mythology as the main focus. As for the world of One Piece or Muka, neither he nor Masa of Muka were sure. Nevertheless, if it was in the world of One Piece, he said, it should exist. Huh? Really? Not only Kurina but also those who listened to his words were dumbfounded as their bodies were shaking due to fear. Are you sure? You are not lying, right? Aren't you a man of science? You have been doing a lot of scientific research, yet you believe in such a fictional thing? Masa, you just want to scare me and make me hug you all the time, right? That's what you plan for, right? Masa, tell me you are lying. Kurina knew that Masa had been learning various knowledge with the power of Glinglint fruit model, Like human devil fruit. Frankly, she couldn't understand what she had learned and how he could have learned all of his knowledge. Punk records, technology, and many others. All the things that Masa had told him were so complicated. Unlike Nami, while the two of them were also thieves, their respective expertise was different. If Nami was a talented navigator, then Karina was simply a talented thief. While Karina knew about navigation, her wish to learn and talent in this area was limited, and she left mostly about this matter to Masa, especially when this man of hers was so smart. Oh, besides being good at stealing, she was also good at singing, though. Nevertheless, Karina didn't believe that someone as smart as him could believe in ghosts. This guy must have been thinking to scare her, so she clung to him when they slept later. Oh, you are so pervy, Masa. Karina looked at him with an expectant gaze as if she had seen all of Masa's ploys. Masa looked at Karina speechlessly and said calmly, "It's not without a basis." What's your basis, then? Karina asked him nervously. In this world, there is a devil fruit known as a Horo no Mi, a devil fruit, which allows the user to control ghosts and even turn into a ghost. If such a devil fruit exists, then don't you think the existence of ghosts exists? Then, what should we do? Can you even defeat a ghost? Karina and the others looked at him with pale expressions. An admiral aside, could Masa defeat a ghost? Did you forget what devil fruit I eat? Masa suddenly shone brightly, like a holy being that descended from heaven. I am the light. Everyone was in silence, and there was some urge within them to worship him. In this darkness, his being was simply a guide that brought everyone hope. If he was in another world, he could dress himself as a prophet, heck, he could even become a god, or, rather, he was a devil, an existence that deceived humans so they would do wrongdoing and make them worship a wrong being. Was his talent okay? Nevertheless, Masa really wondered whether he could defeat a ghost. In the world of DxD, he was a devil, after all. If he was an exorcist, an angel, or even a monk, it might be possible, but once again, he was a devil, so was it possible? He wasn't sure, but he believed he could beat the shit out of the ghost, he thought, probably. You are right. Karina hugged him tightly excitedly and said happily, by the way, keep the light on, okay? It makes me safer. Isn't it too bright? It's fine. Everything was too dark, and Karina felt safer if there was a light from Masa's body as he had become akin to a lighthouse that let all the sailors out from the darkest sea. Just as soon as they finished the conversation about the ghost, everyone was relieved due to Masa's light. Yo-ho-oh, yo-ho-oh, a voice was suddenly heard out of nowhere. Masa and Karina. Chapter 38, Force Before Peace going to deliver Bink's sake. What Masa heard was the famous Bink's sake song, which was a song usually sung by pirates, especially the old. As for how he could tell, well, he just could tell, that's it. Still, turning his head, he saw the source of the song and saw a gigantic old ship that was seemingly almost wrecked, and at the same time, he saw a single figure on the top of that ship, tall, standing straight, holding a broken cup of tea with nothing on it. Everyone was normal, and this person seemed to just sing in this dark sea so it wouldn't be lonely. If there was a single problem, ghost. Karina hugged Masa tightly and screamed in fear. And Masa, that's a ghost. Not only Karina but also the others were dumbfounded as they had never expected a ghost to appear. Everyone was filled with fear, and somehow all of them wanted to get close to Masa, but naturally, he just controlled all of them to move away and simply turned them into mindless dolls as it was too annoying for them to have emotions, which often caused to make a mess like this. If there was a reason why he didn't do this from the beginning, it was because he trained his power to control them all at once instead of controlling them all the time by using his bioelectricity to make them a loyal servant for him, but this time, he went all out and controlled them completely. Regardless, while everyone was panicking, Masa was calm as he stared at the skeletal figure, who just watched everyone calmly. He wondered what this character was thinking at this moment. Was this skeleton nervous that he just met many people for a decade? Nevertheless, it's not a ghost. Oh really? Yup. Masa nodded. Probably, this person ate a certain devil fruit that made his figure turn that way. Oh. I see. Hearing that rational explanation, Karina sighed in relief, and all the fears in her heart disappeared. What was left was just anger since she was being played. Also, why the heck did a skeleton like you stay on this sea? Couldn't you stay somewhere else? Masa, beat him up. Anyway, as usual, beat this guy up first, then talk later, calm down, okay? Masa sighed, watching Karina, who was stuck on his back all the time, but he didn't plan to act gently and approach this figure carelessly, even if this was one of the famous crews within the protagonist pirate of this world. After all, no matter how fun and kind everyone in that famous pirate group was, in the end, they were pirates. What was the typical image of a pirate? It was clear, right? So, Masa stretched his hand toward the right and pointed one of his fingers at a distance. Suddenly, a ball of light formed within the tip of his finger. A large amount of energy was sent within this sphere, illuminating the entire dark sea brightly before Masa shot out a laser beam toward the distance. Bomb! The dome-shaped gigantic explosion shook the sea, causing large waves to form everywhere, yet the shock that came from this destruction caused the skeleton figure's jaw to almost fall to the floor. Also, this bright light. The skeleton was scared. Still, due to this explosion, the giant waves spread everywhere, and some of them were so large that they might capsize the ship, but strangely enough, when they were about to move, they calmed down unnaturally as if they were pushed down by their own weights. Unlike McVice, while Masa from DXT wasn't a man of science, he had received knowledge from Masa from the world of Nuka, and with the talent of the three of them, it didn't take a long time for him to develop the power of Tantan Fruit model, weight human devil fruit, which made him even able to manipulate the mass, which was part of the weight, of a various object from a distance. More importantly, compared to the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit or the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, there was no doubt that the development of the Tantan fruit model, weight human devil fruit was far simpler, especially when the core of weight was mass and gravity. The gravity part might be a little complicated as it was related to inertia and many other things, but the mass was just a density and volume, which made it easier for him to control. This thing was far from being simple, and it had many developments that many couldn't imagine instead of just falling from a high altitude and falling on the top of the target. Instead, it was the most wasteful way to use the Tantan fruit model, weight human devil fruit, and at the same time, he realized that his choice to eat this devil fruit was correct. At the same time, Masa somehow felt like he could create a feat of Tatsuya from the world of Nuka as he had Tantan fruit model, weight human devil fruit and glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. Still, he lacked the ability to disintegrate atoms. Yet, was there such an ability in this world? Masa thought for a moment and recalled the face of a weak, famous character that appeared in the beginning, yet somehow able to become one of the strongest in the world. Frankly, that ability was too wasteful in the hands of that clown. Yet let's forget that clown now since his focus was on the skeleton figure before him, Brook. One of the main crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates and the user of the Revive fruit model, Resurrection type devil fruit. Yummy no fruit. If Masa hadn't had the ability to save life, which allowed him to revive even if he died from his unique ability, he would definitely devour Brook, considering how powerful this ability was. Revive fruit model, Resurrection type devil fruit, or Revive fruit. This ability gave the user a powerful soul where they were able to revive themselves after death, and at the same time, the user would be able to develop all soul-based and death-based related techniques. Yet, there was no doubt that the ability to revive was the one that he sought the most. However, as he had his unique ability, there was no need for him to get this devil fruit. Masa from DXT was a devil, and in that world, there was an item known as Evil Peace, an item that allowed a living being to be revived as a devil. So, even if Revive fruit model, Resurrection type devil fruit might be a good devil fruit, it wasn't the one he sought the most, especially when he had a limited number of devil fruits he could eat. Nevertheless, he looked at Brook and said calmly, "Can you come here?" "Ah, yes." Brook quickly said and quickly begged not to be killed. Still, Karina stared at Masa in silence since, while it was true that she had asked him to beat up Brook, she didn't mind telling him to cause a tsunami, okay? Yet, at the same time, she wondered how the power of light could subdue powerful waves. Well, he is smart. Yup, let's leave it that way. It was good that her man was strong, so there was no need to think too much, and she just let herself be protected like a princess by him, right? Nevertheless, on a certain gigantic ship within this Florian triangle, a young woman with a cute appearance at this moment showed a weird expression as her eyes widened so wide that they almost popped out, her mouth was wide open, and snots even came out from her nose as she happened to see the powerful light explosion that happened caused by someone within a ship. So, there was no need to hesitate, and she moved directly toward the captain of this pirate ship, shouting in panic, "Moria-sama, we're in danger." Chapter 39, A Pirate is a Pirate. Moria-sama. 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 The loud voice of the young woman echoed within the space and awoke in those who were sleeping or busy with something else. While they were all speechless, they couldn't ignore her, especially with how doting their captain was toward this young woman, as if she were his own daughter. Still, as the young woman ran toward the room where her captain was eating, she also started to think about who the figure who had caused that explosion was. Light and explosion. There was only one figure that could wield such power. The young woman wasn't naive or stupid, and she knew many famous figures on the sea, so she quickly discovered the person who had caused that explosion. So, the moment the young woman entered the room, she shouted, "Moria-sama, Kizaru is about to come our ship." Yet, those words caused all the people inside to look at her silently with a speechless expression. "What's wrong?" Perona? Are you still sleepy? How about you sleep more? A gigantic fat man with a face like a devil, who was also the captain of this ship, Gecko Moria, looked at the young woman with a helpless expression before he continued to eat as if nothing had happened. He had been sleeping for a while, so he was quite hungry, and that was why the amount of food on the table was quite large. Perona, you don't read the newspaper, right? Another fat man, with an average height yet a strange get-up like an evil doctor, looked at the young woman, Perona, with a speechless expression. What's wrong with the newspaper? A young woman with long pink hair, which she tied in twin tails, giving her stability where she was being held, and a unique Gothic Lolita style of fashion, which focused on making her cuter, looked at this evil doctor-like character, hogback, with confusion. Kizaru has passed away. It had been a while, you know. You really should read the newspaper, Perona. So, there is no way for Kizaru to appear. If he appears here, then he is a ghost. Only when the lion-like man with a powerful body, Absalom, finished his words did everyone fall into silence. Their place gave off a horror theme, and if a ghost really existed, then it could only be in this place. It isn't a ghost, right? Moria, Hogback, and Absalom fell into a strange silence. Still, Perona didn't care about Absalom's sarcasm and then became dumbfounded. Kizaru has passed away? Really? Then, what was that light about? Everyone on this ship, Thriller Bark, led by Moria, had their own roles. Moria was the captain, Hogback was the doctor, Absalom was the fighter, and Perona was in charge of scouting. Due to her eating the Horo no Mi, Perona was able to create and manipulate ghosts or hollows. With those ghosts, she could link her consciousness and gather information about events occurring on Thriller Bark and even Florian Triangle, and that was why she could see the explosion caused by Masa. Ghost Network, this was what she called her technique, yet this wasn't the time for that since if that person wasn't Kizaru, then who was that person? Did you really see a light explosion, Perona? Moria asked with concern. Of course, Moria-sama. Why did you think I would run away from my room to meet you immediately instead of using my ghost form? Moreover, I will never lie to Moria-sama. No one doubted Perona, yet there was no doubt they felt confused by her information. Light explosion, huh? But Kizaru has passed away. What if? What if it's the new Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit user? Hogback's voice suddenly sounded, which caused everyone to fall into silence. Everyone in this place was clear that if the user of the devil fruit was killed, the devil fruit would be reincarnated somewhere, so this possibility was clear, yet could the devil fruit appear so fast? Still, the possibility existed, but they needed to confirm it again. Are you sure that it is Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, Perona? Moria asked, unsure? In the past, he wouldn't have cared about his opponents, whether it was the Logia users, the Marines, the Pirate Emperors, or many powerful beings in the world. He would fight all of them and believe that he could become the Pirate King, but now, after his defeat by a certain one of the Pirate Emperors, Moria had changed. Not only did he become weaker, but he also feared losing his comrades. In the past, he fought with many of his followers, and all of them trusted him much, but during his fight against this Pirate Emperor, all of his followers died, and he could only retreat, leaving all of his dead followers behind, and because of that, he had changed. Not only did he stay on the Grand Line, which was a safer sea, but he also chose zombies, which were created by using his devil fruit as followers instead of living beings, as he was afraid that he would lose them. Nevertheless, while Moria was never afraid of any challenges, the Logia user needed to be watched out for, especially when there was a possibility this person ate the Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, the devil fruit of the deceased Kizaru. Yes, Kizaru might have passed away, and Moria even laughed at his death, yet even so, he couldn't kill Kizaru, okay? Instead of fighting, Moria knew that he would be beaten to death. Still being asked this question, Perona fell into silence for a moment, thinking, then said unsurely, I just saw a bright light, then an explosion with my ghost before, so I couldn't say for sure. Bright light? Like what? A laser? Anyway, it is similar to Kizaru, Moria-sama. Moria thought for a moment and said, then, there might be a chance for it to be a Logia type, but there is also a possibility it might be a different devil fruit, such as heat or explosion-based devil fruits. There were many devil fruits, and even if Moria had lived for so long, it didn't mean he knew everything, and on the sea, anything was possible, so he couldn't say for sure about the person who could create an explosion. Can you check this person more? Is this person a pirate? First, let's get to know this person's information. Oh, okay. But is it okay? Won't I get to find out? No one knows about you, so you will be okay. Except for Moria, his crew wasn't well known, or rather, whether it was Absalom, Hogback, or Perona, No one was within the boundary as they hardly did anything except follow Moria. Okay. Hearing Moria's confirmation, Perona decided to believe, but with her cowardly nature, she decided to be careful since this was a Logia-type devil fruit user, okay? Of course, she had to be careful. Watching the ship outside, she could tell that it was luxurious, and there was no pirate flag, so it shouldn't be a pirate. Instead, it was a noble. A noble? Yeah. Perona continued to look around quietly within the ship, controlling her ghost until she discovered the most handsome man that she had ever seen. She was in a daze for a moment before she noticed an ugly skeleton that she had seen in the past, who was talking with the handsome young man. Her face was slightly flushed red, which made Moria, Hogback, and Absalom turn strange, but neither of them was handsome, so they didn't react much when they saw Perona's reaction, only thinking she was weird. Still, among all the people, Perona was sure that this handsome young man was the source of that light since she felt this man was so strong, eh? Is he looking at me? Perona felt that the young man was staring at her, but it seemed it was only her imagination. After all, her ability was that of a ghost. How could one notice a ghost unless she let it appear in front of everyone? Moria, it should be a young noble. Young noble? Not a pirate? Yes. Do they have treasures? A lot of them. Perona didn't lie since she saw a lot of treasures within the ship, which made her greedy. Nevertheless, it was the same with Moria, Absalom, and Hogback. Neither of them needed money, but they were a pirate, and what did a pirate do? Naturally, it was to rob others. Gishishishishi. Moria laughed greedily, then said arrogantly, Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit? So what? Let's teach this young man how cruel the sea is. Moreover, let's see which is stronger, shadow or light? Everyone also showed their greed, and their decision was obvious. The only problem was Masa such a weakling? Chapter 40, The Buffet starts. As Moria had made his decision, naturally, it was impossible for Perona to hide from Masa, and he knew that the ghost woman from the thriller bark had been spying on his ship, yet he didn't think too much of it, considering the danger of this adventure wasn't as dangerous as when he fought an admiral, and at the same time, he had to say, similar to Pendant that he mentioned in the past, thriller bark, Moria's ship, was also a treasure trove in his eyes. Pendant kept many famous criminals from all over the world, including the most dangerous ones, and thriller bark was the same as it kept many famous strong pirates that died. While those pirates might not be living but dying, yet even so, Masa felt that it was a good choice for him to go to the thriller bark, considering all the bodies that he could devour on that ship. It was like a buffet again, he thought. More importantly, since he was no longer eating the devil fruit as he had hit the limit, he could still try to improve in terms of physical ability, hockey, sword skill, unique fighting styles, experiences, and many other things from the corpses of those famous figures that Moria had collected. Still, if possible, he hoped for the next Masa to appear, especially one from the modern world, where he could read stories about where all Masa lived. Yes, this Masa might be weak as he came from the modern world, but this Masa could help them by telling them the plot and many vital pieces of information that all of them needed. After all, even if all of them were smart and their memories were good due to their combination of the three, there was still a limit, and it wasn't like they knew everything as they weren't omniscient. Moreover, as many of them hadn't reached the end of the story, or even many of the stories of the worlds where they were hadn't ended, this Masa from the modern world might be able to help them to update them with significant knowledge of the future. At the same time, he really wished to eat more devil fruit. Still, if the next Masa didn't appear, then there was nothing he could do, so he could only do his best, improving something else, especially fighting style, and there was no doubt that Thriller Bark was a good place for that. Did you listen to my story, Masa? I did. Masa nodded and said, you can continue, Brook. Hiya, very well. Let this grandpa, no, this old dead bones, tell you my past. Brook was happy to meet someone, many of them, even, but then again, when he saw Karina, as usual, he thought to say that she was beautiful and also said his usual trademark. By the way, that beautiful lady over there, can you let me see your panties? Ah, of course, Brook didn't dare say those words to Karina, especially when he could see how close she was to Masa. They were probably lovers, and he wasn't stupid enough to provoke a young man who had eaten Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, an ability that could erase him completely from this world as he was currently. Yet, even so, there were many beautiful maids around, so Brook didn't shy away, only, why did it feel like those maids were like mindless dolls? More importantly, the way all of them stared at him silently like they were dead made her bones tremble. Or rather, his body was trembling due to fear. This young man is so scary. What's wrong, Brook? Is the tea not to your taste? And no. It tastes good, Masa. Thank you very much. Nevertheless, Brook's past was simple, as he was just a pirate who went to the sea, then met many troubles from incurable diseases that robbed the lives of his captain, then was killed by the enemy pirates upon entering the Florian Triangle, then killed as he was affected by the enemy's poison weapon. But you are living now. I do, but I am all bones now. Hi-oh-oh. Masa smiled and asked, so, did you eat a devil fruit? Zone-type skeleton form or something that allows you to revive from a death? He knew the truth, but he just asked anyway. Hi-oh-oh, I did eat a devil fruit, but not a zone type of skeleton form, but I did eat revive fruit model, resurrection type devil fruit, which allowed me to gain a second life after my death. Revive fruit model, resurrection type devil fruit. Hearing that expression, Karina's expression started to change, and it quickly turned into greed, thinking if Masa devoured this devil fruit, then he would be okay no matter what. Is it only me, or have your lover's eyes become scary, Masa? No, it's just your imagination. Masa rolled at Karina and just hugged her closely so she wouldn't do anything stupid. To be honest, Brook was scared. However, Brook didn't dare to run away. After all, Brook could tell that Masa was strong, so strong that it was his first time to see someone as strong as him during his life, but he died now. Should he say that after his death? By the way, what's wrong with your shadow? Did you lose your shadow after you gained a second life? Masa asked curiously, even though he knew the truth. Stunned, Karina lowered her head and saw that Brook had no shadow. Masa, he really isn't a ghost, right? Hi-oh-oh, you don't have to worry, young lady. I am really not a ghost, but I am a bone. Living dead bones. Karina didn't bother to talk with Brook. But I lost my shadow to a certain someone. Brook's voice was a little low when he said those words. Can you tell us more about that? Maybe I can help you. Ah. Brook looked at Masa in surprise, then felt moved, realizing that he was wrong. This young man was scared, but then again, as he had many that he had to protect, wasn't it natural for him to be cautious, especially when Brook had told all of them that he was a pirate? Brook might have died before and might have retired as he was all bones at this moment, but he was a pirate before, after all. So, wasn't it normal for Masa to be cautious? Yet, somehow, after that talk and confirming that Brook was okay, Masa offered him help. However, how could he let this young man be in danger due to him? While Brook didn't have any skin or muscle, it was clear that he was smiling. You don't have to worry. Instead of thinking of my problem, you should continue your trip with your lover. You two are young, right? Instead of thinking of an old bone like me, you should be lovey-dovey and make children. While he was frightened by Masa, he knew that Masa was quite chill as long as he wasn't that rude, so he tried to tease them, telling them to continue with their honeymoon. Yes, this was the best, but, Masa pointed his finger upward, and a bright light radiated from its tip. Tell me. Ah, yes. Also, no lights, please. I am going to die. I am going to die, Masa. Brook was obedient. Also, Brook. Let me know as soon as possible since we're already targeted. Suddenly, the ship was shaking, and on the outside, a mouth-shaped gate was closed, seemingly trying to trap them, and at the same time, they could see the largest ship that they had ever seen. Thriller bark. They had arrived on this horror-like ship. Still, while everyone was fearful, Masa licked his lips since the buffet had started. Chapter 41, Weakling. There was no exit, and at this moment, all of them had already been trapped within Thriller bark. While Brook was nervous, it couldn't be seen from his expression since he was all bones. Karina was already frightened and wanted to escape this place with Masa's speed of light. Masa, are we going to be okay? Are we going to be okay? We're going to be okay, right? It's fine. This pirate group is weak. Brook. According to Brook's story, I know who the owner of this ship is. Yup, as Brook was being threatened by Masa by the power of light, naturally, he told Masa everything, which made him helpless. Who? Karina quickly asked. Moria, one of the Shibukai. Oh, if that's the case, we're fine. Hearing that, Karina sighed in relief and felt happy. Ah, by the way, this guy should have a lot of treasures, right? After all, he has stayed in the Florian Triangle, and all of the treasures in this area should have been taken by him, right? Masa, let's go. Let's get this guy's wealth. At that moment, her fear quickly changed into excitement, and her eyes turned to the belly symbol, Brook. There were many things that Brook wanted to say, but were they really not scared? Also, why the heck were you more interested in treasures? Did you not even care that you couldn't live under the sun? Still, Brook looked curiously at Masa and asked, Moria? You have been in this place for so long, and you don't know much about the situation of the world, right? Hi-oh-oh. That's right. After all, I am just all bones. Gecko Moria, the captain of the Thriller bark and also one of the 7 warlords of the seas. 7 warlords of the sea. Shichibukai? It's a pirate that is given legal permission to plunder by the world government. Huh? Is that possible? Brook was dumbfounded. Legal pirate? Did the world change so much after he stayed on the Florian Triangle? I think that compared to the legal pirate, the fact that you can maintain your afro hair even if you are all bones is more impressive. Or, rather, Masa thought of getting Brook's strong hair since this guy's hair could be used as a way to improve Masa's hair restoration business from the world of Nuka, if you say it that way. Was his hair even more impressive than the fact that a legal pirate existed? Has the world been hit by baldness? Somehow, Brook was a bit scared since he didn't want to lose his thick hair. Still, with Masa's explanation, whether it was Karina or Brook understood how Moria could steal the shadow of Brook. Kage no Mi. This was the devil fruit eaten by Moria, which allowed him to manipulate a shadow, and stealing other shadows was one of the applications of his power. Yet, there was no doubt, Masa had to say, it was quite weird for one whose shadow was stolen to be burnt and disappear as they had lost their shadow. Sometimes, while Masa wanted to explain everything logically and scientifically, the work of myth, something that couldn't be explained and worked based on myth, also existed. After all, it wasn't logical for one to disappear as they were hit by light after they lost their shadow, right? There was also a part that those who had lost their shadows couldn't appear in front of the mirror, which was even more nonsense. If Masa had to explain, the origin of Moria's power was like the legend of a vampire or a ghost that didn't reflect in the mirror as they had no souls, and those who had lost their shadows had become akin to that existence, so they didn't reflect in the mirror. However, this explanation didn't hold up because other things in a room that didn't have a soul were still reflected in a mirror. So, while the element of science was sometimes mostly used within the world of One Piece, the element of legend, myth, something that could only be explained through imagination, miracles, metaphysics, and anything else also existed, which made the work of the devil fruit more complex. Or rather, the protagonist of this world, Luffy, used cartoon physics with his Hito no Mi, Nika model. So, Masa, at this moment, wondered whether the power of light in the Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit could be used in ways similar to those who used light in the legend, such as an angel, an exorcist, and even a god to heal or purge an evil being. Well, due to the Masa of DXD, he was also a devil, so this was quite weird if this was possible, he thought. Now that you mention it. While Masa thought about a fantasy power, his jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit was in the realm of fantasy power instead of science, so he decided not to bother thinking too much about it. Nevertheless, let's focus on that matter later since he had to defeat Moria first. Still, even if Moria's ability could work in a way science couldn't explain, Masa didn't think he would lose. Let's enter. Oh. While Karina was excited about the treasures on the thriller bark, there was no doubt that she was quite nervous, and she was standing behind Masa, clutching his shirt tightly, pressing her lewd body against his. Meanwhile, Brook stood by Masa's side. No, he walked slightly forward as if he was there to protect Masa and Karina in case something happened. After all, while it was weird as it was their first time to meet, he didn't want Masa and Karina to be hurt, especially with how young they were. The two weren't pirates, they were just a couple who were trapped within this darkest sea during their trip. He might not be a good person as he was a pirate, but even so, he wouldn't ignore the two, especially when he knew the danger before them. Still, this place was all gloomy and dark, or even giving off an image of a haunted. While Karina wanted to enter inside Masa's body, she remained silent since Masa probably wanted to hide his jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit power, and she also felt that it was better to keep this power a secret, considering how sensitive it was for one to be able to wield two devil fruit powers. Masa might be powerful, but it wouldn't hurt to be careful, right? After all, whether it was Brook, Moria, or anyone else in this place, Karina didn't have 100% trust in them. In her mind, her and Masa's safety was the #1 priority. Still, their trip was relatively smooth, but, Masa, there are ghosts. Before them, many strange things floated within the sky as they muttered, negative. 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 Well, they are ghosts, but they are produced by devil fruit power. Huh? Is this the power of Horo no Mi? Yup. Masa nodded. Can you defeat them? No. Then, why the heck did you stay so calm? Yet, before Masa finished his words, one of those ghosts suddenly wanted to pass through Karina's body. Fortunately, Masa reacted fast and hugged her, dodging the ghost, but Brook, who had been listening to Masa's explanation, was hit and suddenly was down all four, and he fell into a depression. I am sorry for being alive even though I am dying. Karina. It's harmless as long as you aren't hit by it. Nevertheless, Masa had to say the power of Horo no Mi was a little frightening. In the original story, it might appear comedic, But if one who had become a powerful will would down all four and fell into an intense depression that they even muttered wishing to die, then would those with weak will happen? Masa could imagine those people would commit suicide directly. If Perona hadn't been so lazy to develop her devil fruit, there was no doubt that her devil fruit was frightening, and Usopp, who was a bundle of negativity, wouldn't have been able to continue his journey with everyone. Masa, if you know those facts, can you tell me beforehand? Still, the negative effect didn't last long, and soon Brook quickly recovered, but there was no doubt he was depressed and voiced out his complaint to Masa. Masa only smiled and said, though, Brook, instead of Moria, I think that you should be careful with the Horo no Mi user? What happened again? Well, you're practically a ghost, right? I am dying, so I should be a ghost? Frankly, Brook never thought too much, and he only knew that he could live due to revive fruit model, resurrection type devil fruit, but then, Masa's words made him have an identity crisis somehow. Horo no Mi can be used to control a ghost, so this person might be able to control you. If you are being controlled, then don't blame me for blasting you with my light, okay? Don't scare me, okay? Nevertheless, Brook became so nervous, but then again, Masa looked at Perona's ghosts and wondered whether his light could really exorcist those ghosts or not. Anyway, Masa from DXT was a devil, and his family had many records regarding an angel, including their techniques as they were enemies. Moreover, he could use the light, so he tried it. Brook, hide for a moment. There is something that I want to try with my light. Okay. Brook was obedient, but even so, after he hid behind the trees, he looked at Masa curiously. Close your eyes, Karina. Okay. Masa then took a deep breath and created a blast of light toward those ghosts, but, it's useless, huh? Masa looked at the ghosts that appeared to be okay, then frowned, thinking that he should devour an angel or a fallen angel from the world of DXT to add a property to his light power. Yeah, let's do that. How is it? Karina asked. Brook also returned, but he was a bit timid facing Masa since this guy's light was too dangerous. It's useless. But, while the ghosts were unaffected by Masa's light, someone else was affected by it. Ah, my eyes. My eyes. It's too bright. Somehow, in front of them, a figure of an ugly man mixed with an animal, which made him appear strong, appeared. Masa, Karina, and Brook. Let's beat him up. Okay. Bang. 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 At that moment, Absalom was beaten up, then, his hands were handcuffed by sea stone handcuffs, which Masa kept inside his body. Karina aside, Masa and Brook weren't weak, and it was so easy to beat up Absalom, who wasn't that powerful to begin with. Perona. This guy. How did he appear so suddenly? Brook asked curiously as he relaxedly pulled Absalom with a rope. It should be the power of that legendary devil fruit. That legendary. Brook widened his eyes even though he didn't have them, but his voice was filled with shock. Don't tell me. Yeah, Suk no Mi. Masa nodded, and his tone was solemn. The devil fruit that allows its user to turn invisible. Brook fell into silence, then looked at Absalom with intense envy. Becoming invisible was probably the dream of every man in the world, but unfortunately, that power was already taken. Only Karina was filled with rage when she heard Masa's words. Damn it. That devil fruit is being wasted on a pervert. As a thief, Suk no Mi was her dream fruit, so naturally, she was so angry when Absalom had eaten it. Moreover, even if she was a woman. No, it was because she was a woman that she knew that this bastard must have used this devil fruit for his perverse hobby. Still, their steps quickly stopped when they heard a strange laugh as they entered the graveyard area. Gishishishishi. Suddenly, a large figure emerged like a devil from a shadow, and as he appeared, many zombie figures climbed out from their graves like those in the horror movie. Moreover, among those zombies, many appeared strong and seemingly different from others. Boy, let go of him if you don't want to die now. Moria stared at Masa with a gloomy gaze as he knew that this young man was the leader of this group, but even so, he was angry when he saw Absalom was so beaten up by Masa. If I don't? Masa asked curiously. Gishishishi, just because you eat Elogia, it doesn't mean that you are invincible. Let me know the horror of the sea. Masa didn't bother to talk and just shot out a laser beam toward Moria, which pierced his chest. Gah. Moria clutched his bleeding chest in pain, then suddenly heard a voice. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light, old man? Before even Moria reacted, he saw an intense light before his eyes before he felt a powerful force that caused an intense pain from his bloated stomach and then, boom. As Moria was kicked away and blasted into the largest building within the ship, Masa yawned. It's not that I am invincible, but you are too weak. Everyone. Chapter 42, Desperation. Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. At that moment, everyone knew the devil fruit that was eaten by Masa, the ultimate devil fruit that was eaten by one of the most powerful men in the Marines, Kizaru, and after the death of Kizaru, it was eaten by Masa. The new user of the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, was here. Yet, how could Masa be so powerful and master this power so easily? Well, wasn't it obvious? Masa had devoured everything about Kizaru, including this man's experiences, skills, knowledge, and many others with his jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, so naturally, he could do all the things that Kizaru could do with this devil fruit. Still, even if he could do it, he wouldn't tell anyone, but then, as he had beaten Moria, it was his time for a buffet. Brook, protect Karina for a bit. I need to do something. Oh. Brook quickly nodded and held his sword, ready to face any danger. He would even use his life to protect her since he knew if Karina was hurt, then he would be as good as gone. What a powerful devil fruit. Even Brook shuddered at Masa's power, wondering how one even fought a light. As for Karina, she had 100% trust in Masa, and she knew that there was something that he sought after. If it had only been the two of them, it should have been fine for her to follow, but there was Brook, so she knew that what he asked her was to watch out for Brook, as the two didn't have complete trust in Brook. Rather, she knew that Masa wanted to hire Brook as a bodyguard or something similar, depending on how Brook acted in this battle. Still, was it really okay to leave her by Brook's side? Just kidding, Karina, who stayed by Brook's side, was nothing but a hologram created by glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. As for the real Karina was on an adventure on Thriller Bark to steal treasures, like how Masa went on his buffet. Naturally, for safety reasons, she also asked him to use his glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, to refract the light around her, turning her invisible and making her achieve a pseudo-Suksug no Mi. Still, she couldn't help but let out a hopeless sigh, thinking that Masa was as smart as ever, right? Somehow, watching him eat his glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, it felt too wasteful to eat the Suksug no Mi, especially when she could ask him to turn her invisible. Nevertheless, when Masa was about to leave to search for his target, he pointed his finger toward many groups of zombies. All the zombies quickly noticed the bright light that came from Masa's fingertip. Bomb. 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 Before they were able to do anything, they were swallowed by explosions. Help. I don't want to die. I have died already. Moria-sama. Please defeat him. No, my body. As all the zombies were in despair, Brook asked, Ms. Karina, do you think my existence here is necessary? After all, Masa was too strong, right? Still, after destroying many zombies, Masa combined his observation haki and radio wave ability, searching for a figure before turning into a light and directly kicking this figure. The figure was unable to do anything as he could only lay on the wrecked ground, yet even if his arm was separated from his body due to Masa's attack, his grip never let go of the sword. Ruma. This was the zombie that Masa had been looking after, so after taking away the legendary sword, Shujui, he devoured the body of this dead samurai. While Masa's memory might not be detailed, he knew that this zombie samurai was exceptional, and as expected, he discovered the real identity of this zombie. Shimatsuki Ryuma is a legendary, world-famous samurai hailing from the Shimatsuki family of Wano country, who lived during Wano's country of Gold era centuries ago. He was revered for his mastery of swordsmanship, which earned him the title Sword God, as well as his feat of slaying a dragon. As he devoured Ryuma, he held the sword that should be owned by Zoro in the future when the Straw Hat entered the Thriller Bark arc. Shashui. In the past, Masa would have only thought that this was just a good sword in black color, but after he gained Ryuma's memory, he knew that this was a black sword, a sword that had been imbued with armament haki for so long that it remained black as it was covered in haki even after the death of its user, making it significantly more durable. Still, compared to this sword, there was no doubt the swordman's skill and talent, which he gained from this sword god, were more impressive. At this moment, Masa could tell that he had become even stronger. Kizaru was also a swordsman, but compared to Ryuma, there was a long distance between them. Yet, the one that surprised him the most would be the armament haki he gained from Ryuma. Haki. There was no doubt that this was the unique skill of the world of One Piece, which allowed people to do a supernatural feat without the power of devil fruit. Due to devouring Kizaru, Masa naturally knew about haki, whether it was armament haki or observation haki, he knew the two of them. Those two skills were amazing, and they were far, far better than Tki, which Masa from DXD learned. Well, Masa couldn't say that Tki was meaningless since it also had many support uses, such as healing, but if it was just for a battle, there was no doubt that haki was several times above Tki. Yet, compared to Kizaru, the armament haki of Ryuma was quite different. Why did he say that? That was because the limit of what Kizaru could do with the advanced skill of armament haki was emitting, which was a skill of haki that allowed him to flow and emit his haki out of his body, allowing him to knock back and attack someone without touching them. However, Uryama's skill was unique as he could use his haki to cause internal destruction, allowing him to destroy his target from the inside out. Still, Masa had to say, this improvement surprised him, or rather, how long it had been that he had become so powerful. Yet, he wasn't alone, so wouldn't it be unnatural of him to stay weak even after he gained the unique power that allowed him to share and combine with all of Masa? Now, what is left is observation haki. After Masa learned the advanced skill of observation haki, he knew that he could relax. Still, this wasn't the end of his buffet since he also discovered many powerful fighters within this ship. Let's see. General Zombie? John? A former member of the Rock Pirates? Damn. Wasn't this buffet too luxurious? Masa never hesitated and cleaned up everything until he stopped when he saw a giant, which put him in a daze. Could he devour this one? Masa was going to do his best, yet, Moria, who had been beaten by Masa in 2 attacks, felt that he was about to pass out as he stared at the dark sky in a daze. You are too weak. Masa's voice still echoed within his mind like a curse that Moria couldn't escape. Was he so weak? After his defeat by Kaido, Moria is obsessed with zombies and shadows, searching for the most powerful one so he can create an invisible army to avenge Kaido. Yet, what was the result? Not only was he defeated in just 2 attacks, but Moria was also defeated by a young noble whose name wasn't even famous, in other words, a nobody and probably a new user of Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. How long had Kizaru been dead? Moria was clear, so he knew that Masa hadn't eaten this devil fruit for so long, yet. Even so. He felt his eyes were wet, filled with tears, thinking how weak he had become. What the hell? Still, Moria-sama. 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 Moria heard the voice of his followers, who called his name in panic and worriedly, and soon, they found him buried under the wrecked building. Moria-sama. Perona and Hogback looked at Moria, who was beaten up in tears. Let's run away, Moria-sama. As long as we can run away, there is still a chance. Watching the 2 of them who didn't give him up, Moria wanted to cry again, and at the same time, he thought of their safety. Could they even escape from the light? If Masa's mastery over the Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit was similar to or just slightly below Kizaru, then could they even leave this place without losing their lives? Then, suddenly, the picture of the cruel death of Absalom, Perona, and Hogback appeared in his mind, causing Moria to fall into hysteria, causing him to wish for a powerful strength to protect everyone, which led him to the return of the long-lost power that he had lost after his defeat to Kaido returned once again. Masa, who felt something, quickly went to Karina, who had been stealing Moria's treasures. You surprised me. Karina was startled when Masa suddenly appeared, but her expression quickly became solemn. What's wrong? Stand behind me. Huh? Then, suddenly, a powerful aura swept everyone within this island, causing those with weak wills to pass out and those with stronger wills to be filled with fear as their minds were dominated by this intense aura that made them lose in their own fears. Don't get ahead of yourselves, rot. Moria returned once again, Chapter 43, The Fastest Sword. Using his haki, Masa quickly protected Karina, but for him, Moria's aura was nothing. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that he was surprised by Moria, who could release such a powerful aura that could impact and dominate the minds of others. Yet, did Moria think that he was the only one who could use this aura of domination? Bang! At that moment, Masa also burst out a powerful aura that caused everyone to pass out directly due to intense fear. Even Brook, who was quite powerful, fell down to an intense fear that came from the impact caused by Masa. Yes, while the armament haki and observation haki needed to be learned, the Supreme King haki was inborn, and naturally, for someone like Masa, who dared to kill a world noble, the noble of this world, and admiral, one of the strongest within the Marines, for a woman, how could he not awaken it? Or, rather, if he didn't awaken it, he would be a dork. Masa might wish to live a peaceful life, but for those who destroyed his peace, even if they were the highest beings, then he wouldn't hesitate to kill all of them, yet, at this moment, he might not know that the world had chosen him as the candidate for the supreme ruler. Nevertheless, if there was a reason why he didn't use this ability, it was because he lacked someone to teach him, so with his current skill of the Supreme King haki, what he could do was dominate the minds of those small fries, and it was simply meaningless to those who were strong. More importantly, all the people around him were either those he controlled or Karina's previously, so with the exception of the mental simulation using Supreme King haki, it would be his first time using this ability. Still, as their auras met each other, the space and the air cracked, yet soon, Moria's aura was suppressed, which caused Masa to chuckle before he stopped his Supreme King haki. I will go first. When? Karina directly kissed Masa, which made him speechless. What's with that gaze? Shouldn't you feel happy being kissed by a beautiful woman like me? Karina asked with a cute pout. Kissing before a battle will bring a bad omen. Huh? Really? Where did you learn it? Karina looked at him in doubt. Well, whatever, I will go first. Masa shook his head, then turned into a light to move toward Moria. Meanwhile, Karina, who was still in the treasure room, wondered whether kissing before a battle would really bring a bad omen. Nevertheless, as Masa appeared in front of Moria, he smiled and said in a relaxed manner, "Oh, you look so powerful now." "Shut up, brat. Do you think you can look down on me now?" Unlike before, Moria had become stronger, returning to the past, his peak when he fought Kaido in the past, but even so, he knew as he had been down for so long, his body was no longer at a peak, but it wasn't a problem. Yet, at the same time, Moria was even more furious at this young man, who thought that he could beat him so easily. Moreover, that aura. Moria almost exploded, thinking at how Masa looked down on him by stopping his Supreme King Haki before it completely overwhelmed him, bringing him down as if Masa had given him the mercy of the strong. "I'm going to make you pay for looking down on me. Go on." Masa folded his arms and gave Moria a chance to grow stronger so his fight wouldn't be boring. "You are going to make me regret it, right? Then, show me. I will kill you, brat." Moria burst his aura once again as he used his Kage no Mi to the limit, Shadows Asgard. As his voice fell, a powerful aura once again swept everyone, and at the same time, all the shadows on the zombies disappeared and all moved into Moria's body. Yes, Moria's body absorbed all the shadows and gathered all of them within his body, strengthening his body further towards its peak when he fought Kaido, or even more. His desperation, fear, and wish to protect his living comrades brought his strength even further to the limit, something that Moria had never felt before, something that made him above many and even became the king of this world. As he grew stronger, his body also grew larger, so large that it towered toward the sky like an ancient giant that he had kept within his ship. Still, if Moria knew that Masa had devoured that giant, there was no doubt that he would become even stronger due to his anger. Gishishishishi. His voice was so loud that it could make anyone deaf and shook the ground like an earthquake, yet, compared to his voice, his body had become a powerful monster that could destroy everything. "You will pay for your arrogance, boy. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a Logia? This isn't so simple. Your arrogance will make you regret it now." Moria raised his hands high, and at the same time, something dark started to clad his fists like black gloves. "Oh, you can use a haki? Are you surprised? Don't look down on me. This time I will defeat you." Yet, facing Moria, who was about to smash him with his giant fists that were covered in armament haki, Masa was as calm as ever. His mind was clear, yet instead of using his glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, he held the Shushui on his side, holding it in the way of a Battle Jutsu or sword drawing technique, also known as the AI Jutsu. "I will get a little serious, then. Blue Beast." This was Masa's nickname from Muka, yet he got this nickname because of the new magic that he created, known as Kulam Sword. Yet, Masa needed CAD, casting assistance device, to use this magic, so he couldn't use it. Still, with that magic name, it was clear that Masa from Muka was a swordsman. Yes, while the world of Muka was the world of magic and science, the magic swordsmen also existed, and Masa was one of them. Moreover, he was also one of the strongest due to being known as the fastest. Yet, even if he couldn't use that magic known as the Kulam sword due to how complicated it was and the need to use CAD, as Masa had devoured the mink tribe, he gained better control over his bioelectricity and used his other sword technique, which made him known as the fastest swordsman in the world. More importantly, due to the improvement of his physical ability and after devouring Ryuma, his sword technique became even stronger and more refined than before. Unlike in the world of Muka, the swordsmen in the world of One Piece had a special existence, using only their physical ability, technique, and will, they could grow into a feared existence that even reached one of the strongest. At the same time, similar to Maria, Masa's sword was covered in a dark color, yet with a slightly crimson color haki. Yes, Masa used his armament haki to increase his attack power further. However, unlike Maria, Masa's sword, arms, and hands were also covered in lightning. As Moria used everything he had, Masa also decided to respect Moria and used everything he had. "Let me show you my fastest sword." Charging his sheathed blade with lightning, Masa created a magnetic field around both the blade and sheath, creating an ultra-electromagnetic Battle Jutsu, the fastest sword technique in the world, and its name was Mercury. As Moria smashed his fists, Masa unleashed his blade. Slash. "I lose again." As Moria thought within his heart, an intense light overwhelmed him, and all of a sudden, Masa was already behind him, standing calmly as the sound of his sheathed blade sounded. At that moment, a sonic boom exploded, and everything was cut down. Bomb. Whether it was Karina, Brook, or those who remained conscious, they could only open their mouths and eyes wide as they saw the dark fog that covered the Florian Triangle in darkness split into half, causing the light from the outside to enter and bask his presence as Moria was defeated. Chapter 44, 2 As Moria was defeated, all the shadows that he had absorbed quickly returned to their owners. Ah, my shadow. Finally. Finally, I can see the light. Ah, I don't know who you are, but thank you. Thank you. All the people who had lost their shadows and were unable to bask under the gentle and warm lights were filled with happiness as they cried, thanking someone who had saved them. Brooke also slowly stood up and sighed in relief since everything was over. Still, once again, wasn't Masa too powerful? Somehow, if Masa aimed to become a pirate king, Brooke felt like Masa could become one, he thought. Nevertheless, Masa never planned to become a pirate king. A peaceful life was the best, after all, but then again, as he had reached this point, reaching another stage was hard since he had to destroy the system where everyone had gotten used, creating a new order where he could live peacefully. Relying on others had never been the way. Only he, himself, was the only one that he could rely on, and because of that, he knew that he had become stronger and, at the same time, become even faster since sword technique, especially when he had a glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. Was electromagnetic faster than light? Still, Masa looked at Moria, who he had defeated, staring at him, wondering what he should do with it. Moria hadn't died even after that attack, but there was no doubt that as long as he made his move, this pirate would die at his hands. Kage no Mi. Frankly, Masa didn't have much of an interest in this devil fruit, but if he said that, he was sure that many would curse him for being stupid, yet it couldn't be helped since a certain character in the story had promoted and showed the potential of using the power of shadow. By using the power of shadows, Masa could have an unlimited number of undying and loyal soldiers that could help him fight. This Kage no Mi was the devil fruit that allowed him to realize that power. Yet, once again, Masa didn't have much of an interest in the power of Kage no Mi. After all, in the end, if he wanted to become stronger by using the power of Kage no Mi, he had to rely on the others, on his soldiers, but on the other hand, his power wasn't that particularly mighty since the power of shadow wouldn't give him much of an improvement, especially in the physical ability unless he absorbed shadows as Moria did, but such an improvement wasn't what he sought since the power couldn't be maintained for a long time. Then, what about speed? Wasn't the speed of the shadow fast? Masa had eaten the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit and became a human light. Was the shadow even faster than light? At the same time, the most important point was the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit that he had eaten. Shadow was the byproduct of light, and he, who had become the light itself, did he even need the power of a shadow? Instead of Kage no Mi, Masa wanted a power that could help him destroy everything so easily, such as earthquake fruit model, tremor human devil fruit, dark fruit model, darkness human devil fruit, or thunder fruit model, lightning human devil fruit. If one of his attacks was enough to destroy everything, was there even a need for him to rely on the power of shadow soldiers? Yes, instead of being a king who led many to fight, Masa wanted to become a god who could destroy or create anything he wished to be. So, while it was a shame, he decided to do an experiment on Moria by using the power of jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit. Previously, he had said to Karina that instead of devouring Kizaru, he would put this admiral into his body, then let the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit reincarnate within his body, yet in practice, he had never done it as he directly devoured both McVise and Kizaru into his body directly instead of doing such a complicated method. So why didn't he do so? Well, it was obvious, he was already at his limit, and he could tell that his body would burst as he ate the Kage no Mi. As long as he ate this devil fruit, he would die and be reincarnated. This was the feeling he got when he tried to reach for Moria as he tried to put his intent toward devouring Moria. Previously, Masa might have said that he did not have an interest in Moria's devil fruit, but if he could eat more, then it would be good, right? If there was no limit to the devil fruits that his body could bear, then wouldn't he become the strongest? Even the Kage no Mi might not help him become the strongest, it could help him with a variety of things, such as escaping by entering the shadow. Yet, somehow, when he put this thought into practice, it was as if an alarm sounded within his mind as if trying to tell him that he would die. Was this his special power? Besides sharing, his ability to reincarnate when he died as long as the other Masa existed was clear to all, yet it was his first time knowing that there was a power that allowed him to remind him when he would die. It's like a danger sense. No, it should be an observation hockey, he thought. Probably, when Kizaru was about to die before, the feeling of not wishing to die made him so desperate, and it made his observation of hockey develop further and allowed him to sense danger when he faced something that could kill him, which gave him a chance to run away or rethink his decision. If I can develop the devil fruit's power as I wish, Then should it be possible to develop Haki as I wish to? As long as it was a reasonable development, Masa felt that it was possible. Somehow, he felt that he was going to be busy, yet when he thought he would become even more powerful, it excited him as nothing could be happier than to know that he would become powerful. Still, it disappointed him to know that his limit was just 3 devil fruits, and if he wanted to eat more, he could only either wait for the next Masa or implement his plan to do deep research on the body of Blackbeard. Yet, as Masa was about to put his research into practice, please don't kill Moria-sama. I beg you. I will do anything. Please. In front of him, suddenly, a cute young woman with pink hair, which she tied in a childish pigtail hairstyle, begged him desperately with tears and snots. Masa fell into silence as he watched one of the heroines in One Piece, Perona. Unlike the many women he had seen in this world, he had to say, Perona's appearance was one of a kind, especially her eyes, which were round and big with a unique eyeliner that gave asymmetrical eyelashes under her eyes. If someone saw her for the first time, they would feel weird, even if she was quite cute, especially due to her sense of fashion that made her appear different from others. Yet, even so, this wasn't such a bad fashion, especially when her long, slender white legs were visible from her short skirt. Still, compared to this style, Masa couldn't help but imagine Perona 2 years later when she appeared in a Gothic-style dress and let her hair flow behind with many spiral braids. Yet, somehow, Masa had to say Perona's snot and tears ruined her appearance. However, every heroine in One Piece had their own comedic face, so he didn't feel surprised. Still, this was a shame, he thought. Nevertheless, as he stared at Perona, Karina, who all of a sudden appeared, said, Masa, don't kill her. Let me handle this. Huh? Masa couldn't help but look at Karina strangely. Why? I think that she is good. Anyway, let me handle this, okay? Don't you have something that you want to do? If they really try to kill me, then you can kill them directly with a powerful light, right? Perona. Okay, then. Masa wasn't sure what Karina planned to do, considering the beginning of their relationship. He felt that he owed her, especially after she stayed, waiting for him, knowing all the dangers before them. By the way, where is Hogback? Ah, he is over there. Perona couldn't care about Hogback, the perverted doctor who was obsessed with a corpse, but Moria was different since Moria was like a father to her. Hearing the answer, Masa left immediately, but Perona couldn't help but look at Karina with a grateful expression since she knew that if Karina didn't say anything to Masa, then she knew that she would die. Masa was cruel, Perona thought, especially when she thought of his emotionless expression when he looked at her. His eyes were as if looking at a specimen, which annoyed her since shouldn't he show mercy to a cute woman like her. At the same time, Perona felt a little jealous when she looked at Karina. After all, she felt that she was quite better than Karina, yet somehow, Karina could get someone as handsome and powerful as Masa, which made her wonder what was so special about Karina. Aren't I cuter? Still, Perona didn't show it on her face since she knew that she was under Karina's mercy. On the other hand, Karina also looked at Perona in doubt for a moment, then looked at her with a gentle smile. By the way, what's your name? Perona. Perona wasn't sure, but she could tell that Karina was a bad woman. Perona? What a cute name. Karina nodded as she maintained her gentle smile. By the way, do you want to die or keep your life and your important people? Of course, I want to live and keep everyone's life. Perona only cared about Moria, but she knew that Moria cared about the lives of his crew as well, so if possible, she thought to save the lives of Hogback and Absalom, too. Then, listen to me. As Karina whispered something, Perona's cute face turned bright red, but she had no choice but to do it. Only from her expression, it was clear that Perona didn't hate the idea at all. Chapter 45, Wonderful World. When Karina and Perona were discussing something, Masa found Hogback and made him pass out directly. This guy might be unique if he was being polite. If he was being rude, then Masa would say Hogback was simply a hideous man with a perverted hobby, yet he couldn't deny Hogback's skill, especially when Hogback was known as a world-renowned genius surgeon. If Masa had to exaggerate Hogback's medical expertise, it would be like a humanized version of Operation Fruit Model, Modification Human, one of the most special devil fruits in One Piece, as it was one of the ways for people to achieve immortality. By consuming the Operation Fruit Model, Modification Human, Trafalgar D. Law became the best doctor in the world, and he could modify anything he wished to be in the space created by this devil fruit. Yet, Hogback didn't need this devil fruit to do what Law did, and that fact was Absalom, who was a human, yet could gain the power of the beast from the skin of an elephant, the jaws of a lion, and muscles that are a mixture of a bear's and a gorilla's, giving him superhuman strength. Yes, the Operation Fruit Model, Modification Human might be able to simplify the surgical process, and easily accomplish what Hogback did to Absalom, like what Law did to Monet, giving her body bird-like features as a harpy in the myth. However, in reality, this process was difficult since human and animal bodies were different. Whether it was the flesh, bones, nerves, senses, and many others, just a single mistake could cause a rejection that could cause one to become disabled or dead. Yet, Absalom lived well and even had superhuman strength, which showed how amazing Hogback's medical expertise was, especially in the world of One Piece, which was similar to the 17th century. So, there was no doubt that Masa was interested in Hogback, but he didn't intend to devour Hogback since he had to say, this process was quite disgusting, and while Hogback was amazing, it wasn't to the point that he was so desperate that he wanted to devour him. Instead, he tried to use his new ability, which he named Archive. Previously, Masa could use the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit to gain all the information he needed with a string of his jacket akin to a string telephone, Chapter 8, but this time, with the power of Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit, the process could be faster as he used the power of light to connect himself with Hogback's brain like an optical network. It might not be easy to understand, but in simple terms, it was like the internet. Masa was the computer, and Hogback was the website that he accessed, and from that website, he could download any information he wished. Yes, with this ability, he could get any information he wished to be from anyone with a faster speed. If it was before, with the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, he was like using the internet with an old mobile broadband modem in a remote village, then, at this moment, by using the Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit, he was like a man who entered the city and subscribed to the most expensive internet provider, which gave him an incredible speed within the internet. Using the hologram screen that worked like a computer screen, Masa looked at Hogback's brain, sorting out all the information, then downloaded the important ones within his mind, such as knowledge of medicine. This was crazy, he thought, but as he had the speed of light due to the Glint Fruit model, Light Human Devil Fruit, this was possible, yet he had to say it was tough. At this moment, Masa is like Luffy, who has become so hungry after a long fight. What are you doing? Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts, and naturally, Masa knew who this person was. Done, Karina? Yup. Karina smiled as she clung to Masa's neck and looked at the hologram screen curiously. She had seen this hologram screen before, but unlike before, this one appeared to be interesting, especially when she could see a loading bar like a symbol downloaded in the modern world. Even if she didn't understand, she felt like Masa tried to transfer Hogback's knowledge to his mind, right? What did you do? While Masa wanted to ask what Karina talked about with Perona, he stopped his words when Karina asked him this question. I am trying to get Hogback's medical knowledge. Huh? Can you? Yeah. Masa explained his new ability, which made him able to transfer the knowledge of someone into his head, but then, when he looked at Karina, a certain thought appeared in his mind. Do you want me to share some of the information with you? You can do that? Karina was dumbfounded. I do. Masa nodded. Let me give you the map of this ship so you can get the treasure faster. Okay, do it. Karina agreed, and soon, a loading bar appeared on the top of her head. The information about Thriller Bark entered her head all of a sudden. Wow. This was amazing, there was no need for her to study anymore. If she wanted information, she could ask Masa, yet, Masa nodded and was glad that he could succeed. If he could download information from someone's brain, then shouldn't he be able to upload his information to another's brain? This thought made him develop the ability to upload the information within his mind to others, which was amazing, he thought. Still, if there was a reason why he had decided to create such a troublesome ability, considering how much it took a lot of toll on his brain, it was because he didn't want to kill meaninglessly. Devouring others with the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit was good and all, but as a person from a modern world, he had to say that he didn't really want to kill if possible. Naive, probably, this was what everyone thought when they saw him, yet even if he understood that he had to be cruel, his heart and mind felt slightly overwhelmed sometimes, and he needed Karina by his side so he could calm himself. Still, if the situation really called for him to kill, then he wouldn't think twice about doing it, just like how he was ruthless enough to kill the world noble, an admiral, and many others. Then, what about the crew of the Thriller Bark? Well, thinking of Perona, Masa felt hesitant. Nevertheless, Karina, who gained complete information about Thriller Bark, was like a fish that entered the water. She didn't hesitate and was ready to ransack this entire ship. More importantly, all the people on this ship were as good as Masa's followers, as no one dared to fight him, so she could ask for their help. Still, before she left, she looked at Masa naughtily and whispered, by the way, do you like that kind of hairstyle? Masa. I will wear that hairstyle tonight. Kissing him on the cheek, Karina then left to get all of her treasures. Meanwhile, Masa did his best to study hard in medicine to become a better doctor. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that he was pretty excited, thinking of Karina, who would wear such a hairstyle for him. Thinking of Karina in the hairstyle, Masa closed his eyes, thinking at how he would ride her from behind as he held her hair to stabilize his position. Even though the world of One Piece was mostly backward, it had a wonderful culture, Masa thought. At the same time, he also thought of a good reward for Karina, but before that, he was going to process all of his gains today, and he had to say his decision to visit the Thriller Bark was a good thing. Nevertheless, it was time for him to break when the night came. Working was important, but a break was important, so Masa quickly entered his room and saw the room was dark. While he could use the power of light, he didn't do it, and just directly jumped into the bed as he saw Karina's figure that was wrapped inside the blanket. But why were there two Karina? No, one of them wasn't Karina. Yet, when Masa saw the lewd expression of the person who invaded his bed with Karina's, he took a deep breath and decided to fight on. At the same time, he was going to reward Karina greatly. Wait. Too much. Too much. Karina, help me. Still, Karina sighed in relief, thinking that finally, she had help, but as expected, Masa didn't let her go, and for the first time, Masa thought that he was glad to enter the world of One Piece. Chapter 46, Every king has an unique wealth, knowledge, skills, and many other things. Masa felt satisfied with everything and even more satisfied when he looked at the two women on his bed. Karina slept soundly like a sleeping princess, but Karona slept in an ugly manner and even drooled on his pillow as she muttered in her sleep with a strange expression, "Beast. Large snake. But it's kind of cute." Masa decided to ignore Karona and went to take a bath, ready to start the new day. Thriller Bark was over, and his destination was Water 7. Naturally, on this trip, he believed that he could gain many things. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that everything was over in the Thriller Bark since there was something that he had to solve first. Did you have a good sleep last night, Masa? When Masa entered the kitchen, Brook, who was enjoying a morning tea, greeted him enthusiastically, but his words contained some hidden meanings. Yup. How lucky. Masa didn't say anything, but he also knew that Brook's trouble was clear. This guy was all bones, and Brook had lost all of his flesh, including that part. If there was something that Brook could be grateful for, it was the fact that Brook still had his hair. But then, what made Masa curious was how this guy could still poop even if Brook was all bones. This was the mystery of the world, he thought. Frankly, there were many things that couldn't be explained in the world of One Piece, and even his achievability was so magical that it could barely be explained with logic. Nevertheless, Masa looked at Brook and asked, "What do you plan after this?" Brook hesitated for a moment as he looked at Masa, even though he had no eyes. Frankly, at that moment, he was in a dilemma since he had to admit that it was comfortable to stay with Masa, but then, his past identity made him feel quite inferior. Pirates. Unlike Luffy, who became a pirate to have an adventure, while as a pirate, Brook wasn't cruel and still had humanity within him that he didn't attack the weak. He knew his past wasn't that good either. Masa wasn't such a good guy either, yet even so, Brook felt that this young man was blinding as he knew that Masa had something to achieve, and this something must be interesting. Brook wished to follow, but inwardly, was it even okay for him? As for women? Well, he was satisfied that he could tease the maids around as they looked at him like trash. It was a strange feeling, but he had to say it was nice. Brook felt like he had awoken something. As for Karina and Perona, Brook wasn't an idiot, and he knew what he could and couldn't do. Well, he didn't have a tool, so all he could do was just tease, which made him somehow become depressed and cry. What's wrong? And nothing. Brook might not have eyes, but he can cry. Still, he thought of Masa's problem quietly, thinking what he would do after this. He had lost all of his comrades, alone on this dark sea for so long, and to be honest, he wasn't sure what to do. If there was something or someone that he wanted to meet, it would be Laboon, the child whale who followed him and his crew at that time. Yet, as so much time had passed, was Laboon still alive? Brook didn't know, and because of that, he didn't know what to do, especially when he was all alone in this world. Do you want to follow me? Brook looked at Masa in a daze and asked in disbelief. See, can I? Yeah, come with me. Masa felt like it would be terrible if there was no fighter among them. Karina and Perona, those two women, he didn't count them to fight, especially when he also knew their desire to fight was almost zero. Karina aside, while Perona had a good devil fruit, this woman didn't have much of an interest in working hard to train, so Masa also didn't intend to expect her, and it was just enough for her to help him to calm his stress whenever he needed her, especially when he had to say, it was quite fun to hold her pigtails. Moreover, those long legs. Masa felt like he wouldn't get bored no matter how long it was to hold those long, slender legs. Moria, you have a good daughter. Moria. Nevertheless, Masa also knew that it was necessary to have a good follower, and Brook was a good candidate. This guy was loyal even if this guy was a bit perverted, but then again, were there any men that weren't a pervert? More importantly, even if Brook wanted to, this guy didn't have that part on his body, so... well, what could he do, then? Still, precautions also needed to be taken since everyone was a man, and all men had a nature that couldn't be suppressed. Even King Arthur, who was loved by many, was betrayed by his closest knight, Lancelot. However, for Masa, who could control anyone as he wished to, there was no need to fear. Lastly, and more importantly, Brook didn't have that part, okay? In other words, this guy was an eunuch, like the king or emperor in the Middle East or China, each of them had eunuchs by their side. Masa thought that he could do the same. But I am a pirate. Brook felt that he wasn't worthy to follow Masa. You are all bones, who can tell that you are one anyway? But if someone knows, then I will bring you trouble. I don't lack money. I can redeem your bounty and turn you into an innocent. Masa looked at Brook and said, don't underestimate the power of money. For someone like Brook, who cared about his comrades dearly, Masa felt that there was no need to hesitate to bring him into his group. Moreover, Masa also wanted to learn more about Brook's devil fruit as the power that made people able to live once again was rare, and it would be amazing if he could duplicate Brook's devil fruit. As for Luffy, sorry, Masa didn't care. You really are. Brook looked at Masa with a helpless gaze, but then he stood up and kneeled in front of Masa. I will do my best to serve you. Don't be so exaggerated, but I am glad to have you, Brook. With that, Masa had Brook, then what about Moria and his group? Just kidding, Masa didn't care about them except for Perona, and he also didn't plan to make a lot of crews within his ship since his power was enough. Nevertheless, it might be a great idea to make them an affiliate group that could help him take care of the small fries that annoyed him since if he handled everything on his own, it would be too troublesome, right? Still, he was going to be busy, but he didn't hate this busyness, he thought. At the same time, he couldn't help but remind Masa from DXT to devour the holy property so their light power could become even stronger. Chapter 47, Precious Moria, thank you for your care till now. Perona's eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Moria. I will leave now. Yeah. Moria also felt depressed and sad since Perona wasn't the only one who thought of himself as a parent since he also thought of her as a daughter. This was why Absalom and Hogback, who were a pervert, had always respected and followed Perona's selfishness since there was no doubt that Perona's status in the eyes of Moria was above all of them. Watching some of the zombies helping Perona's luggage to Masa's ship, Moria couldn't help but think of their first meeting and also felt angry, especially toward Masa, who had taken down his daughter-like existence. Bastard. Moria might not be a good person, he had killed and done many evil things in this world, but even so, he had feelings, and this was why he sought out zombies, an unkillable creature that wouldn't make him sad if he lost them. Yet he realized how wrong this decision of his was. Moria had become weak, and due to that, he almost lost everything. Whether it was his crew, ship, or life, he would lose everything. If it wasn't for Perona, who had attracted Masa's attention, Moria knew that they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. It was a shame for him to live, or rather, he wished to die at that moment since how could he feel happy to have his life saved by sacrificing his daughter to Masa? Yet, when he saw that Perona had to pay, he knew that he had to stay alive and become stronger, or else Perona's sacrifice would be meaningless. Take care of yourselves, Moria. Don't forget to eat. I know. The more they talked, the more tears couldn't be stopped. Yet, Masa didn't care about their interaction since he knew well that Perona was as good as fallen. Instead of someone who had taken care of her from childhood, she chose him, a man who was almost killed by her father-like existence, and someone who she had just met lately. If there was something special between them, it was the fact that he was the one who took her virginity. Why is it like a hentai plot? Masa felt conflicted, but when he was fishing lazily on the side of the pier of his ship, someone suddenly lay on his lap. He lowered his head and looked at Karina, who used his lap as a pillow lazily like a cat. As she noticed his gaze, Karina looked at him meaningfully and asked, "Happy?" "Yup." Masa put one of his hands on Karina's head and softly caressed her. "Thanks." "No problem." Karina let out a hopeless sigh and said, "I will die if no one helps me after all." If she was strong, then she might have been able to handle Masa alone and wouldn't have shared him with anyone, but she was weak, okay? Her body would be wrecked sooner or later, so she pulled Perona with her, as she could see Masa's interest in Perona. Frankly, during their stay on the ship, Karina often tried to make the maid seduce Masa so she could have someone to help her, but unexpectedly, he didn't show much interest in those maids. Instead, he was more interested in Perona, who appeared quite unique. It seems his taste is quite special? Or did he only choose a special woman? Karina might be weak, but even so, she had many talents, After all, Perona's appearance might be unique, but she had eaten a devil fruit. So, even if Masa was quite a pervert, he was quite choosy, Karina thought. Still, feeling his hand that held her hand gently, she smiled, thinking that it was good to be like this, but she had to say, it felt a bit strange when she could share him with others. After all, there was no doubt Masa was her most precious treasure. It feels weird. What's so weird? Karina looked at Masa curiously. Do you remember our first meeting? How could I not? You wanted to kill me, after all. The beginning of their relationship was definitely far from good, especially when Masa wanted to kill Karina to hide his identity. It was just because she was lucky that she could escape from the control of his ability and because she was beautiful that she could escape and become his woman. In the beginning, even if her heart swayed by him as he had taken her virginity, she also wanted to escape from him since it was impossible for her to fall for him so fast, even if his appearance was so handsome. If there was a reason why she stayed, it was because she wanted to steal his money, as he had a lot of money. Yet, the more she stayed with him, the more she realized how special it was, and everything changed after their meeting with the world noble. Watching him kill the leader of this world and also fight the admiral to let her escape, she couldn't help but fall completely for him. What kind of woman wouldn't fall for a man who would fight the world for her? For her, he was almost dying. Still, was it love? Or was it his guilt since he almost killed her, or due to the beginning of their relationship? Yes, because of that, I never thought that you had become an important existence to me. Watching his gentle smile as he looked at her, Karina felt like crying somehow, but it wasn't her style to show she was weak. Regardless, she clung to his stomach for a moment, trying to calm herself, then said, Humphrey. You said that, but you just slept with another woman last night. Masa was speechless, but who allowed him to sleep with Perona, then? Well, how about I sing for you? Oh? Karina looked at Masa in surprise. She might often sing for him, but this would be his first time to sing for her. Can you even sing? I have a talented singer by my side, so how can I not? Okay, sing. Sing. Now. Now. Masa didn't expect such a strong reaction, but he nodded. Okay. If there was something good about his ability, it was the fact that he could share anything, including the memories of many famous works, whether it was a song, story, or many others. As the three Masas could share anything, naturally, those famous works in their respective worlds weren't going to be ignored as they could become a source of income for them. Moreover, those works could also be used to seduce women, like his current situation. Sitting in front of the piano, Masa glanced at Karina, who looked at him in expectation, waiting for him to sing. Naturally, Brooke and the others were also curious since they didn't expect that Masa wasn't just strong but could also sing. It's my first time to sing. Don't laugh if I am bad at it. I won't, so hurry up and play. Be patient, okay? Masa took a deep breath, feeling a bit shy, but as he had made up his mind, he decided to sing, starting by playing the piano within the ship as his soothing, gentle, and melodious voice sounded. You laugh, I hear your voice, sun goes down as it always does. You wave and say that you will see me tomorrow, though it seems common. I don't take it as a given. Nothing can replace the days I've spent with you, my special song, Funky Monkey Babies, Teizetsu. As Karina looked at him with a gentle smile and slightly morbid obsession in her eyes, Perona, who was outside, also quickly came to join, leaving Moria behind. Moria fell in silence, snorting inwardly, thinking for Masa to sing such a sissy song, yet inwardly, he sighed in relief, knowing that at least, while this guy was a beast, he felt that Masa could take care of his daughter, Perona. My special. Nevertheless, when Masa sang, everyone was quiet and closed their eyes, enjoying his song with a gentle smile on their faces. Chapter 48, Ambition. After taking all the treasures on Moria's ship, Masa decided to start his trip once again to Water 7. He had enough of an old ship like this, a ship from an old era that would practically be an antique if it was brought to the world of DXD or Muka. Yes, this ship might be a luxury, but even so, it wasn't luxurious enough for him. At least, he wanted to put a fridge, air conditioner, water warmer, a large pool, jacuzzi, or rather, it would be great if his ship would even become a submarine, too. Masa knew that his wish was ridiculous, especially when Luffy, the main character of the story, had his ship made of wood. Yet, Masa was a man of the modern world, so naturally, he wished for something modern. More importantly, this was possible for him since, unlike Luffy, who lacked intelligence, Masa didn't lack it, and he had many blueprint examples that he could ask from either Masa DXD or Muka. Still, before they left, Moria, Absalom, and Hogback could only stare at Masa with a complicated gaze. After all, not only had this guy practically stolen all of their wealth, Masa even took Perona even if he had Karina by his side. This guy is a beast, damn it. 3x. The three of them cursed inwardly for Masa, who was so promiscuous, wishing to have a harem, yet there was nothing they could do, considering how weak they were. Glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. With this devil fruit, Masa was practically invincible. Even if he couldn't win, he could run away, and no one could catch him. Yet, if this was all, then they would just envy Masa's luck, but Masa was also an amazing sword master and also mastered hockey, whether it was armament hockey, observation hockey, or even Supreme King hockey. Moreover, Moriya's lack of knowledge made him hesitate, but he felt that Masa's armament hockey was special somehow. Still, Masa, what are you planning to do in this sea? Moriya couldn't help but voice out his doubt, considering how powerful Masa was. Unlike others who went to the sea to prove they were the strongest or achieve their own ambition, having their names to be known by everyone. Yet, Masa was different. Even with such prowess, he remained anonymous, completely hidden from the world as if he were trying to brew a hidden conspiracy. What did this guy wish to achieve? As Moriya's voice sounded, everyone, whether it was Karina, Perona, Brook, or the others, was staring at Masa, wondering what he wanted to do. Masa fell silent for a moment and said, "Peaceful life." Everyone. This was unexpected, they thought. Peaceful life? Moriya looked at Masa strangely. To be honest, if you don't target me, I am too lazy to fight you either. Moriya. In other words, you reap what you sow. If Moriya hadn't set a trap to target those who sailed within the sea, then would he have encountered this trouble? If Masa didn't appear, would Moriya and the others be defeated in such a humiliating way? No way. Masa was too lazy to do all of that, even if he had to admit the gains he got from Thriller Bark were delicious. Still, what is a peaceful life? Perona asked curiously. Masa looked at Perona strangely, but he decided to explain, a life without the worry of a war, starvation, poverty, sickness, or dominated by others. I want such a life for myself and my family. Did such a life exist? Everyone was dumbfounded. Or rather, they had never dreamed that such a life existed. Why does everyone wish to become a pirate king? Everyone thought that it was the best path to become the one with the most freedom and the happiest in this world. Yet, in the simplest terms, didn't they just want to achieve the life that Masa expressed from his lips? Still, instead of a round way out or simply a stupid method of becoming the pirate king, Masa sought a different method, a method that no one could think of, only him, who knew what he would do, and the others were just blind, unsure of what he thought of, yet for one thing, they knew the life that he described as a wonderful life that everyone dreamed of. I just want peace of mind. Moriya stared at Masa with complicated eyes and said, that's going to be difficult. Is it more than your dream to be a pirate king? Yeah. Moriya wanted to say that, but if he said that, he would deny his dream. However, the truth was before his mind. After all, he knew even if he became the pirate king, he couldn't escape the Marines and the world government. Or, rather, why did he become the 7 warlords of the seas? Wasn't it because he didn't want to be troubled by the Marines and the world government? Wasn't it just the fastest way for him to live a peaceful life? By relying on the world government, Moriya achieved the life that Masa dreamed of, yet he could tell that Masa planned something that he didn't know, but for one thing, he wanted to see that Masa could achieve that dream of his, that land of dream that could only be achieved when one was sleeping or dying. I will leave first. Masa didn't bother with Moriya anymore, but he knew that Moriya's existence was like Perona's father, so he said, get stronger. You don't need to remind me of that, brat. It was humiliating, Moriya thought, but he knew that he had to become stronger. Still, take care of Perona. Perona wanted to cry again when she heard Moriya's words. You don't need to remind me of that. After that, there was no need to say anything anymore. The two of them would be living in 2 different worlds. While Moriya hadn't given up his obsession to become the pirate king, Masa only wanted a peaceful life, so the two of them were simply in a contradiction. Yet, there was no doubt that Moriya knew that Perona would be living well with Masa, especially when he could see how close Perona was to Masa. To be honest, he could imagine that the next time they met each other, she might have a baby with her. Moriya felt a little conflicted, but then again, he could imagine that he would love the existence that was born between Masa and Perona. Heck, he might even give his everything to this existence that was born between Masa and Perona. Well, if possible, he wanted this little guy to be a boy so he could inherit his pirate group. Absalom, Hogback, let's go. Yes, Moriya-sama. Let's become stronger. As Moriya thought to regain his previous power, he also didn't forget to create even more powerful soldiers as he had regained the fire that had been subdued within his heart. Still holding a cute bear doll, Perona, who stayed by Masa's side, asked curiously, by the way, we are going to Water 7, right, Masa? Yes. To make a new ship. That's right. Isn't our ship good enough? Perona thought that Masa's ship was good enough, especially considering its luxurious interior and powerful exterior. I want to make a better ship. What kind? Be patient, okay? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Perona wasn't sure what kind of ship Masa planned to make, but naturally, she was curious, so she threw a tantrum. Still, she threw a tantrum at the wrong person. Ah, wait, not here. Ah. Oh. Yet, as Masa was on his way to Water 7, Masa of the DXD made his first appearance for the first time. It seems. I have to go to the human world, huh? Chapter 49, The Statue of Liberty is my power human world, huh? Staring at the purple sky before him, Masa felt a little conflicted as it would be his first time to go into the human world. All of his life had been spent in the underworld, and he had never left this world as he just wanted to live a peaceful life, yet he knew that he had to go to the human world, especially if he wanted to become stronger. Even though I have the Tunton Fruit model, wait human devil fruit. After gaining the Tunton Fruit model, wait human devil fruit, Masa had been training this devil fruit as it was the one that suited him the most with his fighting style. As the devil of the Vapula house, he would usually just summon his lions to fight, but as he was close to Sairog, naturally, he also trained his physical ability, so it didn't take a long time for him to be able to increase his weight to 250 tons. How many were 250 tons? It would be hard to imagine how much the 250 tons were, but if Masa had to say that 250 tons were about the same weight as the Statue of Liberty, you could imagine how it felt to be punched by him, right? Having the Statue of Liberty smashed into you, that's how it would feel to be punched by him. Frankly, Masa wasn't sure how much stronger he was in this world, especially when he hadn't seen the 4 great Satans, the 4 strongest devils in the world, show their power. Yet, there was no doubt that for him, who could have the speed of light, this might be even more powerful. Still, even so, he wasn't going to be so ignorant as to think that he was the strongest, especially when many of the mythical beings in this world could destroy the world, and the power of the 2 statues of liberty wasn't enough. Moreover, he had heard that Surst Lucifer, the leader of all the devils, had a power of destruction, a power that was able to destroy anything that touched it. Frankly, the power of destruction didn't originate from the House of Greenmurray, the family where Surst originated. Instead, it came from the House of Baal, the great king of all the devils, which was the leader of the opposite faction of the 4 great Satans, which was led by Surge. The 2 often clashed, and neither appeared to wish to back down. Though it was normal for them to have such a relationship, considering their view on politics was different. If the Great King faction was a conservative who didn't wish to change and maintain the stability of the devil, then the 4 great Satans was a progressive who wished to change and bring great change to all the devil. Which one was better? No one, Masa thought. If Masa had to say, the 2 had to combine if they wanted to become better. If a devil wanted to become better, they had to throw away all their bad habits, yet not blindly develop, as a change wouldn't just bring goodness. Nevertheless, everything had nothing to do with Masa, as he just wanted to become stronger, and frankly, his family was within the Great King faction, as a conservative brought greater benefits to a noble family like him. Still, considering his current needs, he knew that he had to talk with someone from the 4 Satans faction since he wanted to go to the human world. Devour an angel or a fallen angel. Frankly, in the underworld, there was a fallen angel, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to go there, but he was afraid that he might be discovered and he might become a sinner who caused a great war between the devil and fallen angel once again. Still, with his current power and speed, he couldn't care less, even if he might be blamed or sacrificed to fix the peace between the devil and the fallen angel. More importantly, with his speed of light, who could catch him? However, he had many family and subjects within his territory, and he didn't want them to be sacrificed for his selfishness to become stronger, so his only way to devour the fallen angel so he could gain holy property within his light ability was to go to the human world and devour an evil fallen angel. If he did so, then no one would blame him. After all, at this moment, even if there was no great war between the devil and the fallen angel, their relationship wasn't that close, and they were practically enemies. Yet, considering he knew the story of the DXD, he knew that this was just what everyone believed, and the top thought of making peace between them, as there was no longer any benefit to them fighting. Not only due to their limited numbers, it was also hard for them to reproduce, and there were many myths that wanted to destroy them, especially those pagans and minor beliefs that were pushed aside by Christianity. Regardless, there was no doubt that it was a great thing for Surst to appear, as having a strong devil meant that the safety of all the devil was guaranteed, yet Masa didn't really want to get close to this guy much, considering it was hard to tell what this guy was thinking. Peace, was that what Surst really wished? Probably, Masa thought. Well, more importantly, Surst was the older brother of Ryaz Greenmurray, and considering his relationship with Riser Phoenix and Ryaz's relationship with Sai Hayato, the protagonist of DXD, Masa was too lazy to get close to Surge. Still, there was no doubt that when Masa thought about it slowly, The DXD was a pretty simple story, as it was a story of a hot-blooded mech fighting villains who wanted to destroy everyone's peace. That's it, that's all. When Masa thought about it slowly, he had to say that as long as he just stayed in his domain, nothing would happen to him, he thought, yet when he thought about the glory of Sai, it might cause his ruin and make the one that he was close with disappear, he knew that he had to make his move. If the power of the devil fruit wasn't enough, then let's add the power of the myth in this world, too, if possible. I want to get the Longinus, too. Yet, Masa knew that it was impossible for him to get a Longinus as he probably wouldn't be allowed to, and it might cause a disbalance between all the factions. However, if he was strong enough, it would be different, so he took his mobile phone and started to call a certain one of the members of the 4 Great Satans that he was close to. Yes, even though he was part of the Great King faction, there was no one who stopped him from being friendly with the 4 Great Satans, and it would be great to have their backing, right? Yet, there was no doubt the feeling of having your safety or interest protected by relying on others was just too annoying, he thought, as if he couldn't feel completely safe, so once again, he had to go to the human world, and to do that he had to get the help of this Mao. However, when he thought that he would have to wait for the call, his call was immediately connected. Oh, right, while it might be late, naturally, there was a mobile phone in the underworld, since while the devil might be able to use magic to do whatever technology could do, there was no doubt that having technology was more convenient, and because of Masa from Muka, he also started to invest his domain into various technology-based businesses, which would become part of his main family industry. Still, before that, he had to face the Mao, who received his call so quickly. Hello? Hello? What's wrong, Masa-chan? Do you miss me? Do you miss me, right? I miss you, Seraphol. Non. Call me, Leviathan, okay, Masa-chan? Yes, one of the 4 Great Satan that Masa was close to was the only female within the group, Seraphol Leviathan. Chapter 50, To Become Strong, A Sacrifice is Necessary. Liar. Masa-chan is a liar. If he misses me so much, then you will answer my call every day. You haven't called me for so many days before. I am so angry. Humphrey. Masa was at a loss for words, wondering how a woman hundreds of years of age could act like a little girl, but then again, this was why he decided to become closer to Seraphol Leviathan among all the existing 4 Great Satans or Maus. Serst Lucifer, Uchiha Beelzebub, Falbium Asmodeus, and Seraphol Leviathan. Those were the 4 Great Satans of the underworld and were also the 4 strongest devils in the world. Why Seraphol? Was it because she was a beautiful woman? Masa wasn't so shallow, okay? It was just according to his original memory, he knew that among all the 4 Great Satans, Seraphol was the chillest, gentlest, and the least troublesome. Yes, she might be weird as she had this strange obsession with a magical girl, but it was okay compared to the others. Serst Lucifer might be the strongest, but this one was strangely idealistic and wanted everyone to follow him even though it might not bring the benefit to the group, and he wanted to have absolute control over those who followed him, which was troublesome, Masa thought. Uchiha Beelzebub was good, but it was hard for Masa to meet Uchiha, and even if he was able to meet him, Uchiha might not even have an interest in him, considering this guy was so obsessed with research and talking with others, simply wasting his research time. More importantly, Masa didn't have a talent for technology before, so he simply gave up getting close to Uchiha. Still, to be honest, Uchiha wasn't someone that Masa could trust, especially considering how coldly Uchiha treated his family, considering how Uchiha didn't care about the death of his little brother. Even if this little brother was evil, shouldn't Uchiha show some of the cares? Regardless, Uchiha wasn't good, Masa thought. Then, what about Falbium Asmodeus? This guy was a sloth, and Masa even heard this guy's quote, saying, working means losing. If Masa got close to this guy, he was afraid that his busy day would be even more busy, considering he could imagine Falbium throwing all of his job to him. Still, his relationship with Falbium was quite good, considering his relationship with his niece was good. Yup, Masa was quite close to the house of Glaciolibelez, which was a house in which Falbium originated. Still, among the 4 Great Satans, Masa had the closest relationship with Seraphol, especially due to his media monopoly and his help in promoting Seraphol's show, Miracle Leviathan. Frankly, he didn't care whether this project made money or not, especially when he just wanted to get used to this show to get close to Seraphol, but fortunately, this show made money and became so popular in the underworld, so it was all good, he thought. Then, had he ever thought to get close to Seraphol? To be honest, Masa would be lying if he didn't, as Seraphol was a beautiful woman, and even if she was much older than him, she appeared like a charming young woman, so how could he not be attracted? Yet, considering his strength, Masa decided to be a realist and chose someone that he was close with instead of Seraphol. Even though Seraphol was quite old, She was still single and didn't even have a male presence by her side. Why was that? Masa wasn't sure, but having a woman with a past was troublesome, as there might be something hidden that made their situation troublesome. So after he became a little older, he also tried to change their relationship from being too close to being formal. Yes, in many stories, there was no doubt that Seraphol was one of the targeted heroines that should be taken down by every mech, yet this world was no longer a fiction to him. The world of DxD was his current reality, and naturally, the reality was different from fiction, as many complicated feelings made it hard for one to express their feelings. Still, the most important thing in this world was strength, so instead of heroines that he could get any moment, he should think about how to increase the weight of his Tantan fruit model, weight human devil fruit further, at least to have a similar weight to Mount Everest. Or, the weight of the star, so he would become the center of the galaxy. I am sorry, Seraphol. I have been busy with many things. On-chan. Call me On-chan like before, Masa-chan. I am not young anymore, Seraphol, and it is no longer appropriate for me to call you in such a casual way. Cold. So cold. I thought that it was only my ice ability that made me cold, but Masa-chan has become cold, too. My little lion cub is in the rebellion period. Hua. Masa rubbed his right ear helplessly, then called Seraphol the way she wished to be while feeling a little embarrassed. Oh, On-chan. Strangely enough, Seraphol was in silence after Masa called her that. On-chan? By the way, Masa-chan. What's wrong? How old are you now? I am in the first grade of high school now. Is he old enough? No, it should be enough, right? I have been for so long. Seraphol was in deep thought. Masa decided to call Seraphol as she fell into silence all of a sudden. On-chan? Nothing. Anyway, what's wrong, Masa-chan? Do you want to join my show again like before? Can you not remind me of that? Masa let out a hopeless sigh, thinking of the sacrifice that he had made to get close to Seraphol, which made him speechless. You were so cute at that time. My little lion cub's acting is so cute. I am no longer a lion cub. Oh? Have you become a great lion now? Let On-chan see your growth in a week. On-chan will come to visit your domain. Ah, no, it's okay. What? Don't you miss your On-chan? I miss you, but you are a Ma'au Leviathan, after all. Shouldn't you be busy with many things? It's fine. I should have time this week, and I can even check your theme park plan, right? Yup. To make the best of Miracle Leviathan's show, it was natural for him to create a theme park, especially with his media company. He didn't lack a copyright of many famous works and characters, so he decided to be bold. There was a chance of him failing, but this was how business was, right? Nevertheless, there was no doubt this act of his investment boosted the economy of his domain. Still, if this plan was successful, then there was no doubt the House of Saitri would be the next one, as it was the house that Seraphol originated from. As for why Masa didn't build this theme park in the domain of the House of Saitri first, it was because, frankly, he wasn't that close to the House of Saitri, and as he had said before, he didn't want to get involved much in anything that was related to Sai previously when he lacked power, so while he was close with Seraphol, he wasn't close with the House of Saitri. Moreover, as he had said before, no one was sure whether this plan could succeed, and the investment was relatively huge, so everyone waited to see whether this plan could succeed or not. Nevertheless, this wasn't the reason why he called Seraphol, since there was a reason why he called her, even if he usually called her to ask about her condition and many other things. Okay, then I will prepare your favorite snacks. I can't wait. By the way, On-chan, can I make a request? Is it a pervy request? Masa-chan has really grown up, huh? Could he? Still, Masa wasn't sure whether this woman was joking or not, so he thought to wait until they met. Can I have permission to go to the human world? What? Can I have permission to go to the human world? Huh? Masa-chan wants to go to the human world. Chapter 51, Complex huh? Really? You want to go to the human world, Masa-chan? Yeah. Masa nodded and asked, can I? Sure, why not? But it's your first time there, after all. Are you going to be alright? The underworld and the human world are different, you know. While some devils entered the human world, it didn't mean that they were comfortable staying in the human world. The human world and the underworld were different, after all, and for a devil, it was more comfortable to stay in the underworld. Due to the influence of many religions, many devils would find it uncomfortable to stay in the human world, as anything that was related to light and holy were the weakness of the devil, who was a creature of darkness. Considering Masa's nature, who was a bit similar to a shut-in as he mostly stayed in his domain and just visited others when he needed to, his decision to go to the human world surprised Seraphol the most. Still, if Masa knew that Seraphol compared him to a shut-in, he would be speechless, yet even so, could he be blamed? His domain was massive, especially after his aunt married the current head of the House of the Baal, the house of the great king of the devil, which increased the domain of the House of Vapula as the head of the Baal gave his house those territories for dowry. Frankly, before Masa appeared, those territories were simply untreated as the territory of the domain of the House of Vapula was enough. More importantly, the underworld was immense, and it was as huge as the human world, or even more so, yet the population was so low that you would be surprised. Still, he was probably young and was thinking of staying in his domain all the time, so he did many things to make his place better, and fortunately, his effort bore fruit. So, there was no doubt that Seraphol was surprised when Masa told her that he wanted to visit the human world since she thought that Masa would be like a lion or a tiger who stayed on its mountain. Do you think I am weak? Well, I know that your strength is okay, but the human world isn't so simple, you know. There are many factors that you need to watch out for, or rather, why do you want to go the human world? I want to see whether I can find someone to be part of my peerage. Peerage. This term might have been unfamiliar before, but after the creation of the evil pieces by Uchiha Beelzebub during the 16th century, a devil was able to reincarnate any living beings into a devil to become part of their family or group. As for why this family or group was being called a peerage, it was because the evil pieces that Uchiha created were similar to chess pieces, which was why this group of reincarnated devils made by a high-class devil was called a peerage. Masa naturally had a full set of evil pieces, but he hardly had any interest in them before. Now, it is different, so he thought of going out to the human world to search for a peerage group. Naturally, while he planned to search for peerage members, this wasn't his priority as his purpose in the human world was to devour an angel or fallen angel to add a holy property within his Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit. However, he could use the peerage as an excuse to go to the human world. Ah, you have finally shown an interest in the raiding game, huh? If that's the case, then this Seraphol Onichan will help you. After the creation of the evil pieces, an event known as the raiding game was introduced in the underworld among the devils, which was a type of competition between two devils. Frankly, in Masa's mind, this game was nothing but just an event to make the long life of the devils more interesting, and at the same time, it also gave a chance for a devil to raise their status by showing their power in this game. However, for him, who had a high status, he didn't have much of an interest as winning this event wouldn't bring him much benefit except for social standing. Masa had money, came from a noble family, and was also the heir of the House of Vapula, so what was the use of social standing? More importantly, instead of showing off his power, keeping everything low-key was what he sought. Frankly, not many devils knew how strong he was, but those who knew that he could reach the ultimate class devil if he wished to, as he had become the pinnacle devil of the House of Vapula. Still, Seraphol's support surprised him. Is that okay? Why not? You want a good member, right? Then, going to the human world is a good thing. I will call Sotan later, you can go visit Japan. Sotan? Japan? Sotan is my little sister. Did you forget? You don't mention her much when we are together, after all. Now that you mention it, I hardly talk about Sotan with you, Masa-chan, but don't fall for her, okay? She is off-limit, okay? I know. Masa knew that Seraphol was a sister complex, and he also didn't plan to seduce Tsunasaitri when he went to the human world. Still, there was something that he wanted to ask. By the way, why Japan? It's hard to answer if you ask that way, but strangely enough, many unique individuals come from this country, and they are so loyal if you can get them. Japan was a unique country as it was probably the only country that had a life employment system, so the moment one joined a company, they wouldn't be laid off and could continue their job till their pension without worry. In other words, as long as one was working in this country, it would mean stability, and this also led to many being loyal to the place where they worked. A peerage or becoming a reincarnated devil was one form of employment, so compared to working under a Japanese company, which had many strange rules within, it was far better to work under Masa, who was the heir of the House of Vapula, right? Still, it was also Masa's first time to go to the human world, so Seraphol thought that it might be better for him to have a guide, and her little sister was a perfect candidate for that as her little sister had been living in the human world for a few years. As Seraphol explained what Masa needed to watch out for in the human world, Masa also listened carefully and asked something that he didn't understand. Nevertheless, there was no doubt with Masa's current strength, even if there were many dangers in the human world, it wouldn't bother him much. Still, they didn't end their conversation right away and talked about many things since Seraphol also wanted him to buy her some souvenirs when he went to the human world. Then, see you in a week, Masa-chan. Don't forget my souvenirs. Okay, leave everything to me. Miwa. 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 See you. Ah, see you. Where is my kiss, Masa-chan? Ah, the signal is bad. I am sorry, On-chan. It was impossible for him to give such a shameful kiss, so he quickly ended the call with an awkward excuse before he looked at his phone with a complicated expression. Letting out a helpless sigh, he wondered what he should do. Nevertheless, Serafal didn't get angry at Masa's action and just thought that he was shy as he was no longer a little cub, which made her smile. Still, she didn't forget about his request and quickly called her little sister. As expected, the moment she made a call, her little sister quickly answered her. Hello? Ah, Sotan? How are you? On-chan misses you so much. Miwa. Miwa. I will close the phone. Wait. I have a request for you. A request? This time, Sotan, Serafal's little sister, was surprised by Serafal's words, but her expression quickly changed, and she asked. Do you want me to buy Mashoujo's toys again, On-sama? After all, this wasn't the first time for Serafal to ask her to buy toys, which made her helpless. No. My. Serafal fell in silence, wondering how to describe her relationship with Masa. In the past, she thought of him as a cunning little boy who just wanted to use her influence, and she decided to humor him since he was cute, yet unexpectedly, he helped her with many things, and he also grew up into a man who matched of her status, which made her, my. Well, it's hard to describe our relationship. Sotan. Anyway, I need you to help take care of him later when he goes to the human world, okay, Sotan? Huh? Him? You are close with a man now. Ah. I am a bit busy now. Anyway, take care of him, okay? He will come tomorrow. Thank you, Sotan. Miwa. Wait, On-sama. Yet, the call hung, and Sotan looked at her phone in a complicated mood before she changed her gear and showed a solemn expression, thinking of the person who was entrusted by her elder sister to take care of when he came into the human world. Who was he? This thought made her spend a sleepless night, wondering what kind of man had made her older sister that way. Chapter 52, My Auntie. As Masa had made up his mind to go to the human world, while everyone was speechless, nothing could be done to stop him. Well, when they heard that he planned to search for peerage members, no one stopped him since, while his prestige was enough in their domain, naturally, they wished for others to see how majestic their young master was. Still, before Masa left, he told them what they needed to do, especially with the data storage project, which was connected to all the felines in the underworld and, if possible, this entire universe. In the world of Nuka, Masa created the Ishiki network, and naturally, Masa also decided to create the Vapula network, considering its benefits. This large library project was something that could only be accessed by the devils of the House of Vapula, and at the same time, he intended to collect all the mysteries in this world into this data storage, which would be of great use for Masa. Well, this could also become a source of money, too, he thought. At the same time, Masa thought that it might be good for him to go out to the human world to create his own influence there, especially when Ajika, Sarsea, and Serafal had their own business in the human world. After talking with his parents for a while, Masa then let the maids in his house take care of everything as he continued to study the power of the Tantan fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit. Nevertheless, when he was training, someone interrupted him, which made him turn his head and see a familiar face. He didn't do his training in the room but outside, considering the might of the Tantan fruit model. Wait Human Devil Fruit wasn't something that could be born by his own house, so he could only do his training in the mountain near his house. Still, before that, he needed to know the purpose of this beautiful, mature woman with gentle eyes and long brown hair, which she tied in a low ponytail that she rested upon her shoulder, who suddenly came to his training spot. Auntie? Masa, I am sorry for bothering you. It's fine, Auntie. What's wrong? Masa looked at his aunt, Miss Lobale, who was also the mother of Saira Org, the heir of the House of Bale, who was also his cousin. Still, when Masa thought of this fact, he realized that he had a certain familial connection with the Greenery, which made him helpless, yet considering the status of his aunt currently, he knew there was no need to think much about the Greenery. Still, it might be weird why his aunt was in this place, considering she should be living with her husband, who was the head of the Bale clan and was also the father of Saira Org, but everything started with the sleeping disease that she was caught. Sleeping disease. This was the disease that was caught by some of the devils in the underworld, and even now, the cause and the solution of this disease haven't been discovered. Still, there was no doubt that this disease had become one of the biggest problems among all the devils, as anyone who was caught in this disease would sleep and be unable to wake up like they were dying. In the original, his aunt, Miss Lobale, was caught by this disease, and Saira Org decided to call Sai Hayato to use his trademark ability, pailingual, or breast language, to talk with Miss Liz breasts to wake her up. Unfortunately, this method was unsuccessful, yet there was no doubt that Masa wouldn't let Sai do something as ridiculous as using such a strange and perverted technique on his aunt. At the same time, in the original story, Masa also wondered how Saira Org could let his mother's breasts be toyed with by Sai, which made him wonder whether this guy was a man or not. Was it a desperation? Or was it because everyone became cuck due to Sai? Fortunately, while Masa couldn't erase this disease from Misla, the lion control ability made him able to wake her up. Probably because Misla was also part of the House of Vapula, there was a part of her that was a lion, so she could be controlled by him, and being woken up forcefully by him, so the tragedy where Sai would use his perverted technique on Misla wouldn't happen. Naturally, this method could only be used by the Devil of Vapula, and no one could replicate it except for those with a control-type innate ability, such as House of Furkas, who could manipulate a horse. Yet, there was no doubt that this made many devils feel helpless as they thought that hope existed. Only a few families of devils could be saved from this disease. Still, there was no doubt that it was the first step for all the devils to escape from this cursed disease, and with their long lives, they should be able to find a way to solve this problem, right? Masa wasn't sure, but when he thought about Sai, the perverted and idiotic protagonist, he knew that this guy definitely wasn't the one who could solve this situation. Yes, Sai was powerful, but that's it. Except for fighting, he could do nothing. Yet, probably, in the world of the supernatural, strength was enough, Masa thought, so that was why he tried to become stronger, especially with the power of Tantan Fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit. Still, if there was a reason why his aunt was here instead of her husband's family domain except for her disease, it was also the fact that her husband also got a new wife, who abandoned her, so he made her live within the domain of the House of Vapula. However, as Misla felt that she had caused trouble for Masa as he needed to be by her side occasionally to wake her up from her disease, she felt responsible for him and often took care of him. I have heard that you are going to the human world. Yes. Masa nodded. It's only for a week, though. Do you want me to buy you something? No, it's fine, just be careful and come back safely, okay? It seemed that Misla was worried that Masa would go to the human world, so she came to him before his trip. You don't have to worry, Auntie. I will be staying with Sarafal-sama's little sister. Sarafal-sama's little sister? Yup. I see. Then, there is no need to worry then. Masa Misla's expression was slightly weird, yet he decided to ignore it, considering the difference in their age and also her status as the wife of the head of the House of Baal and mother of his cousin, Saira Org. After all, even if a devil was known as an evil being, the truth was they weren't that much different from a human, and they had a certain morality within them. Still, it isn't a bad idea if you can make Sarafal-sama's little sister into your wife, Masa, Misla suddenly said with a teasing smile. It's too early, right? I am still young. Masa knew that as the heir, it was natural for him to have a fiancée, but he had been pretending to be ignorant since he didn't want to marry someone so early. Unlike many male devils, who were either playboys or simply untalented, Masa was so talented whether it was his power, government, business, or many others, so he didn't lack female high-class devils who wished to become his fiancée, yet he didn't really want to have a fiancée this early, okay? Foo-fya-fa-foo. Misla laughed when she saw Masa's awkward expression. Well, Sarafal-sama's little sister should become the heiress of the House of Saitri, so she isn't suitable to become your wife as she can't support you fully as your wife, considering her responsibility as an heiress. Sighing, Masa felt relieved when he heard Misla's words. But you should search for a fiancé as soon as possible, so your parents won't be worried about you, who hole up to work or training all the time. I know. Similar to Ryaz or Sona, who were troubled by the problem of marriage, Masa was similar. Still, unlike the two of them, he had many suitable candidates, so he wasn't that worried, but the time just wasn't appropriate, and he was young, so he wasn't in a hurry. That's good, then. By the way, when are you going to finish your training? I should be over soon. Then, I will prepare dinner for you. Thank you, Auntie. No problem. Misla nodded with a smile, then said, then, go ahead and continue with your training, Masa. Masa nodded and then continued to train the power of Tantan Fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit, whether it was to increase his weight or decrease his weight. It was as easy as breathing for him, but to do more variety and further development of this devil fruit was his goal, and fortunately, with his unique ability, it was easy for him to develop this ability. Yet, what he didn't know when he started his training, Misla didn't leave immediately, instead staring at Masa's strong body with eyes that shouldn't be shown by an aunt toward her nephew. Chapter 53, Is he my fiancé? In the human world, in the underground station of Kua City, there was a hidden station that connected the human world to the underworld. Kua City. There was no doubt that this was a special city in Japan that was being controlled by the little sisters of two great four Satans, Sirs Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan. At this moment, the little sister of Seraphal Leviathan, Sona Saitri, came to this station not to go home to her home in the underworld but to do the task given by her older sister to take care of her close acquaintance during his stay on the human world. While this request was unexpected, Sona thought that this might become her brother-in-law, so she was so persistent and definitely wouldn't allow a scumbag to get close to her older sister. Yes, while Seraphol might have a sister complex toward her little sister, which troubled Sona much and caused Sona to appear that she wasn't good toward her older sister, inwardly, she cared for her older sister a lot, so she didn't want her older sister to be deceived. Fortunately, after a long persuasion, being persistent, she finally, Seraphol opened her lips, telling the identity of this close acquaintance. Masa Vapula. The heir of the House of Vapula. Knowing the identity of the person that Sona needed to take care of instead of Seraphol's lover, she thought that this was the attempt of her parents to marry her off. After all, she was clear about the age difference between Seraphol and Masa. Or, rather, Masa was even younger than Sona, yet there was no doubt that compared to all the devils that her parents had introduced to, Masa was the best. Yes, it was true that Masa was relatively low-key and hardly appeared at social gatherings, but even so, Sona knew Masa well, especially due to Masa's intense promotion of her older sister's show, Miracle Leviathan. More importantly, during his childhood, Masa also appeared in the Miracle Leviathan, performing as a child actor for a while. Sona had also seen Masa, but that was during his childhood, and many years had passed, so she didn't know how he had become. However, for her, who was the heiress of the House of Saitri, it was easy for her to gather Masa's information, and she knew well that he was the strongest devil of the House of Vapula. Was this her new fiancé candidate? When Sona thought of this, she felt a little conflicted, not only because Masa was younger than her but also because she didn't want to marry yet, especially when she had a dream that she had to achieve. However, there was no doubt that Masa's attempt to visit the human world gave her a good impression of him, especially when the majority of devils with high status looked down on the human world and those who lived there. Yet, if Masa wished to become her fiancé or her future husband, then it was still too early. Nevertheless, even so, she didn't forget her etiquette and brought all of her peerage members to welcome Masa. After all, there was no doubt that compared to her best friend's fiancé, Masa's status was so much better. Still, while Sona didn't say much about who they would all welcome except for her queen of her peerage, Tsubaki Shinra, no one could help but be curious. Sona, who are we welcoming? Unlike her best friend's peerage members, who treated each other like family, the hierarchy of Sona's peerage was clear, and everyone was respectful towards Sona, who had given them a chance to change or become stronger. However, Sona appeared to be distracted and didn't hear their question. Sorry, can you repeat your question? Everyone somehow also became nervous since this person that they would welcome could make their master, Sona, who had always been cool and distracted. Who are we going to welcome, Sona-sama? Nevertheless, this also increased their curiosity even further. Oh, it's my older sister's close acquaintance. What? Leviathan-sama's close acquaintance? Everyone became so nervous when they heard that since it meant that this devil was going to be a bigwig, someone with such a high status before them. Once again, unlike her best friend, Sona explained to all of her peerage members what to do and what not to do, including the difference in status among all the devils. They were just reincarnated devils, and they knew how low their status was compared to the bigwig, so they somehow became a little scared, knowing that they had to be very respectful toward this person. Oh, this devil. Sona also noticed their nervousness, so she said, "You don't have to be so nervous. This person is about the same age as us, or rather, he should be younger than all of us." He? He is a boy? Younger? Then he should be in the first year of high school? Is he cute? The last one aside, suddenly, the pawn of Sona Saitri, Saji Genshiru, became so nervous. After all, he held a feeling toward his master, who had given him and his family a chance to be a better person, so hearing that a young man about the same age as them to come, he wondered whether this person was her master's boyfriend or fiancé, which made her helpless, yet he also knew the difference of their status, which made him even more helpless. Sona ignored their questions and explained, "His name is Masa Vapula. He is the heir of the House of Vapula. You can say that he has helped many of my older sister's businesses and is like her right hand." Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard Sona's explanation since someone about the same age as them had become the right hand of one of the most powerful devils in the underworld, which made them realize that they lived in two different worlds. Still, once again, due to how exceptional he was, they also became even more curious about what kind of young man this devil was. But, House of Vapula? What kind of a devil comes from that house, Sona-sama? All of them were clear about the devils of the House of Grimory and the House of Saitri, but the House of Vapula? They weren't sure, especially when all of them were just high school students. The devil of the House of Vapula is a devil that has the power to tame and control a lion. Lion? Hearing that explanation, it was hard for them to understand as the only lion they had seen was the one from the zoo. Yet, they knew that no matter what, they had to greet Masa with the highest respect, so after they knew what to do, They quietly waited until his train came. Still, when this train came, all of them were nervous, especially Saji, who was a bit worried about the unclear relationship between Masa and her master, Suna. Yet, Saji wasn't the only one, since Suna was also nervous, since Masa was probably her fiancé candidate, and as a young woman, how could she not be nervous, okay? Nevertheless, everyone stood straight, waiting for Masa to appear, and when he appeared, they felt they had lost their voice. Are you Suna Saitre? Nice to meet you. My name is Masa Vapula. Chapter 54, The human world isn't as bad as I imagine. Most of the devils, whether male or female, were good-looking, yet there was no doubt that Masa was on a different level. Even Kibayoto, the famous knight of the Ryaz Creamery, who was known for his handsome appearance, appeared normal in front of Masa. Along with his towering height and strong body, which made him appear reliable and dependable, he also gave off an image of masculine, heroic, and robust, which gave him a different charm from most of the men that they had seen in this country. Effeminate and gentle. Those were the characteristics of the handsome men in this country. Yet, when they saw him, they felt like this was the ideal, perfect body that everyone sought after. Yes, he might be tall, but even so, he didn't give off a bloated feeling, and those who saw him wouldn't be intimidated by his figure. Instead, they would feel a gentle feeling like moonlight for the devil. This was how Suna had the impression of Masa for the first time, so she was in a daze for a while, never expecting the cute cub who she watched on her older sister's video to become the king of beasts, a manly man that could anyone fall in love. Yet, while Suna had to admit that Masa was her type, it was still too early for her to agree to have him as her fiancé, considering how she only agreed to have a fiancé that could defeat her in a chess game, and how would one think after knowing her dream. After all, unlike Raya's simple dream, who just wanted to be known and show her greatness in the rating game so she wouldn't be known only as the little sister of Sirst Lucifer, Suna's dream was complicated, since if her dream was realized, it meant that she would affect the interests of many noble families. Yet, Masa, who had never thought to go after Suna, also couldn't help but think that she was beautiful. Her hair was short, and her body was slender. Her bust might not be the biggest, but her charming appearance compensated for that. More importantly, he couldn't help but imagine how her strict and cool appearance melted into a dirty, lewd, and loving woman. Still, he couldn't help but mock himself for being such a perverted guy, yet this was how a man was, right? He was normal, so how could he not be attracted to a beautiful woman? Frankly, the maids in his house were all beautiful and attractive, yet he endured himself and never touched them. More importantly, his aunt, Misla, was quite strict with him, always trying to push away all of those beautiful maids and taking care of him by herself while telling him to be patient toward an intimate relationship with the opposite gender. Yes, Misla often reminded him to wait until he approached an appropriate age instead of doing it when he was young. Then, when was his appropriate age? Was there even a need to explain? It should be now. Nevertheless, Masa couldn't help but call Suna again, as she had been silent and had not answered his introduction. Are you Suna Saitre? Suna felt embarrassed as she had been stunned after watching him for the first time. Even if her mind said otherwise, her heart said otherwise. Now, if Masa even ate Hancock's love fruit model, love human devil fruit, what would happen? Masa dared not imagine. That's right. Even if Suna had caused a little mistake, her face was as calm as ever. My name is Suna Saitre. Nice to meet you too, Vapula-san. Still, if someone looked closer, they would notice a slight blush on her smooth cheeks. That's great that I don't mistake you, so should I call you Saitre-san? You can call me Suna. Is that okay? I am younger than you, you know. Or, do you want to call me On-chan like you call my older sister? Then, Suna-nisan. You can call me Masa since it feels a bit unfair if you call me by my family name. Masa felt a bit embarrassed since he knew that Suna teased him when he appeared on Seraphal's Miracle Leviathan during his childhood, and on that show, he called Seraphal Onichan with a cute expression, which made him speechless. Okay, Masa. Yet, Suna took a deep breath, feeling it was quite nice being called Nasan and understood why her older sister often asked her to call her On-chan. Still, if there was a reason she appeared this way instead of steadfast and calm, it was that she subconsciously thought of him as her fiancé candidate, so she couldn't help but start to become conscious of him. More importantly, due to his family status, appearance, and feats in his domain, he did not need to show his capability by fighting others with absolute strength to make others fall for him as their status matched. Masa, I have heard that you plan to invite someone into your peerage in the human world from on. If I find someone suitable, then yes, but I'm not desperate enough to invite anyone. Still, I am a bit curious about the human world. You have been living in this world for a few years, right? Yes. Suna nodded and said, I have stayed in this world for a few years, and this place is good. Your stay might be short, but I will do my best to show you how wonderful this place is. Yes, I can't wait for that. Masa's smile appeared sincere and gentle, which caused many to fall into a daze, but fortunately, Sona's peerage members weren't asked to say anything as they knew the difference in their status well. Still, that didn't stop them from taking a peek at his appearance. By the way, let me introduce you to my peerage members first. Sure. By then, Sona introduced Masa to all of her peerage members, starting with her queen, Tsubaki Shinra, her two bishops, Momo Hangakai and Ryaku Saga, her knight, Tomoe Meguri, her rook, Tsubasa Yura, and lastly, her two pawns, Genshiro Saji and Ruko Nomura. Nice to meet you all. Masa nodded and didn't appear arrogant in front of all of them. Still, when all of the female members kept peeking and staring at him curiously with slight blushes on their faces, and some even could only talk nervously, the only male member of Sona's peerage appeared to be in a complicated mood, but even so, he didn't forget his etiquette. Masa understood why Saji showed such an expression, but he didn't think too much since Saji wasn't the biggest problem in this world. Even if Saji became stronger in the future, at best, Saji's power would only be mid. Nevertheless, Sona couldn't help but ask, still, if you want to search for servants, it shouldn't be difficult for you to get talented devils to work under you, right? To be honest, Sona and Ryaz's actions in choosing mostly humans as their peerage members were weird, especially when most of the devils would choose other races with powerful innate abilities, such as another devil, dragons, or others, instead of humans, who were powerless beings. It won't be hard for me, but it will be boring, right? I don't think that is one of the elements that you need to watch out for when searching for a peerage member. Sona was speechless, and her impression of Masa also started to change, but it didn't have a bad meaning. Every individual is different, after all, and we have our own beliefs that might not be understood by others, right? Sona stared at Masa for a moment, then nodded. You are right. Like her dream couldn't be understood by others, he also had his own beliefs, yet this also made her have an expectation, hoping someone could understand her dream and accept it as no one with the same status as she could understand her, thinking that she was stupid for having such a dream. Yet, when Sona thought to invite him to go back, Tsubaki suddenly received an alarm, which made her expression change, and she quickly whispered to Sona. Sona-sama. Sona's expression changed, wondering why such a situation happened at this moment. What's wrong? Masa asked curiously. Sona hesitated, but in the end, she told the truth. I am sorry, Masa, but I have received an alarm that there is a stray devil within the city. Then, there is no need to worry about me. You are the governor of this city, after all. I understand. Sona sighed in relief at Masa's understanding, but then, she thought for a moment and asked, if you don't mind, do you want to join us to see how life is in the human world? Chapter 55, Everything is Peaceful Stray Devil. While this term might have been unfamiliar before, it was a new term that came from those reincarnated devils who diverted away from their masters for their own selfish desires. Without their masters to keep their powers in check, they became a great threat if their powers went beyond their control. Yes, it could be said that for the devils, those stray devils were the greatest criminals ever, and killing them on the spot was their punishment. Yet, while Masa knew that the truth wasn't so simple, he simply ignored it since this was what everyone wished to believe, and it was too troublesome for him to fix everything unless there was a benefit that made him believe that it was worth taking a risk. Masa came from a noble family, and he was someone at the top, so he knew everyone's attitude toward their reincarnated devils, which was even lower than that of a low-class devil, so there was no doubt that those servants of Sona and Ryaz should be grateful since those two heroines were kind and gentle. Still, he was a bit curious, wondering how those stray devils could escape from the underworld and whether there were so many of them in Kuo City. There are many ways for them to come here, whether it is by teleportation magic, unique, innate ability, escape when their master visits the human world, and many other things. So, you often met them? Yes. Sona nodded and said helplessly, unexpectedly, there are many of them. It wasn't unexpected, but it was normal, he thought. But he decided not to bother to think too much since his purpose in coming to this human world wasn't to see the cruel reality that happened among the reincarnated devils but instead to become stronger. After all, in the end, it was the only strength that one could rely on. Sai might be a perverted boy who was even known as the Dragon Breast's Emperor. It was such a funny and idiotic title, yet everyone would open their legs wide for him. Why? It was because Sai was strong. Every tragedy in this world happened to an individual because they were weak and unable to change or protect who they loved. So he knew that he shouldn't be distracted and should focus on his goal. How about you? Do you often fight in your domain? Sona asked curiously. In the beginning, when I wanted to experience a battle, I used to fight a lot, but not now. It has been a while since I fought. We have our own army, and you know our power, right? We have many lions that patrol within our domain, so there is no need for me to come out by myself. Masa was the heir and the leader. Instead of bothering himself with small matters such as fighting and catching criminals, he should focus on developing his domain. After all, were there any world leaders who went to the battlefield by themselves? In the past, Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Genghis Khan, and Napoleon Bonaparte might have led their armies to fight, but if so, then how could Masa manage his domain? Now that you mention it. Masa was a devil from the house of Vapula, and instead of fighting by himself, wasn't it normal for him to summon his lions to fight? But you don't have to worry. Sona wasn't sure how strong Masa was, but even if he was weak, it didn't matter. I will protect you. She thought that Masa had been away on the battle for so long as he had been governing his domain, but she didn't look down on him and thought to protect him instead. Masa looked at Sona, who was much more petite than him, saying those words with a solemn expression, wondering whether she thought of him as a weak devil. Still, he didn't bother to explain and nodded softly. That's reassuring. Nevertheless, Saji sighed in relief when he heard Masa's words, thinking that it might be his chance to show how awesome he was. Sacred gear. He thought about the hidden power that resided within his body and thought that this was the power that could help him to grow stronger and become the strength of Sona, the one who had pulled him away from the darkest abyss. Masa wasn't sure what Saji thought since he didn't have a mind-reading ability, but he had never expected that the first time he came to the human world, he would immediately see the stray devil. At the same time, he also wondered whether those famous fallen angels in the beginning were still living. To be honest, he didn't care which fallen angels he devoured with his jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit since, in his mind, they were all the same, and as long as he could gain the holy property, his goal was as good as being completed. Nevertheless, as it had been decided that they would have to hunt down this stray devil for a moment, Masa followed Sona and her peerage group, using teleportation magic toward the location where the stray devil appeared. Is this the place? Yes, the signal is here. The place where they appeared was the entrance of a large, abandoned mansion located in the middle of nowhere. Masa felt that this was a cliché thought, and at the same time, he felt that it might be better to just destroy this whole building to kill the stray devil. However, Sona was the governor of the city, so he decided to leave everything to her. Still, he used his observation haki to detect where the stray devil was, and soon, he found its location. As expected of the observation haki. The haki in the world of One Piece might be a simple ability, but even so, they were handy and powerful. Still, this number. Masa was speechless and wondering whether this was a trap, considering the number of presences within the mansion, and most of them weren't even stray devils. Instead, they were all completely different mythical races, he thought. Still, he decided to confirm this problem with Sona. By the way, Samane, how many stray devils are there? How many? There is only one stray devil, Masa. Oh? Masa looked at Sona for a moment, then nodded. I see. He decided not to remind her since he felt she might not believe in him as she believed him to be weak. Nevertheless, even if there were many of them, they were just small fries in his eyes, and he could handle all of them in case an unexpected situation happened. You don't have to do anything, Masa. My peerage members and I will fight this stray devil. Okay. I look forward to it. Sona had a confident expression on her face and then looked at her peerage members. Everyone, let's give our all to punish this stray devil. Yes, Hueco. With those words, everyone entered the abandoned mansion with a spirit, yet suddenly, a barrier surrounded them and trapped them inside. Huh? Sona and the others were startled, and all of them became tense due to the unexpected situation before them. Finally, you have come, the little sister of Mao? That black hair? You are not the Green Murray, huh? Then, I guess you must be the little sister of Seraphal Leviathan. Who are you? Sona frowned, watching a man who dressed like a host club member. Most girls would scream like an idiot if they saw him, thinking that this person was handsome, but for her, who had seen Masa, she didn't feel anything, and this level of good-looking appeared ordinary in her eyes. The man had long blonde hair and a white suit and appeared arrogant and lustful at the same time. Don't be so cold. Aren't you looking for the stray devils? Here you go. You can have it. Then, all of a sudden, many men with similar fashions came out one after another as they threw one stray devil that was half dead into the hall of the mansion, clearly beaten up by all of those men. Yet, Sona and all of her peerage members also realized that they were all completely surrounded. Still, while Sona was a bit nervous, she didn't lose her cool and thanked the man without lowering her guard. Thank you, then. No problem. No problem. The man laughed happily, hearing Sona's words, then said, but shouldn't you give me a reward for my service? What do you want? Sona had expected this and clearly understood that this man didn't have a good intention from the beginning. Be my harem member. No, bring your sister too. All of your Saitri clan will be our slaves. That's my wish. Kekek. As the man's voice fell, everyone laughed happily as they looked at Sona and her peerage members with lustful eyes. Do you wish to die? Sona was furious as her demonic energy exuded dangerously. Did this guy think that her family was so weak? How did this guy grow a confidence that all of them could defeat her older sister and her family? Yet, Sona had to say that all of them came prepared, and this would be a difficult battle, especially when she also had to take care of Masa's safety. Oh? How festy. But can you keep that composed face for long? The man licked his lips disgustingly and said, I changed my mind. I will rape you now. Guys, attack them. Hearing those orders, everyone suddenly transformed into anthropomorphic rat monsters that appeared disgusting and frightening at the same time. Huh? What are they? Ruko Nomura, Sona's pawn, hadn't been in the world of the supernatural for a long time, so her entire body was filled with disgust and fear when she saw all of those strange monsters. Kyuso. Tomoe Meguri, Sona's knight, who was also part of the Meguri clan, a famous exorcist in Japan, quickly identified the identity of those monsters. They are evil rat UK, who often raped women and killed as they wished. What? Saji was dumbfounded and felt nervous when he thought about how all of Sona and everyone became the target of this disgusting Uchiha. Everyone, including Sona, was nervous by the sheer number of evil yukais before them. More importantly, none of them could escape as a barrier made them unable to use teleportation magic or ask for help, but Masa suddenly said, do you mind if I attack them? Huh? When Sona was confused, Masa stopped playing around and made his move by stretching his hand forward and, bomb. All of a sudden, powerful forces blasted all the rat yukais and smashed their bodies into pulp, killing all of them instantly before they were able to do anything, including the stray devil that was caught. Yet, at the same time, a powerful force shook the earth and destroyed everything, causing a small earthquake in Kuo City and the surrounding city. What's happening? Earthquake? Is there an earthquake? Isn't it a bit too big? Those who lived in Kuo City and surrounding cities were startled and panicked because they could feel the sudden earthquake. Nevertheless, watching all of this, Masa felt comfortable somehow, since how could he let Seraphul's little sister be molested like that? Still, Sona and everyone who was ready for the battle were stunned in a place as they saw all of their enemies were killed instantly by Masa. At the same time, half of the mansion was destroyed, or rather, almost everything within 100 meters radius had collapsed, and the earth was gouged deeply by something as if a new lake was formed. Watching the carnage and destruction before them, all of them sucked a deep breath, and they turned their heads slowly, looking at the young man whom they thought they should protect. Sorry, I destroyed the building. Everyone. Chapter 56, let's start with a bang. No, it's fine. Sona took a deep breath, then looked at Masa softly. Thank you for your help, Masa. It's fine. Masa nodded and asked, but I don't think this situation is normal. You should ask for your sister's help since something similar might happen in the future. If he wasn't there, what would happen? At the same time, he wondered whether those rat yukai even appeared in the original story. Or rather, was it his appearance that changed the story? As Masa was in deep thought, Sona felt conflicted about asking her older sister for help, but she wasn't so stupid as to take care of everything by herself, considering the danger that she had encountered before and the possible danger that might come in the future. More importantly, like Masa, she also felt that this situation was weird as she was being surrounded and trapped. At the same time, how could such a large number of yukai enter Kuo City, which was surrounded by barriers? More importantly, Kuo City was a town that was governed by two little sisters of the four great Satans, who dared to make trouble with Seraphul and Sarsea with the backing of Sona and Ryaz, who were the two governors of this city. Even the leaders of yukai of East and West Japan wouldn't dare, yet, how could those dirty rodent yukai dare? I will talk to my sister. That's good. Watching his relieved expression, Sona felt helpless, realizing that the one who was weak wasn't Masa but her. Turning her head, she looked at the destruction created by Masa. The original shape of the mansion could no longer be seen, everything was in ruin, and the forest that surrounded this place was all smashed, creating a deep and large hollow that was deep enough to form a lake. More importantly, the rodent UK, which made her troubled and nervous, were all turned into unidentified meat that was mixed with the soil, utterly crushed by Masa. This. Isn't his power a lion taming? While Sona was confused, Masa thought about the ability of his Tantan fruit model, Wait Human Devil Fruit. Frankly, he had many ideas on how to develop this devil fruit. The first one, which was the easiest way, was to increase his body weight for an attack. It was simple, but it was also destructive. Previously, he might say that he would increase his weight with an illusionary weight, so the physical requirement that he needed wasn't high, yet he could make a dangerous attack. Yet somehow, along the way, he decided not to take a shortcut since the heavier he was, the harder his defense was. Increasing his weight meant that he was either increasing the gravity on his body or increasing the density of his body. Naturally, Masa chose the latter since the denser he was, the harder his body was, increasing his defense so that he would become invulnerable. Still, many might not understand, but what was density? Density is a substance's mass per unit of volume. If it was still hard to understand, you could imagine 1 kg of steel was much more dangerous than 1 kg of tofu, right? The two had similar weights, yet the steel was much harder, stronger, and smaller than the tofu, and it was all due to the density of steel being much higher than the tofu. This was why the increase of his physical ability was needed, since the denser he was, the harder it was for him to move. Still, due to the density of his body, as his weight increased, his defense naturally increased, and his body could even be harder than a diamond the more his weight increased. With this ability alone, he knew that he was simply unmatched in close combat, but he felt that this wasn't enough, so he thought of a second method to make the Tantan fruit model, weight human devil fruit stronger, which was to increase the weight of others, whether they were non-living or living beings. If it was in the world of One Piece, it might not be so easy, as there were world rules, which made the development of the devil fruit harder, but this was the world of DxD, there were no such rules at all, especially when Sai could create a pervy technique where he could destroy the clothes of female, or talk with boobs as he wished even though he was just a normal human in the beginning. This method was what he had done when Masa from the world of One Piece came to the Florian Triangle and suppressed the large waves by increasing their weight to calm them down. Whether it was water, air, or any non-living beings, he could increase their weights as he wished to be, but if it was a living being, it might need time for him to do that, yet this was enough, right? Still, like Masa from Nuka, who kept developing the Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit, he also thought of furthering the Tantan fruit model, weight human devil fruit, which led him to the third method, which was to control gravity. Weight equals mass x gravity. Weight is the combination of mass and gravity, so logically, he can manipulate those two factors within this world. Nevertheless, Masa had been focusing on the aspect of mass, and he had yet to train much on the aspect of gravity. Yet, even so, it was enough for him to destroy everything as he had previously, increasing the weight of the air to 250 tons or that of a Statue of Liberty, and he created a pressured air blast that destroyed everything. Still, he had to say, this destruction was a bit too much, he thought. If you want to ask, then ask, Sona-ne. Masa looked at Sona, who appeared hesitant. Masa, that was my new technique. New technique? Sona was dumbfounded. After all, even if I have a lot of powerful lions, I still want to rely on myself to fight, so I developed a new technique. And that's is. Everyone looked at Masa, curiously wondering what kind of technique Masa had used, as he could cause such destruction that even created an earthquake in the city. Yet, while it was quite exaggerated, they also felt relieved since they knew that Masa was angry at them and wanted to protect them, so this was why he made such an attack. Still, in the world of the supernatural, strength was absolute, and those with strength were definitely favored. It's a secret. Everyone. Masa yawned and said, I feel a bit exhausted from the trip. Do you mind if I asked first, Sona-ne? Sona was speechless, but she also knew that her question was rude as Masa had no obligation to tell her everything, yet there was no doubt that she was curious about Masa's technique. Tsubaki, please take care of him. Yes, Sona. Tsubaki nodded softly, then looked at Masa. Masa, please follow me. Thank you. Masa then left, following Tsubaki, who used teleportation magic to the place where he would rest tonight. Still, as Masa and Tsubaki had left, the rest looked at the large hole and asked, Sanakayaku, what should we do with it? Let's just buy it. The destruction caused by Masa was too much, and it was impossible to fix, so she might as well buy this place. Still thinking about his might, she became even more curious about him. Yet, when she was in the middle of a deep thought, a familiar magic circle appeared nearby, and she saw her best friend, who was also one of the governors of this city. What is this? This much power. Sona, who had caused all of this. Looking at her best friend, beautiful crimson hair, and voluptuous body, Sona somehow didn't want to tell the truth. Nevertheless, those creatures who wanted to set up a conspiracy within the city didn't feel sad or angry with the death of those dirty yokai. What a useless creature. As expected, they are so weak. I have told you before, Kokubi eel. Moreover, they are too dirty and disgusting. Among all of those people, all of them looked at their leader, showing their dissatisfaction with using such a dirty creature as Kuso. You don't have to worry. This is the last time, but more importantly, are you sure that last night was just an earthquake? Staring at the four figures before him, the man asked. Yes. Okay, then. Hearing those answers, the man also simply ignored the problem last night and focused on his ambition to create the Great War. Chapter 57, Human world isn't as good as I thought it would be. Waking up in the early morning, Masa looked at the bright sun that was about to rise from its slumber in a daze. Sun. There was no sun in the underworld, but there was an artificial moon to divide the night and day within the underworld for those reincarnated devils who used to live in the human world. As expected, huh? Similar to Masa of One Piece, who didn't feel weak from the seawater anymore, Masa of DxD also didn't feel sluggish or weak from the sun. Instead, he was okay and didn't even feel that much different from usual. Instead, he felt more energetic than before, which gave him little trouble, especially when he looked at his lower body. If it had been before, Masa thought that it might have been a glitch, but after all of them had discussed this problem, they came to a similar conclusion. It's the same. 3x yes, similar to their ability, which allowed them to be revived as long as one of them was living, as long as one of them didn't have a certain, specific weakness. Masa, who had a weakness, would be freed from that weakness. Masa from DxD, who was a devil, was weak against the sun and anything holy related, but Masa from Muka and One Piece had no such weaknesses, so he was freed from the weakness of being a devil. This was amazing. They thought that since all the weaknesses they had would disappear directly, this also might lead to many possibilities for the future. Their ability might not be able to make them become stronger instantly, yet as they worked hard, they would become stronger and stronger as they couldn't die no matter what, especially when Masa from DxD could live almost eternity as he was a devil, and because of that the lifespan of Masa of One Piece and Muka were also affected by it. Yet, this wasn't enough, they thought, since while they couldn't die, they wanted the power to protect those who they cared about, so Masa knew that he had to devour the fallen angel, and at the same time, he really wondered whether the plot had changed after he entered the world of DxD, since he didn't remember that there was such a disgusting yokai who had caused trouble in the Kwa town. Or rather, because his town was mastered by the devil, especially by Suna and Ryaz, there was almost no yokai who dared to cause trouble. Yes, some of them might be living in this town, but no one dared to blatantly provoke Suna or Ryaz like the previous night. As he was in the middle of his thought, the door of his room was knocked on. Knock. Knock. Masa, have you woken up? Masa looked at the door with doubt, wondering why Suna had suddenly come into his room. Frankly, he thought that he would stay in the hotel, but he had never expected that Tsubaki would bring him to Suna's house and let him stay. Weren't they worried that he would do something to them as they lived together? Well, he wasn't going to do anything, yet he wondered why they lacked their guard down so much, even though it was their first meeting. More importantly, he also had heard from Serafal that Suna was so cold toward the opposite gender, especially those who wanted to become her fiancé. However, considering his status as an heir of the House of Vapula, he also understood why Suna was polite. At the same time, with his status, it was impossible for him to marry Suna, who would be the heiress of the House of Saitre. If Suna married someone, she would marry the second or third son of a certain high-class devil family instead of him, as her family would definitely bring a son-in-law instead of having her move to another family. Nevertheless, let's answer her first. Yes, I have woken up, Suna-ne. Can I enter, then? Let me put my clothes on first. I don't wear anything now. Oh. Yawning, Masa didn't intend to practice on a human world since most of his training would be pretty destructive, and he didn't want to destroy Suna's house, so it was better for him to be quiet down. Wearing his pants, he took a random t-shirt and then opened the door. Do you need something, Suna-ne? Similar to last night, she wore her school uniform, but it was a new one, and it seemed she thought of going to the school. School, huh? Masa had pretty much hardly gone to school since he thought that it was a waste of time since, as a devil, what was important was strength, and his knowledge was enough to handle most things, especially when it was better for him to manage his domain, considering his father had given most of the responsibility of managing the domain of the House of Vapula to him. Still, because of this, he was quite annoyed since his father had just had fun with his mother, which left him pretty much busy most of the time. Well, it was good that their relationship was good, he thought. Nevertheless, Suna was in a daze for a while, staring at Masa's virile and muscular body in a daze. She might not have realized it before since while he was tall, he didn't appear bloated and even appeared quite slender, yet when he was naked, his body was amazing, she thought. It was as if Masa's body had been honed with many battles like a champion of all the fights. This guy. Wasn't he too low-key? Suna realized that Masa was a hidden diamond that hadn't been discovered, and because of that, she made an excuse to Ryaz last night, telling her that the one who had caused the destruction was her older sister instead of Masa, which Ryaz accepted, especially when Ryaz learned how a group of rodent yokai wanted to rape Suna and her peerage groups, which made Ryaz so mad that she wanted to exterminate all of those disgusting creatures. Are you fine? Masa was fine but said, I feel a bit sluggish. That's normal. Suna nodded and didn't feel surprised. It's your first time in the human world, so you will feel uncomfortable, but after a while, you will get used to it and recover. That's great then. By the way, are you hungry? How about we have breakfast? Sure. As they walked together, they talked about many things, including how she stayed in Kuo Town and her high school life at Kuo Academy. Naturally, as they spoke, the time appeared to move fast, and before they realized it, they had arrived at the dining room where all the food had been prepared by Tsubaki and Suna's familiar. Do you want coffee or tea, Masa-sama? Tsubaki asked. Give me a coffee. There is no need for sugar. Okay, wait for a moment. Probably, knowing that Masa was pretty chill and also gave off a comfortable aura that made people calm down, Tsubaki didn't feel nervous about him. Here is your coffee, Masa. Thank you, Tsubaki-san. No. It's fine. There is no need to call me with san either. Just calling me by my name is enough, Masa. After all, Tsubaki knew how huge the difference in status between them was, and her experience in childhood also taught her many things, especially about the importance of hierarchy in the supernatural world. More importantly, with Masa's strength, she had to give him the highest respect. Lastly, there was a possibility that Masa might become her master's fiancé or husband, so he did not need to be polite to her. Okay, then, Tsubaki. Masa didn't force himself to call Tsubaki, considering his situation, yet there was no doubt his attitude toward a reincarnated devil gave him a plus point in Suna's heart. By the way, Masa, have you thought about staying in the human world? Do you want to go to school in the Kuo Academy or something? What do you think? Watching her eager expression, Masa shook his head calmly and said, I think it is still too early to make that decision, and I am quite busy in the underworld, so I don't think it is possible for me to stay in the human world for a long time. I see. Suna thought that she was too hasty with her request, which made her a bit regretful, but she also understood since Masa was an heir, it was natural for him to be busy with many things. Masa looked at Suna helplessly, wondering why she was like an open book and showed her expression in such a way instead of hiding it. Still, because of that, he sighed helplessly inwardly, then said, though I might visit the human world again in the future, so at that time, can I trouble you again, Suna? Suna blinked her eyes, then nodded readily with a gentle smile on her face. Sure, when you come, please tell me, Masa. Masa might not stay in the human world, but he had promised to visit her, which made her smile again. So, what's your plan after this? I will probably walk around to see the city. I see. Do you need me to accompany you? Don't you have to go to school? And I am not a child that needs to be taken care of by someone. Well, that's true. You are not a little boy who calls my older sister On-chan cutely on the Miracle Leviathan. Can you not tease me with that? Foo-fya-fa-foo. Sona chuckled, then said, I will try to return as soon as possible, and when the weekend comes, I will guide you around many interesting places. I can't wait for that. Oh, by the way, Seraphal also asked me for many souvenirs. Can you help me with that, too? I am sorry for the trouble, Masa. No problem. The two looked at each other and showed a helpless smile, yet somehow, they became closer, as the two of them had been troubled by Seraphal so many times. Nevertheless, as Suna and Tsubaki needed to go to school, Masa was alone at Suna's house, which made him think about going out, walking around the city, trying food, and many other things as it was his first time in the human world, which was so much different from the underworld. A devil might appear good-looking, but many of them also appeared like a demi-human, a certain mix of a different creature, so when he saw so many humans, it was an unusual sight for him. Yet, considering his previous life, he quickly got used to everything, enjoying his solo trip to this city. Still, there was one big problem, and even though he had said that he wouldn't cause trouble, why it felt like trouble was coming in his direction, especially when he saw around, cute buttocks wrapped in white panties from a nun that fell clumsily on the ground. Was it the unique ability of Masa from One Piece, who often got into trouble, that started to affect him? Oh. Why did I trip? A cute voice from the nun said helplessly to no one as she fell down due to her own clumsiness. Masa fell silent for a while, fell into deep thought until he decided to stare at these cute buttocks for a moment. Chapter 58, Dare. Oh, you have a guest in your home? In the afternoon, Sona thought she should mention Masa in case her best friend thought of him as an illegal devil or something. Yes, so I hope that you will mention this to your servants so they won't cause him trouble. Okay, I will tell them that. Considering the new servant was her best friend, Sona was afraid that this new servant might mess around, so she mentioned this matter. Her best friend also nodded since she knew how unreliable her new servant was. But this guest is male? Her best friend stared at Sona for a moment and asked curiously, is he your fiancé? No, he isn't, but... I understand. While him might not be Sona's fiancé, it should be her fiancé candidate, and this should be the reason for Sona's hesitation. Still, hearing that, her best friend sighed helplessly. Unlike Sona, who could escape her engagement with a trick or two, She couldn't do that, and she knew that she had to marry someone that she didn't want to. Still, strangely enough, she felt better knowing that Suna also had the same fate as her. She knew that it might be petty, but knowing that she wasn't the only one who faced this tragedy made her feel better and closer to Suna somehow. He will only stay for a week, so try to tell your servants to be quiet during that time. I understand. In other words, Suna didn't want trouble during that past week, and her best friend understood that well. After all, if there was trouble, this fiancé might stay for a little longer or cause many issues, right? Her best friend, who didn't like her fiancé and escaped to the human world, also felt the same, so she tried her best to support Suna as best as she could. By the way, which family is he from? Vapula. Vapula? Her best friend was surprised and asked, does the Lord of Vapula have a second or third son? If I am not wrong, they should only have one son, right? Considering her cousin's mother, who was part of the house of Vapula, it's the heir. The heir. That's surprising. Still, because of that, her best friend knew that Suna had to make 2 children, one would be the heir of the house of Citri, and the other would be a house of the Vapula. Yet, with how hard it was for the devil to get pregnant, she knew that Suna would be held by this heir of Vapula so many times until Suna got pregnant twice. Could she do the same? Could she let her body be held by someone that she didn't love so much? Suna's best friend let out a helpless sigh, thinking that she should do her best to help Suna, she thought. But I hardly hear about the heir of the house of Vapula. He is quite low-key and mostly stays behind the scenes, but he is close to my older sister. That's troublesome. Suna's best friend could understand why Suna decided to let this person stay at her own home. If it was hers, it was impossible for her to let her fiancé stay at her home, after all. Still, but it should be okay, right? After all, you won't marry anyone who can't defeat you in a chess game, right? Suna looked at her best friend for a moment but didn't say anything, as if wishing to let her have such a misunderstanding. If it was before, she might have thought so, but last night, after she saw Masa's strength, even if Masa couldn't defeat her in the chess, she didn't care at all. Among all the younger generations of the devils, especially those with high status, there was no doubt that Masa was the most excellent one that Suna knew. Not only did Masa not have a prejudice toward the human world, the reincarnated devil, but he was also strong and polite toward her servants even if his status was above all of them. More importantly, Masa also started to show an interest in the raiding game, and when she recalled his power last night, she thought that it should be possible for him to match the first rank on the raiding game or beyond. Lastly, and most importantly, Masa also didn't appear to be a womanizer, especially when his gaze had always focused on her instead of the others. Yet, even so, he showed interest in her, appreciating her beauty. Still, she didn't hate it since she also appreciated his body the morning before. On the other hand, Suna knew what kind of a scumbag her best friend's fiancé was. More importantly, considering how the family of her best friend doted on her so much, and how she wasn't Masa's fiancé, she didn't want the two of them to meet each other, since if her best friend showed an interest in Masa, then she would cry without tears. Yet, as expected, Suna felt that it was too early to determine everything, and she also wondered how Masa felt toward her. So, during his week of stay in the human world, she thought she would get to know him better. Engagement. This was something that every devil with a high status had to do, especially when their family had given them so many things, so shouldn't they be expected to have a certain obligation to support their family? More importantly, wasn't it normal for a marriage not to be due to love? Many might marry due to love, but most didn't marry due to love after all. Nevertheless, you might not love your partner now, but as you stay with your partner, won't love bloom between you? Anything can happen in life. Nevertheless, knowing Masa, a young man who was 2 years younger than her yet had a power that eclipsed everyone that she knew, Suna had already imagined herself marrying him, especially when she knew that she would marry someone in the future, so she might as well just marry him, especially when she had a good impression of him. Probably, in the future, Suna might introduce Masa to Ryaz, but not now. Still, the problem of Suna's fiancé to be aside, Suna's best friend was more cornered about the accident that had happened the previous night. By the way, Suna, has your older sister told you what really happened? Not yet. Suna shook her head and said, you should also contact your older brother, too. Okay. While hesitating, Suna's best friend decided to contact her older brother since Suna had contacted her older sister. Yes, the two of them were famous because they were the younger siblings of the Mouse, and because of that, they wanted to use their own to prove themselves instead of relying on their older siblings. However, as the situation had reached this point, Suna's best friend decided to throw away her rebellion period and be mature enough to call her older brother. Nevertheless, while the two young governors of Kwa City discussed a hidden conspiracy that might be hidden within this city, Masa looked at the round, cute buttocks in a daze. Due to his aunt's strictness, while he wanted to look around, he couldn't, So when such a scene happened before him, it was hard for him to stay calm, especially when he was a healthy young man with excessive energy within his body. Masa from Muka had a fiancée, and Masa from One Piece also had 2 women now. Yet, what about him? Was he such a coward that he would be afraid of Sai? No way, Masa was a man, so why should he be afraid? Yet, he had to say he had never expected that he would steal the opportunity of the protagonist in this world. Was the combination of 3 Masas increased their luck, too? Nevertheless, Masa decided to stop being a little pervert and came toward this cute nun who was in need of help. Showing a gentle expression on his face, he asked, "Are you okay?" Yet, in another place, a certain famous young man felt uncomfortable, as if something important was stolen from him. Chapter 59, A Gentle Girl. Yes. Thank you very much. Italian? As a devil, Masa had the ability to understand any language no matter what they were, so he was surprised when this nun talked in Italian instead of Japanese. Nevertheless, considering the story, Masa thought that Asia would directly speak in Japanese, but then again, as Sai in the original story had become a devil, he should have an innate ability of a devil that allowed him to understand all languages in the world. Still, when Masa helped this nun to stand up, a strong blow of wind blew away her veil, revealing her hidden face. Naturally, Masa caught the veil before it flew far away, but then he couldn't help but appreciate her appearance. Cute. This was his first impression as he saw her for the first time, with long blonde hair that flowed freely behind her back. She appeared a little rustic, yet even so, her beauty couldn't be denied, especially with pureness and innocence-like charm that could make anyone have a good impression of her the moment they met each other. As a devil, there was a part of him that wanted to stain such a girl, especially when she wore a nun outfit, which was the favorite cosplay costume of every devil, yet he wasn't a pervert, so he wouldn't do it. Still, while he had expected this, he had to say, it surprised him to know that he had met this second most important heroine in the story before Sai, who should have met her first. Are you fine? Nevertheless, even if he knew her, let's just pretend that he didn't know her so it wouldn't cause a complicated question later on. Yes, thank you for your help, Masa, you can call me that. My name is Asia Argento. You can call me Asia, Masa. Also, once again, thank you for your help. No problem. Masa appeared curious and asked, are you from Italy, Asia? Yes, I am. Asia nodded softly with a gentle smile on her face. I just arrived in this country and planned to live here. Are you from Italy too, Masa? There was a trace of hopefulness since it was her first time in another country, so knowing someone from the same country lived nearby made her feel at ease. No, I just happened to learn the language. Ah, I see. Asia nodded, then said, have you gone there? It is a wonderful country, you know. Hearing those words, Masa couldn't help but observe Asia's expression, wondering how she could show such a gentle and peaceful smile, considering her past. How could you say that? Unlike the others, Masa knew Asia's past, and he knew that she was being persecuted and thrown away from the church cruelly, yet even so, she could show such a gentle smile as if her home country, where her nightmare started, was a nice place to visit. Yet, this was why he thought that it might be good to make her his peerage member. I will do that in the future. That's great. Asia smiled when she heard Masa's words, but then, at the same time, she asked, Masa, if it isn't a trouble, do you know this place? I have gotten lost. With a helpless and awkward expression, she told him her problem. Sure. Masa looked at the address that Asia had given to him and said, if you don't mind, how about I guide you there? He might not know where this address is, but he could ask someone later. Is that fine? Yes. Thank you very much. As Asia was Italian, she couldn't speak Japanese, so she had trouble talking with others and asking for directions to her destination. Still, with Masa's help, everything was good, and she could go to her new house in this city. Nevertheless, when the two left, a boy with a small ponytail appeared in their place, looking around, wondering whether there was a cute girl with cute panties around. Unfortunately, he was too late, and the girl he was looking for had gone. Nevertheless, Asia had a good time walking with Masa toward her destination. While Masa also wasn't sure where her destination was, he asked someone, and they were directed toward the church, which was located in the outer part of the city. You will live in the church? Yes. Asia nodded softly, and for the first time, she appeared awkward. So, will you be there? Yes, but not all the time, probably. Considering the place where she lived and the people who would take care of her, Asia wasn't sure about her future, and she wondered whether she wouldn't meet Masa anymore. Still, it might be good, especially when she thought about all the people that she would live with. What's wrong? Nothing. Asia shook her head softly and said with a sweet smile. I am glad that I can meet you, Masa. Whether it was her future, life, or everything, she wasn't sure, especially when she couldn't even talk in the language of this country, but fortunately, she met him, who put her at ease, even though this was only a momentary. It's good, then. While there was a part of him that wished to make her into his peerage member, Masa knew that this was still too early, and at the same time, he also wished to see her power first. The number of his peerage members was limited, and the reality was different from fiction, so he wanted to see whether she would be suited to become part of his peerage member or not. Still, even if she wasn't suitable, with his money and power, it was possible to take care of her even though she was just a human. They had met, and it might be fate, so he thought to help her. Nevertheless, as he wondered how he could see her power, a cry of a little boy disrupted his thought. You are. What a crybaby, Masa thought, but Asia, who was gentle, quickly approached the boy and patted her head softly. It's just a scrape, don't cry, okay? You are a boy. After she said those words, she put her hands lightly above the little boy's scrape, and suddenly, a gentle green light healed the wounds as if nothing had happened. This is her sacred gear? Even though Masa had seen a longiness due to his relationship with Saira Org, it was his first time to see a sacred gear. Frankly, he wanted to do deep research about it. Was it part of the body like an organ? Or was it just a summoned tool? Lastly, was it possible for him to create or take it? Masa was curious and, if possible, sorry to make you wait, Masa. When the little boy was healed, Asia quickly returned to Masa's side. Asia. That's. Asia also understood Masa's surprise and said awkwardly, yet even so, she still maintained her gentle smile. You must be surprised, right? Of course. If Masa was just a normal human, he would be dumbfounded, okay? Well, to be honest, I am not really sure, but I think that this is a miracle that God has given to me, and I can do this since childhood, so if you are wounded or hurt, you can come to me, okay? Okay, but you shouldn't show that power carelessly like that, you know? The world isn't so kind, and some might wish to use you if they know that you can do such a miracle, after all. Masa felt that this girl lacked a sense of danger, especially when she would use her power in public. Yes, the Kwa town might be governed by the devils, but even so, it didn't mean everyone knew about the supernatural world, right? Or rather, it was better for those powerless people to remain ignorant since knowing the supernatural world without power would bring nothing but trouble. Yet, there was no doubt that after watching Asia, who showed her power, Masa had made up his mind to turn her into his peerage. Haha. Hearing his words, strangely enough, Asia smiled even more and said, You are so gentle, Masa. If it was someone else, they would think that her power was amazing, yet Masa thought of her, worrying about safety as others might use her. But there must be a reason why God has given me this power. While I know that it might be naive, even so, I wish to use this miracle to be of use to someone since I have been given this power. Masa blinked his eyes and said, I think that you are more gentle than me, Asia. He then took a step forward, shaking his head softly, thinking that this girl was so naive that he was worried. Let's go, Asia. Ah, yes, Masa. Watching his broad back, Asia followed him with a smile. Soon, they arrived at the only church in the city, and as expected, it was abandoned, but more importantly, Masa didn't feel the sharp pain or headache that came from coming into such a holy place, which surprised him as he was a devil. As expected, this ability is amazing. He had to thank the other Masa for not being a devil. Then, I will go back first, Asia. Ah, yes. Sorry for troubling you, Masa, but don't you want to go inside? Asia looked at Masa hopefully since she felt comfortable with him, and she was a bit nervous about going alone. Sorry, I have something to do. Masa could feel many presences inside this church, and he felt that it was too troublesome to meet them, so he decided to leave. Yes, he might want to invite Asia into his peerage group, especially after he has seen her power, but let's wait for a while. Ah, sorry for stopping you, Masa. It's fine. I am happy to know you too, Asia. Yes, me too, Masa. Then, I will leave first. Please visit me in the church if you have time, Masa. I will. Waving his hand, Masa left the church as Asia rooted in her place, staring at his figure even after she couldn't see him anymore. Yet, all of those who were inside also discovered Masa. Isn't he too handsome? Is there such a handsome guy here? I think that he is suspicious. Masa had never thought that being too handsome would bring him trouble. Still, one person suddenly thought of a certain possibility. He isn't weak, and I think I smell a foul smell of a devil from him. Then, there is no need to hesitate. Let's kill him. At that moment, Masa was targeted. Chapter 60, Fallen Angels are enemies of the devil. Sacred gear, huh? After helping Asia go to the church, Masa didn't immediately return to Sona's house. Instead, he stopped at the snack store and bought a takoyaki. It was hot, yet it was delicious, he thought, Yet at the same time, he couldn't stop thinking about the sacred gear, the special weapon that made a weak human even capable of slaying a god. A weapon, huh? In the world of One Piece, Masa had Shushui, a legendary sword that was wielded by the sword god of Wano country, Shimatsuki Ruma. Yet, even so, this sword was just a sword, after all. Even if it was cursed, durable, and sharp, it could do nothing if it wasn't wielded by a skillful swordsman. If it was wielded by an amateur, it was nothing but like a wooden stick held by little children. On the other hand, even as long as one had a sacred gear in the world of DxD, even a hopeless pervert could become one of the strongest beings in the world that was even capable of destroying a planet. Or rather, considering Sai, who spent most of his time on porn and masturbation, if it wasn't for the sacred gear, what would his future be? This was why he was pretty greedy toward the creation of God in this world. God, huh? The God that he muttered was the God of Christianity, the one that was loved by Asia. If God exists, then the world won't be peaceful, then. Unlike the others, Masa knew the truth about this world and the death of the God. The one that was worshipped by Asia and billions of people was no longer in this world. Even if what he said appeared ridiculous and caused all humankind to curse him to death, the truth couldn't be changed. Yet, this was also a good thing, probably, especially for the devils, angels, and the fallen angels, who had become tired of fighting. If God existed, then the great war between angel, devil, and fallen angel would continue until the one that was supported by God won. However, as the god had died, the angel was no longer able to reproduce, and this truth would also hit their religion, so there was no doubt this was the reason why the angel, who was known as a creature that believed in the righteous, would decide to make peace with the devil and fallen angel. Still, if he was asked which was better, peace or war, naturally, he would say peace, but unfortunately, many wished for a war, like the four creatures before him. The air suddenly changed, and all the people disappeared, leaving him surrounded, yet even so, he was calm as he observed them with doubt. Fallen angels? Masa asked as he looked at the 3 women and 1 man, who stayed in the midair with their crow-like wings. Unlike a devil who had 2 wings, no matter how strong they were except for Lucifer, who had 12 wings, the strength of the angel and the fallen angel could be determined by the number of their wings, so there was no doubt that the 4 of them were a small fry. As expected, he isn't normal. Right? He is calm, and he knows that we're the fallen angels, after all. Masa looked at the 4, who appeared arrogant and even looked down on him, clearly thinking that he was below them. Well, it was normal, considering he pretended to be a normal, weak human. Yes, his body might appear strong, but could a bodybuilder win against a creature of the myth? Boy, what are you? The only man within the group looked at Masa with doubt. Still, Masa ignored the man and looked at the 3 fallen angels. As expected of fallen angels. Similar to a devil, there were hardly any ugly fallen angels, especially the female ones. Still, he wasn't sure whether he was lucky or not, since he knew that all of those 4 fallen angels were supposed to be killed by Rya's Greenery in the story, but they hadn't been killed and met him instead. Nevertheless, while Masa observed the 3 women, the 3 of them also observed him. After all, similar to a man who couldn't help but stare at a beautiful woman, a woman was also similar. There were some hesitations in their hearts, wondering what Masa was. Was he a human that possessed the sacred gear? Was he another creature? Or was he just a normal human who possessed a supernatural power? Or, lastly, was he just a handsome guy? Yet, considering the charm that Masa exuded, it was impossible for them to connect him as a normal person, especially considering how calm he was when he faced all of them. Don't ignore me, brat. However, while Masa was calm, the only man among the fallen angels had a short fuse and sent an attack directly toward him. Oh? The spear of light was formed on the man's hand and then thrown in Masa's direction with the intention of killing him. Still, Masa couldn't help but observe the power of the light of the fallen angel, as this power was different from the glint fruit model, light human devil fruit. His glint fruit model, light human devil fruit, allowed him to control light, which is electromagnetic radiation that can be perceived by the human eye. However, the fallen angel's light was different, as he could feel a certain sacredness and another type of property within. This is what he sought after, he thought. Still, there was no doubt that the man's action caused all of them to sigh in regret, knowing that the young man would die. Only, crack. Tear. Masa caught the spear of light and then crushed it with brute force. All of them fell into silence and started to feel something uneasy and strange from Masa. You sure are lucky that I am not serious and just play around. Now, how about this? The fallen angel man thought that Masa was just lucky, thinking that he made his spear of light too weak, but this time, he was no longer holding back and created so many spears of light that they exuded a dangerous aura as he also let out his murderous intent. Still, at that moment, Masa also released his devil's features, which were his wings. Devil. 4x as expected, you are that cursed creature. The man was furious, feeling as if he was being deceived. Wait, Danzō. This devil is strange. Probably because the three fallen angels felt that Masa was too calm, they felt something strange from him. Frankly, they felt that Masa was dangerous, but even so, as a fallen angel, their pride didn't allow them to appear weaker than the devil, so no one thought to acknowledge the feeling of fear within their hearts. What are you all afraid of? There are 4 of us. Surround him and kill him together. Danzō directly scolded all of those cowards, but Masa suddenly took a pebble on the road and was about to throw it at Danzō. Huh? Are you going to throw that small stone at me? Have you become an idiot due to fear, devil? Is that how you feel now? Then you don't have to worry. I will give you a painful death. Due to the advantage in numbers and Masa's low key, no one knew his identity. Danzō was confident and decided to wait for Masa's action, but when Masa threw that person, instead of a harmless pebble that would do nothing as it would hit someone, it exuded a danger that Danzō had never felt before, but before he could dodge or create a barrier to protect himself, splash, Danzō's body blasted, leaving only his lower body that fell to the ground with a strange sound. Yet, the 3 female fallen angels, Rainer, Kalawarner, and Midlet, were filled with fear as they saw the death of Danzō. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? What was happening? How could a small pebble kill Danzō instantly? The 3 of them were filled with fear and fell directly on the ground as they were unable to control their wings, especially when they saw him holding 3 small pebbles as he walked toward their direction. Those pebbles might be harmless if they were thrown by others, but in his hand, Masa could imbue the power of ton fruit model, weight human devil fruit, turning their weights into several tons, turning them into lethal weapons that could kill anyone instantly. Wait, don't throw that to us. Forgive us. Please forgive us. I don't want to die. Please don't kill me. The 3 of them begged him, but while Kalawarmer and Midlet were numbed by fear, Rainer's mind quickly moved fast and said seductively as she showed her lewd body, I will give you my everything. Kalawarner and Midlet. Ah, me too. Yes, me too. The 2 of them quickly reacted, showing their lewd expressions as they tried to tempt Masa. Fortunately, all of them were women, so they had a great advantage over a male, especially when facing a male devil, who definitely wasn't a good guy. Come. Masa was a devil and a man, so he wasn't a hypocrite, but before he left, he didn't forget to devour Danzō. Oh? 3x The 3 were surprised, but then they quickly calmed themselves since they knew that they wouldn't be killed by Masa. Still, the 3 of them looked at each other and nodded, thinking that when there was a chance, they should do something, but unfortunately, too much. Too much. Oh. I am going crazy. I am going crazy. Facing the 3 fallen angels, Masa defeated all of them. Chapter 61, Strangely Guilty. The fallen angels were the enemies of the devils. When they met each other, their only thought was to kill each other, and because of that, Masa didn't show mercy toward the 3 female fallen angels. Even though it was his first time, everything came naturally as if it was his second nature, and it didn't take a long time before he conquered all of them. At first, the 3 of them still had thoughts of revenge and would attack him when he let his guard down, but as the act started, all of them quickly lost their rationality and fell into lust before being completely corrupted and begging him all the time. Masa also didn't disappoint them and completely showed the might of the devil. Yet there was no doubt that he had to say he felt conflicted when he thought he had lost his first time to a fallen angel. Still, there were many devils and fallen angels who had fallen with each other secretly, so he didn't think too much. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but watch the 3 female angels, who slept soundly with naked bodies, showing the parts of their bodies that shouldn't be shown. Watching their tarnished bodies, which he had marked, Masa looked at his lower body and sighed, but then, he couldn't help but feel conflicted when he confirmed their identities. Kalawarma, Midlet, and Rainer. The trio of fallen angels were all killed by Rai as in the original story, but now, they were all falling on his bed. Still, how could he have a bed? It was because Masa used his feline taming ability to control his cat servants, which he had hidden previously, helping him with many things, including buying him a house in the city, which he could use as a base, considering many things would happen in this city, and he knew that there would be many chances for him to grow stronger as long as he stayed. If he gave an example, it was like Masa of Muka, who went to the first high school instead of the third high school to gain a chance to become stronger. However, due to his identity, Masa knew that it was better to remain anonymous and unknown, and considering his glint fruit model, light human devil fruit ability, which allowed him to disguise himself with a hologram manipulation or become invisible by reflecting the light, this was possible. Still, watching the trio of fallen angels, he couldn't help but lament at himself as he was unable to fight against his lust. Why am I like this? Even in his domain, where there were many beautiful maids, Masa was all calm, yet why couldn't he hold on even if the beauty of the trio of fallen angels wasn't that much different from all the women he had seen? Was it all due to their identities? This was probably the case since there was a certain novelty that came from holding those he knew in his previous life, which was simply unbearable. This is why Masa from One Piece is only interested in Kurina and Perona, even if he is surrounded by many beautiful maids on his ship. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that he didn't regret his decision, especially when he thought of the expressions of the three. Starting from Kalawarna, who appeared the most mature and had the lewdest body among the three of them. Her long navy blue hair obscured her right eye, yet even so, she stared at him with the worst eyes as if looking at him like trash. Even if she feared him, she didn't hide her contempt, yet when they did it, she became meek and obedient, begging him to hold her more and more, which made Masa wonder where her previous pride was. Meanwhile, the second fallen angel, Midalt, even if she appeared young, was much, much older than him, but her mind was like a brat, Masa thought since, in the beginning, she mocked him annoyingly, thinking that he wouldn't do anything, considering the act that they were about to do. Still, similar to Kalawarna, when they started, she quickly succumbed and broke as her body twitched violently. Nevertheless, the two were nothing compared to the last one, Rainer, the first girlfriend and the killer of the protagonist of this world, Saihyutu. As expected, she is the most evil, Masa thought when he looked at Rainer for the first time. Rainer was beautiful and sweet, yet the dream woman of every guy in the world. However, her inner was simply rotten and smelly since, unlike Kalawarna and Midalt, who just wanted everything to end as soon as possible in the beginning, she had never given up her chance to kill him, like a snake, she prepared to attack him. Yet, in the end, she was the one who was killed by him. Oh, killed, not literally, okay? However, you are clear about the meaning, right? Similar to Kalawarna and Midalt, Raina disdained him inwardly, yet when the act happened, her sweet exterior was quickly peeled and broken before turning the lewdest creature ever that Masa couldn't imagine. Facing all of them, Masa mercilessly took them down, and he didn't regret it since if he had been the weak one, he would have been killed. Fortunately, he was strong. Nevertheless, he felt that the three could become good servants for him, considering he wished to get a lot of knowledge and collect important items from various forces. Using his peerage members might be good, but if they were discovered, they would quickly link them toward him, which would cause him trouble. However, there was no need to worry about Kalawarma, Midalt, and Rainer since they were fallen angels, and there was no way for a fallen angel and a devil to be together, right? Still, he wasn't in a hurry, and he felt that it was too early since the three of them hadn't completely broken by him. He needed them to completely succumb and show their best to serve him, so instead of asking them right away, he wished them to show their proactiveness to give him their everything. Stretching his arms high, Masa looked at the clock and was stunned. Damn. He had so much fun that he forgot he had stayed out for so long. You three, don't forget to clean up the room. I am going back. Saying those words, he left the three right away and went back to Suna's home. Kalawarna, Midalt, and Rainer. The three were weak, and their bodies were on the limit, wishing to sleep immediately. If Masa hadn't woken them up, telling them that he was going home, they would have continued to sleep until tomorrow, yet they would never have thought that this guy would be so cruel and leave right away after he did all of that. Damn. Damn. As expected, he is a devil. Scumbag. Midalt cried, but there was a trace of longing in her eyes. Damn it. Don't let me meet you next time. I will definitely kill you. Rainer cursed, but similar to Midalt, she cried, thinking how cruel Masa was since after he did all of that, he just left her, ignoring the fact that she deceived the heart of an innocent boy and then killed him. Let's just sleep and clean up the room tomorrow. Still the calmest and most mature among the three, Kalawarna said calmly before she slept soundly but inwardly, similar to the two, she was hurt by Masa's indifference. Midalt and Rainer. The two wished to destroy everything, but thinking of Masa's power, the two could only sigh and follow his words obediently. In the end, they also fell asleep like Kalawarna, as they were too exhausted to handle Masa, who was like a beast. Still, if there was a good thing, it was the fact that the three of them had a closer relationship than ever after all of that. I am back. Nevertheless, Masa, who went back to Suna's home, was welcomed by Suna. Welcome back. Suna looked at Masa with a smile and asked, did you have fun today? Ah, yes. Strangely enough, Masa felt guilty for some reason. Chapter 62, so, he is her fiancé now. Suna never thought that Masa would have fun with three fallen angels and lose his virginity. Instead, she thought that he was having fun in Kuo City and that he had forgotten the time. Still, this was a good thing, she thought. After all, it showed that Masa could adapt to the human world, and while he might be reluctant to stay in the human world, it didn't mean that he showed rejection, and considering how much fun he had, he might visit her more often. Regardless, Masa threw away the guilty thought within his mind since he had no relationship with Sona, and he was free to do most of the things. At the same time, he felt that he had done a good thing since he had stopped the fallen angels from losing their numbers further. Similar to the devil, the number of fallen angels was limited, and there were no new fallen anymore. An angel who couldn't reproduce would definitely stop any angels that wished to fall, considering the death of God and all. Instead of having Kilawarna, Midlet, and Rainer killed by Ryaz and her group, it was better for him to manage them, right? Yes. Masa nodded. I tried many good foods in the city. Raising his hand, he showed the dessert he had bought along the way. Do you want some, Sunane? Sure. Sona smiled and asked, how about we enjoy it with tea? Okay. Masa agreed, then looked at Tsubaki. Tsubaki, join us too. Tsubaki didn't immediately agree but looked at Sona, who gave her a nod. Yeah, join us, Tsubaki. Yes, Sona, Masa. It was a bit stiff, but there was no doubt that this was how peerage members treated their masters. Meanwhile, the way Ryaz treated her peerage members, that she even let her bare, naked body show before her servants, was weird. Or did she not even think of them as living beings that treated them like pets, so even if she was naked, it didn't matter? Frankly, Masa wasn't sure about Ryaz's thoughts, but there was no doubt that Sona's way of treating her servants was the most normal. Still, they enjoyed the low-calorie yogurt ice cream that was mixed with fruits and other things, which Sona and Tsubaki enjoyed so much as they talked about how Masa spent his days in Kuwa City. When the weekend comes, I will guide you outside of the Kuwa. Can we visit a theme park? I don't mind. Sun nodded. Is it due to your theme park plan? As the little sister of Seraphol, she knew that Masa planned to open a theme park with Miracle Leviathan as one of the mascot trademarks there. Yup. Then, let's go to Tokyo later. Is it okay? This country isn't fully controlled by us, right? There might be a Yukai attack again. It should be fine. I have talked about this problem with my older sister and friend, who is also the governor of the city. At this moment, she should have told her big brother about the previous problem. Considering the problem last night, it was normal for Masa to be concerned about them being attacked once again. Yet, unlike the angel, fallen angel, or exorcist, the people who were related to the supernatural world and mythical beings in this country would avoid the devil, but then again, there was an exception. Still, if that happened, Sona was prepared to kill all of them. Oh, that's good, then. Masa nodded, then asked, but you are not the only governor of this city? No, I am not. Ryaz Greenmurray, my friend, is also one of the governors in this city. Ryaz Greenmurray, huh? Is it Ryzer's fiancé? Sona was surprised and asked, do you know Ryaz, Masa? No, I just heard it from Ryzer. Oh, you are close to Ryaz's fiancé? This was unexpected, Sona thought. We're all high-class devils, and he is from the House of Phoenix? Ah, I see. Sona nodded since she knew the specialty of the House of Phoenix tears, the panacea that could heal anything. Ryzer might be like that, but it couldn't be denied that the benefit that came from being close to his family was great. Moreover, all of them were high-class devils, and to protect their interests, it was normal for Masa to have a good relationship with all of them, showing his qualifications as a capable leader of his house as he only looked at their interests instead of their feelings. Yet, even so, Sona could see that Masa was a gentle person and, it's too early. They had only known each other for a day or two, yet even so, Sona didn't hate the feeling of being with him, and that was why she asked, by the way, can you play chess, Masa? Chess? Masa looked at Sona strangely and said, it's not my favorite, but I can play. Okay, let's play. Did you even listen to me? Instead of playing chess, which took up most of his time, Masa loved to work or train more, but considering he stayed in Sona's place, he thought to humor her since even though he didn't like it, it didn't mean he was bad at it. Yet, what he didn't know was that Sona had used chess as a requirement to choose her fiancé. If someone couldn't defeat her in chess, then she definitely wouldn't accept that devil as her fiancé or future husband. Still, sometimes, there was an exception, and even if Masa lost to her, she didn't really. Wait, why did she lose so badly? I won, Masa said calmly. Sona and Tsubaki. Sona aside, Tsubaki was dumbfounded as she knew how good her master's chess skill was, and Sona had never lost. If Sona lost, then the one who won would become her fiancé, yet, does he not know that? Watching Masa's expression, Tsubaki wondered whether he didn't know that fact. Still, Sona took a deep breath and asked, sorry, can we play one more time? Okay. The two played once again, but the result was the same. Sorry, once again. Okay. Yet, it was the same, Sona lost. Once again. Once again. Once again. Stop. Stop. I am tired. I am going to sleep, Sonane. Masa had had enough of playing chess and quickly ran away back to his room. Only Suna sat on her chair, staring at the chessboard in a daze until Tsubaki's voice woke her up. Suna-sama. Well. It's already like this. Suna had a good feeling toward Masa, and he had won her so many times even if he didn't really like to play chess, so why should she hesitate, right? Yet, even so, she wasn't sure about his feelings, so she decided to wait for a bit, and frankly, it was nerve-wracking for her to start to make a move as it was her first time to feel like this. Still, if she looked in the mirror, she would realize the blush on her face was so noticeable. Nevertheless, Masa, who was thinking about sleeping, couldn't do that since he received a call from Serafal. Hello. Hello. Masa-chan. How is your stay in the human world? Oh, Serafal. Call me On-chan. By the way, Serafal, has Suna-ne told you about the problem that happened last night? Ah, did you call So-chan by Suna-ne? Have your relationship become so close in just a day? Did you plan to have two sisters together? Did you aim to have a shy maiden? Masa-chan, you pervert. Ah, but it might not be bad to have a threesome with So-chan, too. Ah, can we have a serious conversation, Serafal-sama? Masa decided to ignore the last part of Serafal's words since he wasn't sure whether she was joking or serious. Something serious? You were just attacked by a group of small fries, right? Masa wondered what Suna told her big sister, but he told the truth and what he had seen last night, including his accident to meet with the fallen angels. Fallen angels. Serafal was dumbfounded and asked, did they do something to you? They did. They wanted to kill me, but I killed them first. As for Kilawarna, Midlet, and Rainer, Masa decided not to tell them to Serafal. That's great then. Serafal sighed in relief. Do you want me to erase all of them here? Masa asked. Can you? Serafal knew how strong Masa was, so she felt relief to leave everything to him. It should be relatively easy for me. Okay, then. I thought of going there to clean up the trouble, but if you can, then please do it, Masa-chan. Okay. Still, Masa asked his concern, this won't cause you trouble, right? It's fine. They are the ones who pick up a fight first. We might try to avoid a war, but we are not afraid of war, especially. How dare they attack So-chan? It was clear that Serafal was completely enraged when she heard a group of rodent yokai threatened to rape Suna and her group, including her. She might wish for peace, but if someone didn't know their place, then she would completely freeze them to death. By the way, if possible, do it quietly, okay, Masa-chan? So-chan is at a sensitive age, and she might get angry at me if I ask your help to clean up the mess. Leave it to me. Thank you. I will give you a reward when you go back. Miwa. Miwa. Still, they talked for a while before Masa rested, thinking that his day in the human world had so much trouble. Nevertheless, it was all good that everything ended peacefully, and at the same time, with Serafal's permission, he thought to be bolder to grow stronger. It was just on the next day, Masa coincidentally met Asia. Chapter 63, Be gentle, okay? When Masa thought about going after the trio of fallen angels, he unexpectedly met Asia on his way. Oh, Asia. Masa. Still, Asia was excited to meet Masa once again and asked, what are you doing? Nothing, I am just walking around. Masa thought for a moment, then asked, if you don't mind, do you want to accompany me? Ah, is that fine? Asia was surprised, but she was happy inwardly. It's fine. It might be good for you to learn about this city since it is your first time here. I will be your guide. Masa might only be in this city for just a few days, but even so, it was enough for him to become a guide for Asia. Then. Please take care of me, Masa. With a bright smile on her face, Asia accepted Masa's offer happily. In this unfamiliar town where no one could understand her language except for those within her group, that Masa was her only salvation. Meeting him in the city when she was just walking around aimlessly was probably one of the gifts that God had given to her, so once again, she prayed to the god. Still watching Asia, who started to pray all of a sudden, Masa fell into silence and decided to ignore it. Fortunately, even if he was a devil, he didn't have the weaknesses of the devil, so he felt okay even if Asia prayed to God, even though he should have had a headache. Nevertheless, as a nun, he wondered whether she would start to ask him to change his religion and believe in a god. Well, let's start to think about those things later and start their normal date. Yes, instead of having an extraordinary date where they enjoyed the best of the best, Masa felt that it might be best for him to bring her to a common enjoyment of a commoner in this country. After all, Asia was a nun and an orphan, so she stayed in the church all the time and believed in a life of humility and poverty. As long as she could have enough, it was all okay, and this was why, even though she lived in such a bad-shaped church in this city, She didn't have a complaint and just accepted it gratefully as she was happy with just being given a place to live. It's a hamburger. You eat it like this, Asia. Masa showed Asia how to eat a hamburger, which surprised Asia. Oh. There is a good that you can eat that way. While it might seem exaggerated, many people never tried something that was commonly seen in their everyday lives, and it was the case with Asia, who tried a hamburger for the first time. At this moment, Masa was like Sai, the innocent boy who guided this naive girl to this unfamiliar city for the first time. This was just a normal outing, something cliché or even a boring choice, yet it brought great happiness to Asia, who just wished for a small happiness in her life. Ah! Staring at his back, Asia couldn't look away and was somehow knocked by someone when she walked, but she was caught by reliable arms. Are you fine? Yes, Masa. Be careful. Still, when Masa looked at the crowd, he said, how about we hold hands so we won't be separated in this crowd? Why yes. Her face was hot and flushed red, and her heart was far from calm, yet she was so happy that she might not mind dying today that she could hold his hand like this. Masa. Playing in the arcade, tasting sweets, and walking all the popular spots within the city before they rested in the park, the two of them enjoyed their time together. Thank you, Masa. It isn't something so special, though. But I have never had so much fun like this before. Is it? Yup. Asia's smile was as beautiful as a blooming flower. I am so glad to meet you. While Masa had to say Asia's words were exaggerated, he decided to say the same, me too. It might be lonely if I spend my time alone without you today. I am glad that I am not a burden for you, after all. Asia had no money, after all, so she relied on him all the time, and this made her wonder whether she was a burden to him. So, if you have any wounds or are hurt, please come to me. I will heal you. Oh? Do you want me to hurt you? That's not it. I was joking. You don't need to be so nervous, Asia. Masa looked softly at Asia and said, I know that you just want to repay me, but there is no need to. But, well, having a cute girl like you to accompany is also a good thing, right? See cute. Asia blushed and looked at him shyly. If this was Rainer, Midlet, or Kilawarna, Masa was sure that the three of them would snort and mock someone who said such a corny thing, he thought. Asia looked at Masa for a while and said, I am also glad to meet you, Masa. You know, my parents abandoned me, and I was told that I was discovered crying in a small church in Europe. By then, she started to tell Masa her story about her childhood and how she believed in a god greatly before she was bestowed the power to heal others. Masa didn't say anything and just listened quietly. In the beginning, everyone was happy with my power, and I was also happy that I could help everyone, but then, one day, I encountered a man who collapsed on the floor, heavily injured. But the man that I came across was devil? By then, her nightmare started, and instead of a saint who could have healed anyone, Asia was seen as a witch, someone who shouldn't exist in the church and branded as a heretic as she could heal a devil. But I never stopped praying to God, expressing my gratitude. Asia then looked at Masa, staring at him with a gentle gaze, and said, and I am glad because of that I could meet you, Masa. Yet, when she thought about what the group she stayed in did to the innocents, she couldn't bring herself to ask him to stay with her any longer. She had helped the evil, and could someone like her who had helped the evil have happiness? Could someone so pure exist? Masa wanted to rub his temple somehow, but when he thought about saying something, suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. So, here you are. I thought that you had run away. Come on. Let's go back. Our Rainer-sama. Asia lost her calm when she saw the beautiful woman with a sexy outfit that exposed her lewd body, letting her crow-like wings spread proudly. So you have a date, huh? But I am curious about your boyfriend. Rainer widened her eyes and was stunned silly that snot came out of her nose due to her nervousness and fear. Masa looked at Rainer and moved his lips. Go back. I have something to do. I will leave first. Leaving those words, Rainer quickly left, but she didn't dare to run away and obediently waited for Masa's instruction. Asia tilted her head with confusion, but she knew that she couldn't involve Masa any longer. While she wished to be with him. When she thought of those dangerous people, she knew that she had to leave. Thank you for today, Masa. Asia looked at Masa with a gentle smile. I will never forget this day. I will treasure it forever, but I have to leave first. Thank you. Unexpectedly, she didn't fall clumsily like before and ran smoothly without falling. Masa didn't stop her and just took a deep breath before he called the name of the fallen angel who interrupted him. Rainer. Yes, Masa-sama. Rainer quickly came out from her hiding place nervously. Let's go back. Should I call Kilawarna and Midlet too? You are enough. Rainer took a deep breath and decided to take Aisha's twilight healing as soon as possible so that she could heal herself and recover from the fight with Masa. To be honest, she wanted to defeat him, still, she didn't have that sacred gear now, so she hoped for Masa to be gentle. Be gentle, okay? Chapter 64, If he wins, let's just apologize. Rainer wasn't sure whether Masa was in a good mood or not, but there was no doubt his gentle side was nice. She thought that he would be like a beast that made her succumb, but then again, while she loved that wild side of him, her body was still exhausted, so this gentle side of him made her enjoy their time together. Phew. Coming out of the bathroom, Rainer felt comfortable all over as she tied her beautiful long hair in a lazy ponytail and let it lay on her shoulder, wrapped her body with a white towel, yet still letting many parts of her whiteness shown, making her even more alluring as the extreme lewdness didn't come from a bare yet something that was hidden, and by hiding those most precious places, it would make him even crazier about her. Yet, when she thought Masa would be crazy about her body, she saw him, who appeared to be in the middle of reading something. What the heck is this? Suddenly, she felt that everything was so strange, especially when she felt so comfortable in his place. Previously, after she was messed up by him and left behind without caring, she thought that it was only the last time they would meet each other, yet, unexpectedly, she would be held by him once again, and she even felt comfortable staying by his place. Nevertheless, as her body had been touched by him so many times, she subconsciously thought of him as someone she could trust, especially when he appeared chill and wasn't aggressive. If only he wasn't a devil. Whether it was his wild or soft side had completely made her body succumb, and if he asked him, then she wouldn't refuse him, even open her legs excitedly for him. Unfortunately, he was a devil, and a devil was the enemy of a fallen angel. Their relationship was forbidden, and if someone knew, they would be branded as a traitor. That was why it was better to keep everything under wraps. What are you doing? Rainer asked curiously. Making money. Making money? Isn't it better to kill humans and rob their wealth? Masa stared at Rainer, speechless, then shook his head. This is why you are such a weakling fallen angel, okay? Killing humans was good and all, but killing wasn't a sustainable business. Instead, robbing was the best way, letting the human live and letting them grow their wealth again before he could rob them again. It was like how to grow a leek. Instead of taking the leeks until the roots, one had to keep the roots so the leek would grow once again, letting them be harvested so many times. Nevertheless, let's put this matter aside, as Masa wondered what Rainer wanted to do in this city. Anyway, what are you doing here in this city? Aren't you so cruel? Rainer wanted to cry at this moment. Yes, she was weak, but there was no need to rub that fact in her face, right? Or rather, you should comfort me if you want to know what we're planning to do. She thought that his heart had warmed up against her as they had slept so many times, but when she looked at his blank face, she started to get scared and quickly apologized. I was joking, okay? I will tell you. I will tell you. Stop looking at me like that. As she begged, she clung to his waist as she cried, thinking that this bastard was so cold, yet, as Masa looked at this woman, he could only shake his head inwardly. Yes, this woman might often kill many, but whether it was Suna or Ryaz, they were all the same. The common sense of the supernatural beings was different from that of normal humans. In the world of the supernatural, the strong were supreme, and the weak could only succumb. This was why many supported those who had the potential to become strong, as they would cause trouble. Sacred gear. Masa wondered why a god even created these things and spread them to all humans, letting them cause chaos everywhere. Still, he was more cornered about what Rainer planned to do. So, what do you plan to do? Great War. Great War? Masa looked at Rainer strangely and asked, you mean you want to start a war between a fallen angel, an angel, and a devil? Are you sane? With how weak you are, you will get killed instantly. Can you stop calling me weak? I know that I am weak, okay? Don't be so cruel. Yes, Rainer also realized how idiotic her leader's decision was to start the great war between the angel, the fallen angel, and the devil. In the beginning, she thought a devil was walking, but it all changed after she met Masa, who was so young yet so frightening that he could use a tiny pebble to blast on Asik. If only she knew that Masa was also immune to the light, then. She knew that the Great War was as good as doomed. It's not me who wishes to start the Great War. It's my boss, and all I want is to get a benefit and get stronger. Rainer sulked, pouting, showing her annoyance as she tried to act cutely to seduce him. Who is your boss? Azazel? If it was someone else, Rainer would have blasted the head of someone who would call the leader of the fallen angel so rudely, but she knew that she was helpless toward him, so she could only sigh and tell the truth. Not Azazel, but it's Kokabeel. Still, Masa had to say Rainer was so brazen that she called the leaders of her race so freely like that. Kokabeel, huh? Masa rubbed his chin, wondering whether he should devour this guy. He had devoured the male fallen angel whose name he had forgotten with the power of Jacket Fruit Model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit, and he could become 2 winged fallen angels if he wished to, but if he devoured Goku the eel, would he become 10 or 12 winged fallen angels, then become the real leader of the fallen angels directly? Can you call that fallen angel who wants to start the Great War, then? What do you plan to do? Kill him? Are you serious? Rainer was dumbfounded, then cursed him. Do you want to die? Yes, Masa was strong, yet did he overestimate that he could defeat Goku the eel, one of the legendary fallen angels that was even written in the Bible? Don't be stupid. Rainer couldn't help but remind Masa, yet she saw him look at her strangely. What's with those eyes? Why are you looking at me like that? No, for you, isn't it good that I die? Rainer fell silent. Yes, wasn't it good that Masa died? Why should she worry about him? Why should she care whether this bastard died or not? No. I just want to kill him myself. Yes, he is my target. Once I become stronger, I will have my revenge on him. By then, I will be the one at the top instead of at the bottom. Rainer's cruel mind quickly made out the real reason why she tried to stop him from meeting Goku the eel. Anyway, get all of your friends who wish to start the Great War. Let's meet up at the church. Huh? Rainer was dumbfounded and asked, why do you want to go to church? As a devil, shouldn't Masa hate churches? Yet, why the heck does this scumbag want to go to that holy place? I am going to get Asia. I am going to make her mine. Huh? What the fuck did that bastard just say? See you later at the church. Rainer was in a daze and hadn't recovered until Masa had left. Bastard. What's so good about that nun? Aren't I more beautiful and sexy than such a rustic countryside girl? She isn't a bitch. It seemed that Masa hadn't left, so he heard her maniacal voice, so he answered her. Rainer was speechless before she became even angrier, bit her lower lips angrily, then cursed that bastard in a low voice. You want to die so much, right? I will grant your wish. She then started to call Kokobi on the others, planning to tell all of them about Masa, who planned to go to the church, ready to punish him, still thinking about how good he was in bed. She hesitated for a moment before she cursed him again and called her boss with a cruel tone. Ah, Kokobi eel, the truth is. Nevertheless, what if Masa won? What would happen to her? Would Masa be cruel to her? Thinking of Masa, who could blast on Asik with a tiny pebble. Let's just apologize later, she thought as she also added a lewd outfit since she knew that Masa would love it. Anyway, it was Masa who asked, and she just followed his wish. Yet, for a moment, strangely enough, Rainer felt worried and regret for her action, but the trigger had been pulled, and it was impossible to stop. Chapter 65, Elopement. Laying on her small, hard bed, Asia stared blankly at the dirty ceiling in her tiny room. She didn't have a complaint, or rather, this was how she had been living since she was used to frugality. Yet, even if she was used to such a place, in this place, it was strangely tight and made her unable to breathe. Unlike the church where she lived previously, while it might not be huge and she might not be wealthy, it was enough, especially when she knew that she could be of help to everyone. Yet, in this place, when she thought about what all of the people and supernatural beings in this place did in this city, she couldn't breathe and closed her eyes tightly as she tried to stop the tears that were about to come out. A part of her wished to scream for help and have a knight in white armor come and help her, save her from all of this. Masa. When Asia thought of this young man, a smile subconsciously formed on her thin, small lips. This life of hers was painful, but even so, a god never gave a trial that she couldn't do, and instead, a god gave her sweetness during her bitterness. When she thought of him, her heart was filled with fluff and warmth, thinking of the days they spent together. Yes, their meeting might be short, but even so, it was enough to override everything that she had experienced. All of it was nothing compared to his meeting with him. In Masa's mind, everything they did was nothing but just ordinary, yet this mundaneness was one that Asia sought after as she had never experienced in her life, especially after she was known the saint and then, even worse, the heretic. This is why. That was why Asia knew that it was better for her to leave since she knew that her existence would bring nothing but trouble for Masa. Even though she had just come yesterday, she knew herself, what kind of group she had joined, and she knew if Masa was involved in her trouble, then, this is good. Closing her eyes, Asia kept replaying the time they spent together, thinking how wonderful it was. If there was a heaven in this world, then it was probably where they met. Yes, she knew that this might seem like she was easy, yet like a single string that could bring her escape from her hell, Masa gave her hope, a gentle light that she needed the most. Masa. Asia might not be able to see him again now, but even so, she could see him in her dreams. Asia. Asia. Asia even heard his voice call her name. Asia. It's not a dream? Asia quickly opened her eyes and realized that the voice she had heard wasn't just a dream, but reality, Still, she was in a daze for a moment before she quickly got up, put on her clothes in a hurry, and left her room to meet him. As expected, she found him at the entrance of the church. Masa? What are you doing here? She was confused but also excited, yet at the same time, she was also anxious, thinking about all the people that might cause him trouble, especially when she thought about how merciless they were. You should go back. Her voice appeared to be nervous and clearly hurried. No, I won't. Masa. Asia wasn't good at forcing people, and she was the type that would quickly accept everything, a pushover who thought that everything was a trial of God and that sooner or later, everything would be alright. In other words, a genuinely good girl, but Masa wasn't a good guy, so, I am sorry for before. Why did you apologize? I am sorry for not stopping you at that time, but now, I have no hesitation, so come with me, Asia. Come back with me. Be my family. Those words were simple and clear, yet they made Asia daze. Still, Masa also realized that he might have been a little too forward. I know this might surprise or scare you, but I can see that you are unhappy here, and you hide your sadness when we are together. I don't like that. Our meeting might be short, but even so, I hope you are happy. Come with me, Asia. I will make you happy. Elopement. This was probably how his invitation appeared to be, but while this was too straightforward, this was what Asia wished to hear the most. Yet, I can't. Why? Do you hate me? No. I like you. I want to be with you. I am happy to hear your words. Asia's face flushed in shyness, clearly happy with Masa's words, but then, when she thought of the group she had joined, she made her decision. But, there are many dangerous people around me and because of that, you might be in danger. How much she wished to be with him, she, herself, was clear about that feeling, yet she knew that the danger around her wasn't something that she should bring to Masa. This was enough, she thought. At least, before everything was over, she could see him for the last time, but when she thought of running away again, her hand was held again, and this time, it was tight. Masa? Do you really mean it? Do you wish me to leave? If you really wish me to leave, then please say it as you look straight into my eyes. As he said those words, Masa looked into Asia's eyes earnestly. Probably, kissing her right away might have broken her defense and the hesitation within her heart, yet somehow, he felt that it was wrong to do that to a pure girl like her. After all, unlike Rainer, Asia wasn't a bitch. Asia was pure, kind, and gentle, and the reason she pushed him away was that she didn't want him to be in danger. For such a girl. How could he give up so easily? Asia's eyes reddened, and her tears couldn't be stopped. Of course, I want to leave with you. I want to be with you, but. You don't know that. Her words stopped since she was hugged by him tightly. That's enough. Those words are enough to make me protect you, so you don't have to worry. You might be killed. It's fine. Masa looked at Asia softly and said, at least, for the last time, I have a cute girl like you in my arms. Asia blushed furiously and wanted to hug him tightly, but, how cute. Ah. How sweet that it makes me disgusted. Don't say that, Freed. Love is a good thing, right? After all, our God teaches us to love. Oh, but our God is dead, though. Asia was stunned, but Masa quickly stood in front of her. Stand behind me. Rainer told me something interesting would happen at the church, but I never expected to see something like this. Yet, compared to all the people and supernatural beings present, this figure's presence eclipsed everyone else. With 5 pairs of crow-like wings that spread behind his back, a man with long black hair and pale skin smiled in amusement as he watched Masa and Asia. Still, Masa had to say that Rainer worked fast since the person who came out this time was one of the leaders among the fallen angels. Kokobi-eel. Chapter 66, Masa-sama. Oh, you know me, young devil? Kokobi-eel looked at Masa in amusement, thinking that this young devil must have been trembling in fear as he had appeared, especially when he came along with followers. There was no doubt this young devil must have been scared silly, devil? However, Asia was dumbfounded and opened her eyes wide as she looked at Masa. Kaya ha ha ha. Look at the expression of that stupid girl. It's so funny. Well, she is such a naive girl, after all, so isn't it normal for her to be deceived by the devil? Though, I must say this young devil has good skill. As expected of the devil, so evil. Let's just kill him and torture him. Oh. What if we rape the girl in front of him? I want to see his expression at that, bang. The young man with albino-like features talked freely with a maniacal smile, but suddenly, he looked at his chest that was shot before he was able to react, bang. 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 Masa took out his gun and simply killed this bastard. He couldn't care less who this guy was, but as this guy talked a lot, he probably had a certain role in the story. Yet, as expected, how could he allow someone to talk like that to his woman? More importantly, Since he dared to invite Kokobi Elon face him, how could he care about a minor character who was just a mere human? A talented exorcist? Humphrey, humans were just humans, they were the lowest of the low within the food chain, even if they had a certain talent, before the might of an innate supernatural being, their roles were like those of rodents in the supernatural world. Probably, this was why a god gave them a miracle known as the sacred gear so that their roles wouldn't be so miserable. Yet, even so, this young exorcist wasn't some wannabe, but freed cells and was a test tube, a clone of the hero of Sigurd. However, facing the might of a gun as his body was paralyzed by the nerve disturbance, he couldn't do anything, let himself be shot, and then died. Yes, just in case, Masa thought that Freed might avoid his bullet, so he used the magic of Masa of Muka, which was convenient to stop Freed's movement and made it easy to shoot. Then, as expected, facing a bullet from the firearm that had been tested in a war, even if Freed was powerful, he died, especially when all of the parts of his body that were shot by Masa were all that could kill him instantly. As for how Masa got his hands on the gun, he used his cat servants to steal the guns from a nearby military base and got him in a BAP-9. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that Masa's action caused everyone to fall into a deep silence since no one expected that Masa would be so ruthless, including Rainer, Midlet, and Kulawarna, who also came along with Kokobi Eel. Kokobi Eel frowned and didn't seem to care about the death of Freed. Still, while he didn't care if someone cared about the death of Freed, this guy interrupted his words. However, Freed, how come you die? Don't die. If you die, WHO will use the Excalibur. The old man with a large belly and priest-like attire looked at dead Freed with tears, then looked at Masa angrily. What did you do, you evil being? Did you not know how important he is for my experiment? How dare you to kill? His words quickly stopped when he felt a burning pain in his chest. Huh? By then, he realized a spear of light had pierced his chest, then his body fell as he slowly died. Don't interrupt me when I talk. Kokobi Eel looked coldly at the old man, which caused everyone, especially those stray exorcists who followed him, to tremble in fear due to his killing intent. By then, he put his attention to Masa again and asked, did you kill Danzō? Who? Still, inwardly, Masa looked at Freed and the old man, whose identity was Valper Galilei, the expert and researcher of Holy Sword Excalibur, which made him wonder whether all of this was okay. Yet, when Masa thought about how Masa of One Piece had killed Kizaru, he felt that it was all okay. Anyway, everyone in this place was a male fallen angel. Oh, that one, Masa remembered, then nodded. He wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Well, that's true. We're enemies, so here, I will kill you. Kokobi Eel smiled cruelly and ordered everyone, go and kill him. Hearing that order, no one hesitated, and everyone was ready to kill Masa, but, please let go of him. I will do anything. Please let Masa go. Yet, somehow, Asia stood in front of Masa and begged, which caused everyone to stop. Kokobi Eel didn't urge anyone and asked with amusement, even though you know that he is a devil, huh? Aren't you such a good nun? I think that he is different, and he isn't a bad devil. Yes, Masa might have killed, but even so, Asia didn't think that he was such a bad devil, especially when she knew how cruel Freed was. What a stupid girl. It's like how everyone is, who still believes in a god even though God has died. Huh? When everyone heard those words, they were all dumbfounded. Even though the stray exorcists had parted away from the church, some of them still believed in the god, so when they heard Kokobi Eel's words, they were all dumbfounded. Kokobi Eel, what are you saying? Are you serious, Kokobi Eel-sama? Please don't make such a joke. Please don't say anything like that again, Kokobi Eel-sama. Even though they might have stayed, many of them still believed in the god, so how could they accept the fact that the god had died? However, please don't kill me. Please stop Kokobi Eel-sama. Kokobi Eel simply killed those who were noisy and said, after the Great War, the god had passed away. This is the fact, and Michael has been hiding it. Still, if you want to live, just follow my words and kill this devil. While everyone was stunned and couldn't accept this fact, their lives were at the hands of Kokobi Eel, so they knew that they had to follow his words first. However, what are you doing, Rainer, Midlet, Kulawarna? Kokobi Eel looked at the three fallen female angels strangely and doubtfully as they suddenly stood in front of Masa. Kokobi Eel, how about you let us manage him? We will be the ones who kill him, Raina said cruelly as she made eye contact with Masa cutely. Masa. Yeah, we will definitely kill this puny devil painfully. Midlet said naughtily, but she winked at Masa. Masa. Yes, you don't have to dirty your hands with this dirty devil, Kokobi Eel, Kulawarna also added coldly, but her eyes said otherwise as she peeked at Masa with a lewd blush. Masa. Yes, the three of them decided to save this naughty boy who caused them a lot of trouble. Still, they were all cunning, and they pretended to kill Masa and then let him go so that they wouldn't be troubled by Coco the eel. However, Coco the eel fell in silence and then created a gigantic spear of light. Do you think I am stupid? How dare you betray me for this dirty devil? Die all of you. Rainer, Midlet, and Kulawarna turned silly as they had never expected Coco the eel to be so ruthless and kill all of them, yet, for Coco the eel, he didn't care for anyone else except for himself. As long as he was alive, everything was okay since his power was enough to match anyone. Still, when Asia, Rainer, Midlet, and Kulawarna thought that they would die, they saw Masa standing before them and punched this gigantic spear of light. Burst. The light scattered before turning into nothingness, yet for the three who were about to be killed, their eyes were filled with snot and tears as they screamed his name happily. Masa-sama. Chapter 67, The Cats. Okay, stop hugging me. Don't put that snot on my clothes. They are disgusting. How cruel. There are many who want to have my snots, you know. Thank you, Masa-sama. The first and last one aside, Masa decided to ignore the middle, but regardless, he showed disgust as he tried to push Rainer, Midlet, and Kulawarna, who hugged him tightly. Still, while the three were happy inwardly, they were also relatively cunning since they wanted to show their intimacy to Asia. After all, unlike them, who were being treated rudely by him, this girl was being treated gently by him, which made them jealous. What was so special about this poor nun? Was it her sacred gear? Yet, even so, they believed that they were better. Still, Masa ignored all of that, especially when he couldn't let his guard down against Coco the eel. Frankly, he should just kill all of them instantly with the power of light, considering how low-key it was, but afterward, it would be quite troublesome since, as a devil, how could he wield the power of light? Instead, he thought the magic of Masa from Muka was more subtle and quiet, which was something to his liking, especially when he wanted to hide his identity. Yet, unfortunately, unless there was a CAD, casting assistance device, it was impossible to use all of the dangerous magics held by Masa from Muka, and even worse, it was hard and almost impossible to gain the material to create the CAD in this world. If there was a way to use magic from Muka without a CAD, it would be wonderful, he thought. Nevertheless, how strong was Coco the eel? Masa wondered inwardly, since that gigantic spear of light was nothing, what was all of the power of fallen angels? Then, somehow, he would really wonder how this guy dared to confidently wish to wage a great war. At the same time, was this how all the fallen angels wielded their power of light? Unlike Masa, who did deep research on the light property, photons, and various related knowledge regarding light, the fallen angels used their light to shape it into a particular weapon and then hurled it into their enemies. While this was good and all, especially since the devil's #1 weakness was light and holy properties, he wondered whether there was really no one who thought to become light and gain the speed of light. Or was there a specific limitation within their bodies as this was a supernatural world instead of a mix of science? At this moment, he wondered whether he should stop thinking about all of those complicated problems in this world and just wield his power as he wished to. After all, even Sai, the protagonist of this world, could create an ability that allowed him to tear apart any clothes he wished to wear, talk to the boobs, and get stronger by sucking breasts. If Sai, a perverted boy, who spent his day in porn and masturbation, could do all of that and become the champion, the strongest in this universe, Masa wondered what was the point of learning science in this world. Instead, let's just develop anything that I want to, then it should be possible, right? Yet, as Masa was in deep thought, Coco the eel was silent at how easily Masa had broken the gigantic spear of light he had sent previously. While it was true that he didn't use everything, the fact that the devil's weakness was his light wouldn't change, and as long as Masa touched that light, Masa's body would disintegrate, then die painfully like a pitiful worm. Yet, why was this devil okay? More importantly, how did his spear of light not seem to hurt Masa? Or rather, Masa was completely unharmed. Suddenly, Coco the eel realized something strange about this young devil, something hidden, something that he didn't know that gave him a threat of death, yet his pride didn't allow him to feel such a feeling. How could a great fallen angel like him be defeated by a mere young devil who still sucked on his mama's nipples when he had fought all of the cruel battles when the god and Masa's ancestors were still living? You are lucky that I am not serious. Coco the eel then snorted before he looked at the bitch trio. Though, I have to say that you have some skills to seduce those three bitches. Rainer, Midlet, and Kulawarna. However, with just those three bitches, do you think that you can win against me, who has a lot of people under me? Look at the number of my followers. With just the four of you, do you think that you can change the situation? While Coco the eel's words still shocked all of them who believed in the god as no one expected the god to die, they knew that if they wanted to live, They had to kill Masa and the three bitches, and they also didn't hate this idea since they needed someone to unleash their frustration, and Masa and his group were a perfect target for that. Oh? Do you want to fight with numbers? Then, you choose the wrong person to do that. Masa's expression was as calm as ever, and just said, come. Then, suddenly, a large magical circle with a symbol of the House of Vapula appeared below him, and all of a sudden, hundreds of unique creatures appeared before everyone. The stray exorcists, other supernatural beings, and even the fallen angels who had joined Kokobi Eel were still stunned silly when they saw the scene before them. After all, how could they not be since what appeared before them were hundreds of bipedal cats holding assault rifles, and all of them appeared like a fierce soldier who had been bathed in the blood of their enemies. Feline. This was Masa's army of bipedal cats that he had created and strengthened with his demonic energy and the innate ability of the House of Vapula. The use of his innate ability as a devil of the House of Vapula not only allows him to control all of the feline creatures, but he can also strengthen them. As for why he chose cats instead of lions for this army, it was because the cats had a lower cost, considering their sizes. More importantly, with modern weapons, the strength of his pets wasn't the most important thing. Lastly, the size of the cat's paws was perfect for pulling the trigger of the assault rifles, and he was too lazy to get those modern weapons in customs for an enhanced lion as they would cost a lot of money, so cats were chosen. Nevertheless, this was the problem of all taming-related ability. It needed a lot of money. Still, next time, Masa thought that he should change the modern weapons into laser-based or railguns, as he had to say those firearms cost quite a lot, especially the bullets, the weapons, and many others. However, while everyone was stunned silly, Kokobi Eel quickly awoken before he roared, "What are you afraid of? They are just a group of cats. Kill them. Attack them." Oh? When they heard their master's words, all of them quickly awoken and thought that the group of cats before them was quite cute. Yes, the feline was cute, but did they think that being cute meant that this creature wasn't dangerous? Masa looked at everyone, then used his nerve disturbance, and at that moment, everyone except for Kokobi Eel had their bodies completely paralyzed as their five senses were completely robbed and unable to do anything except wait for death. Naturally, Masa wasn't a naive boy who thought that all of them could repent, so, fire. Bang. 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 As the hail of bullets fell, all of Kokobi Eel's followers were obliterated instantly. Chapter 68, just like that. No one was alive, everyone had died. Whether it was stray exorcists, fallen angels, or other supernatural beings that had decided to follow Kokobi Eel, all of them had their share of fights, and they also loved to bully those who were weak yet facing the might of the strong. They could only root in the place, completely paralyzed, then die as their bodies were riddled with bullets, dying in a painful death. Yet, even so, no one was screaming, all of them were dying quietly, which made this situation even more bizarre, especially for Rainer, Midlet, and Kulawarna, who had snot on their noses, wondering what Masa's abilities were. Last time, they had seen him using a tiny pebble to blast Amassing to death. This time, Masa summoned hundreds of cute cats and then killed all of the followers of Kokobi Eel directly. Still, clap. 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 Instead of being saddened or angry by the loss of all of his followers, Kokobi Eel clapped his hands calmly with a smile as he looked at Masa in appreciation as he clapped his hands, thinking that Masa had shown him a good show. Taming a cat, huh? Then, are you from the House of Vapula, young devil? Yes, I am. But cats, huh? After knowing which family Masa came from, Kokobi Eel showed disdain. Where are your famous lions? Are you a failure as a family that you can only control those cats? This is what he thought since, unlike lions, cats were a pitifully weak creature, after all. More importantly, since Masa used a modern firearm, Kokobi Eel even looked down on this devil further since, as a creature of the supernatural, relying on modern technology to fight was proof that one was weak. Rainer, Mitlets, and Kulawarna. If Masa was a failure, then what were they? However, Masa only chuckled, making Kokobi Eel frown and ask coldly, "What's so funny? If it's Azazel, Shemazai, or Baraka Eel, then I might summon my lions, but you? Kokobi Eel? A cadre of fallen angels who ran away from mere humans, those cats are enough." If he wasn't wrong, he remembered that Kokobi Eel had run away from a human exorcist in the past, afraid of being killed and facing such a creature. Why should he be serious? Rainer, Midlet, and Kulawarna. Could you not anger him any longer, Masa? As the three screamed inwardly, Kokobi Eel roared, "Don't look down on me, brat. You like to play with your pets, right? Then, I will show you my pet, too. Come out, Cerberus." Rah. Unlike Masa's cute feline, Cerberus was a fierce three-headed dog from the underworld. This was the guardian of hell. Masa's mere weakling cats were no match for this legendary creature. Still, there was no doubt that Gokobi Eel was completely enraged, since the fact that he ran away from a human in the past was his sore spot, something that shouldn't be said no matter what, since for a prideful fallen angel like him, how could he let himself be defeated by such a pitiful creature? Yet, this was the fact, but even so what? Unlike that human, Masa was weak, and Gokobi Eel was going to kill this devil painfully, yet, Masa looked at this Cerberus with interest, and at the same time, it was time to end everything, so he used his nerve disturbance on Cerberus and Gokobi Eel directly. Let's see whether you can stay alive or... Gokobi Eel hadn't completely finished his words, and suddenly, he was paralyzed, then fell on the ground as he lost control over his body. Similarly, Cerberus also experienced the same experience as Gokobi Eel, and at this moment, it was just a fish that was ready to be chopped down. Quiet, subtle, and instant. This was why Masa from DxD loved the magic from the world of Muka. Unlike the world of One Piece or DxD, where many people often fought for many days to determine the winner, in the world of Muka, the magicians were seen as a weapon, so all the magics that they created were at how to kill their enemies as soon as possible, especially if it was an anti-personal magic. Stronger, faster, quieter, instantly, wide area, and many other factors, everything was calculated perfectly, so even if their bodies weren't as strong as the characters in One Piece or DxD, in terms of killing and destruction, the characters in Muka were even more ruthless. Masa also didn't want to attract Sana's and Rya's attention, as he wanted to finish the battle as soon as possible. This was why he used the magic of the Muka, as it was the one that was the most quiet. Go. Hearing Masa's order, the cats quickly surrounded Cerberus and took it down before they took it to the underworld, as they knew what their masters planned to do, which somehow made it sigh in relief, thinking that it was living, yet when it arrived in the underworld, it saw many of Masa's incredible pets, which made it want to cry. Yet, unexpectedly, as Masa was able to take down Cerberus easily, Gokobi Eel was somehow able to escape from Masa's nerve disturbance. Why, you bastard! Gokobi Eel was full of cold sweat and fear after he was able to escape from Masa's magic by releasing all of his power to break away. Masa's magic was frightening, and it could be used instantly, especially at the moment when his opponent was unprepared. If Gokobi Eel didn't use his power to blast off the effect of Masa's magic, then he knew that he was as good as gone. Their fight wasn't full of glory and valor, instead, it ended instantly, which made Gokobi Eel even more panic, wondering whether his life would end just like that, but how could it be? Gokobi Eel wasn't able to start the Great War, the war that he wished to start, the war that made his heart boil with excitement instead of never-ending boredom. I see. This magic is the reason why you were able to defeat everyone so easily, right? But unfortunately for you, I am not a small fry like them. Yes, I admit that this magic is strong, but in front of my mighty power, you are nothing. Now, I will show you my power. Die and regret for not. Gokobi Eel gathered all of his light power, ready to kill Masa and everything, but all of a sudden, his entire body was paralyzed. Fuck. Gokobi Eel cursed as he was under the control of Masa's magic once again, and yes, Masa used his nerve disturbance once again. He might have been able to escape once, but what about twice? Third? Fourth? The consumption of this magic was low, and its activation was so fast that Masa could cast this magic instantly due to his lightning magic of Masa from Muka, which allowed him an instant reaction. More importantly, with Masa's large amount of demonic power that could be compared to an ultimate class devil, doing this type of magic so many times was nothing. When Gokobi Eel broke away from the magic, Masa continuously cast his nerve disturbance, but this time, it was different as he stretched his hand toward the ground before many black particles appeared to be pulled into his palm. Iron sand. All of the iron sand within his surroundings was pulled into his palm as they formed a razor blade that was vibrating at a high speed, similar to a chainsaw. Using his bioelectricity manipulation, he magnetized his palm and pulled all the nearby iron sand, forming it into a weapon. Yes, while the magic from Masa from Muka needed a CAD to be performed, it didn't mean that all the other magic or techniques that Masa had developed needed a CAD to be used, especially when their brain was as good as a supercomputer. At the same time, Masa covered his haki with his iron sand razor blade, making it sharper, stronger, and more durable. The jet black blade turned darker as if mixing with night, fitting well as a weapon that was wielded by a devil. On the other hand, Gokobi Eel couldn't escape, even if he wanted to. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, as nothing could be done no matter how hard he tried. Still, he never gave up, thinking to threaten Masa that if Masa killed him, then Masa might cause a great war once again. Yes, Gokobi Eel might wish for the Great War, but it didn't mean he wanted to die, since, no matter what, being a loser wasn't great at all. Still, unlike Gokobi Eel, who didn't care about the Great War, this young devil must care and be worried if his family and women were involved in the war of three factions and be targeted by all the fallen angels. Yet what he didn't expect, Masa never gave him a chance to talk, and his head was just beheaded like that. Plop. Just like that, Kokobi Eel's head and headless body fell as he died without being able to start anything. Whether it was Rainer, Middlet, Kalawarna, or Asia, all of them were in silence and could only stare at Masa's back in a daze, since the legendary fallen angel that even written within the Bible was just killed like that, helplessly. Yet, there was no doubt, they definitely wouldn't forget the figure of this young man in their entire lives. Chapter 69, Let's Go Home Phew. Masa let out a hopeless sigh, thinking that he should be more low-key in the future, considering how hard it was to erase the aftermath, especially after he had used the Tunton fruit model, weighed human devil fruit and caused an earthquake in the city and the surroundings. However, if the situation called for it, he knew that he had to be serious and even use everything within his arsenal despite the consequences. Fortunately, his opponent was Kokobi Eel. Yes, Kokobi Eel wasn't a weak opponent, he was a fallen angel who had fought during the era when the god was still living. Yet, even so, Masa was stronger. Still, Masa knew that he couldn't hide forever, and sooner or later, someone would find the strangeness within his power. Yet even so what? In the supernatural world, only strength mattered. Even if gods, devils, fallen angels, and many others came to him, as long as Masa was the strongest, no one could say anything to him. Still, there was no doubt that Rainer, Middlet, and Kulawarna couldn't, to their surprise, since Masa's way of fighting was really different from what they had imagined. In their minds, a fight between the supernatural beings was full of explosions and powerful shockwaves that shook the earth and air, causing many casualties everywhere. Yet on the other hand, Masa was swift and said no nonsense and ended everything. While Rainer and Middlet were speechless by this fact, Kulawarna's eyes shone brightly, since this was how a fight should be. Yet, there was no doubt that their impression of him quickly changed, and the stronger he was, the bigger their attraction toward him, as, at this moment, they just wanted to pounce on him and have a steamy, lewd night. You three, go back. Nevertheless, using his hologram manipulation from his Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit, Masa made an optical illusion to hide the fact that he devoured the important characters within this world to get their power and made himself appear to do nothing. Yet, how could he let go of those three important characters? Fried Selson, Valpervalii, and Kokobi Eel. Masa devoured all of them within his body and grew stronger, especially due to Kokobi Eel, who was a 10 wings fallen angel, giving him a stronger holy property within his light ability. Unfortunately, if there was something that he had to regret, even though a fallen angel was supposed to be an angel, it had no healing power, which made him helpless. Still, this holy property would help him to fight Perona's Horo no Mi, and by then, that woman would try to become stronger instead of wasting her potential, he thought. As for Fried and Valper, while they were just normal humans, they were quite good, he thought. Fried might be a pervert, but this guy was a clone who was created based on the hero Sigurd in the German myth. His strength might not be that great, and he might not have inherited Sigurd's impenetrable body, but there was this knowledge about Sigurd's institution, fighting talent, and also a high affinity with the legendary sword, Gram. Legendary sword, huh? Similar to the sacred gear, a miracle item that could bring incredible power to its user, the legendary sword had a similar effect, yet unlike the sacred gear that merged with its user's body, this one chose its wielder choosily. Nevertheless, what made him interested was the fact that one could create a weapon that had a miracle-like ability. This made him wonder whether he could apply this knowledge to the world of One Piece or Muka, as this type of weapon was useful, and Masa also wondered whether there was a possibility of putting that miracle-like ability into his body. Fortunately, Valper. What was his name again? Masa didn't care, but the fat priest who was killed by Kokobi Eel was a researcher of both the holy sword and its user, which would be a great help for him to do deeper research for the sacred gear, too. Yet, he had to say, this was tough, he thought. After all, there were many things that he had to do, so that was why he couldn't wait for Masa from Muka, who planned to create the Ishiki network to connect himself to the supercomputer to succeed, since that way, their calculation ability would be further improved, and they also had someone that could help them with various types of research, which was a good thing. However, he had to say that every research study had a gigantic problem. Fund. Masa really wondered how to get money. After all the businesses that he could think of needed a certain amount of investment, and even if he had a lot of money, his expenditure was also high. His ability was good, but it couldn't be used to transfer materials, items, treasures, or even tools, and because of that, he knew that he had to work hard in a different way. Still, there was no doubt that his words made Rainer, Middlet, and Kulawarna pout and then look at Asia with jealousy. Yes, they might not be as pure as Asia, nor were they kind, but could Asia give Masa the pleasure they had given him? More importantly, there were three of them. In terms of quantity, they were the winner, yet, in terms of quality, they were at their worst since their potential was as good as gone. Yes, While the majority of humans were weak, some of them had limitless potential, but on the other hand, supernatural beings had limited potential as their innate was already good, or they were just too lazy. Nevertheless, the three knew that they had to leave, especially when Masa's expression didn't change, even though all of them looked at him with their saddest and most reluctant expressions. Or rather, they even looked at him with puppy-like eyes. However, Masa was as ruthless as ever, which made them even jealous of Asia. Still, as they left, Rainer glanced at Asia and then said to her two friends, "Let's get the holy swords and many things left by Kokobi Eel. If we can be useful to him, I am sure that he will look at us more." Yeah. Whether it was Kalawarna or Middlelet, the two agreed with Rainer's decision to rob everything that was owned by Kokobi Eel and his group. Still, Masa didn't care about the three fallen angel bitches. Instead, his focus was on Asia. "You are not running away? Why should I? Or do you wish to kill me, Masa?" Asia looked at Masa softly. Even if Masa was cruel and killed all of the people, she didn't appear to blame him since she knew that this was a battle. It was either he or them who would be killed. Watching her reaction, Masa was slightly surprised, wondering how the church educated its people, but then, considering Asia's sacred gear, he thought that she must have seen shares of people who were hurt from battle, so she probably used to see death. Unlike Sai and his everyday life, Asia's everyday life was different, and for her, who could accept Masa, then there was no need to hesitate. "I am sorry that I never told you that I am a devil. And no, please don't apologize. I know that our meeting is short, and it is normal for you not to tell me everything, so please don't apologize." "That's good, then." Masa looked at Asia and asked, "But what will you do now? I have killed all of your group, after all." What was she planning after this? Asia didn't know since she had no one who she could rely on before, and at the same time, was he lying? Previously, Masa asked her to come with her, and naturally, she wished to be with him, but now, she wasn't sure. Still, Masa also noticed her hesitation, so he said, "Previously, I just wanted you to have a normal life. Going to school, having fun with friends, and when you graduate, I will tell you everything, but now, as everything has become like this, I will be straight with you." He looked at Asia, who stared at him softly and said, "Asia, will you be my peerage member?" "Peerage member?" "In simple terms, you will give me your everything, and I will have your everything, but in exchange, I will treasure you. Still, to do that, I will make you a devil, and because of that, you won't be able to pray to your god anymore. Is that okay with you?" Unlike in the original, where Asia was completely dying, and the only way to save her was to reincarnate her into a devil, Masa wouldn't let her have such a nightmare-like experience and let her determine whether he or the god she believed was more important in her heart. The belief that she had believed until now, the one that she treasured, loved, and worshipped, by following Masa, and became a devil, she would no longer be able to pray anymore. "Yet, I do." There was no hesitation in Asia's voice. "Please make me yours, Masa. Peerage members, okay?" There was probably some misunderstanding, but Masa took out his bishop piece without hesitation and transformed Asia into a devil. Strangely enough, the process was quite pleasurable, Asia thought. Still, due to this, she had devil-like features, the vile creature hated in her belief, and she could only no longer be able to pray. "But, let's go home." Feeling the warmth of his hand holding her hand firmly, Asia smiled brightly. "Yes, Masa." Only when they went back did Suna stare at him in silence. Chapter 70, Let's do an Unserious. "I never expected that you would get a cute nun as your first peerage member. Don't phrase it that way, okay? It sounded like I did something bad to get her." "Well, Masa did, but how could he admit it?" "You are not?" "I am not." Masa looked at Suna helplessly and said, "Still, even if I do so, I don't regret it." "Well, that's true." Considering Asia's ability, Suna had to admit that Masa had made the right choice. Masa didn't hide Asia's ability since he knew that sooner or later, this ability would be known, and frankly, it didn't matter even if it was known since she only had a normal sacred gear instead of the most special one. Twilight Healing. The sacred gear allowed Asia to heal anyone, and there was no doubt that it was a great ability, as healing was a rare ability. Some races might be able to heal others, but it was by using life force, and close contact was necessary. Meanwhile, Asia only needed to release a gentle green light, which could heal anyone instantly. Or rather, when Suna saw Masa make his hand bleed to show Asia's ability, she knew how powerful the potential Asia was, but then again, she had to say Masa was such a ruthless guy, and somehow she understood why he could be so strong as he could even hurt himself to show Asia's ability. Yet, even so, Suna knew that Masa was gentle, especially when they had spent time together, and how much Asia loved him. Love. Suna felt conflicted as she glanced at his side profile. Masa had won against her in chess, yet he didn't ask her to marry him. which made her wonder whether this guy really didn't know her requirement for a husband-to-be was to win her in chess. Masa had cleared that requirement, and if he asked, Sona would marry him right away since this was what something had decided, but as he didn't say anything, it was hard for her to bring it up. As for Asia, well, for a strong man like Masa, it was normal for him to be liked by many, and Sona could tell that Asia didn't want to fight her. As long as Asia could be by Masa's side, Asia was happy, and Sona wasn't someone who was so stingy since she knew that it was a normal thing for a man to have several mistresses, especially within the supernatural world. Even Zeus, the king of the gods of the Greek myth, had mated with many women, even if he had married such a beautiful wife known as Hera. Fortunately, Masa wasn't like Poseidon, who would do it with any living beings as long as they were beautiful. Nevertheless, it was good to know that Masa's visit to the human world ended up being a good experience, especially when he got good peerage. By the way, Samane, have you seen a lot of humans with a sacred gear? Masa asked. No, it's rare. Sona shook her head and said, in my peerage, there are only Tsubaki and Saji, who have the sacred gears, and in Rya's peerage, there are also two of them, but one of them happens to be Longinus. Longinus? Is that Longinus? Even though Masa knew the truth, he still needed to appear surprised. After all, there were only 12 Longinus in this world, so to have someone by their side to have one was amazing, okay? Yes. Yet, Sona was as calm as ever. Unfortunately, the user is like that. Yes, a Longinus was amazing, but if the user was trash, then everything was meaningless. Sona's opinion might sound cruel, but Sai Hayata hadn't shown his ability, and his reputation in the school wasn't particularly positive, especially because of what he did daily. More importantly, it was hard to see Sai becoming strong, considering his everyday conduct. What kind? If I am not wrong, a boosted gear? The one that can double the ability of its user. However, if the strength of the user was 0, no matter how many times one doubled its ability, it was still 0. It's similar to my ability somehow. Masa thought, but unlike boosted gear doubled, which would lead to a geometric progression, his progression was an arithmetic progression, but unlike Sai, whose improvement was momentary, Masa's was permanent and more important, Masa wasn't alone. In the world of One Piece, there was a devil fruit that had an ability similar to boosted gear, and if possible, it would be great to be able to get this ability as it was one of the rare abilities that affected the concept. Nevertheless, as Masa asked about the sacred gear, Sona didn't hide anything and told all the sacred gears that her peerage and Rya's peerage owned. Aside from the boosted gear, Rya's also had a sword birth, which gave her another peerage member the ability to create a demon sword. A sword that can be created out of thin air, huh? Considering the owner of this sacred gear, Masa felt like if it wasn't owned by a blacksmith and those who had a good head, it would be meaningless since no matter how much one created a sword, if the quality of the sword was just like that and destroyed at every time as it clashed, it was meaningless, right? So, Masa had never thought of Kiba Yodo as an opponent, especially when Kiba's specialty was speed, which made him shake his head inwardly. So what about Sona? Out of all of her peerage members, only Saji and Tsubaki had the sacred gears. Saji with absorption line and Tsubaki with mirror Alice. Those two were pretty good quality sacred gears, as one was created from the legendary evil dragon, and the other was a counter-based sacred gear, which had the shape of a mirror, which Masa felt could work well with Tsubaki, he thought. Unfortunately, Tsubaki had already become Sona's peerage member, which made him sigh inwardly. As for Saji, as Masa had said before, at best, this guy was mid-level, so he didn't bother much since, just like how there was a limit to how much Sai could double with his boosted gear, there was also a limit to how much Saji could absorb with his absorption line. So, will you try to search for another member? Sona asked, wondering whether Masa would use this chance to fill his peerage member. No, I might not be that lucky after this, so I think I should focus on making money now. You are really amazing. Compared to her, who just focused on the school and her duty as the governor, or Ryaz, who just enjoyed her time in Japan with anime and its culture, Masa focused on developing the power of his family in this country by making money. I am not. Masa shook his head and said, I think that we can't ignore the human world anymore, especially when the number of humans keeps increasing, and with the existence of the evil pieces, it is necessary to make a connection with this world as not everyone will be comfortable to live in the underworld, right? He had a hidden purpose, but it was better not to mention it. You are right. Sona thought that Masa was really gentle, which made her heart ache even more, and she had made the right decision not to let Ryaz meet him, she thought. So, what will you do? Well, I know that it might be strange, Ryaz's family has a hotel and travel business in the human world. How about your house? Me? We have some media, hospitals, education, and some properties within this city and outside. Unlike Ryaz's family, Sona was calm-headed, and she was better at business, considering how stoic and clear-headed she was. Masa also nodded, thinking that Suna's family's business choices were good since those businesses would hardly fail and be needed by anyone. On the other hand, Masa thought that Rya's family's business was good, but it lacked an impact and wouldn't give Rya and her family much influence. On the other hand, whether it was education, media, or medicine, it could give Suna's family a certain influence within this country that made them able to do many things. Have you thought about what to do? Is it food or media? Your family is good at that, right? We do, but this time, I might focus on the venture. Venture investment? Yup, let's just take it easy by investing in some good companies, and I might also open a fintech. Considering it was 2012, Masa knew there were many things he could do, but no matter what, the core of everything had to be money, so he wanted to start with the fintech to lend his money to the poor souls who needed money. Well, those poor souls still needed to pay him, though. Fintech? Financial technology. Money is the core, right? This guy. When her family and Rya's family just chose business based on their specialty, Masa directly checkmated everyone and wished to get the core of everything directly, controlling everything under his hand. Do you want to join me, Sunani? Watching his gentle smile, Sona also smiled. Why not? It sounds fun. The two then laughed, but the others thought that they were practically suited to each other. However, if they knew that Masa and Sona planned to become the Yuzuri king and queen, they might look at them as frightening, thinking that the two of them were really a devil. Nevertheless, the weekend was about to start, and as she had promised, Sona would bring him to the theme park that he wanted to visit, but before that, let's visit the bitch fallen angel trios, Masa thought. Chapter 71, the trio bitches as usual. No matter how hard Rainer, Midlet, and Kalawarna worked, all of them lay helplessly on the bed as their naked bodies twitched from time to time as they were extremely lethargic. As expected, they had to say Masa was amazing, they thought. Nevertheless, Masa was in sage mode as he was thinking about starting his business in the human world. Or this was what he planned to do, but the three fallen angels never let go of his stiff part and licked it lovingly and full of affection, seemingly completely captivated by it. Still, he was a man who would do what he had determined, so even if they played with his stiff part with their tongues or hands, he was thinking about his business. As Masa had said before, money was the core of everything, so he was thinking of creating a financial technology company to open a money lending. Yup, a credit company where he would destroy a family of money due to an outrageous debt. Masa knew that he was evil, but then again, he was a devil, so instead of letting a human do a devil's job, wasn't it better for a devil to do it? At the same time, he had to say that money lending was a great business, especially when one could get several times the amount of money by lending it to someone. King of usury, he would become one. More importantly, there was an existence known as Sarigan in this country, a legal credit company that had an outrageous interest, so such a company could exist, so why couldn't Masa do the same? As for fearing that someone couldn't pay their debt, Masa was a devil, and no one could get away from him, especially after they had a debt to him. At the same time, he even thought of opening an online gambling, firearms business, security, controlling the dark web, illegal goods, rare goods, and many others. Naturally, he didn't forget the legal companies that made him appear good, such as games, communication, infrastructure, and many other important sectors of humanity. Still, his choices of business were the worst, especially when he touched many illegal businesses, but in this world, he wanted to get his hands on special people, especially those who owned the sacred gear. If he only had a legal channel, it would be difficult, or rather, he should have an illegal channel since there was no doubt those parents, families, and others who couldn't accept their children or people they knew were different due to the sacred gear would be sold out to the underworld. Information. Masa needed to control this so that he could get something before everyone else did. Masa, what are you doing? Midlet asked curiously, moving her body closer and even letting herself sit in his embrace, causing Kalawarna and Rainer to fall silent. Probably, because of her petite body, she fit in many places, and even with such a position, she didn't interrupt him. Money lending? Online gambling? Kalawarna sat on Masa's side, then asked with doubt, do you want to make a business, Masa-sama? Oh. You even plan to make an usury and take over the gangs? Rainer exclaimed. Nevertheless, hearing Masa's choices of business, they thought that this was really a devil. Instead of letting a human do a devil's job, isn't it better for me, who is a devil, to do it? Masa didn't shy away, but his words stunned the three, and then they nodded. Unlike Masa, who was still young, the three of them had been living for hundreds of years or even more, or rather, they were probably even older than the current four great Satans since the only way for the fallen angels to reproduce was to make the angel fall. However, as Kokobe-eel said before, God had died, so there was no way for an angel who couldn't reproduce to let anyone become a fallen angel. Still, because of their long life, they understood that many humans were even worse than devils. Do you want me to help you, Masa-sama? Rainer asked excitedly, thinking it was fun to toy with those humans, tying them with a debt that they couldn't pay in their lives as they begged, squirming for a life as their family was destroyed. Ha, how unfair. I want to help, too. Middlet felt that it was also fun to help Masa. If my help is needed, then I will give you my everything, Masa. Kalawarna also didn't want to lose. However, when the three thought that Masa would cry in happiness, he only stared at them in silence. What's with that gaze, Masa-sama? Do you want to do more? Geez, you are so mighty. As Reina said so, she looked at him with a meek and obedient expression as her hand softly caressed his muscular body, which made her body hot before moving downward toward his mighty part. Still, Masa was as calm as ever, even if he felt comfortable. No, it's just that you don't have to do anything. Why? You three will likely mess up. Instead of relying on the three, Masa knew that he might as well use his cats and the devils under his domain to manage everything since they were more reliable than the three of them. How cruel. Is that how you see us, Masa-sama? Rainer and Middlet aside, I want you to rethink your decision to treat me the same way as them, Masa. I am not as unreliable as them. Kalawarna felt insulted when she was being compared to Rainer and Middlet, who were nothing but a bitch. Kalawarna, you bitch. Do you think that you are better because you have the best body among us? Let me tell you that breasts are not everything. Watching the three that were about on the verge of fighting as they were ready to release their power of light and even destroy his house, Masa sighed inwardly, thinking that they were all as unreliable as he had thought. More importantly, if the devil and the fallen angel knew that he had the three of them as his followers, what would happen? The fake peace hadn't arrived, and their relationship was very sensitive. It was said that the previous governor of the city, who was also the cousin of the champion of the raiding game, was killed due to having a relationship with the exorcist. Then, for Masa, who had a relationship with three fallen angels, what would happen to him? Probably nothing happens. Anyway, if they were discovered, they just had to lie like the three did to Kokobi-eel before. Pretending and lying, whether it was Rainer, Middlet, or Kalawarna, they were so good at those things. They were the worst type of women that one shouldn't be with, but their bodies were good, and according to Luke 6:37, forgive others, and you will be forgiven. Masa might be a devil, but he knew his creator only wished for everyone to be in peace, so he decided to take the first time to make the relationship between the devil and the fallen angel soften. At the same time, that was why he had to make the three be at peace before they destroyed his house and caused an incredible mess. By the way, since you three are eager to fight, do you want to try the magic that I used to defeat Kokobi-eel on the others before? At that moment, Rainer, Middlet, and Kalawarna, who were ready to fight, quickly begged him for forgiveness. Forgive us. 3x once again, as the fallen angels, they still understood the Bible and learned from Acts 2:38, repent and be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the forgiveness of your sins. By the way, Masa, you can have all of those. It's something that we have collected from those trashes. Oh? Still, Masa realized that the trio of bitches weren't as useless as he thought they were, especially when they brought him many unique things that he could use to become stronger. Chapter 72, No One Can Touch What His Mind Thinks. Masa didn't shy away and quickly looked at the treasures that the trio of bitches had taken as he checked each of them carefully, whether it was weapons, records, and many other things. Many would probably curse him, thinking he should pay attention to the trio of fallen angels, yet here he was more interested in those treasures. However, he had slept with all of them, and he could sleep with all of them again after he finished checking everything, as he had to say he had been interested in the weapons of the exorcists previously. Still, whether it was Rainer, Middlet, or Kalawarna, they were in a daze as they had never thought that Masa would be so happy that he showed such a young man-like smile, which made them smitten. After all, this side of him was so different, especially when he would just look at them speechlessly or roughly, so this gap of him was so precious. More importantly, even if this guy was a devil, this guy was so damn handsome, so, at this moment, inwardly, even if they had to betray their organization, they felt like they should take out all the important records that had been collected by every fallen angel to Masa, they thought. Masa might not give them anything, yet even so, they wanted to give him their everything, so without even realizing it, he had become a gigolo who was taken care of by the three. Ah, be careful, Masa-sama. That's Excalibur. One of the strongest holy swords in the world. Even if it has broken into several pieces, and those pieces become several swords, they are still dangerous for a devil to touch. However, even under their reminder, Masa held the Excalibur firmly, and as expected, he could feel that his palm was burning, but then, a blue darkish liquid somehow emerged from his hand, covered his entire hand, then engulfed the entire Excalibur, turning this legendary holy sword into a black metallic sword. It can be controlled by Haki, huh? Masa didn't feel his palm burning anymore. Instead, Excalibur was firmly dominated by him, which made him wonder whether Haki could help him take control of the sacred gears, too. If that isn't enough, then what about the Supreme King Haki? The Supreme King Haki could be used to dominate others, so by logic, it should be able to dominate and take control over the sacred gear and the Longinus, right? At the same time, Masa suddenly realized that Haki had many uses and it should be possible for him to develop various techniques from Haki even though those techniques might not be explained in the original One Piece. Or rather, those techniques that he thought of might appear in the future, but they hadn't been explained yet. Frankly, Masa had the basics of Haki, and he thought of devouring others to further strengthen his Haki techniques, such as devouring Charlotte Kusagakure, which would give him an observant Haki ability that allowed him to see the future. Yet, was it even necessary? Haki was, in the end, something that any individual could learn, and with Masa's talent, was his talent lower than any characters in the story of One Piece? Suddenly, Masa realized that he might be a little too lazy after he could just become stronger by the power of Jacket Fruit model, Jacket Human Devil Fruit. However, realizing his fact, Masa knew that he should work harder, and he became so strong that no one could threaten him anymore. Nevertheless, the three were dumbfounded when they saw Masa was completely fine and even turned the holy sword into such an evil yet powerful sword as if he had completely dominated it. As expected of Masa-sama. 3x They didn't know how Masa, who was a demon from the house of Vapula whose ability was to tame a lion, could do all of this, but for one thing, they knew that it wasn't wrong to follow him. As long as they followed him, they would be basked in his glory, too. Still, Masa was more cornered about the Excalibur, which had been broken and transformed into several swords, which made him sigh inwardly, thinking that the blacksmith ability of the people in this world was low, but even so, their ability to create a magic item was amazing, he thought. According to the memory of Valper Galilei and Freed, Masa knew that there were 7 Excaliburs in total after the true Excalibur was broken after the Great War, but in front of him, there were only 3 of them. Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, and Excalibur Transparency. Each of them had a unique ability. Excalibur Rapidly made it possible for the user to become faster. The Excalibur Nightmare made the user able to manipulate a hallucination that gave a nightmare to the target, and the Excalibur Transparency could turn the user invisible. Is it possible to develop all of them further like a devil fruit? Was there a limit to the development of those holy swords, or was there no limit to Masa's ability to awaken those holy swords? Masa wasn't sure, but he felt that he needed to take all of them back. But then again, even if their abilities couldn't be developed like the devil fruit, it should be okay as they were good enough to be used by his followers and pets. Or rather, he planned to mass-produce those weapons inwardly. Nevertheless, compared to all of that, the record that made it possible to remove the sacred gear from its user was more important to him since, unlike the holy sword, which he wasn't sure whether it was possible to develop further, it was possible to develop the sacred gear further. Still thinking of Asia, Masa looked at Rainer, who tilted her head, feeling his strange gaze. What's wrong, Masa-sama? Nothing. Anyway, nothing had happened to Asia, and the one who was hurt by Rainer was only Sai Hayato, so Masa did nothing to this bitch, and frankly, this bitch was useful for him. Still, he planned to return to his domain after this, and considering the plot and the nature of the trio of fallen angels, he felt that he needed to give them protection. Here, take this. 3x Masa had given them 3 pieces of paper, which confused them. They are summoning flyers. I will go back soon to the underworld, so I can't stay by your side all the time, but if you need my help, just use that, and I will appear by your side. The 3 of them might be bitches, but even so, they were his bitches. If someone wanted to touch them or kill them, then where would his face be? Hearing those words, all of them quickly took those flyers. While they didn't become stronger, as long as Masa came out, they knew that they would be fine. Damn, Rainer, stop hogging all of them. Don't be selfish. No, I will take the 3 of them. Masa looked at the 3 speechlessly and said, don't fight. I can make more. Then, can I get hundreds more? Masa ignored Rainer's shameless request and gave each of them 10 summoning flyers. By the way, are you really going back, Masa-sama? Yes. How long will you stay? I will come back in a few days, so, before Masa even finished, all of them attacked him, trying to milk him out as they knew that they wouldn't be able to meet for a while. Still, at that moment, the 3 of them had completely fallen for him. Chapter 73, Sense of Urgency. Thank you, Sonane. Finally, a week had passed, and it was time for Masa to go back to the underworld. Naturally, he wasn't alone, as Asia would come with him. Frankly, he thought that she would stay in the human world, considering she had befriended Suna's peerage members, making them into friends. If Masa had to say, It didn't matter where Asia would stay, whether it was in the underworld or the human world, or rather, it was probably better for her to stay in the human world, but Asia vehemently said, I will go with Masa-sama. Yes, Asia started to use the sama suffix on him since Suna had reminded her that Masa had a high status, and if she didn't want to get into the bad side of his family, she needed to show her respect to Masa, at least in front of his family, as there was no doubt, his family was particularly sensitive toward this issue as he came from a noble family. Whether it was Masa, Suna, or Ryaz, neither of them cared about this problem, but their family was different, so Suna thought to remind Asia, especially when she had thought of her as part of a family, considering. Well, it was clear, right? Still watching, ready to leave and go back to the underworld, Suna felt her heart tighten somehow. The time they spent together might not have been long, only a short week, yet even so, he had shown her many things, and the feelings that she had never felt before also started to bloom. At the same time, she was sure that Masa didn't know that anyone who could defeat her in chess would become her fiancé, yet, as expected, it was hard for her to be the one who brought this issue up as she was a female. Nevertheless, there was no doubt she was reluctant to leave him, especially when she thought of the days they spent together, playing chess, eating many delicious foods, then spending their time visiting various places. While they might not have been alone, she enjoyed the time. Okay. Are you going to miss me, Suna? Usually, Suna might make a curt comment to hide her shyness, but it seemed she was really sad. I will also visit the human world from time to time, and if you have time, how about you visit my place? I will welcome you there. Is that okay? Suna was surprised, but she didn't reject this idea, realizing that she could visit Masa, too. Sure. Masa nodded and said, you might even meet Serafal since she often visits my place. Let me think about it again. Suna didn't mind visiting Masa's place even if his parents were there, but if there was Serafal, she felt that she might as well wait for Masa to come to the human world, especially since she knew that Masa had started a business in the human world. Then, see you later. See you later, everyone. Leaving those words, Masa and Asia left the human world and went to the domain of the House of Vapula. Still, even if Masa had left, Saji couldn't be happy since he knew well that his love would never bear fruit, especially when he saw Suna's current expression, who had just watched the train in which Masa and Asia had entered at days. On the other hand, watching her master, who had stood for a while in silence, Tsubaki asked, are you okay with this, Suna-sama? What do you mean, Tsubaki? This sudden question woke Suna up. I am not sure why you thought of him as your fiancé, but I can tell that Masa is an exceptional man. If you are not being clear about your relationship, then I am afraid other high-class devils will make a move on him first. To be honest, it was hard for Tsubaki to say this, but she knew what her mistress was feeling toward Masa, and instead of waiting, she felt like Suna should make a move. If I have to be honest, with Masa-sama's excellence, it is easy for him to search for a fiancé, and those women of high class will be more than happy to become his fiancé. If you don't make it clear, then you might lose him. Tsubaki felt that Suna should make everything clear or else, that's a bit too much, right? Suna was stunned, but then she shook her head softly. He is still young, after all, and there is no need for us to be in a hurry. Yup, there was no need to be in a hurry, and everything could wait slowly. After all, they were just in high school, yet what she didn't know was that her decision to wait might make her have extreme regret in the future. Meanwhile, Masa, who was within his family's luxurious magic train, thought that his days in the world of humans gained him many benefits, especially when not only did he get Asia but also became a fallen angel with 12 wings. Yes, 12 wings. As he had devoured Danzō previously, then along with Gokubi Eel, Masa had 12 wings, which showed that he was the best of the best among the fallen angels. At the same time, he also thought that the difference between 10 wings and 12 wings wasn't that much different. Still, as he thought about this problem, he knew that if the next Masa appeared and Masa from One Piece got the zone type of devil fruit that he wished to be, then this plan could succeed. As he devoured someone with the power of the jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, Masa could gain the traits of the ones that he devoured. So, if he combined his body that had eaten that certain type of devil fruit with the DNA of those that he targeted, then logically, it should be possible for him to evolve, right? Still, Masa, what should I watch out for when we arrive at the underworld? Masa looked at Asia, who was clearly nervous, and said softly, there is no need to call me Sama again. There are only the two of us. Asia blushed, but she shook her head softly. No, I need to get used to this since I don't want to get a bad impression after all. Asia. Masa smiled and patted her head softly, and she closed her eyes, clearly enjoying his touch. Still, Asia also felt a little conflicted, realizing that Masa was 1 year younger than her, but she was the one who acted childish before him, but. Let's enjoy this touch first, and acted like an older sister later. Asia Onichan. Somehow, Asia felt her face burn hot when she imagined Masa, who was rugged and manly, would call her intimately like that. Masa wasn't sure what Asia was thinking, but he knew that this nun wasn't as pure as he thought to be, and she had these pervy thoughts from time to time. Her knowledge might be limited due to her upbringing, but after she got to know Sona's peerage members, she got to know something known as health and physical education. After all, not only guys but also girls were perverted, and watching Masa's immense body, which was huge, especially in a certain area, still gave him a gentle charm, and many were directly smitten by him. This was the advantage of being handsome, there was no need to do much, and many would fall quickly, especially when Masa was also an attractive, talented businessman and powerful. In other words, he was an overbearing CEO in the story. Moreover, as long as someone tasted that, even a fallen angel who hated a devil so much would directly fall to him. So, there was no doubt Asia didn't wish to part away from Masa and wished to make a good impression on his family. Frankly, she should have been nervous, but fortunately, Masa knew what she was worried about and comforted her. Yet there was no doubt as long as everyone knew her ability, no one would reject her since this was how important her ability was for everyone. Healing. This was a rare and important ability. Nevertheless, their trip was nice, and the two talked about many things until they arrived at his domain, which made Asia dumbfounded as his domain was as immense as the Persian Empire at its peak. Many might say that Masa's domain was too huge, especially when the Grimoire family, which was the family of Sirst Lucifer, the current Lucifer, was just about Honshu Island in Japan. Masa said otherwise since the House of Grimoire wasn't a noble family with a high position. More importantly, the current four great Satans were nothing but just a symbol, or even rude, a mascot. On the other hand, Masa's family, the House of Vapula, had a close connection to the House of Baal, who was the leader and the king of the underworld, which made many things convenient. Even if his aunt's relationship with her husband wasn't that close now, the fact that they married didn't change, and because of this, his family was greatly supported, especially when everyone also had seen his talent. Lastly, as Masa had said before, with how low the population of the devils, this was nothing, he thought, especially when there wasn't even a sea within the underworld, so there was no doubt that every noble family had a large domain on their own. Still, as they returned to his domain, Masa saw a charming, mature woman welcoming him. Masa. Miss LaBelle sighed and then smiled when she saw Masa had arrived, but she stopped when she realized he hadn't returned alone. Yet, Miss La wasn't the only one since there was this cute girl who also came and welcomed him with an annoyed expression. Masa, why didn't you invite me to go to the human world? However, similar to Miss La, the girl stopped and looked at Asia with confusion. This is... Masa coughed and then introduced Asia to everyone. This is my bishop, Asia Argento. And nice to meet you. I'm Masa-sama's bishop. Asia Argento. Yet, there was no doubt that as this cute girl known as Asia appeared, a hint of urgency appeared in their minds. Still, this was a problem that Masa of DXD had to solve by himself, and Masa of One Piece was glad that his Glinglint fruit model, light human devil fruit had gained holy property. So, let's test it first. Perona, attack me with your ghost.